Despite being a transmigrator with an unwavering obsession to change his fate, he couldn't even afford a decent beast companion. Today, the soul strength test would seal his destiny with a single blow, and unexpectedly, the first urging call came from outside his door. Get up. The sharp command from outside carried an urgent rhythm that brooked no delay. Su Yao rolled over in his bed, buried under the stifling blankets, his bleary vision first finding his phone 7:50. His heart immediately tightened as he threw off the covers with trembling hands, stepped across the clothes-strewn floor, and frantically searched through the mess for a clean shirt, grabbing and pulling it on. Cold breakfast still sat on the dining table, which he wolfed down without chewing properly, swallowing the lukewarm food along with his anxiety as he grabbed his backpack and headed for the door. I'm leaving. You have the day off, so stay home. His words were clipped and hurried, the taut string in his heart allowing no time for lingering. From the kitchen, his sister emerged wiping her hands, watching his figure disappear beyond the doorway. In that instant, she whispered softly to the empty air, Mom, Dad, may your spirits in heaven bless brother with success today. She didn't chase after him, leaving those words at the threshold. At the gates of Shanyang No. 1 High School, Su Yao raced against time, counting every second with each step. Surprisingly, he managed to set foot inside the gates just before 8 o'clock. Suddenly, his shoulder felt heavy as a familiar hand patted him, a teenage voice filled with laughter. Hey, Su Yao. He turned his face to see several 17 or 18-year-old classmates walking shoulder to shoulder toward the classroom. Have you decided which Beast Master Academy to apply to? One of them asked. Su Yao's response paused for a moment. Not yet. He didn't elaborate, his eyes seemingly drawn in another direction. What other choice is there? There's only one Beast Master Academy in Shenyang without entrance requirements. Someone picked up the conversation. Maybe we'll end up in the same class. The group joked with each other, their tone light, but hiding real weight behind their laughter. They knew the truth without talent or funding. These two barriers made even the most ordinary academies a stretch, let alone becoming beast masters. Fate didn't shine its light on everyone. Most of them would likely attend ordinary universities, adding bricks and mortar to the city's foundation. Su Yao remained silent, his thoughts spinning in another world. He wasn't a native of this land, but a transmigrator who had fallen from elsewhere. The vastness and complexity of the blue-white star far exceeded the turbulence of his previous world. He remembered how history had been scarred by the Great Catastrophe era 1,000 years ago. Spatial rifts tore open the sky. Countless demonic beasts poured forth, destroying human civilization and bringing this planet to the brink of collapse. Now, technology advanced rapidly. The beast mastery system grew increasingly sophisticated, and beast masters with absolute power had become the backbone and cutting edge of this world. Top-tier beast masters, their names were revered and looked up to like nuclear weapons. Status, power, and influence followed naturally. Becoming a beast master meant entering society's upper echelons. Almost all young people viewed this path as their dream, and Su Yao was no exception. He understood clearly becoming a beast master would at least pull his life out of his previous existence's monotony. He could live peacefully, climb the ladder of power and profit, grow continuously stronger, and break human limitations. Heroism wasn't found in slogans, but in choices. To control destiny, one first had to become strong. But reality was harsh. Becoming a beast master was incredibly difficult. Not everyone was qualified. Only when one's soul stabilized around age 18 could they have the chance to contract their first beast companion. The starting point of an initial beast companion's strength was constrained by 3 hard criteria. First was soul strength, with higher levels allowing contracts with more powerful beast companions. Second was the beast's potential, with higher racial grades meaning greater future strength. Third was financial resources, as cultivation and selection all required money. Even an ordinary first-tier, first-stage beast companion cost over 10,000 yuan, while those of higher racial grades commanded astronomical prices. For ordinary families, the threshold to becoming a beast master was an expensive and indifferent wall. This wall's initial selection alone was enough to make people retreat. In this life, Su Yao was just an ordinary high school student. 3 years ago, when he entered high school, his parents passed away. The hundreds of thousands in savings they left behind had been gradually consumed by the siblings' living expenses and tuition over the years, barely enough to exchange for a cheap initial beast companion. He calculated in his mind about today the school would test soul strength. As long as it exceeded 1.0, the school reportedly promised to gift a beast companion with considerable potential. This opportunity was like a lifeline, but his classmates' casual laughter punctured his imagination. Don't dream too big. In our Shenyang city, for 5 or 6 years now, no genius has appeared who could reach 1.0 on their first test. This well-meaning reality check drained the warmth from hope, leaving only cold truth. He had already prepared himself. His predecessor had quietly tested with unofficial equipment, showing a soul strength of around 0.7, just enough to meet the threshold for many ordinary beast master academies. Because of this, he had secretly contracted a little skeleton without telling his sister. According to the association's classification, this belonged to the common grade, with a maximum limit of only first tier, fifth stage, no evolutionary forms, and only the meager bone spike, skill truly the weakest of the weak. Even this had cost him nearly 30,000 yuan. With thin finances but a hardened heart, he treated this little skeleton as his starting point, not daring to hope for miracles, only seeking an upward path. In the classroom, voices surged. The homeroom teacher pushed through the door, stepped onto the platform, and raised his hand for silence. His voice wasn't passionate, but carried a compelling force. I know you're excited. Soon, you'll know whether you're qualified to step through the door of beast mastery. Years ago, I too sat in your seats, listening to someone on this platform say similar words. The classroom chatter gradually died down. He continued, some of you will qualify, others won't. The results shouldn't become a dividing line. Your lives are just beginning. Don't let one test define you. Whether you become beast masters or not, you can all contribute value in different positions. When he finished, thunderous applause erupted, like each person giving themselves a shot of courage. Now, proceed to the gymnasium in an orderly fashion. Professional personnel from the Beastmaster Guild and Precision Instruments are waiting there. Follow the testing procedures. The homeroom teacher turned to lead the way, and the queue began moving like a long snake. Su Yao walked at the back of the line, his heart pounding incessantly. He knew unofficial instruments wouldn't have huge margins of error, but no one could be certain of the real numbers until the final moment. He took a deep breath and arrived at the gymnasium, seeing the long queue winding like a giant dragon. Su Yao was now more nervous than he had been during his college entrance exams in his previous life. The entire gymnasium was divided into 10 sections, spacious enough to accommodate all the senior students. The homeroom teacher led the group forward briskly, and despite the noisy crowd, he still guided them with his booming voice. We're heading to section 3. With that, he led Su Yao and the others into the area marked off by blue barrier tape. In the center of the venue, 10 silver-gray metal pillars, each about 5 feet tall, stood in perfect alignment. The lights reflected off the cold metal surfaces, creating scattered points of light. Su Yao whispered under his breath. So these are the Beast Tamer Association's testing monuments? Section 3 was overseen by a woman in professional attire. She glanced at the assembled students and, without any pleasantries, announced directly, when I call your name, step forward and place your hand on the testing platform. It will accurately measure your soul strength. Before she finished speaking, the surrounding students were already rubbing their hands together eagerly, their excited breathing rising and falling. The woman seemed accustomed to this reaction and simply raised her hand to signal for quiet. Yang Chongji, a somewhat shy boy, stepped up to the testing platform, his expression tense. The woman gently reminded him, don't be nervous, just place your hand on it. Yang Chongji took a deep breath and pressed his right hand against the top of the metal pillar. The electronic screen above the pillar flickered, numbers jumping rapidly before finally settling 0.4. 0.4, the woman announced clearly. She added, don't worry, soul strength increases with age, and you have opportunities until you're 25. Yang Chongji pressed his lips together, stared at the screen for a few seconds, then silently walked out of the gymnasium. Students who failed the test would be directly dismissed, and he knew this well. He understood even more clearly that even if he barely met the standard before age 25, he would already be 7 years behind his peers in beast taming. The testing continued. Yi Zihua 0.5. Wen Xiangying 0.4. The numbers mostly stayed between 0.4 and 0.6. After about 30 people had been tested, still no one had passed. This situation wasn't unique to Section 3 to become a beast tamer. Innate soul strength was crucial. 0.8 was the entry threshold, 0.9 was considered genius level, and if you could break 1.0, academies would come flocking. Chi Yajun. The screen settled, 0.8. Finally, a qualified candidate. Scattered exclamations erupted around them. Who's that? Looks like someone from class 15. Chi Yajun herself was stunned for a few seconds, then broke into an irrepressible smile. The woman rarely showed a relaxed expression. Congratulations, you can choose your preferred beast for contracting. After the contract, go to the registration desk inside the hall to complete your enrollment procedures with the teachers. If her entire section had failed completely, she would inevitably face mockery from her colleagues. But now she finally had something to show for it. Chi Yajun's cheeks flushed red as she quickly stepped down under everyone's gaze. Her success seemed to open the floodgates, as more qualified candidates began appearing afterward. Suddenly, an even louder exclamation exploded from the distance. What? Soul strength 1.1. Su Yao instinctively turned around as discussions erupted all around. Who is it? Section 5, Xiang Zijia. A female student clasped her hands together, her eyes burning with intensity. My God, it's been years since our Shenyang city has produced such a genius. Another girl spoke with complete infatuation. Absolutely. He could at least become a senior beast tamer. The crowd immediately erupted in agreement. I heard he's from the Xiang family. No wonders from a prestigious clan, so handsome and charming. Do you think he has a girlfriend? You? He's way out of your league. I'd have a better chance. The girls grew more excited as they chatted, their voices becoming so shrill they nearly lifted the roof. The noisy discussion made Su Yao increasingly aware of what it meant to be a beast tamer in this world. Just one soul strength test had driven ordinary people into such a frenzy. How much more sought after must actual beast tamers be? The news hit Shangyang First High like a nuclear bomb dropped into still waters. Even the principal was alarmed and personally rushed to the testing site to guide Xiang Zijia. Xiang Zijia walked with steady steps, lacking the arrogance Su Yao had imagined, though the smugness on his face was still impossible to hide. For Su Yao, this was just a minor episode. Time flew by, and soon it was his turn. Su Yao, the host called his name. He took a deep breath and walked onto the stage with nervous anticipation. His predecessor had been tested once before. Now that his soul had changed, would there be any surprises? He stole a glance at the female host beside him, who smiled and gave him an encouraging look. He placed his hand on the cold metal testing platform. A subtle electric current shot from his fingertips throughout his body, creating a tingling sensation. The numbers on the big screen rapidly flickered. Su Yao soul strength 1. 1.2. The female host's voice trembled, clearly too shocked to speak coherently. In an instant, all eyes in the venue focused on Su Yao in Area 3. Wasn't it only 0.7 before? How could there be such a huge difference? Su Yao stared at the screen, his head spinning slightly. Coming to his senses, he shouted internally. Holy crap, I'm actually a genius? Ha ha. The audience below had erupted into chaos. It's actually Su Yao. See that? That's my buddy. His friends swept their gazes across the crowd, as proud as if they'd just struck gold. Bro, my dear bro, introduce me to him. Requests for introductions came one after another, but his friends put on aloof expressions, as if they themselves had achieved the 1.2 soul strength. Su Yao suppressed the noise around him and quietly stepped down from the testing platform. Wang Yuanxiang, the principal of Shanyang First High, was already standing below the stage, his face plastered with a kind smile. Hello there, student Su. Principal Wang, hello. Su Yao looked at the man's smile, which was so stiff it looked more painful than crying. Which class are you in, student? Class 3. Oh, Teacher Ji's class. No wonder your name sounds so familiar. Teacher Gu often mentions you to me. The principal's smile grew even broader. Yes, Teacher Gu also often tells us about Principal Wang and gives us thoughtful guidance. Su Yao smoothly returned the mutual flattery. Principal Wang laughed heartily. Haha, that guy must be talking behind my back. After the pleasantries, he gestured with his hand. Well then, let's chat in the lounge. Pushing open the lounge door, several students were already waiting inside. These are all the elite students from our school, with soul strengths above 1. Principal Wang introduced. Su Yao nodded to each of them as a greeting, then found a seat in the corner. All right, you all wait here for a moment. The testing will be finished soon. Su Yao and the others watched as Principal Wang walked out. Only dim light remained in the corridor, casting shadows on their still youthful faces. No one spoke, and the air seemed to freeze. Seeing that no one intended to start a conversation, Su Yao simply lowered his head and sank into his own thoughts. The first thing that came to mind was the soul strength reading from earlier. The number was significantly higher than what he remembered when he was tested before. He was still a few months shy of 18, and even accounting for margin of error, it shouldn't have been this drastically different. Reflecting on all the changes during this period, Su Yao quickly arrived at an answer. After transmigrating, his soul had completely merged with the original bodies, forcibly elevating his soul strength by a whole level. However, this wasn't even the most troublesome issue. What really gave him a headache was his contracted beast. Thinking about this, he almost wanted to strangle his predecessor, who had left him with the lowest grade, non-evolvable contracted beast. His soul talent was being completely wasted, and no matter how brilliant his potential, it was useless right now. To contract a second beast, he needed to raise his soul strength to 5 points. But where would he find the time to slowly grind it out? One step behind meant falling behind at every step. Once that useless beast was exposed, he would probably become the laughingstock of everyone present. How infuriating. Su Yao clenched his fists in frustration, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly exploded in the depths of his mind. System loading complete, beginning activation. Host soul strength exceeds 1.0, meeting activation requirements. System activating, please wait patiently. The sudden notification left Su Yao stunned. Then he immediately realized. This was his golden finger. An excited shout in his heart nearly burst from his throat. Heaven truly wouldn't abandon any transmigrator. So the system needed soul strength to reach 1.0 before unlocking. No wonder it took until now. He analyzed silently. It was probably because during this time, the two souls had slowly merged, with the values gradually climbing until they barely met the activation conditions, allowing the system to finally arrive. In less than a moment, The mechanical voice sounded again. System activation complete. Beast taming system is now at your service. Please open the control panel by concentrating on it. Su Yao followed the prompt and opened the system's control panel. A semi-transparent virtual screen suddenly appeared before Su Yao. In the center of the screen, rows of clear text displayed his personal information. Constitution, 0.4. Soul strength, 1.2. Soul power, 120120. Race, human. Level, none. Soul skills, none. Beast companion, little skeleton. Reward points, 0. Note: average constitution and soul strength for adult humans is 0.5. Su Yao quickly scanned through the data. Constitution 0.4, even lower than the adult average of 0.5. He frowned, the consequences of his predecessor's sedentary lifestyle becoming painfully obvious. Soul strength 1.2. Just as I suspected, the fusion of two souls brought about a qualitative improvement. Moving down soul power at 120, maintaining a 1:100 ratio with soul strength, which confirmed his theory. As for level, he hadn't even reached the minimum threshold for an apprentice beast tamer, so naturally that field remained blank. Only reward points left him puzzled. Just then, an explanation automatically appeared. Reward points are special resources obtained by the host upon completing tasks, achieving milestones, slaying magical beasts, or handling events. They can be used to enhance beast evolution progress, strengthen beast tamer skills, unlock exclusive beast abilities, in exchange for items in the shop. That versatile. Su Yao was stunned by the description. In this world, making beast companions evolve required either countless battles accumulated over time or massive investments in rare materials and treasures. The former was lengthy, the latter expensive, so only wealthy heirs from powerful factions could freely cultivate their beasts. Ordinary civilian beast tamers like Su Yao could only rely on time and sweat to push through. The class divide among beast tamers was even more brutal than among regular people. Now, this beast taming system had essentially opened a shortcut for him, saving both money and effort. Wild joy surged in Su Yao's heart. His original plan, to live as a lazy fish, instantly evaporated. He wanted to grow stronger. He wanted to become a true beast tamer. At this thought, his lips curved upward involuntarily, his heart pounding like drums in his chest. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his emotions and shifted his gaze to the beast companion tab nearby. His fingertip tapped lightly. A new semi-transparent screen appeared. Beast name, little skeleton. Attribute, undead. Level, first tier, first stage. Racial grade, common. Skills, bone spike. Evolution progress, 0.00. Note: evolution progress can be improved through battle or cultivation in the Land of Silence. When evolution progress reaches 100, special spiritual materials can be used for evolution. Evolution is irreversible. Success brings dramatic power enhancement. Failure resets evolution progress to 0. Su Yao studied each piece of information intently. Beast companion strength was divided into 9 tiers and 9 stages, with the 9th tier being strongest and 1st tier weakest. Little skeleton sat at 1st tier, 1st stage, practically at the bottom of the food chain. However, every beast companion would undergo evolution when cultivated to its limit, with its racial grade changing accordingly. The higher the racial grade, the stronger it would be when facing opponents of the same tier. The higher a beast companion's racial grade, the more formidable its strength compared to others of the same level. Racial tiers are divided into 5 levels: common, elite, rare, glory, and mysterious. Each tier higher grants at least 1 rank advantage in combat. What is this? Su Yao stared at the little skeleton's status panel, noticing several hidden lines of description below. Skeleton Lord. Possesses powerful melee combat abilities with enhanced constitution and strength. Feels no pain. With an immortal soul flame that ensures endless battle. Next evolution, Form Skeleton Warrior. Can advance up to glory tier. Necromantic Archmage. Reduced melee abilities but masters various necromantic spells. Also feels no pain with an immortal soul flame for endless combat. Next evolution, Form Skeleton Mage. Can evolve up to divine tier. Seeing this, Su Yao gasped in shock. The little skeleton appeared utterly worthless in everyone's eyes. So how could it hide 2 such terrifying evolution paths? He immediately exited the system and pulled out his phone to frantically search for any information about skeletons. The strongest form found online only reached the rare tier Undead Knight, evolved from common skeletons. No one had ever mentioned glory or divine tiers. If the little skeleton truly had either evolution path, it wouldn't be at the bottom of the common tier. However, the beast taming world contained countless species, and human research had barely scratched 1/5 of them. New tamed beasts were discovered annually, and each species' evolution path could only be explored through trial and error. New evolution methods increased by the hundreds and thousands, still in the exploration phase. The system could display hidden paths so clearly, which amazed Su Yao. With this function, he would avoid countless detours in choosing beasts, and might not be unable to reach the pinnacle of beast tamers in the future. He eagerly continued browsing the detailed requirements. Skeleton Warrior, 100 evolution progress, required materials basic undead stone 10, warrior essence 1, phosphorus powder 200 grams. Skeleton Mage, 100 evolution progress, required materials basic undead stone 10, undead essence 1, basic undead advancement stone 1. Divine tier potential was indeed extraordinary. The basic undead advancement stone was nearly impossible for the current Su Yao to obtain. Advancement stones were crucial for beast evolution, with attribute-specific stones being especially precious. The undead element was unpopular, making basic undead advancement stones even more priceless. Obtaining a divine tier beast was truly as difficult as ascending to heaven. Not just in Xinhai province, beast tamers with divine tier beasts throughout the entire province could be counted on one hand. Right? Doesn't the system have a shop? He had a flash of inspiration. Open shop. The screen switched, instantly filling with various spiritual items and tools. Filter, basic undead advancement stone. The next second, the advancement stone's description appeared priced at a whopping 1,000 reward points. Su Yao clicked his tongue. He didn't even have a single reward point currently. Searching for basic undead stone next, the price showed 100 reward points, equally a fortune. Seemingly sensing his predicament, the system displayed a prompt. Host has claimable reward points. Please open the events page to collect. On the translucent screen, the word events flickered continuously, and Su Yao followed the prompt and clicked in. Su Yao stared at the glowing text that appeared on the screen. Soul Strength Breakthrough to 1.0, reward points 100 earned. First Beast Contract completed, reward points 100 earned. First place achieved in Soul Strength Test, reward points 100 earned. Completed. Accept rewards? A transparent panel materialized before his eyes, displaying two options. Yes, no. Without hesitation, he decisively clicked yes. In the next second, after confirmation, his reward points had climbed from the initial 0 to 300. What's the difference between events and tasks? He asked the system with curiosity. The system immediately responded. Events passively triggered, automatically completed when conditions are met, offering random reward points or items upon completion. Tasks actively chosen, abandonment or failure results in system penalties, but rewards far exceed those of events. Su Yao nodded silently. Events offered low rewards, but safety, while tasks provided high returns with accompanying risks. What about the task trigger mechanism? Completely random. Hearing those three words, he rubbed his forehead in exasperation. As someone who considered himself cursed with bad luck, complete randomness wasn't exactly favorable to him. The system prompted, reward points can be used to enhance beast strength. He opened the beast interface. Behind the little skeleton's evolution progress, a small symbol had appeared. He tapped the, and the evolution progress jumped from 0 to 1. Indeed, one reward point corresponded to one growth. He decided to invest all 100 points at once, directly boosting the evolution progress to 100. Beast evolution progress complete. Please select evolution direction and provide advancement materials. He closed the prompt box after reading it. At the moment, he was penniless, let alone having advancement materials. Although evolution was temporarily stalled, he was delighted to discover that the little skeleton had unlocked 2 new skills due to its maxed evolution progress. Bone Blade, advanced form of Bone Spike, capable of condensing multiple long blades to launch at enemies. Ghost Fiery Area Effect, fire attribute attack, summoning flames in designated areas, dealing high damage with burning effects. Seeing the skill descriptions, he nearly exclaimed aloud. Area effect skills weren't something every beast could learn, and these two abilities directly skyrocketed the little skeleton's combat power. With the skill integration, the little skeleton broke through its limitations, successfully advancing to first tier, 9th stage. A new translucent screen immediately popped up. Beast name, Little Skeleton. Attribute, Undead. Level, first tier, 9th stage. Species grade, Common. Skills, Bone Blade, Ghostfire. Evolution progress, 100. The system's impact and the leap in strength left Su Yao wanting more. Just then, the restroom door opened again. Principal Wang entered, leading several students and their respective homeroom teachers. Each teacher carried a tray covered tightly with cloth, and from their shapes, they appeared to contain some kind of beast eggs. Students, I am the principal of number 1 high school, Wang Wan. Wang Wan, with his protruding belly, stood at the doorway with a beaming smile as he introduced himself. Wang Wen's voice pulled Su Yao back to reality, and he watched the teachers and the portly principal at the door, listening to their conversation. Everyone here represents the elite of our number 1 high school, with each student achieving a soul strength of 1.0. Su Yao, in particular, has reached the admission standard for Tianhai Academy, the most prestigious institution in Xinhai province. On the podium, Principal Wang slightly raised his head and surveyed the entire auditorium. Almost simultaneously, all eyes turned to Su Yao, and the air in the hall felt scorching hot. Under everyone's gaze, Su Yao could only smile awkwardly and scratch the tip of his nose. In this test, 3 students achieved a soul strength of 1.0, and 4 exceeded it. Principal Wang raised his voice, which echoed throughout the auditorium. In the over 200 years since Shenyang No. 1 High School was founded, this is our best graduating class ever. He paused and pointed towards Su Yao. I want to especially commend student Su Yao for achieving first place in this test. After brief applause, he got straight to the point. Now, the school has invested heavily to carefully select 9 beast companions with tremendous potential for you to choose from. We hope they will assist you on your future journey. With a gesture, several teachers simultaneously pulled away the red cloth covering the long table. 9 pristine beast eggs were neatly arranged, their shells embedded with inscriptions that gleamed with a smooth luster under the lights. Principal Wang glanced at everyone and briefly explained. Beast eggs are technological storage devices that allow young beast companions to hibernate, maintaining their basic life needs without being affected by external environments. Principal Wang, I've already contracted a beast companion. My family arranged everything for me, so you can leave this trash for the others. From beside the table, a male student leaning back in his chair spoke indifferently. It was Xiang Zijia, his tone full of disdain. Ah, Zijia. In that case, let the others make their selections. Principal Wang's eyebrow twitched slightly. The student's attitude displeased him, but he could only suppress his emotions after all. Xiang Zijia had a father who was an advanced beastmaster. Students below frowned, quite annoyed by Xiang Zijia's arrogance. Since student Zijia already has a beast companion, we'll proceed with selections based on soul strength rankings. Principal Wang once again focused his attention on Su Yao. Student Su Yao, you go first. Su Yao stood up and walked toward the display platform with unhurried steps. At each beast egg, he paused momentarily, his fingertips lightly touching the shell patterns, a dark gleam flickering in his eyes. Before reaching intermediate beastmaster level, each person could only contract 3 beast companions. Since he already had one, he naturally wanted to use his system to make the optimal choice. As his gaze swept over each egg, rows of information panels appeared in his vision. Beast potential, evolutionary forms, growth limits. He discovered that among the 9 beast companions the school provided, even the highest potential could only evolve to rare grade, far from his target. Student Su Yao, have you made your choice? Principal Wang asked. Not yet. Su Yao shook his head. Principal Wang pointed to an egg with dark patterns. How about this shadow serpent? With careful cultivation, it could shed its skin to become a flood dragon, and transforming into a true dragon isn't impossible. However, according to the system's assessment, this shadow serpent only had medium potential, with a limit of rare grade. Su Yao didn't refuse directly. There's one more I want to examine before deciding. Time dragged on, and finally a male student below couldn't contain his frustration. Hey, hurry up. Don't make everyone wait for you. Su Yao ignored him, his attention already locked on the last egg with its milky white luster. Information instantly appeared. Beast name, photon orb. Attribute, light. Level, first tier, first stage. Species grade, common. Skill, healing light. Evolution progress, 40. On the surface, it appeared to be merely a support-type beast companion. Healing light could mend injuries, but its initial effects were limited. What truly made Su Yao's heart race were the 2 ultimate evolution paths. Radiant Saint Pure Light attribute, possessing sacred power to heal all ailments. Next form, Light Spirit, maximum evolution to glory grade. Sacred Angel Master of Light and Flame, where light heals suffering and dispels darkness, while flame illuminates shadows and burns away evil. Next form, Angel, maximum evolution to divine grade. Divine grade? Another divine grade beast companion. Su Yao's heart pounded wildly, though his expression remained calm. Are you done yet? If you're not choosing, then leave and stop wasting time, the male student urged again. Su Yao looked up and nodded apologetically. Sorry. Then he turned to the podium. Principal, I've made my choice. He extended his hand toward the photon orb's beast egg. Are you certain? Principal Wang frowned, his tone filled with confusion. While the photon orb can heal, it offers limited help to beginning beast masters. Why not choose something with stronger combat abilities? The homeroom teacher, Gu Yi, also tried to persuade him. Su Yao, Principal Wang is right. I've thought it through. This is the one. Su Yao's voice was steady yet resolute. Seeing he couldn't be dissuaded, Principal Wang could only nod. Very well, since you've decided, I'll respect your choice. Everyone must take responsibility for their decisions. Su Yao picked up the photon orb's beast egg, its warm radiance reflecting on his face. As he turned to return to his seat, passing the student who had been urging him, he heard the boy snort coldly. After all that fuss, he chose a beast companion that only little girls would like. What a fool, talented but lacking vision. Su Yao wasn't provoked and simply returned to his seat without expression. Who the real fool was would become clear in due time. The boy was about to speak when Su Yao ignored him, but then heard the principal call out his name. Wang Tianhong, your turn. Principal Wang raised his voice from the podium. He had witnessed the entire friction between the two students, but chose not to intervene. These graduates needed to learn how to resolve conflicts on their own. Wang Tianhong glanced at Su Yao, his lips moving silently to mouth, "You wait and see," then strode toward the display platform. Su Yao felt puzzled. He had never provoked this person, so why was the guy being so persistent? The temperature-controlled cabinet displayed various beast eggs. Wang Tianhong didn't hesitate to select the one labeled Shadow Serpent. After taking it, he turned to give Su Yao a provocative look before returning to his seat. As he sat down, other students went up one by one to collect their academy-provided beast eggs. Only Xiang Zijia and a girl named Jiang Yuxuan refrained from making a choice, while everyone else accepted the school's generous offer. All right, save the contracts with the beasts in these eggs for when you get home. Principal Wang cleared his throat, signaling for quiet. What I'm about to discuss concerns your future prospects, so listen carefully. He began introducing the nation's top-ranked beast tamer academies. The Great Zhou dynasty was vast, with beast taming academies everywhere, but only dozens of elite institutions had international recognition. These schools required a minimum soul strength of 1.0 at age 18 for new students, with some academies setting even higher standards. Your test data has been recorded by the Beast Tamer Guild and will be sent to every advanced academy. Principal Wang's gaze swept across the room. Although Shenyang City has 5 beast taming academies, I don't recommend you apply to them. With your potential, you should aim for the provincial capital, Tianhai City, where the advanced academies can offer you much more. At this point, he specifically addressed one student. Especially you, Su Yao. Your soul strength already meets the threshold for Xinhai's Heavenly Tome Beast Taming Academy. You must give it a try. Su Yao nodded earnestly. I'll consider it. The school had already compiled information about all the major advanced beast taming academies in Xinhai province into a booklet. Principal Wang personally distributed these booklets to each student. I hope you'll become the pride of number 1 high school. With those words, he left the lounge with the other teachers. After the teachers departed, Xiang Zijie didn't linger and quickly left as well. Su Yao was about to follow suit when Wang Tianhong blocked his path with an outstretched arm. Su Yao, right? Do you dare to have a duel between beast tamers? I don't know you. Why would I duel with you? Su Yao swatted away his arm and continued toward the door. What's wrong, scared? Because you picked a trash beast? Wang Tianhong deliberately raised his voice, immediately drawing the attention of surrounding classmates. I simply don't see the point in playing such childish games with you. Su Yao replied. What gives you the right? Wang Tianhong roared almost hysterically. I've been training my soul since I was 10, all for this moment to shine, and I can accept losing to Xiang Zijia and Jiang Yuxuan. But why can't I even beat someone like you? The classroom fell so silent you could hear the rustling of leaves outside the window. Everyone was stunned by his outburst. Xiang Zijia and Jiang Yuxuan came from wealthy families, so Wang Tianhong could console himself that losing to them was just a matter of resource disparity. But Su Yao came from the same ordinary background as him, yet still left him far behind, which shattered his pride like it was being torn apart in public. Are you insane? Su Yao looked away dismissively and stepped over Wang Tianhong, preparing to leave. Don't you dare walk away. Wang Tianhong suddenly grabbed Su Yao's sleeve and threw a punch straight at his face. As the punch came rushing toward him, Su Yao flipped his wrist to block it, then slightly bent his knee and kicked hard into Wang Tianhong's abdomen with his toe. Bang! Wang Tianhong flew several meters like a broken sack, crashed into a desk, and rolled to the ground. In Su Yao's eyes, this classmate was blinded by pride and vanity, completely lacking the mentality needed to become strong. The classroom filled with gasps as the students hadn't expected Wang Tianhong to suddenly launch a sneak attack, much less that Su Yao would counter so smoothly. Damn it! Wang Tianhong struggled to his feet using the desk corner for support, his face ashen, still approaching step by step. If you have any guts, face me in an honorable beast-taming duel. The crowd exchanged glances, talking about honor after a failed sneak attack. Su Yao was amused by his stubbornness and was about to refuse when a system panel suddenly popped up in his mind. Mission: Wang Tianhong's unwillingness. Mission description: your actions have severely wounded Wang Tianhong's fragile heart. As a qualified beast tamer, it's necessary to help others face reality. Mission requirement: defeat Wang Tianhong in a duel. Mission reward: 500 reward points, 1 elementary soul crystal. Seeing the reward, Su Yao raised an eyebrow and immediately changed his tune. Fine. Since you're so insistent, I'll grant your wish. His sudden agreement left the watching students confused. Hadn't he just said the other guy was acting like a child? Su Yao glanced at his watch. The major academy's recruitment is approaching. 3 days from now at 10 in the morning, meet me at number 1 high school's field. With that, he walked out of the classroom without looking back. Watching Su Yao's retreating figure, Wang Tianhong gritted his teeth. Su Yao, how dare you humiliate me like this? As the main characters left one after another, the students quickly dispersed, but whispered about the upcoming duel in the hallways. Night fell, and Su Yao pushed open his front door. "I'm home." Just as he took off his shoes, a sweet-looking, energetic girl poked her head out from the bedroom. Su Yao's sister, Su Yin. She quickly ran to the living room and leaned in curiously. "Brother, how did it go? Any hope?" Su Yao dramatically collapsed onto the sofa with a heavy expression and sighed. "Ah, don't even ask. It went terribly. I might not have what it takes to be a beast tamer." "What?" Su Yin's eyes immediately welled up with tears. "But I prayed so hard for you." Her voice was full of grievance, but she quickly clenched her fists with determination. "It's okay. I'll be 18 in 2 years, and I'll definitely become a beast tamer. Then I'll take you along with me." Silly girl. Seeing his sister getting so serious she was about to cry, Su Yao couldn't help but laugh. "I was just kidding. Who do you think your brother is? Of course I qualified." "What?" Su Yin stomped her foot in anger. "You jerk, Su Yao. How dare you trick your adorable sister? Take this." She pounced on him, her 10 fingers quickly tickling his waist. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Stop tickling." Under Su Yin's assault, he quickly surrendered. Moved by Su Yao's sincere attitude, Su Yin let him off the hook and took his arm, asking, "Brother, how did your test results turn out? Wanna know?" Su Yao deliberately drew out his words, keeping her in suspense. "Come on, tell me." "Just barely passed. Nothing worth mentioning." He shrugged casually, trying to appear nonchalant, but couldn't help glancing at his sister with a smile he couldn't quite hide. "Brother, that's wonderful. You can finally become a beast tamer. If Mom and Dad were still here, they'd be so proud of you." Su Yin's voice trembled slightly, her eyes welling up with tears. "Isn't it a good thing that your brother has a chance to become a beast tamer? Why are you crying?" Su Yao pulled her into his arms, gently patting her back to comfort her. "Who's crying? I'm not talking to you anymore." Su Yin huffily pushed him away, grabbed her phone from the sofa, and flopped down to scroll through Buluin. Watching his sister's pouty expression, Su Yao smiled silently and headed back to his room. Buluin was Zhou Kingdom's largest social media platform, with lightning-fast trending updates. The soul strength test incident had already shot to the top of Shenyang City's trending topics, giving number 1 high school unprecedented attention. The posts repeatedly mentioned that students with soul strength above 1.0 hadn't been seen in Shenyang City for years, yet 6 had appeared this time. The mayor had personally called Principal Wang Wen to thank him for cultivating talent for the city. What's this? They didn't even mention those people's names. Su Yin scrolled through her screen, muttering in dissatisfaction. The posts were almost entirely praising the principal, without a single word about the truly gifted students. The school had done this intentionally. Soul strength was just talent. Whether they could truly achieve greatness depended on their beast cultivation. Once they became real beast tamers, they would naturally receive the recognition they deserved. Su Yin continued browsing and suddenly spotted a new headline. 2 geniuses from Shenyang number 1 high school. Their first battle with contracted beasts. Her eyes lit up as she clicked to read more. Su Yao was completely unaware of all this commotion. As soon as he entered his room, he was drawn to a system notification. "You have won unclaimed newbie gift pack. Would you like to open it?" "Yes." "Congratulations, host. You have received reward points x 2000, basic soul skill bloodthirsty blade, basic undead stones x 20, undead spirit essence x 1, basic holy water x 100 ml. Su Yao's heart pounded. This gift pack was perfectly tailored for him. He now had all the materials needed for Little Skeleton's evolution. He immediately opened the shop, spent 1,000 reward points to exchange for a basic undead evolution stone, and clicked Evolve without hesitation. He chose the undead mage path. Compared to close combat brawling, he preferred long-range kiting tactics. The progress bar slowly advanced, and when it reached 100, ghostly flames erupted around Little Skeleton. Its bones became more solid, and the soul fire in its eye sockets pulsed rhythmically like a heartbeat. Beast name, Skeleton Mage. Attribute, Undead. Level, Tier 2, Stage 3. Racial grade, Elite. Skills, Bone Sword Array, Hellfire, Bone Domain, Darkblade. Evolution progress, 0. Next evolution stage, Shadow Warlock Rare. Evolution materials, Intermediate Undead Stones X30, Black Spirit Stone X1, Skull of the Dead X1. The system truly lived up to its reputation. After Little Skeleton's evolution, its racial grade jumped directly to Elite. Its level rose to Tier 2 Stage 3, and its skills had transformed. The original Bone Blade evolved into Bone Sword Array, Ghostfire became Hellfire, and it gained new abilities like the control skill Bone Domain and the powerful attack skill Darkblade. Su Yao nodded with satisfaction and decided to continue using reward points to enhance the Skeleton Mage's evolution level. With 100 points invested, the evolution progress jumped from 0 to 1. As expected, the higher the beast's racial tier, the exponentially greater the reward points required, something he had mentally prepared for. The skill panel that followed made his eyes light up. Bone Sword Formation. The evolved form of Bone Blade, capable of summoning a vast array of bone swords around the user for area attacks that inflict bleeding and laceration debuffs. while also arranging into sword formations to trap enemies. Hellfire, the evolved form of ghost fire, a menacing black flame erupting from the palm to deliver burning strikes across a fan-shaped area ahead. Bone Domain, a domain-type ability that creates an exclusive territory around the skeleton mage when deployed, comprehensively suppressing enemy attributes while boosting self-damage and applying various debuffs. Dark Blade manifests a pitch-black giant blade that sweeps in a straight line, tearing apart all enemies in its path. Beyond these, the panel also displayed multiple grayed-out, locked skill slots that required higher evolution levels to unlock. After confirming the skeleton mage's new changes, Suyao turned his attention to another reward from the system's starter pack, the Bloodthirsty Blade. Soul techniques were a beast tamer's lifeline. Without soul techniques, one couldn't be considered a true beast tamer. Soul techniques were classified by difficulty into basic, elementary, intermediate, advanced, rare, and legendary tiers, corresponding to beast racial levels, with higher-tier techniques having increasingly harsh learning difficulties and casting requirements. The panel prompted, "Learn elementary soul technique Bloodthirsty Blade?" An ancient and obscure memory exploded in his mind. A gray-robed elder stood on the wasteland, unflinching before a roaring demon beast. His hands formed seals as a soul formation rapidly took shape in the air, and a blood-red giant blade immediately hovered above the beast's head. The elder pressed his palms downward. The giant blade crashed down thunderously, and the demon beast was instantly decapitated. The memory faded as system notifications followed. "Congratulations, host has learned elementary soul technique Bloodthirsty Blade. Bloodthirsty Blade LV1 summons a blood-red giant blade to deal slashing damage, vaporizing enemy vitality upon hit and causing weakness. Cost, 50 soul power. Even elementary soul techniques consume this much soul power." Suyao frowned as he calculated. With his apprentice beast tamer's soul power reserves, he could cast it at most twice in battle. Once soul power was depleted, beast tamers would quickly fall into weakness, the most dangerous state on the battlefield. Managing soul power would become a crucial challenge he must master. Exiting the system, he collapsed onto his bed. Next remained verifying the skeleton mage's true combat power. Ordinary 18-year-old novice beast tamers mostly lingered between first-tier first stage to first-tier fifth stage. Someone cheating, like him, was virtually extinct. As for second-tier beasts, he hadn't truly witnessed them yet. But no matter how much Wang Tianhong trained, he couldn't possibly surpass him within these 3 days. She was certain of it. "I've done as you asked. Where's what you promised me?" Wang Tianhong sat in a mansion's living room, his voice suppressed. The figure with his back turned on the sofa lazily raised his hand. "As long as you can defeat Su Yao, I won't shortchange you on anything I promised. I hope you keep your word." Wang Tianhong rose to leave. "Wait." The man waved his hand, and a bodyguard presented an exquisite gift box. Wang Tianhong lifted the lid to reveal a deep red pill resting quietly on silk. "Blood Rage Pill, personally crafted by an elementary spirit master. Feed it to your beast to forcibly boost 3 minor stages." The voice from the sofa deliberately paused. "The drawback is that future evolution difficulty doubles." Wang Tianhong's fingertips trembled slightly as he pocketed the pill, smiling bitterly. "I have no choice, do I?" The figure slowly turned, revealing Xiang Zijia's face. "The Xiang family saved you and granted you your current talent, so your life naturally belongs to the Xiang family. What grudge do you really have against Su Yao?" "That's not for you to ask." Xiang Zijia coldly interrupted. "Remember, if you can't kill him, you're worthless. Within 3 days, all Xiang family resources are at your disposal. Quickly raise your beast's level." "Understood." Wang Tianhong nodded heavily and turned to leave. The living room returned to silence. "Su Yao?" Xiang Zijia thought of that youth, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Su Yao greeted his sister and set off for the Beast Tamer Guild. Becoming an apprentice beast tamer was the first step toward joining the ranks of true beast tamers. Unlike junior beast tamers who needed to pass rigorous examinations, apprentice beast tamers only required owning 1 combat-ready beast to complete certification, and Su Yao had long met this requirement. At this moment, his personal status panel showed: Constitution, 1.0. Soul Strength, 2.2. Soul Power, 220220. Race, Human. Level, None. Soul Skill, Bloodthirsty Blade LV1. Tamed Beast, Skeleton Mage. Reward Points, 0. The improvement in the Skeleton Mage's strength had enhanced the Beast Tamer himself, causing Su Yao's soul strength to grow once again. Pushing open the doors of the Beast Tamer Guild, he was greeted by a spacious and bright hall. Everyone coming and going was a Beast Tamer, their soul power fluctuations interweaving in the air like invisible currents washing over his senses. Su Yao could clearly detect the unique soul power rhythm emanating from each person. "Hello, I'm here to apply for an apprentice beast tamer badge." Walking to the front desk, he addressed a female staff member. The girl appeared to be in her early 20s, wearing the guild uniform with a capable demeanor. Not all guild staff members were beast tamers. Many ordinary college students worked part-time here. They weren't concerned with the meager salary, but rather the opportunity for close contact with beast tamers. If they caught the favor of a beast tamer, they might soar to great heights. Name, age, ID card. She looked down at her computer screen, asking casually. Su Yao, 18 years old. He handed over his ID card. She entered the information, and detailed records quickly appeared on the screen. Huh? You just took the test yesterday? The girl looked up with curiosity in her eyes. Yes. Su Yao answered truthfully. What's your beast's level? First tier, 5th stage. Su Yao deliberately concealed the skeleton mage's true strength. All done. The girl handed back the ID card. The apprentice beast tamer information has been linked to your card. No badge. Su Yao asked, puzzled. A light laugh came from nearby. Little brother, who told you apprentice beast tamers get badges? The speaker was a woman of about 25. Golden curls cascaded over her shoulders. She wore a form-fitting short dress, and a faint perfume scent wafted around her. Every gesture radiated confidence. What do you mean? Su Yao turned toward her. Only true beast tamers deserve badges issued by the guild. The woman explained. If we gave them out at the apprentice stage, the badges wouldn't be worth much. Oh, thank you. Su Yao nodded, pocketed his ID card, and was about to leave. Wait a moment, little brother. The woman suddenly reached out to embrace him, her soft fragrance enveloping him. A strange dizziness surged through his mind. He secretly pinched his thigh to clear his head somewhat and struggled, saying, Big sister, what are you trying to do? Don't worry, sister won't eat you up. Let me introduce myself, I am Li Hongyi. She winked with a smile. Hello. Su Yao just wanted to escape as quickly as possible. Hongyi, what are you doing? A rough male voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this, Li Hongyi immediately released her embrace and stuck out her tongue. Nothing. Nothing at all. Su Yao looked toward the voice and saw 2 men and 1 woman appear before him. One was the rough-voiced man from earlier, another was a short young man, and there was also a petite and adorable girl. Su Yao sized up the people in front of him, ready to make a quick escape at any moment. Sister Hongyi, I asked you to find someone, so why are you still here? The cute girl asked in a soft, sweet voice. Well, Li Hongyi paused and glanced at Su Yao beside her. Didn't I find him? Who? Him, of course. Li Hongyi pulled Su Yao to her side. His name is Su Yao, and he's an apprentice beast tamer. Su Yao said helplessly. She really did overhear me. Su Yao, let me introduce you. This incredibly cute little girl is Lu Yunyun. This short guy is Li Qi, and this is my team captain, Ling Yun. Li Hongyi enthusiastically introduced the people in front of Su Yao. Su Yao glanced at Li Hongyi's hand resting on his waist and could only reluctantly greet them. Hello, everyone. Lu Yunyun responded warmly. Hello, Su Yao. Ling Yun looked Su Yao up and down. You're still a student at your age, right? Which intermediate academy do you attend? Well, I just graduated from high school and haven't applied to any beast taming academy yet. Su Yao scratched his head. What? Li Hong. Explain this to me. Ling Yun said word by word, his tone dripping with menace. Boss, let me explain. Li Hongyi immediately backed down. She had no choice, as no one in the team could match Ling Yun, that violent maniac. Li Hongyi pulled Ling Yun aside and whispered a few words in his ear. Don't worry, they're always like this. You'll get used to it eventually. Li Qi, who had been silent until now, came over to Su Yao's side and said, What do you mean eventually? Get used to what? And who exactly are you people? I never said I wanted to join you. If I weren't afraid of your boss, I would have gone home to sleep ages ago. What is all this about? Su Yao looked completely helpless, couldn't leave, but he couldn't stay either. Just as he was about to explain, Li Hongyi and the other person walked back over. Su Yao, Hongyi tells me you just graduated yesterday? Ling Yun asked. Yes, so what? Su Yao replied. Talented people like you are rare in all of Shenyang City. So welcome to our uni hunting group. Ling Yun spread his arms wide, wanting to embrace Su Yao in a friendly greeting for the new member. Wait, I have something to say. Su Yao quickly dodged Ling Yun's loving embrace. What's a hunting group? Who exactly are you people? Huh? Hongyi, didn't you tell him? Tell him what? I don't even know her. She just dragged me here directly. Su Yao complained. After explaining what had just happened to Ling Yun, his face turned bright red. What? Li Hongyi. Ling Yun felt that his hunting group had been completely disgraced. Seeing a handsome young man and going to seduce him, his reputation, no, the hunting group's reputation had been ruined by her. Hongyi, who was quietly trying to sneak away, saw her boss in such a rage and quickly ran off. Boss, I'll explain later. I have something to do, so I'm leaving first. Yunyun, Li Qi, bring her back. Yes, boss. Li Yunyun and Li Qi also wanted to leave this troublesome situation. Sister Hongyi, you're on your own after this. Sorry about that. Su Yao, how embarrassing. It's all because I have such an unreliable team member. Ling Yun apologized. It's fine, but I'm curious about what you mean by a hunting group. Su Yao asked. Come on, I'll take you to visit our base and give you a proper explanation. Ling Yun put his arm around Su Yao and walked toward the back of the Beast Tamer Guild. Where's this? Su Yao and his companion entered a magnificent hall, its furnishings starkly different from the outside, carrying an air of deadly seriousness. The hall's dome soared high above, with golden chandeliers casting cold white light that created sharp reflections on the marble floor. Private rooms lined the surrounding walls, each doorway bustling with people hurrying in and out, their conversations and footsteps weaving together like an undercurrent ready to explode at any moment. Come, let's sit inside. Ling Yun led Su Yao through the crowd, up the stairs to the fourth floor, stopping before a door marked 403. The door opened, and he casually plopped down on the sofa, leaning back in a relaxed manner. Su Yao stood at the doorway, curiously surveying this small space of less than 30 square meters. Dark gray wallpaper complemented black carpet, with all the amenities: TV, refrigerator, coffee machine fully equipped, even a sleek silver workstation tucked in the corner. This is the place I told you about. Ling Yun spoke first. Where exactly is this? Su Yao took a seat across from him, still puzzled. It's a temporary base for hunting groups, I suppose. Ling Yun stretched lazily. What exactly is a hunting group? Su Yao pressed. Rather than answering directly, Ling Yun began to explain. Ever since the age of magical beasts arrived, humanity has lived in constant fear of these creatures. Later, a group of powerful individuals closed the major spacetime rifts, and humanity finally welcomed a new era. He paused, tapping his fingers lightly on the coffee table. Well, a new era, the age of beast tamers, belonging to every beast tamer. This content is what your generation, and every generation, must learn in the classroom. Su Yao nodded slightly. This was indeed standard textbook material. But the world still isn't peaceful. Ling Yun's gaze swept past the window. Countless magical beasts hide in every corner. Though humans have built high walls and created brilliant urban civilizations, the wilderness remains a paradise for magical beasts. Every year, beast tides assault our cities, causing countless casualties. His tone softened. Under these conditions, hunting groups were born. We rely on the Beast Tamer Guild, yet operate independently from it. A new organization? Su Yao grew increasingly curious. Actually, once you graduate from university, you'll naturally learn what hunting groups are. Ling Yun pointed toward the large electronic screen in the corner. Let me give you a general introduction now. Hunting groups, officially called hunting and reconnaissance adventure groups. We have three responsibilities: eliminate magical beasts that appear in cities, collect spiritual materials in the wilderness, and monitor magical beast movements. To put it nicely, we serve human safety. To put it bluntly, we do it for money. His frankness was refreshingly honest. Following his gesture, Su Yao saw the screen displaying scrolling mission information numbers, targets, rewards, and deadlines clearly visible. Hunting group missions differ greatly from Beast Tamer Guild missions. Ling Yun continued explaining. Guild missions are mostly solo tasks with low difficulty, low risk, and low rewards. Hunting group missions involve high risk and high rewards, typically executed by teams. I understand. Su Yao grasped the main points, but frowned. But what does this have to do with me? I'm just an apprentice beast tamer. The Cloud Garment Hunting Group is a beginner-level hunting group, founded by Li Hongyi and myself. Ling Yun straightened up, his tone serious. Beginner hunting groups require a captain who must be an elementary beast tamer, plus 4 apprentice beast tamers. Su Yao raised an eyebrow, half joking. You've taken a liking to me? That sounds weird. Exactly. Ling Yun smiled, but his eyes remained sincere. Our hunting group has encountered a small setback and is currently short 1 apprentice beast tamer, but our mission deadline is approaching. So you want me to join and help you complete the mission? Su Yao had seen through his intention. Ling Yun nodded. There have been many hunting group missions lately. We originally wanted to find freelance beast tamers, but most of them already have missions, and those with strong abilities look down on us. So we came up with a plan to have Hong Yi wait at the Beast Tamer Guild's reception desk to look for apprentice beast tamers. We just didn't expect her to bring you here without any explanation. Ling Yun placed the paper cup filled with hot tea on the wooden table, looked up at Su Yao across from him, his tone sincere, yet tinged with helplessness. May I ask what your mission is? Su Yao tentatively inquired. I'm afraid that's not possible. Ling Yun shook his head gently, his fingers tracing along the cup's rim. As a professional hunting team, we have confidentiality obligations. As the two locked eyes, a sharp scream suddenly echoed from the corridor. Yin Yin Shorty, you two traitors. Haven't I been good enough to you? Accompanied by footsteps, Li Hongyi was pushed in, bound hand and foot, with Lu Yun and Li Qi flanking her on either side, their expressions both embarrassed and helpless. Sister Hongyi, Li Qi and I had no choice. You know what the captain is like when he gives orders? Can we really disobey? That awful Ling Yun. Once I become a junior beast tamer, he's the first one I'm going to beat down. Lu Yun muttered quietly. Hey, damn Ling Yun. There's an outsider here. Are you really going to let me lose face like this? Li Hongyi stamped her feet in anger. Ling Yun gestured with his hand. Sorry about that. Quite embarrassing. Lu Yunyun immediately understood and untied the ropes. The moment Li Hongyi was freed, she wanted to pounce on Ling Yun, but noticing Su Yao was still present, she obediently sat down next to Ling Yun and remained silent. Once everyone was seated, she regained her cheerful nature and turned to look at Su Yao. So, how about it, handsome? Ready to join us? I just graduated and don't have much experience. Plus, I have to take the Beast Taming University entrance exam in 2 months, which means I'll have to leave Shenyang City, so I'm afraid. Su Yao spoke honestly. He actually wanted to experience real beast tamer life, but his abilities were still limited, and the exam remained his top priority. No problem, Li Hongyi eagerly explained. You can be our temporary team member. This mission only lasts 14 days. It definitely won't interfere with your exam. Su Yao was tempted by her words. He thought to himself, being able to test his combat abilities before the exam would indeed be very beneficial. So he confirmed once more. When does your mission start? In 5 days. Ling Yun answered decisively. But we need to finalize the roster by noon today. Clearly, he could hear the hint of agreement in Su Yao's tone. All right, I agree. Su Yao nodded, immediately adding, but I'll leave the hunting team before the exam. I hope you understand. Understood. Ling Yun retrieved an application form from his spatial ring and handed it over. Fill out the information first. I'll enter it into the system, and you'll officially become a member of the Yun-E hunting team. Su Yao's gaze fell on the silver-gray ring. This is a spatial ring, but it's the hunting team's communal equipment, not my personal property. Ling Yun noticed his scrutiny and casually explained. Su Yao naturally understood spatial rings, a typical product of the beast taming era combined with modern technology. Using independent spaces carved out by spatial-type beasts and supplemented with modern craftsmanship, these essential pieces of equipment had almost no time flow and could store large quantities of supplies. For beast tamers constantly traveling in the wilderness, nothing could be more convenient. He withdrew his gaze and began filling out the form. The application was simple, containing only a few fields like name, age, and level. After completing and returning it, Ling Yun smiled and handed him an access card. Well then, we'll meet here in 5 days. This is the door code. Yes, see you then. Su Yao stood up to bid farewell to everyone and left the hunting team's headquarters. Regarding the mission 5 days away, he felt both nervous and excited, but he was very clear in his mind. However, the most important thing right now was the duel with Wang Tianhong in 2 days. Bang, bang, bang. Urgent knocking echoed from outside the room as Su Yin's voice called out, "Brother, get up quickly." Su Yao rubbed his sleepy eyes, pushed himself up from the edge of the bed, and opened the door. In the hallway, his sister stood with an anxious expression, practically bouncing on her toes. What's wrong? Aren't you on summer vacation? Wouldn't it be better to sleep a bit more? He yawned deeply. Sleep, sleep, sleep. That's all you think about. You're a graduate of the top high school, and you don't even know about such a big event today? Su Yin frowned tightly, frustrated with his lack of awareness. What big event? The duel. She grabbed his arm. Hurry up and get ready, or we won't get good seats if we're late. He was dragged into the bathroom, and the cold water splashing on his face instantly drove away his drowsiness. Today was the day he had arranged to meet Wang Tianhong. That guy's provocation wasn't just impulsive behavior. There was probably some hidden agenda, so he needed to stay alert. Brother, are you ready? Su Yin urged from outside the door. A showdown between 2 top high school prodigies, and you don't seem to care at all. I heard they're both talented and handsome, which must put a lot of pressure on those guys who only have looks. Oh, do you know who these 2 people are? Su Yao smiled meaningfully. Well, never mind that. Let's go quickly. We still need to find Xiaoyu. Su Yin rolled her eyes. Looking at his energetic sister, Su Yao felt warmth in his heart. Since their parents' death, the siblings had depended on each other. Although he now had a different soul, his love for his sister remained unchanged in this world. She was his only family. Brother, why are you staring at me? Su Yin felt embarrassed under his gaze and looked down at herself. Her skirt hem was properly at her knees, with no strange accessories. Her brother was good in every way, except he was too strict, always worried that bad people might lead her astray. Nothing, let's go. On their way downstairs, Su Yin lowered her voice. Brother, what kind of beast companion are you planning to contract? That's a secret. Su Yao kept her in suspense. Why don't you take the money our parents left me? You could choose one with high potential. It's very important for your future. She offered without hesitation. Their parents had left each sibling a sum of money, both for tuition and for contracting beast companions. To take care of his sister, Su Yao had never touched her share. Don't talk nonsense. That's what our parents left for you. How could I take it? His tone was unusually serious. Don't be angry, I'm just thinking of you. Su Yin blinked her bright eyes. Faced with those clear, large eyes, Su Yao's anger instantly softened, and he patted her hair. Don't worry, I have my own way. I believe in you, brother. She smiled sweetly. Morning light bathed the campus as Su Yao and Su Yin walked side by side onto the field. In the center of the field stood a massive arena. By 9 o'clock sharp, the entire arena was already buzzing with excitement. The spectator stands were packed to capacity, with people chatting loudly while floating screens around the venue repeatedly broadcast previews of the upcoming duel between two novice beast tamer apprentices. Wow, there are so many people here today, Su-Yin said, craning her neck to look up at the stands with amazement. Indeed. Even the usually composed Su Yao seemed slightly surprised it was merely a match between two newcomers who had just stepped into the threshold of apprentice beast tamers, yet it had attracted such a massive crowd. Her phone vibrated. Hello, Xiaoyu, where are you? I'm already at the gymnasium, Su-Yin answered while sidestepping through the crowd. Section C, row 5, came Liao Xiaoyu's response from the other end. After hanging up, Su-Yin hurried towards Section C, scanning the crowd for her friend. Suddenly, she waved and shouted, "Oh, Xiaoyu, I'm over here." When the two met up, Su Yao followed closely behind his sister and took a seat next to Liao Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, this is my brother. You two haven't met before, right?" Su-Yin casually introduced them. "Hello, Liao Xiaoyu." Su Yao smiled politely. "Hello." Liao Xiaoyu's usually lively demeanor instantly became reserved, her voice so soft it was nearly drowned out by the crowd. "Hey, hey, hey, what's wrong with you, Xiaoyu? You're usually so bubbly, why can't you even speak properly now?" Su-Yin blinked, her gaze darting back and forth between her brother and best friend. Liao Xiaoyu's eyes kept avoiding theirs. "Don't tell me you have a crush on my brother. No wonder you're always secretly looking at his photos." Su-Yin wore an expression of the truth is revealed. "Xiaoyin, don't talk nonsense." Liao Xiaoyu's cheeks quickly flushed red. Seeing his friend's embarrassment, Su Yao felt compelled to intervene. "Su-Yin, stop making things up." But Su-Yin just shrugged nonchalantly. "What's the big deal? Brother, you're handsome, and you've gotten your beast tamer qualification. There'll definitely be lots of girls chasing after you in the future. Might as well let Xiaoyu have the advantage." With that, she jumped up. "I'm going to buy drinks. You two chat." Before leaving, she shot Su Yao an encouraging look. "Don't mind her, Xiaoyin just likes to tease me," Liao Xiaoyu said, looking down and nervously fidgeting with the hem of her skirt. "Right, just don't take it to heart," Su Yao reassured her, then took a closer look at the girl. Delicate features paired with round glasses, quiet and well-mannered, like a gentle spring breeze. She was completely different from his own, wild and crazy. Sistir really couldn't figure out how the two had become best friends. After a moment of silence, Liao Xiaoyu asked softly, "Xiaoyin mentioned earlier that you've already gotten university admission?" "Yes, I passed the soul test, and I'm just waiting for the academy assessment," Su Yao nodded. "Congratulations," Liao Xiaoyu smiled genuinely. "Thank you. You and Xiaoyin should work hard too. She told me you both want to become beast tamers." "Yes, becoming beast tamers and getting into the same academy together, that's been our promise since the day we became friends." Speaking of this, Liao Xiaoyu's smile deepened, as if recalling that initial moment. "Then work hard for it. I believe you two can definitely make it happen." Su Yao offered his sincere blessing. So his sister had such goals too. Thinking of this, Su Yao felt the pressure mounting. While he had the system's assistance and didn't need to worry, Su-Yin could only rely on hard work. The responsibility of earning money would ultimately fall on his shoulders. "Looks like the task of making money is up to me," he sighed inwardly, looking forward even more to the Cloud Garment Hunting Group's mission in a few days. "I'm back." Su-Yin walked over carrying 3 cups of milk tea. "Xiaoyu, my brother didn't bully you, did he?" "No, no. I had a wonderful chat with brother Su Yao." Liao Xiaoyu held the steaming paper cup, her cheeks flushed red, but her voice was as quiet as a mosquito. "Oh no, this is terrible. Xiaoyu, you're usually such a cool goddess, but how come you turn into a lovesick fool the moment you see my brother?" Su-Yin pretended to be serious, raising her hand to her forehead and letting out a long sigh. "How blind must you be to have a crush on my brother? What kind of way is that to talk? Am I really that hopeless in your eyes?" Su Yao raised an eyebrow. "Not hopeless, just absolutely terrible." Su-Yin stuffed a cup of milk tea into Liao Xiaoyu's hands and grabbed her hand, speaking seriously. "You know what? He's been bullying me since we were kids and never lets me talk to boys." "Really?" Liao Xiaoyu whispered in surprise. "I never would have guessed your brother was such a sister complex." "Don't think I didn't hear that." Su Yao's voice was calm, but clearly reached both girls' ears. Ever since his soul strength had been continuously improving, his perception had become frighteningly sharp. "Humph." Su-Yin stuck her tongue out at him and made a face. Su Yao raised his hand and gently tapped her forehead with his finger, then turned his gaze back to the center of the field that was what he truly cared about right now. Honestly, if the system hadn't suddenly issued a mission, he wouldn't have been interested in dealing with Wang Tianhong's provocation at all. He had always believed in keeping a low profile and developing steadily. After all, fame brings trouble. Suddenly, he spotted familiar figures at the entrance to the field. Wang Tianhong was walking in side by side with Xiang Zijia. "Huh, how come those two are together?" Su Yao murmured. "Brother, what did you say?" Su-Yin didn't catch it. "Oh, I was wondering how those two just got here." Su Yao replied casually. Before he finished speaking, enthusiastic cheers erupted from the other side of the stands. The three of them looked over to see Wang Tianhong walking up to the arena with steady steps, standing in the center, neither speaking nor moving, like a statue. It's starting, it's starting. Su Yin excitedly grabbed Su Yao's arm and shook it back and forth. Is it really that exciting? It's just a small competition. Su Yao swayed slightly from her shaking, but let her continue, his tone calm. Do you know how hard it is to watch a beast tamer duel in person? Su Yin asked back. Su Yao shook his head, clearly not understanding. Of course it's hard. Except for the Beast Tamer Championship held every 4 years, ordinary people never get to see this kind of duel. Their battles all take place in specific locations. Su Yin explained rapidly. That's right. Liao Xiaoyu chimed in. I can't believe the school agreed to this and made it so grand. I really wonder what the reason is. Their words made Su Yao pause slightly. Unlike the casual sparring matches in his previous life's memories, beast tamer competitions in this world were actually so rare. No wonder when he had agreed back then, everyone around him had looked at him strangely. Wait, Wang Tianhong is already on stage, so where's the other guy? In the stands, the crowd began to stir after their initial amazement. Could he be scared? Don't worry, it's not time yet. The noisy chatter reached his ears. Su Yao checked the time. It was about time and stood up, heading toward the stairs. Brother, where are you going? It's about to start, don't wander off. Su Yin called out quickly. Going to the restroom, I'll be right back. Su Yao waved his hand without stopping. Then hurry up, we'll save your seat. Su Yin's attention was quickly drawn back to the cheering from the stands, and she didn't follow him. Liao Xiaoyu beside her gently nudged her arm. What is it, Xiaoyu? Su Yin asked Liao Xiaoyu. That's not the direction to the restroom, is it? And are you sure your brother isn't heading toward the arena? Liao Xiaoyu asked weakly. At her reminder, Su Yin also looked in the direction her brother had left, blinking in bewilderment. No way. Is the other one my brother? That's right, it's Su Yao. Xiao Yin, that's definitely your brother. Liao Xiaoyu nodded truthfully. Ah. Su Yin suddenly screamed, startling everyone nearby to turn around in unison. That's my brother Su Yao, go for it. As soon as Su Yao stepped onto the arena in the center of the field, thunderous cheers erupted from the audience. His gaze swept across the crowd before finally settling on the stands where his sister sat, raising his hand to flash her a confident smile. See that? He's looking at me. He's obviously looking at me. So handsome, so charming. The girls in front of Su Yin instantly went wild, arguing until their faces turned red. On the other side of the arena, Wang Tianhong stood with his arms crossed, a smirk playing at his lips. You certainly seem to enjoy being the center of attention, don't you? Su Yao steadied himself and replied coolly. You're the one enjoying it, aren't you? Otherwise you wouldn't have been waiting here so early. Humph, I thought you wouldn't dare show up. Su Yao raised his left arm and tapped the face of his watch with his right index finger. You're the one who came early, it's not time yet. Enough with the clever words. Let's begin. Wang Tianhong growled. Wait a moment. What? Scared? Wang Tianhong sneered. If you're afraid, kneel down and beg for mercy now. I might spare your life. Spare my life? Who sent you? Su Yao narrowed his eyes. Who? I'm the one who wants to take your life. Faced with the sudden questioning, Wang Tianhong was clearly taken aback. Su Yao shook his head. I have no grudge against you. You dare to be so arrogant because someone's backing you up. It doesn't matter if you won't say I'll deal with you first, then settle accounts with them. Complete nonsense. If you want to fight, let's fight. Wang Tianhong roared, suddenly stepping forward as his soul formation instantly materialized. Pop! Black mist churned as a massive serpent, completely black, emerged from the soul formation. Its 6-meter-long body coiled around its master, scales gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Su Yao calmly waved his hand, and a similar soul formation lit up. Pale bone claws broke through the formation, gripping a staff topped with a skull. Then, a skeletal mage in tattered gray robes with a hunched back fully materialized, its cold, eerie laughter echoing across the arena and making Wang Tianhong's hair stand on end. Humph, cheap theatrics. He forced himself to maintain composure. The skeletal mage only reached its master's shoulder height, its tattered robes fluttering in the wind as if they might crumble at the slightest touch. Wang Tianhong mocked coldly. Without contracting your photon orb, you found this third-rate little skeleton instead? Discussions rippled through the audience. Wang Tianhong's shadow serpent is actually that big? It must be close to evolving. What kind of beast is that skeleton? A lesser skeleton. Isn't he supposed to be a genius? How did he contract such trash? Wait, it doesn't quite look like a lesser skeleton. Look at that staff in its hand. Just decoration, what else could it be? The surrounding discussions grew more intense as everyone speculated about who would emerge victorious in this battle. Xiaoyu, your grades are better than mine. So help me figure this out, can my brother actually win? The voices from the stands around the arena were overwhelmingly in favor of Wang Tianhong, making Su Yin's heart race with anxiety, her palms slick with sweat. Well, Liao Xiaoyu hesitated. She clearly understood the power gap between their spirit beasts. Wang Tianhong's shadow serpent was a full 6 meters long, its body gleaming with dark light, obviously at the late first-tier stage. As for Su Yao's skeleton mage, its potential was at most first-tier 5th stage. Forget about winning, the question was how long it could even last on the platform. There's a chance, I guess, she answered vaguely. A male student nearby snorted with laughter. A chance? The little skeleton is the most useless spirit beast there is. How could it possibly beat a shadow serpent? Suyin glared at him. Say that again. Did I say something wrong? Shadow serpents start at first-tier 8th stage, while little skeletons max out at first-tier 5th stage. The boy shrugged. If he wins, I'll eat all the trash on this entire field. Suyin was so choked up she couldn't speak for a long moment. Liao Xiaoyu pulled her back. Xiaoyin, ignore him. But inwardly, she worried if Su Yao lost too badly, Suyin would be utterly devastated. At the center of the arena, the match began. Wang Tianhong struck first, shouting, Shadow Serpent, Shadow Devour. The Shadow Serpent's form flashed like black lightning, gliding across the ground before suddenly opening its massive jaws to lunge straight at the skeleton mage. Shadow Devour was the Shadow Serpent's ultimate technique for breaking into the second tier, first binding the target at maximum speed, then tearing it to shreds with razor-sharp fangs. Su Yao, your little skeleton is about to get torn apart. Wang Tianhong's face twisted into a savage grin. The skeleton mage stood facing the attack, blue soul fire flickering in its eye sockets. Su Yao remained at the platform's edge, his expression calm. You think you've already won? What can a worthless spirit beast do? Before Wang Tianhong could finish his words, the skeleton mage made an astonishing move. It gripped its bone staff horizontally across its chest and crashed directly into the shadow serpent's fangs. Screech! The collision between bone staff and razor teeth produced an ear-splitting grinding sound, and the shadow serpent's fierce charge was actually blocked. How is that possible? Wang Tianhong cried out in shock. He wasn't the only one stunned. Even Su Yao was dazed. He had originally planned to command the skeleton mage to first cast Hellfire to force back the shadow serpent, then finish with a bone sword array. But at the instant he gave the command, the skeleton mage had actually refused his order, displaying independent battle consciousness. After its failed strike, the shadow serpent retreated at Wang Tianhong's command. The skeleton mage didn't pursue, instead planting its staff on the ground and reopening the distance between them. The atmosphere on the arena suddenly grew tense as both sides waited for the next explosive exchange. Did you see that? My brother easily blocked it. Suyin excitedly shook Liao Xiaoyu's arm. Yes, I saw. Liao Xiaoyu could only keep agreeing. The mocking male student stood frozen in place, muttering to himself, Shadow Devour was blocked? How could? He fell into complete self-doubt. On the arena, Wang Tianhong's face contorted as he roared, Su Yao, don't get cocky. The next move will be your little skeleton's death-toxic mist spread. The shadow serpent hissed, dark light flashing from its open maw as wisps of black fog seeped from between its scales, spreading instantly to envelop the entire arena. The black mist churned, and Wang Tianhong's figure was soon swallowed up. This was bad. The several leaders sitting on the podium watched as the mist drifted from the arena toward the audience, immediately sensing trouble. Is that poisonous gas? A student in the front row stared wide-eyed, his voice trembling. Oh no, run. The crowd instantly erupted into chaos as countless students pushed toward the exits, chairs toppling over and railings shaking. Xiaoyin, we should go too. Liao Xiaoyu grabbed her friend's hand. No, Xiaoyu, you go ahead. I need to wait for my brother so we can go home together. Su Yin's voice was choked with tears, but her feet remained firmly planted. By now, the arena was completely engulfed in black mist. Neither Su Yao nor Wang Tianhong could be seen, only the rolling fog where the shadow serpent moved within. Silence. A thunderous voice cut through the air, and the entire field fell dead quiet. A pale red glow descended from above, slicing through the poisonous fog like a blade, pushing straight toward the center of the arena. Wangwen, does your principal still want his job? Activate the arena's protective barrier now. The voice came again, cold and commanding. Yes, Director Wang. Wangwen shot to his feet and pressed the control device. A transparent barrier hummed to life, encasing the arena. Immediately after, a figure appeared beside Wang in white suit, black-rimmed glasses. It was Wang Shoren, director of the Shangyang City Beast Taming Management Bureau. Wang, what's going on here? Director Wang, it happened so suddenly. I never expected these two kids would cause such a commotion. Never expected, is that all? If something happens to all these students, how will you take responsibility? Yes, you're absolutely right, Director Wang. Wang Wen bowed his head in acknowledgement. Wang Shoren gazed toward the battlefield within the barrier, his eyes narrowing. Let's see how their match ends first. This kid Su Yao's tamed beast is quite interesting. Within the arena, the black mist churned, yet it dared not approach Su Yao. Strange white flames swirled around the young man, creating a safe zone around him. The skeleton magewam Su Yao had named Death stood at the center of the flames, blue light flickering in its hollow eye sockets, completely unaffected by the poisonous fog. Wang Tianhong, you didn't really think poison could harm an undead creature, did you? Su Yao's tone was mocking. The repeated provocations had ignited his fury. He commanded in a low voice, "Death, stop playing around. Burn away all this mist." The skeleton mage raised its staff high, and white karmic fire instantly gathered in the air, connecting like pearls on a string. The next second, the arena transformed into a blazing inferno. "Xiaoyin, look! The mist is clearing." Liao Xiaoyu pointed toward the depths of the flames. The shadow serpent's massive body was exposed to everyone's view, its scales curling and peeling from the intense heat as it writhed frantically. Wang Tianhong was in even worse condition, severely burned with tattered clothes. He could only kneel on the ground, barely breathing. "It's over." Su Yao looked up, his voice ice cold. A sword formation materialized above the shadow serpent. Dozens of bone swords diving down in unison, ready to pierce through the venomous snake. "That's enough, young friend. It's just a match, no need for killing blows." Wang Shoren stepped onto the arena in one stride, his robes billowing. With a wave of his hand, all the bone swords crumbled to dust. Su Yao clasped his hands and bowed. "Greetings, senior." He didn't recognize the man, but from how easily he had destroyed the bone swords, Su Yao could tell this was no ordinary beast tamer. "Take him for medical treatment." Wang Shoren turned his head to give the order. Medical staff rushed over with a stretcher, carrying away the severely injured Wang Tianhong. Without soul power to sustain it, the shadow serpent dissolved into flowing light and retreated to its taming space. Wang Shoren grasped Su Yao's right hand and raised it high, announcing loudly, "I declare the winner of this match, Su Yao." Before Wang Shoren finished speaking, thunderous cheers erupted across the arena. In the stands, hundreds of students rose to their feet in unison, their applause so intense it seemed to make the air itself tremble as they chanted the same name in perfect harmony, Su Yao. The wave of excitement from the crowd was palpable, and even the ground seemed to vibrate in response. "What's wrong? Getting nervous?" Wang Shoren turned to look at Su Yao beside him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Not nervous, just didn't expect them to be so enthusiastic." Su Yao answered honestly, his palms still slightly damp with sweat. "They're your underclassmen, after all." Wang Shoren nodded. Seeing their senior fight so well naturally gets them fired up. "This is a good thing, it'll draw more attention to you." "Attention to me?" Su Yao paused, looking puzzled. "Exactly." Wang Shoren's tone shifted as he glanced around. "But this isn't the place to discuss it in detail. Come with me somewhere. My sister is still over there." "Go ahead, I'll wait for you." Wang Shoren patted Su Yao's shoulder reassuringly. Su Yao quickly jumped down from the platform, pushed through the crowded spectators, and rushed towards Su Yin and Liao Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, in a corner, Xiang Zijie stared intently at the arena, his face dark with anger. "Useless, Wang Tianhong is completely useless," he growled, grabbing his water cup and hurling it violently against the wall crack. The cup shattered into pieces, water droplets scattering everywhere. "Young master, please don't let it upset you," urged Uncle Ian, the composed middle-aged butler standing beside him. "That boy is just showing off for the moment. He'll never amount to even a fraction of what you are. Wang Tianhong is no longer needed." Xiang Zijie wiped the water droplets from his fingertips and made a slashing gesture across his throat. "Put the plans against Su Yao on hold for now. We'll deal with him once we're at Beast Taming University." "Understood, young master." Uncle Ian bowed respectfully. The two left the arena together, leaving only glass fragments on the ground reflecting cold light. On the other side of the arena, "Brother, you were amazing. I knew you could win." Su Yin's eyes sparkled as she rushed over and jumped into Su Yao's arms. Su Yao instinctively opened his arms to catch her steadily. "You're too old to act like a little kid." "Humph." Su Yin's cheeks instantly flushed red as she quickly let go. "Now for the serious matter. Why did you lie to me? You clearly contracted such a powerful beast, yet you let me worry for so long. The system's existence absolutely cannot be revealed." Su Yao's heart sank, and for a moment he was at a loss for words. Liao Xiaoyu noticed his predicament and gently tugged at Su Yin's sleeve. "Xiaoyin, don't blame your brother. He probably wanted to give you a surprise. That's why he kept it secret." After speaking, she playfully winked at Su Yao. Taking the hint, Su Yao played along. "Right, it was meant to be a surprise." "Humph, since when did you two become so close?" Su Yin pouted, her gaze shifting back and forth between them. "Xiaoyu, you're even taking his side." Liao Xiaoyu's cheeks burned under the scrutiny, and though she kept her head down, she couldn't help stealing glances at Su Yao. Meanwhile, Su Yao's mind was racing. "No way. Does this girl actually have feelings for me? For Xiaoyu's sake, I'll let it slide this time." Su Yin raised her small fist. "But don't you dare lie to me again." Okay, I promise I won't lie to you again." Su Yao nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, Su Yin looked around. "Wait, where's that guy who was mooching food and drinks earlier? He slipped away into the crowd ages ago. Don't worry about him." Liao Xiaoyu whispered. "I better not see him again." Su Yin shadowboxed a few moves before turning to collect her bag from her seat. After seeing his sister off, Su Yao breathed a sigh of relief and said earnestly to Liao Xiaoyu, "Thank you. I really don't know what to do with that mischievous girl." "It's no problem at all. I think everyone has some secrets they can't share with others." Liao Xiaoyu gazed at Su Yao with her big, watery eyes, as if hinting at something. Yes, everyone has secrets. Su Yao returned her gaze with an equally meaningful look. The brief eye contact made both of them acutely aware of something different about each other. Xiaoyin is my best friend, Liao Xiaoyu explained proactively as she saw Su Yin walking quickly toward them. Su Yao nodded. What are you two talking about? Su Yin asked curiously, joining the conversation. Nothing much. Xiaoyin, you and Xiaoyu should head back first. I still have something to Hat Senior is still waiting for me. Su Yao raised his hand, pointing toward the area below the stage to indicate he had to leave. Come back early then. Su Yin said reluctantly as the two girls turned and left. No sooner had they departed than a large crowd swarmed toward him. Senior Su Yao, please sign this for me. Several excited underclassmen held up their shirts, practically treating the fabric over their chests as autograph boards. Senior, what's your relationship with those two girls? The crowd pressed in tighter and tighter. The air filled with perfume and youthful screams, nearly suffocating Su Yao. After struggling to break through the encirclement, he discovered his clothes had been torn to mere scraps of fabric. After changing into a spare shirt, he hurried to Wang Shoren. Sorry, Senior, for keeping you waiting. He truly hadn't expected to make it off the main stage in one piece. Hee. Now you understand the troubles of being a beast tamer, don't you? Wang Shoren joked. The two left the auditorium side by side. What do you think about Shenyang City? Wang Shoren suddenly asked. Senior, what do you mean? Let's talk as we walk. Wang Shoren led the way with Su Yao following half a step behind. You should be familiar with the Great Zhou's administrative system, right? Yes. The Great Zhou operates under a provincial system with 24 provinces, each with its own capital. Correct. But the provinces not only compete fiercely with each other theory, also clearly ranked. The Xinhai province where we live is only a second-tier province. It's not at the bottom, but it's hardly strong either. The only reason it maintains its second-tier status is because of one school. You mean Tianshu Academy? Exactly. The gaps between provinces and between cities are equally obvious. While Xinhai province is second-tier, Shenyang City is merely a third-tier city within the province. By this point, Su Yao understood the senior's intention. Shenyang City had a small population with even fewer gifted individuals, and its resources and development were similarly limited. Even after becoming beast tamers, people often stagnated due to lack of support. Going to the provincial capital Tianhai City would be different. Beast tamers were everywhere there. Wang Shoren sighed. Advanced beast tamers like me are just background noise in Tianhai City. Even an advanced beast tamer evaluated himself this way. Su Yao's heart trembled slightly. Tianhai City was Xinhai province's only first-tier city. Below first tier were called cities. Above first tier were called metropolises. With your qualifications, you surely won't stay in Shenyang City, right? Have you decided which university to apply to? Not yet. I want to visit the provincial capital first. With your talent, you should try for Tianshu Academy. You're already an apprentice beast tamer, aren't you? Huh? You know about that? Su Yao was surprised. There are few things in Shenyang City that escape my notice. But you need to be careful. While Tianshu Academy only requires a soul strength of 1.2 to apply, most who take the exam are apprentice beast tamers, and some have even mastered real soul techniques. Don't underestimate them. I'll consider it seriously. Su Yao responded earnestly. Go in. I have a gift for you. Wang Shoren pushed open the door in front of them and stepped inside. Su Yao followed closely behind into what appeared to be a school conference room. Please have a seat, Su Yao. Wang Shoren first pulled out a chair, then raised his hand in a welcoming gesture. Su Yao sat down across from him, his eyes filled with confusion. Senior, what exactly did you want to see me about? I want you to do everything in your power to get into Tianshu University. Wang Shoren's tone was direct and to the point. Huh. Su Yao didn't quite understand. Wang Shoren clasped his hands together on the table, his expression serious. I've worked at the Shenyang City Beast Taming Administration for 15 years, and I've witnessed countless beast tamers rise and fall. You are the most talented student I've ever encountered. Senior, you flatter me. Wang Shoren immediately followed up with a question. If I'm not mistaken, your beast is a newly discovered evolved creature, isn't it? That's correct. It evolved from a little skeleton. Su Yao answered honestly. He understood clearly that if Wang Shoren truly intended to target him, he would have no way to resist, so it was better to trust him directly. As expected of a genius, even a little skeleton can be cultivated to evolve under your care. Wang Shoren raised an eyebrow, his admiration evident. At this point, he decided to reveal his true intentions. I've been in Shenyang City long enough. This is exactly the opportunity one need. Su Yao pressed further. What do you mean, Senior? The Beast Taming Administration is an official institution of the Great Zhou dynasty, overseeing beast tamer affairs in each city. It's different from the Beast Tamer Guild. I'm the director of Shenyang City's Beast Taming Administration, with more authority than even the mayor, but my cultivation has been stuck at the advanced beast tamer level for years. To advance further, I need to leave this place. What do you need me to do? Strictly speaking, you don't need to do anything extra, just get into Tianshu University. I assumed that was already your goal anyway. Su Yao understood immediately. Tianshu University was the top institution in Xinhai province, only accepting the most gifted among the gifted. If someone from Shangyang City were admitted, it would be a significant achievement for Wang Shoren's record, allowing him to advance in his career. He still had a question though. Why choose me? Xiang Zijie and Jiang Yushuan are just as talented, and they have powerful family backing. Won't their chances be better? Precisely because they have family support, the credit wouldn't fall to me. Wang Shoren spoke frankly. You're different. I've investigated your background. I hope you don't mind orphan since childhood, living with only your sister, no connections, relying entirely on yourself. Senior, I understand. Actually, even if you hadn't approached me, Tianshu University was already my goal. Wang Shoren's proposal only strengthened Su Yao's resolve. Excellent. Wang Shoren declared loudly. As long as you get into Tianshu University, I guarantee I'll help your sister become a beast tamer and provide her with a beast whose evolutionary potential is no less than rare grade. Then I thank you, senior. Su Yao could tell the other party was showing goodwill. Wang Shoren reached into his spatial ring and pulled out two somewhat worn books, handing them over. This is for you. Su Yao accepted them with both hands. Elementary Soul Techniques, Fire Meteor, and Wind Walk. The first page read, Fire Meteor summons a massive fire tribute meteorite to crash down on enemies, exploding upon impact and causing splash damage. The second book recorded, Wind Walk harnesses the power of wind to glide, increasing movement speed. As soon as Su Yao picked up the book, a system notification appeared. A pale blue screen materialized before his eyes with a line of text. Would you like to learn the basic soul skill Fire Meteor? Yes, no. After a moment's thought, he pressed no and turned his attention to Wang Shoren beside him. I'd like to give you this soul skill book. I hope it can help improve your combat abilities. Su Yao handed over the book with a serious expression. I've heard that Tianshu University's entrance exam tests far more than just beast taming prowess. Could you offer me some guidance, senior? Wang Shoren calmly accepted the book, flipped through it briefly, then looked up. Tianshu University isn't something just anyone can apply to. You need a designated quota. Su Yao was stunned. The principal had never mentioned anything about quotas, and he immediately felt anxious, his gaze fixed on Wang Shoren. Seeing his confusion, Wang Shoren continued his explanation. As everyone knows, to apply to Tianshu University, the hard requirement is achieving a soul strength rating of 1.2 on your first Beast Tamer Guild assessment. Shangyang City hasn't had anyone meet this threshold in 20 years, so people have pretty much forgotten about the whole quota system. I see. Su Yao scratched his head with an embarrassed smile. So this year's quota. Don't worry, Shangyang City's quota is naturally yours. Wang Shoren nodded slightly. After all, you're the only one in the entire city who meets the standard. Only then did Su Yao feel relieved. Let me explain Tianshu University's admission process. Wang Shoren spoke at a measured pace, each word clear and distinct. The academy only accepts 2,000 students annually, drawing not just from provincial talent, but selecting candidates from all 23 other provinces nationwide. Third-tier cities within the province typically get 1 to 5 spots. Second-tier cities get 20 to 50 at all, depends on the city's overall strength. Shangyang City is only a third-tier city, so we only have one quota. If no one qualified this year, we'd lose even that single spot. Su Yao was secretly amazed. Tianshu University's quotas are that scarce. Of course. Wang Shoren smiled. Within your province, it's just a second-tier provincial university. But across the entire Great Zhou dynasty, Tianshu University is one of the 20 premier first-tier beast-taming academies. Though it ranks at the bottom of that list, it has produced countless accomplished beast tamers. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, just give it your all. What exactly does the entrance exam test? Su Yao couldn't help but ask. Secret Realm Trials, Wang Shoren said, uttering those 4 words. Secret Realm? Su Yao's eyes widened. You mean, magical beast secret realms? What he knew of magical beast secret realms were subspaces left behind after spatial rifts closed, preserving their original environments with hordes of magical beasts inside far more dangerous than ordinary habitats. Wang Shoren waved his hand dismissively. No need to be nervous. The secret realms used by the academy have their realm cores under control, so there's no fatal risk. However, the path of a beast tamer inevitably involves danger, and top-tier academies want to ensure newcomers quickly develop the confidence to handle situations independently. Realm cores. Su Yao encountered yet another unfamiliar term. No need to delve into that for now. Wang Shoren closed the soul skill book and patted the cover solemnly. Remember this, only strength matters most. Practice the fire meteor I'm giving you diligently. Understood. Su Yao nodded in agreement with Wang Shoren's assessment. Indeed, without sufficient strength, knowing too much would only lead to unnecessary worry. All right, I've told you everything you need to know. The rest is up to you, Wang Shoren said. In the modest office, sunlight cut the sandalwood desk into distinct patches of light and shadow. Wang Shoren leaned back in his chair, his expression calm yet tinged with encouragement. Thank you, senior. Su Yao stood straight, his tone sincere. By the way, aren't you supposed to join a mission with the uni hunting group? Go back and prepare. Wang Shoren waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away sparrows. How did you know about that, senior? Su Yao looked puzzled. The Beast Tamer Guild, hunting groups, and the Beast Management Bureau may seem unrelated, but they're all entangled in the same web. Wang Shoren's voice remained steady. Just remember this. No matter which prefecture or county you're in within the Great Zhou, the Beast Management Bureau is always the strongest. Su Yao nodded, understanding clearly that the Beast Management Bureau represented official authority, and once they mobilized their resources, no civilian force could stand against them. The day you graduated, your file was already on my desk. Wang Shoren smiled, tapping the desktop with his fingertip. Was it the principal? Su Yao ventured. Of course. His school produced a genius, and he couldn't wait to announce it to the world. Wang Shoren spread his hands. With the Beast Management Bureau's authority, what can't we investigate? Su Yao silently complained to himself. He had wanted to keep a low profile, but that competition was like throwing a stone into a pond, creating ripples. He quickly stopped his thoughts, worried his mental imagery was getting too poetic. I know you'll feel pressure, but pressure can also be motivation. Wang Shoren softened his tone. I'm looking forward to seeing your performance at Tianshu University. All right, I'll take my leave now. Su Yao bowed slightly and turned to go. Oh, one more thing. Wang Shoren stroked his chin. What is it, senior? Su Yao paused. Stop calling me senior all the time. I'm only in my early 40s, but you're making me sound like an old man. Wang Shoren's smile deepened. Call me Uncle Wang from now on. Su Yao hesitated. Proper etiquette toward a high-level beast tamer was important, but Wang Shoren's gaze carried a hint of don't refuse. There's nothing wrong with it, Wang Shoren urged again. Uncle Wang, I'll take my leave now. Su Yao finally relented under the man's knowing gaze. Go ahead. Wang Shoren watched Su Yao walk out the door, his expression satisfied. Just as Su Yao's figure disappeared, a black-cloaked figure silently materialized beside the desk. What do you think of this kid? Wang Shoren turned his head. Hard to say. Came an androgynous voice from under the hood. We'll judge after he gets into Tianshu University. Having talent means nothing if you don't know how to use it. I'm quite optimistic about him. Wang Shoren straightened up. Let's wait and see. The face beneath the hood showed neither joy nor sorrow, only gazing through the corridor window in the direction Su Yao had gone. At dusk, Su Yao pushed open his front door. The entryway light came on as he changed into slippers, immediately spotting his sister Su-in lounging coolly on the living room sofa, chin propped on one hand. Brother, you're back? The girl looked up curiously. Su Yao sat down beside her. Brother, what exactly is your beast? I looked it up, and ordinary little skeletons aren't that powerful. Su-in blinked, her voice full of curiosity. Su Yao's expression immediately turned serious. Su-in, asking about someone's beast is a major taboo. He raised his hand in a stop gesture. Everyone's beast information must be kept secret. Once it's known by people with ill intentions, you become a target for specific attacks. If you casually ask around and encounter an unreasonable beast tamer, they might attack you on the spot. Fine, I won't ask, Su-in pouted. Though she understood his point, she still muttered rebelliously under her breath, feeling somewhat wronged. She knew her question wasn't appropriate, but stubbornly added anyway. It's not that I don't want to tell you. I just want you to understand that the world of beast tamers isn't child's play. I'm about to take the entrance exam for Tian High, and once I get in, I'll have less and less time to come home, Su Yao said. What? Brother, you're going to Tian High City? Su-in exclaimed in surprise, but thinking of her brother's battle with Wang Tianhong that morning, she felt much more at ease. Her brother's talent was never inferior to anyone else's, and if he could enter the most prestigious academy in the Great Zhou dynasty, his future path would naturally be much broader. That's right. Su Yao's gaze drifted past the windowsill to the distant buildings. This world is vast, and Shenyang City is too small. I want to see different scenery. I understand, brother. Su-in nodded earnestly. Go ahead with peace of mind. I'll take good care of myself. What are you talking about? I'm just going to take an exam and attend school, not saying goodbye forever. Su Yao raised his hand as if to strike. Su-in was prepared and spun around, darting 2 meters away to hide behind the sofa. Watching his sister's retreating figure, Su Yao felt a faint melancholy in his heart. They had only truly lived together for a few months, yet it had already given him his first taste of the weight of family bonds. Brother, don't worry. Su-in poked her head out again, her bright black eyes sparkling. I'll definitely become a beast tamer and then come find you in Tian High City. You little rascal. Su Yao chuckled and said nothing more. By the way, brother, you still haven't told me what your tamed beast is. Su-in maintained a safe distance across the coffee table. Come here, I won't hit you. Su Yao waved helplessly. Su-in cautiously moved to his side and sat down properly, keeping her head lowered. My tamed beast is an evolved form of the little skeletonous skeleton mage. Su Yao introduced casually. Brother, you're lying to me again. Su-in puffed out her cheeks in anger. Little skeletons don't have any evolutionary forms at all. It's written clearly in the books. Oh, not bad. You even know to check references. Suyao couldn't help but smile. How dare you make fun of me? I'm not making fun of you. But the books also say that humans understand less than 1,000th of all beast species, forms, and attributes. Su Yin's eyes widened. Brother, are you saying? That's right. I discovered the evolutionary form of the little skeleton. Su Yao's tone was calm, yet his pride was unmistakable. He silently added to himself. Sorry, Xiao Yin, I can't tell you about the system. But this isn't really deception after all. What the system discovered is what I, Su Yao, discovered. With this thought, any trace of guilt vanished completely. Brother, you're amazing. Su Yin's eyes curved into crescents. Of course, I'm a genius. Su Yao made no effort to hide his youthful arrogance in front of his sister. Then let's go out for dinner tonight. I want barbecue. Su Yin shook his arm expectantly. Sure, you can have whatever you want. Su Yao waved his hand magnanimously. Thank you, brother. She threw herself onto his shoulder and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. You little rascal, where are your manners? Su Yao touched the spot where she had kissed him. Humph. Su Yin glanced at him and turned to go back to her room to pick out clothes. Su Yao also entered his own room after all. He still had mission rewards to collect. The system distributed the rewards. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Wang Tianhong's unwillingness reward points 500. Elementary soul crystal 1 obtained. System, what's this elementary soul crystal for? Su Yao rolled the newly acquired crystal between his fingers. It was entirely dark green, like solidified glass, emanating a faint glow. Soul crystals are condensed forms of high concentration soul energy. Upon absorption, they can directly enhance the host's soul strength. How do I absorb it? Simply channel your soul power to guide it. The system provided additional explanation. Under normal circumstances, humans could only gradually capture sparse soul energy from the air energy that flowed into this planet through spatial rifts, extremely difficult to gather except in magical beast sanctuaries. Soul crystals could bypass this lengthy process. This was Su Yao's first time learning that something could directly boost soul strength. He silently reflected that so-called geniuses were simply those whose absorption rates far exceeded ordinary people. Following the instructions, he channeled his soul power, silver light wrapping around the crystal at his fingertips. Warm currents surged into his consciousness, noticeably elevating his soul strength. Within mere moments, the crystal crumbled to dust and scattered in the wind. Attribute panel. Constitution, 1.0. Soul strength, 3.2. Soul power, 320320. Race, human. Level, apprentice beast tamer. Soul skills, bloodthirsty blade, LV1. Contracted beast, skeleton mage. Reward points, 1700. Inventory, elementary undead stone 10. Holy water 100 milliliters. Elementary soul skill, fire meteor. Elementary soul skill, wind walk. Su Yao opened his inventory, and with a flick of his hand, 2 dark red skill books appeared. Learn elementary soul skills, fire meteor, and wind walk. Yes, no. Yes. Light flashed, and the panel updated. Soul skills, bloodthirsty blade, LV1. Fire meteor, LV1. Wind walk, LV1. The system displayed another notification. Event reward claimed host's first beast battle participation. Reward points 500. With 2,200 reward points accumulated, Su Yao nodded with satisfaction. Time to enhance my skills. The system prompted. Soul skills can be upgraded to a maximum of LV9. Elementary soul skills at LV9 can unleash intermediate level power. LV1 LV2 requires 100 points. LV2 LV3 requires 200 points, with costs increasing progressively. Intermediate and advanced soul skills consume even more. He first upgraded Bloodthirsty Blade to LV5, then raised both Fire Meteor and Wind Walk to LV2. Updated attributes. Constitution, 1.0. Soul Strength, 3.2. Soul Power, 320320. Race, human. Level, Apprentice Beast Tamer. Soul Skills, Bloodthirsty Blade LV5, Fire Meteor LV2, Wind Walk LV2. Contracted Beast, Skeleton Mage. Reward points, 0. He had originally planned to invest all points into Bloodthirsty Blade, but upgrading from LV5 to LV6 required 1,600 points, forcing him to temporarily distribute points among the other 2 skills. After completing these upgrades, he retrieved the beast egg that was still incubating. To contract a second beast, he needed to raise his soul strength to 5, which would take at least another month at his current pace. System, how can I obtain more soul crystals? They're not available in the shop. With the assessment approaching, he desperately needed to grow stronger and could only rely on the system. Soul crystals are exclusive system items, obtainable only through task rewards. They cannot be exchanged through event rewards or reward points. Su Yao felt somewhat disappointed. If he could stockpile large quantities of soul crystals, he would have a way to become much stronger in a short time. For now, he could only be patient and absorb them bit by bit on his own. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, The day of his appointment with the Cloud Garment hunting team arrived. The agreed meeting time was 10 in the morning, but he still arrived at the base half an hour early. It was an unremarkable two-story building with peeling paint on the exterior walls, though it was clear that people frequently came and went. Su Yao took out the key Ling Yun had given him, and with a click, he pushed the door open. The television was on in the main hall, its screen flickering. Ling Yun was sprawled across the sofa with a sandwich in one hand and a remote control in the other. Hearing the commotion, he looked up. "Hey, kid, you're here pretty early. I remember we agreed on 10 o'clock. Captain Ling, didn't you also arrive early?" Su Yao smiled while scanning the room. "Don't call me Captain Ling. Just call me Brother Ling or Brother Yun like the others do." Ling Yun swallowed the bread in his mouth and casually pointed to the single chair across from him. "Brother Yun." "That's right." Ling Yun laughed heartily, his voice carrying a bold and generous tone. "Once you join the Cloud Garment hunting team, you're brothers with me, Ling Yun. I'll call you Little Yao from now on." While the two were chatting, the main door was pushed open again. Li Hongyi, Li Qi, and Lu Yunyun walked in together. Li Hongyi rushed over first, directly pulling Su Yao into a hug and patting his back. "Not bad, Su Yao? You're quite the celebrity now." "Sister Hongyi, what do you mean by that?" Su Yao was puzzled. "See for yourself." Li Hongyi shoved her phone into his hands and settled into the center of the sofa, with Li Qi and Lu Yunyun squeezing in on either side. The phone screen lit up, showing Shangyang City's forum almost completely flooded with posts about Su Yao defeating Wang Tianhong. "This happened several days ago, and it's still this popular?" Su Yao scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. "Of course." Li Hongyi raised an eyebrow. "You easily took down a first-tier 9th-stage shadow serpent. Being called a genius isn't an exaggeration." "Exactly." Lu Yunyun's eyes sparkled. "In just a few days, other graduates haven't even figured out what to formally call their beast companions." Li Qi also nodded with feeling. "Wang Tianhong's talent wasn't bad, but unfortunately he ran into you." All right. Don't praise me so much that I get carried away." Su Yao waved his hands with a smile. He was well aware that while he stood out in Shangyang City, he was still far from being strong enough when considering the entire Xinhai province. He had no right to be arrogant. "Okay, let's get to business." Ling Yun raised his hand to interrupt the group's teasing. Li Qi took the opportunity to ask, "Brother Yun, what exactly is this mission? You're still keeping it secret from us." From his tone, this mission was likely anything but ordinary. However, Ling Yun didn't respond directly. Instead, he looked around at everyone. "With a new member joining the team, let's reintroduce ourselves first. We need to know each other well before we can trust our backs to our teammates." Su Yao understood that this was meant to help him integrate quickly. "I'll go first." Li Hongyi was the first to raise her hand. "Li Hongyi, apprentice beastmaster. My beast companions are a fire eagle and an iron armored bear, both already at the 2nd tier." The fire eagle had aerial advantages, and the iron armored bear had amazing defense. Both were extremely difficult opponents to deal with on the battlefield, as Su Yao had heard before. "I'm also an apprentice beastmaster," Li Qi continued. "My beast companion is a wind blade beetle, with a level above the 2nd tier. My beast companion is a 100 spirit flower, with 2nd tier 5th stage strength." Lu Yunyun followed suit. Su Yao didn't know much about wind blade beetles, but he had heard of 100 spirit flowers plant-type beast companions that excelled at control, and their secreted juices could also heal. Everyone's attention then focused on him, clearly waiting for him to speak. They all wanted to learn about this unseen beast companion that Su Yao possessed. "Su Yao, I heard your beast companion is a new species you cultivated yourself," Lu Yunyun asked. Li Hongyi quietly tugged at her sleeve, signaling her not to pry further. "Sorry, I didn't mean anything by it. I'm just a bit curious." Lu Yunyun realized her question was abrupt and quickly explained. Su Yao raised an eyebrow. "Sister Yunyun, who told you that?" He was surprised the news had spread so quickly. It was a post on the forum by someone called Innocent Beautiful Girl. "She said you bred an entirely new beast companion." Lu Yunyun immediately opened the thread and showed it to him. The familiar username on the screen made Su Yao instantly recognize the poster as his sister Su Yin. That girl had sworn to keep it secret, then turned around and bragged about it online. Fortunately, the post was just speculation without details, or he'd really want to go home and give her a beating. "That's right, this beast companion is indeed a new species I accidentally cultivated," Su Yao admitted openly. "Wow, you're so lucky." Lu Yunyun's eyes lit up with envy. "The advancement rate for beast companions is so low. My 100 spirit flower has already consumed 6 sets of advancement materials and is still stuck at the same stage." Her frustration was understandable. The higher a beast companion's racial tier, the harder advancement became, with repeated failures being all too common. Su Yao pressed his palms together. "Please keep this secret for me." "Of course, my lips are sealed." Li Hongyi was quick to respond. "Don't worry, Su Yao. We know better than to spread this around," Ling Yun also promised. But Ling Yun immediately turned to stare at Li Hongyi. "Hongyi, especially you, this isn't a trivial matter. Don't go blabbing about it." "Boss Ling, stop picking on me." Li Hongyi thumped her chest. "I'm Li Hongyi. a woman of her word. If I say I won't tell, I won't tell. Ling Yun rolled his eyes. You're exactly why I'm worried. This concerns Su Yao's safety. A new evolutionary path is worth a fortune. If word gets out, there's no guarantee someone won't target him. Not all beast tamers are righteous guardians. He turned to Su Yao with a serious tone. Until you have sufficient strength, never publicize this. Understood. Su Yao nodded, and the others echoed their agreement. They were indeed just curious about Su Yao's beast companion. But Ling Yun's concerns weren't unfounded. Staying on good terms with Su Yao might really lead to benefits down the road. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Su Yao quickly changed the subject. Boss Ling, what are your beast companions? He wasn't actually too worried about the post causing trouble. Judging from the comments, most people didn't believe it anyway. Shadow Snake, Mountain Rock Warrior, and one more. You'll find out about that one later. Ling Yun mysteriously left them hanging. Su Yao felt speechless. He hated people who said half of something and left the rest unsaid. But there wasn't much he could do about it, since it involved someone else's privacy. Alright, now that we've all gotten to know each other, let me explain the mission for our hunting party. Ling Yun swept his hand through his spatial ring, and an exquisite gift box the size of his palm appeared in his grasp, its polished surface reflecting the indoor lighting. Su Yao, this is for you. He handed the gift box to Su Yao. What is this? Su Yao accepted the box, feeling the smooth metallic texture with his fingertips, but didn't open it immediately. Go ahead and open it. Consider it your welcome gift to the team. Ling Yun smiled encouragingly. Alright. Su Yao stopped hesitating and lifted the lid. Inside the gift box lay a device resembling a wristwatch, its black and silver casing reflecting a subdued gleam. This is a beast control terminal. Ling Yun's voice carried a note of solemnity. Su Yao drew in a sharp breath. This is too valuable, Brother Yun. I can't accept it. His first instinct was to refuse. Don't worry about it. This is standard equipment for every hunting party member, and it's just a basic model anyway. Ling Yun waved dismissively with a smile. The Beast Control Terminal was a technological intelligence assistance system. 1. It could connect to vast databases to retrieve detailed information about tamed beasts, magical creatures, and spiritual items. 2. The higher the terminal's grade, the longer its lifespan and durability. 3. Additionally, it could access various mission platforms for accepting or posting commissions. Even so, a basic model's market price was no less than 50,000 yuan. Su Yao, just keep it. This amount of money really isn't much. Even if you don't use it now, you'll need one eventually. Li Hongyi urged from the side. Lu Yunyun and Li Qi also chimed in with agreement, their voices full of goodwill. Su Yao could only nod. Then I'll accept it. The terminal needed to be bound to personal identity. Ling Yun moved to his side to teach him the operation. With a soft humming sound, a floating blue virtual screen unfolded. Look, here's the personal center. Your information has been synchronized with the Uni hunting party, so you can check missions anytime. Ding. A new message popped up. Your hunting party leader has accepted a new mission. Please check it immediately. Mission 1. Go to Mizong Forest and collect teeth from 100 Fong beasts. Mission 2. Collect 10 stalks of century-old golden leaf ginseng. Mission 3 optional. Investigate the anomalous phenomena at Lotus Lake in Mizong Forest. Mission reward, 350,000 Dajo coins. Su Yao reviewed everything and made his assessment. Fong beasts, small pack-dwelling magical creatures with strength ranging from first tier 5th stage to second tier, with generally average individual combat power. Century-old golden leaf ginseng was common spiritual flora in Mizong Forest, just time-consuming to gather. As for the anomalous phenomena at Lotus Lake, he instinctively felt that would be the most dangerous part. Ling Yun closed the terminal. Get ready. We leave in half an hour. Everyone went to organize their equipment. Su Yao went into the bathroom to change into his specialized combat suit, with its tight-fitting material and form-fitting armor. Just as he finished fastening the wrist guards, Li Qi pushed through the door. Su Yao, are you nervous? He asked with a smile. To be honest, a little. Su Yao was candid, since this was his first time leaving civilized areas to venture into jungles where magical beasts roamed. Don't worry, we're all experienced. Just stick close to us when the time comes. Li Qi patted his shoulder. Remember, never show mercy to magical beasts until the beast dies. The battle continues. As he said this, he seemed to remember something, and a flash of sadness crossed his eyes. I understand. Su Yao nodded solemnly. Relax. Fighting magical beasts to the death isn't like sparring with beast tamers. Be careful in everything. With that, Li Qi turned and left. All right, everyone, let's get ready to move out. Ling Yun clapped his hands, and everyone gathered around. He scanned the group, his voice steady. Everyone be careful. Although this isn't our first time entering the Misty Pine Forest, you all know the dangers that lurk there. This time we have Su Yao joining us, so we must ensure his safety. Don't worry, Captain. Li Hongyi raised her hand in a mock salute, her playful tone mixed with seriousness. I'll take good care of little brother Su Yao. The group then left the base, walking along the gravel road toward the parking area. There sat a heavily modified off-road vehicle. Its exterior was covered with reinforced steel plates forged from rare metals. thick enough that even bullets would struggle to leave a mark. The tires had been replaced with specially made, ultra-durable ones that could withstand rocks and thorns for extended periods in an emergency. This vehicle could serve as a mobile fortress. Along the way, Li Hongyi filled Su Yao in on the basics of the Misty Pine Forest. There's a wide variety of magical beasts there, but most are fairly weak. As long as we're cautious, we'll be fine. She explained that the Misty Pine Forest was located near Shenyang City and was rich in resources, making it the preferred training ground for beast tamers in the area. Apprentices often formed temporary teams to hunt there, both for combat experience and to earn materials. However, the dangers weren't limited to the magical beasts alone. Before Su Yao could ask questions, Li Hongyi had already pulled up her personal terminal and sent him a file. Su Yao looked down to browse through it. The document detailed dangerous areas within the forest, the distribution and combat strength assessments of common magical beasts, with several forbidden zones highlighted in red text. Li Hongyi fixed her gaze on him, her expression unusually serious. Remember, the most dangerous threats often aren't the magical beasts. You mean other hunting parties? Su Yao quickly caught on. Exactly. She nodded. Human hearts are unpredictable. I'll study the materials carefully. After Su Yao responded, Li Hongyi closed her eyes to rest, giving him quiet time to read. After leaving the main road, the tires crushed dirt and tree roots, causing the vehicle to bounce violently. After about half an hour, Ling Yun hit the brakes. Everyone out. The group was roused and jumped to the ground. Light mist swirled around their knees, and towering trees surrounded them, trunks so thick it would take two people to wrap their arms around them, with branches and leaves blocking out the sky. Ling Yun surveyed their surroundings. We're at the forest's edge now. The vehicle can't go any further. Li Qi, record the vehicle's coordinates. Lu Yunyun and Li Hongyi, scout ahead. Yes. With orders given, everyone instantly switched to combat mode, even the usually playful Li Hongyi dropping her smile. Seeing that Ling Yun hadn't assigned him a task, Su Yao spoke up. What about me? Stay close to me, don't wander off. Su Yao then pointed to the dense canopy overhead. Brother Yun, why not send the tame beasts up for aerial reconnaissance? Wouldn't the view be better? Ling Yun chuckled and shook his head. Look at these trees, 30 to 40 meters tall, with branches and leaves forming a solid dome. You can't see through from above. Besides, who told you the sky is safe? Before he finished speaking, Ling Yun's terminal vibrated softly. Boss, we've got a situation. 9 o'clock direction, 200 meters out, 3 white thorn monkeys. Li Hongyi's voice came through the earpiece. Copy that. Li Qi, finish the positioning and catch up. Ling Yun barked out the order, then immediately took off toward Li Hongyi's direction. Su Yao immediately gave chase, and the group quickly reached their designated position. After the system enhancement, his physical attributes had reached 1, equivalent to twice that of an ordinary person, making this distance effortless for him. In the forest clearing, 3 white thorn monkeys were rummaging through fallen leaves, 2 at the 7th stage of the first tier, and 1 at the 1st stage of the 2nd tier. Ling Yun glanced at the combat power display and asked tentatively, Su Yao, would you like to give it a try? Sure. Without hesitation, Su Yao raised his hand to construct a soul formation. A ghostly light surged forth, and the diminutive skeletal mage, Wang, materialized before him with an aura of bone-chilling coldness. Go Wang. Su Yao and Wang advanced side by side toward the white thorn monkeys. Sensing hostility, the 3 primates shrieked and lunged forward. The skeletal mage lightly tapped his staff, unleashing hellfire-white spectral flames writhed like living creatures as they engulfed the monkeys, the scorching heat instantly searing their fur and flesh. The 2 first-tier 7th-stage white thorn monkeys perished on the spot, while the remaining 2nd-tier, 1st-stage monkey staggered and collapsed. The acrid smell of charred flesh could be detected from a great distance. The wounded white thorn monkey wailed in agony, its piercing, mournful cries echoing in everyone's ears. It looked helplessly towards Su Yao, as if pleading for release from its suffering. Su Yao felt a pang of compassion. Wang, put it out of its misery quickly. The skeletal mage raised his staff once more, conjuring a white ancient sword in the air that dove down with a whistling sound, cleanly severing the monkey's head. Congratulations, host, for slaying a 1st-tier 7th-stage ordinary magical beast. Reward points 17. Congratulations, host, for slaying a 1st-tier 7th-stage ordinary magical beast. Reward points 17. Congratulations, host, for slaying a 2nd-tier 1st-stage ordinary magical beast. Reward points 110. Reward points 494. Su Yao was secretly delighted. Another avenue for obtaining rewards had opened up. He leisurely returned to the group, where his companions all regarded him and Wang with incredulous stares. My goodness, let your big sister see what kind of monster you really are. Li Hongyi grabbed Su Yao's cheeks with both hands, shaking them back and forth until he finally broke free. Su Yao, I have to say, both you and your beast companion are monsters, Li Qi said, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. While the group was confident they could handle these magical beasts, none could do so with Su Yao's casual ease. Lu Yunyun frowned. However, you were rather cruel. Those screams are still echoing in my head. I am definitely going to have nightmares tonight. Ling Yun patted Su Yao's shoulder and walked over to the charred corpses, shaking his head with a sigh. What a pity. The most valuable part of white thorn monkeys is their spike-like fur, and now it's all turned to ash. Sorry about that. Su Yao smiled ruefully. He had been so focused on testing the skeletal mage's limits that he had completely forgotten about the materials. No worries, completing the mission comes first. Ling Yun waved for everyone to continue forward, though inwardly he was thrilled. His hunting group had truly struck gold. While Su Yao wouldn't stay long, building a good relationship with him was definitely the right move. The group continued their exploration deeper into the forest. Half an hour later, Su Yao and his team finally located their target. In the clearing ahead, 27 Fong beasts were hunting an injured deer-like magical creature, their low growls echoing through the air. The Fong beasts resembled hyenas, their muscular limbs tensing as they ran at incredible speed. Most terrifying were their canine teeth, nearly 8 inches long with serrated barbs that gleamed coldly in the sunlight. These mature specimens were typically at the second-tier 5th stage, far more troublesome than ordinary scout teams. Ling Yun lowered his voice. 27 total. Hong Yi and I will take on the front 17. Li Qi and Su Yao handle the rest. Yun Yun, focus on battlefield control. Everyone nodded and stepped back to create summoning distance. Solar rays flashed with light as 4 spirit beasts appeared in sequence. Ling Yun's shadow serpent was slender yet more robust than Wang Tianhong's, its scales like black jade radiating chilling menace. Beside it stood a 6-foot mountain rock warrior, its entire body covered in jagged stone armor, sending debris flying when it pounded the ground, a veritable moving stone wall. Li Hongyi summoned an iron-armored bear with silver-black fur like forged steel, covered in metallic luster. Its 5 claws left deep gouges in the ground with the lightest scratch. Li Qi's wind blade beetle, though only 4 feet tall, possessed 2 scythe-like forearms and keen antennae, emanating a formidable aura. Su Yao raised his hand, and an emerald soul array materialized. The Fong beast pack was startled by the light and instantly scattered, charging from multiple directions. The nearest one closed to within 30 feet in a blink. Go! Su Yao's mind stirred, and thick vines burst from the earth, wrapping around the Fong beast's limbs and fangs, suspending it in midair. More vines danced wildly like iron whips, completely separating the beasts charging from the same direction. Ling Yun seized the opportunity. Mountain Rock Warrior, charge! The boulder-like figure crashed into the beast pack, the dull impact echoing through the forest. The shadow serpent slipped into the shadows, its serpentine eyes locking onto isolated targets. Each strike was accompanied by the muffled sound of fangs tearing through throats. Soul patterns blazed in the air again. Su Yao's conjured bone swords arranged themselves in a fan formation midair, shrieking downward and instantly slicing several frontline Fong beasts into pieces, blood mist exploding everywhere. Li Hongyi's iron-armored bear moved like a heavy tank, fearless of bites and claws, sending bone fragments flying with each swipe. The Fong beasts, at most second-tier 1st stage, couldn't penetrate its metallic hide. Li Qi maneuvered his wind blade beetle through the gaps, its curved sides drawing thin bloodlines across necks, finishing off enemies and controlling the field for his teammates. Lu Yunyun continuously manipulated vines to divide the battlefield, breaking the Fong beast pack into smaller groups unable to mount an effective charge. In mere moments, 27 corpses lay scattered in pools of blood. As the bloody stench dissipated and everyone recalled their spirit beasts, all eyes turned to Su Yao. What was meant to be an easier assignment for the newcomer now seemed unnecessary. That forest of bone swords had harvested nearly half the Fong beasts. Su Yao felt his spine chill under their stares. Why is everyone looking at me? Nothing at all. Li Hongyi quickly waved her hands, and the others hurriedly averted their gazes. Ling Yun pondered silently. Initially, he had positioned Su Yao as support, but witnessing his spirit beast's power again, he realized their team's ranged firepower had become even more formidable. Su Yao's beast looked frail and delicate at first glance, with all its abilities likely focused on offense. For the next battle, everyone silently resolved to assign someone specifically to protect him. At that moment, Su Yao was unaware of their thoughts, busy collecting Fong beast teeth alongside his teammates. Each tooth could sell for 500 to 1,000 Zhou coins. In just a short while, he had earned the equivalent of an entire month's part-time income. No wonder people in the industry said beast tamers made money fast. It was practically like picking up free cash. Unfortunately, these Fong beast teeth had to be submitted as quest items, which made him sigh slightly. However, the gains were substantial. Over a dozen magical beasts had brought him more than 1,500 reward points, and his skeleton mage's evolution progress had quietly increased to 3. Pack up the materials, and let's get out of here quickly. The bloody smell will attract more magical beasts if we linger. Ling Yun reminded them. Everyone immediately gathered all valuable materials and swiftly departed. Before they knew it, the sky had darkened and night fell silently. The campfire crackled, casting flickering light that illuminated their faces in alternating brightness and shadow as they sat in a circle, tallying the day's spoils. Haha, we're almost halfway done with the first quest. Li Hongyi's voice rose, intoxicated by their success. Shoo, keep it down, Ling Yun immediately cautioned. The forest is far more dangerous at night, with nocturnal magical beasts everywhere. Li Hongyi stuck out her tongue and lowered her voice. Sorry, I didn't expect today to go so smoothly. Lu Yunyan chimed in while chewing on dried rations. If it weren't for Su Yao's help, we'd definitely be moving much slower. At this rate, we could finish the first quest by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Su Yao, your beast is incredible. It actually masters group attack skills, doubling our monster clearing efficiency, Li Qi praised sincerely. Though none of them were top-tier talents, they had spent considerable time in the apprentice beast tamer camp and had never encountered a monster clearing machine like Su Yao. Even the usually cautious Ling Yun had to admit that without Su Yao present, he would never have charged Hedon into a pack of magical beasts. What a shame, Su Yao. If you could stay with our hunting group permanently, we'd definitely rise to first place in Shangyang City, Li Hongyi said, half joking, half serious. Hongyi, what are you saying? Ling Yun quickly intervened. Su Yao's future is destined for greater things than being confined to this small Shangyang city. Seeing their leader enter lecture mode, Li Hongyi wisely fell silent and focused on drinking. Brother Yun, is it okay for Sister Hongyi to drink like that? Su Yao asked quietly. Let her be. She can hold her liquor, Ling Yun replied, burying his head in his dried rations. The atmosphere suddenly grew somber. Li Hongyi stared at the campfire as emotions welled up. Back in the day, we also. Before she could finish, Ling Yun and the other two simultaneously glared at her. All right, I won't say anymore. Time to sleep, she said, carrying her wine jug to lean against a nearby tree. Ling Yun and Li Qi also tactfully separated, each falling into silence. Sister Yun, what's wrong with them? Li Hongyi's dejection had clearly affected the entire team, prompting Su Yao to ask softly. It's nothing. You should rest first. I have my beast keeping watch and will call you if anything happens, Lu Yunyan replied, though a flash of melancholy in her eyes was caught by Su Yao. However, given his status as a newcomer, he didn't press further. After everyone had settled down to sleep, Lu Yunyan summoned her beast, the 100 Spirit Flower. Its roots anchored into the ground as bundles of vines spread out like a spider's web, covering a radius of 300 meters and ensuring no movement could escape its detection. Only after completing this setup did Lu Yunyan finally settle down to sleep peacefully. The campfire gradually died down, and everyone slowly drifted into sleep. As the flames dimmed, the forest temperature plummeted sharply. The chorus of insects that should have been rising and falling like waves suddenly ceased, as if cut off like severed electrical current, vanishing in an instant. Milky white fog began to rise slowly from the ground, quickly encircling the campsite like a gray wall. Even the baling flowers rooted in the soil failed to sense anything amiss. Alert! Danger is approaching. Host must respond immediately. Blazing yellow text exploded in Su Yao's mind, and he snapped his eyes open. System, what's happening? System has detected approaching danger. Threat level, green. That brief warning instantly jolted him awake. He sprang to his feet, but could only make out a few shadowy figures through the fog by the weak remnants of firelight. Wake up! He fumbled through the darkness toward the nearest person, Lu Yunyun, shaking her shoulders vigorously. What's wrong? Lu Yunyun woke to see Su Yao's tense expression. Use your beast to wake the others, Su Yao whispered, while scanning their surroundings alertly. Lu Yunyun pressed her hand against the baling flower's leaves. Green vines quickly branched out, moving like living creatures toward their companions, gently tapping their shoulders and creating several guide lines through the fog. Su Yao stared at the rolling mist, where shadows seemed to be swimming within. A flash of black light appeared at his fingertips as a soul formation took shape, summoning his skeletal servant, Death, to his side. The cold aura pushed back the encroaching fog, bringing him slight relief. Soon, Li Hongyi, Ling Yun, Li Qi and the others awakened one by one, gathering together under the vine's guidance. What's going on? Li Hongyi asked in a low voice, rubbing her eyes. Look at this fog. It's too strange, Su Yao frowned, giving a vague warning without wanting to expose his system. It's just fog, common in forests. Are you being overly paranoid? Li Hongyi dismissed it. No, something's wrong. Before Su Yao could respond, Lu Yunyun spoke up. I had Bailing scout the surrounding 3 kilometers. It's all covered in fog, and the range is still expanding. Ling Yun's expression darkened. They had been navigating the Mizong forest for years, and Lu Yunyun's reconnaissance had never failed them. Captain, Li Qi looked toward Ling Yun. Something must have happened in the forest. Before he finished speaking, the fog beside Ling Yun suddenly churned violently, as if something was emerging. Death! Su Yao reacted instantly. The pitch-black skeleton raised its palm, and a hellfire burst through the fog, accompanied by piercing shrieks that burned the mist thin. What was that thing? Li Hongyi's voice trembled. Su Yao stepped forward to investigate, but found only wisps of foul stench. No traces remained. Li Qi, where's the nearest human settlement? Ling Yun lowered his voice. He understood that staying put meant certain death. Those creatures moved through the fog while they were nearly blind. The Mizong forest was vast, and explorers couldn't return to the city for supplies every time. Human settlements scattered throughout the forest's outer layers served as towns for resupply. Li Qi quickly worked on his terminal. Found it. At our 11 o'clock direction, about 15 kilometers away, there's a settlement. Li Qi pulled out his computer and began searching. Within seconds, the coordinates were synchronized to everyone's terminals. A ding notification flashed, and almost simultaneously, everyone looked down to confirm. Let's move. We can't stay here any longer. Everyone summon your spirit beasts. Lu Yunyun and I will take the lead. Ling Yun looked around. Yunyun, have your 100 spirit vine extend a tendril for everyone to hold on to. Don't get separated. Bai Ling chirped softly, and a green vine as thick as an adult's wrist emerged, sliding into each person's palm. Ling Yun added, in the forest, especially in this heavy fog, getting lost means death. The team ran along the coordinates for half an hour. Wet mud constantly splashed onto their pants, and distant beast roars could be heard, though they were swallowed by the fog. How much further? Li Hongyi gripped the vine tightly, keeping her voice low. At our current pace, we've only covered a third of the distance. Li Qi stared at his terminal, making the assessment. In this thick fog, we're already pushing our limits. As they spoke, Su Yao suddenly looked around, lowering his voice. Is the fog getting thicker? Everyone looked around. Alert visibility had dropped sharply, with nothing but white beyond 5 meters. Help! Save me! A piercing cry for help suddenly emerged from the fog. The team members all turned to look at Ling Yun. Move! The voice isn't far from us. Ling Yun gritted his teeth. At this point, they hadn't even seen what the enemy looked like. Better to strike first than wait to be attacked. Following the direction of the cries, they pushed forward quickly. After a few minutes, they reached the scene. The air reeked of blood, and over a dozen bodies lay scattered on the ground, all wearing expressions of terror, as if their throats had been slit in their sleep with no signs of struggle. They're from the Anqing hunting group. Ling Yun crouched down to examine the wounds. Boss, you know them? Li Hongyi asked. Met them a few times, not well acquainted. Just as Ling Yun stood up, he noticed Su Yao frowning in thought. What did you discover? Several things. Su Yao pointed around them. When we were attacked earlier, the fog instantly thickened. After the monster left, the fog dispersed. Look now, the fog density here is clearly abnormal. Everyone observed in the direction he pointed, watching the fog roll like tide around their feet. Ling Yun nodded. That makes sense. From now on, we'll avoid the fog clusters as we advance. He was secretly amazed. Su Yao's analysis was calm and quick, nothing like an 18-year-old rookie. After confirming there were no other clues, the team continued, deliberately choosing areas where the fog was thinner, still heading toward the gathering point. Meanwhile, at a military facility somewhere on the outskirts of Mizong Forest. Commander, these are photos just taken by the reconnaissance squad. A soldier placed a stack of photographs on the desk. Wei Changkong picked up the first one, his brow immediately furrowing. In the photo, the entire forest was shrouded in gray-white mist, the fog outlining the silhouette of a giant beast spreading in all directions. We've sent 15 reconnaissance teams in, with no response from any of them. The soldier reported. Communications seem to be completely blocked, and we can't contact anyone at the gathering point either. Wei Changkong said gravely. Pass the word, spare no effort to contact the interior and find out what's happening. He turned and grabbed the phone. President Bai, this is Old Wei. Something's happened at Mizong Forest, please bring people over. After making several calls for assistance and receiving positive responses, he finally breathed a little easier. Issue orders to seal off all entrances to Mizong Forest. From now on, exit on Lino entry. After giving the command, Wei Changkong looked up again at those pale photographs. I hope this doesn't turn into a major disaster. I was planning to retire peacefully. He sighed inwardly, though his gaze grew more determined. The fog in the photos was still spreading. Once the forest was completely covered, would the next step be expansion into urban areas, invading human civilization? Wei Changkong knew he couldn't let this go unchecked. He'd first alert the city officials, then figure out exactly what was happening in the forest. The mountain rock warrior activated its rock defense. The towering warrior stomped the ground forcefully, causing rocks on its chest to surge upward instantly, forming a thick stone shield. Dense fog churned as a pale claw emerged from the gray-white mist, its tip sharp as a polished bone blade, scraping against the shield's surface with a piercing screech. Immediately after, a cyan wind blade swept past the shield's edge, cleanly severing the claw and arm, which fell onto the damp fallen leaves with splashes of dark purple blood. As the monster retreated, the fog around their feet was scattered by the wind blade, finally opening up their vision slightly. Damn it! That's the 7th time, and we still can't see what these monsters really look like. Li Hongyi wiped the moisture from her face and growled angrily. Even though the group deliberately avoided the dense fog areas, attacks continued to come one after another. It's not entirely without gain. Ling Yun stepped forward and picked up the severed limb with his dagger. Beneath the gray-white skin, there was barely any flesh, yet the bone texture resembled some kind of metal. Brother Yun, did you discover anything? Su Yao moved closer to ask. Never seen it before. Ling Yun shook his head, his brow furrowed tightly. Either it's a newly evolved species, or something that crawled out of a newly opened rift. I've been roaming the misty pine forest for 5 or 6 years, but I've never encountered anything like this. Li Hongyi looked up at the fog wall that was rolling again. Stop dawdling. Who knows when the next attack will come? Right, let's head to the gathering point first. Ling Yun took out his terminal to photograph and archive the evidence, then placed the severed arm back where it was, his movements decisive. Lu Yunyun surveyed their surroundings. The fog's flow direction was extremely unstable. We can only make rough judgments based on the fog's movement. There's no way to predict the angle of the monster's attacks. Sister Yunyun, your skylark still can't detect their movements? Su Yao pressed. They're like shadows without substance in the fog. The skylark can't detect them, they only materialize at the instant of attack. Lu Yunyun smiled bitterly as sweat beads rolled down her cheek from her temple. Su Yao secretly gripped his skeleton mage's staff tighter. Fortunately, skeletons didn't need stamina and could act continuously, giving him an extra measure of confidence. The most urgent matter now was to find the gathering point as quickly as possible. That place had a large permanent population of beast tamers, with intermediate beast tamers stationed there as well. Brother Li Qi, how much longer until we arrive? Su Yao placed his hopes on Li Qi, who was responsible for navigation. Li Qi swallowed and said quietly, actually, our signal was blocked half an hour ago, and the navigation failed. How could you not mention something so important earlier? Li Hongyi suddenly grabbed his collar. Li Qi blinked innocently. We've been fighting monsters for the past half hour. I couldn't get a word in. Enough. Now's not the time for mutual blame. Ling Yun intervened with a stern voice. Li Qi, confirm our position. Taking advantage of the slightly dispersed fog, Li Qi climbed onto a rock to look around, identified several distinctively curved pines, then tapped on the offline map on his terminal. We're roughly here. The gathering point is about 5 kilometers west. We've taken quite a few detours, but it's not far now. Everyone hang in there a bit longer. Ling Yun boosted their morale. Li Qi added, human wilderness bases usually have defense systems installed. This base has level 4 protection, 4th tier magical beasts can't break through it, and it can hold off 5th tier ones for a while. Li Qi said to everyone. His words brought hope to the exhausted group, and everyone prepared to set off once again. More than 10 minutes later, the surrounding mist thickened once more, like a damp curtain obscuring their vision. The system's piercing alarm suddenly blared, and Su Yao frowned as he warned, everyone be careful. Before he finished speaking, a green orb of light the size of a fingernail burst through the fog, shooting toward them with a sharp whistle. Ling Yun reacted fastest, his battle shield roaring to life as a pale blue energy wall rose before the group. Wang, he called out in a low voice. Present. Wang raised his pitch-black staff, flicking his wrist as countless bone-white swords exploded outward like a torrential rain flowing upstream, chasing back toward the orb's origin. A shrill scream echoed from within the mist. Stop, Su Yao! Ling Yun sensed something was wrong and quickly shouted to halt the attack. Su Yao understood immediately, stepping sideways and extending his arm to block Wang, who was about to swing his staff again. Friends on the other side, please show yourselves. Ling Yun called out toward the other end of the fog. Footsteps approached from far to near, and several swaying shadows first appeared in the mist before 3 men and 2 women emerged. The man at the front was neatly dressed and named Wang Jian, supporting the injured Yi, whose face was pale as he clutched his wounded abdomen. Beside them was the ordinary-looking Cheng Sun, followed by the petite Xin Yin and the long-haired Zhao Yuer. Who are you? Wang Jian spoke first, his tone less than friendly. That's exactly what we should be asking. Li Hongyi snorted coldly, her gaze sharp. Ling Yun raised his hand in a calming gesture, his tone remaining gentle. Please don't misunderstand. We're the Uni hunting group. We're the Tiana hunting group, Shun Yin replied somewhat nervously. Under Ling Yun's mediation, both sides quickly confirmed their identities. Wang Jian was the captain, and the others were Yi, Cheng Sun, Xin Yin, and Zhao Yuer. How did you end up here? Cheng Sun asked curiously. Su Yao looked around at the still rolling thick fog and said, probably for the same reason as you. With monsters multiplying in the mist, only by reaching the gathering point can we survive. Since we have the same goal, why not travel together? Xin Yin suggested. Cheng Sun agreed. More hands mean more security. Ling Yun consulted his companions with a glance, and after receiving nods, replied, we have no objections. Seeing that his team members all agreed, Wang Jian said grimly, fine, but don't hold us back. Are you looking for a fight? Li Hongyi exploded on the spot. but Lu Yunyun quickly held her back to prevent the tension from escalating. The group set off again, with Su Yao walking alongside Cheng Sun. What do you make of this anomaly? Cheng Sun pointed toward the top of the fog. Our captain theorizes that a new space-time rift has appeared somewhere in the Mizong forest, transporting unknown magical beasts here. Our assessment is similar. Su Yao nodded, then pressed further. Have you encountered any other magical beasts along the way? No, we haven't seen any either. Su Yao gazed at the sea of fog and said in a low voice. That can only mean these creatures aren't just targeting humans theory, hunting other magical beasts as well. Ling Yun and Wang Jian exchanged glances, both frowning. If this were true, understanding the habits and attack patterns of these new magical beasts would cost countless lives. The dull sound of footsteps continued, and after an unknown amount of time, Li Qi suddenly pointed ahead. We're here. Through the fog, a weathered wooden sign appeared, bearing the words, Gathering Point 176, in large characters. How could this be? Everyone felt incredulous at the scene before them. Everyone stood frozen in shock at the scene before them. What had once been a prosperous and bustling settlement was now a field of corpses, with countless severed limbs scattered everywhere. Houses and shops lay in ruins throughout the area. It looked like hell on earth. What the hell happened here? Cheng Sun let out an enraged roar. The others also clenched their fists tightly, unable to suppress the fury burning in their hearts. After all, everyone present had been struggling through the Mizong forest for quite some time. They had many acquaintances and friends in this settlement. Now that the settlement had become what lay before them, their hearts were filled with grief and anger. Xiaoyang, where are you? Oh Yi, who had remained silent throughout the journey due to his injuries, could no longer care about his wounds. He broke free from Wang Jian's restraint and headed toward the ruins. Li Qi stepped forward to support him, but Wang Jian stopped him. Let him go. His brother was in this settlement. Wang Jian took a deep breath. Seeing the extent of the settlement's destruction, the chances of Oh Ye's brother surviving were virtually zero. But none of them voiced this thought aloud. Su Yao and the others had originally thought they would be safe once they found the settlement, but the current situation was a major blow to their morale. The settlement's defenses should have been impregnable. Cheng Sun still refused to accept this reality. There's no point in talking about it now. Our priority should be searching for supplies and recovering our strength. Su Yao offered his suggestion. That's right. Since the monsters attacked this place, they probably won't return anytime soon. The visibility here is good, so let's search for useful supplies. Ling Yan also agreed with Su Yao's proposal. After all, given the settlement's current condition, it really wasn't suitable for habitation. Su Yao walked off by himself and began searching methodically. In reality, he had received a system mission. Congratulations, host has triggered a mission. Accept? Yes, no. Congratulations, my ass. Given the current situation, will I even make it home alive? Su Yao increasingly regretted agreeing to come here for hunting. Not only had he failed to earn any money, but it looked like he might not even keep his life. Host inquiry involves classified system permissions and cannot be answered. Please upgrade system level as soon as possible. Su Yao hadn't expected his system to come out with such a statement. How can I upgrade the system's level? Each time the host's beast tamer level increases, corresponding permissions will be unlocked. These permissions won't directly enhance the host's abilities, but will allow the system to better assist the host. In other words, system upgrades won't change the system's fundamental nature, but will strengthen its auxiliary functions. By the way, what's the deal with that danger alert? The system is currently at its lowest level. When dangers that the host cannot perceive approach, the system will issue alerts to warn the host. Danger alerts are classified as green, yellow, red, black, and gray, with increasing severity levels. Red and above indicate lethal danger, while gray means the host faces certain death. Due to the system's low level, it can currently only detect dangers within a 100-meter range. Seriously? Only 100 meters? Su Yao was somewhat speechless. He had thought this feature would be more powerful, especially considering that his own beast's attack range exceeded 100 meters. If he really encountered danger, would he even be able to escape? However, it seemed the range would increase with system upgrades, so it was better than nothing. He might as well check out the mission first. Task 1, Survival. Task level, 4 stars. Task description. The Misty Pine Forest has become extremely dangerous due to uncontrollable circumstances. The host must survive until rescue arrives. Task rewards. 10,000 reward points, 10 basic soul crystals, 1 basic spirit weapon blazing sun bow, 10 basic spirit weapon jade arrows. Task failure, death. Task 2, eliminate mist beasts. Task level, 2 stars. Task description, kill 20 mist beasts. Task rewards, 1,000 reward points, 1 basic soul crystal. Task failure, no penalty. The system had thrown out 7 or 8 tasks all at once, most revolving around mist monsters, killing them, collecting materials, gathering data, all displayed prominently on the panel. Thin mist silently coiled around everyone's ankles, the air thick with the smell of scorched earth and blood, making the task descriptions all the more jarring. System, Do the star ratings represent difficulty levels? Su Yao stared at the light screen, his brow slightly furrowed. Congratulations to the host for being able to think proactively, came the cold, mechanical voice with deliberate mockery. Hey, if you were human, I'd beat you to death without hesitation. Su Yao gritted his teeth helplessly. This was the first time he truly felt the system's malice. System, have you been upgraded? He suddenly asked. Yes. No wonder. Su Yao had long felt the system was becoming more and more human-like. Apparently, this so-called upgrade meant increased anthropomorphization. But the current task difficulty was absolutely ridiculous. They hadn't even seen a single monster face yet, let alone killed any. Su Yao? Are you alright? Just as he was pondering how to break through this situation, Lu Yunyun stumbled over, supporting herself against a tree trunk, her face pale. I'm fine. You, on the other hand, don't look so good. Su Yao frowned slightly, glancing around at the corpses scattered everywhere. Well, it's my first time seeing such a bloody scene. Lu Yunyun bit her lip, her voice trembling. She wasn't exactly naive, but this was indeed her first encounter with such brutal carnage. Every corpse was covered in bite marks, as if humans were merely prey for some monsters that seemed to revel in the pleasure of torture and killing. But how are you completely unaffected? She looked up, puzzled. Su Yao was at a loss for words. She did seem truly immune. The host is not immune. The system has shielded the host's 5 senses from this scene for protection. The system ruthlessly exposed the truth. The brief sense of superiority instantly crumbled. Su Yao grunted in frustration. Looking down on me? Disable the shielding. Very well. The moment the shielding was lifted, an intense stench mixed with rust-like blood smell rushed into his nostrils, as if viscous liquid was pouring directly through his windpipe into his brain. Holy crap! Cough! Cough! He bent over retching, his stomach churning violently. Su Yao. Lu Yunyun hurriedly supported him, thinking her words had somehow triggered this reaction. What's wrong, Yunyun? Li Hongyi, Li Qi, and others rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Su Yao clutching a tree trunk and vomiting violently, they immediately understood. I knew it. No newcomer could remain unfazed by this kind of scene. Now he can't hold it in anymore, right? Li Qi shrugged. Don't worry, we won't spread this around. Li Hongyi patted Lu Yunyun's shoulder. Every beast tamer would eventually face this kind of shock. She knew this all too well. Ling Yun surveyed the gruesome battlefield and commanded in a deep voice, stop chatting. Gather the surrounding corpses and burn them. Leaving them exposed is not only disrespectful to the deceased, but also prone to breeding viruses. Dancing flames reflected on everyone's faces, making the mist even more oppressively thick. Although beast tamers possessed superior physical constitution compared to ordinary people, they were still far from being immune to all toxins. Everyone found a relatively intact house to rest in. The roof was damaged, and the wind would squeeze through, bringing damp, cold mist with it, but it was still much better than staying out in the open. Those monsters were terrifying, someone said, still shaken. We know so little about these creatures, Ling Yun said, leaning against the wall and taking a sip of hot water to stop his voice from trembling. All we know is that they have no physical form in the mist and only materialize the moment they attack. Zhao Yuer sighed. I wonder if the Guardian forces will notice the changes in Mizong Forest. They definitely will. Chung Sun said, clenching his fists, his emotions running high. If the settlement is destroyed, it means Mizong Forest has lost contact with the outside world. How could they not know when they've lost their own position? That may be true, but even if they come in, how will they find us? And how will they deal with those invisible monsters? Zhao Yuer countered. With both sides holding firm to their positions, the atmosphere immediately grew tense. Su Yao listened quietly. He knew the Guardian forces were the Great Zhou's specialized military units for guarding magical beast settlements, and in theory, each settlement had scouts constantly sharing intelligence. The anomaly in Mizong Forest should have been reported long ago, but no one had arrived yet, indicating the situation was more complicated than imagined. Thinking about how long it had been since he'd contacted his sister, worry began to well up in his heart. Seeing the standoff continue, Su Yao had to intervene. All right, let's rest while we can, but we need to arrange night watches. How about 2 people per group, with each side contributing 1 person? Wang Jin suggested. Afraid we'll attack you in the night. Li Hongyi raised an eyebrow mockingly. And you trust us completely? Zhao Yuer didn't back down either. The 2 hunting groups appeared calm on the surface, but the tension between them was growing stronger. Ling Yun stepped in to mediate. Captain Wang Jin's idea is good. Hongyi, stop stirring up trouble. Let's divide into 3 watch groups, 3 hours each. First group, Li Qi and Wang Jian. Second group, Chung Sun and me. Third group, since your Yi is injured, Shun Yin and Su Yao. No problem. I agree. Everyone finally reached consensus. Good. Rest up while you can. We might have another tough battle tomorrow. After Ling Yun finished his instructions, the room gradually grew quiet. In the Guardian Forces camp, the lights flickered dimly as the night wind carried a chill. How are things, Chong Kong? What's the current situation? The white-bearded elder asked in a low voice. President Bai, the situation is still unclear, Wei Chongkong said, looking up at him and unconsciously straightening his back. Bai Guiyuan was the president of Shanyang City's Beast Tamer Guild and one of the city's rare high-level beast tamers. Many of the city's strongest had received his guidance, Wei Chongkong included, so he didn't dare boast now. The settlement has been out of contact for 15 hours, and you have nothing to show for it, Bai Guiyuan said coldly. I don't think you want to be captain anymore. President Bai, Master Bai, I really am in a difficult position, Wei Chongkong said, sweat beading on his forehead. I've already sent 20 waves of scouts into the mist, but not one has returned. He gritted his teeth and added, this mist appeared too mysteriously, and I've never heard of the magical beasts involved. Right now, we can only wait for Fong Hao to return. Bai Guiyuan shook his head helplessly after serving as a senior beast tamer for over 150 years. He had never encountered such a troublesome situation. You let Captain Fong go in? Wei Chongkong couldn't help but cry out in shock after hearing the report. As one of Shanyang City's 4 great senior beast tamers, he knew all too well the strength of Fong Hao, leader of the Wuji hunting group. His thunder-feathered eagle was a rare high-tier beast with 6th order, 7th-stage combat power, and his subordinate beasts were equally formidable, capable of sweeping through the entire Mizong forest. What? If he doesn't go, do you want to? Bai Guiyuan asked sternly in return. No, I wouldn't dare. Wei Chongkong waved his hands repeatedly, shaking his head like a rattle drum. Humph. Bai Guiyuan snorted coldly at the sight. If you spent less time on other schemes, how would you still be just a minor group leader? Back in the day, both you and Fong Hao were my most promising disciples to reach glory. Rank has been held back by emotional troubles for years. But what about you? Are you content to remain stagnant? I'm old, but you're still young. Wei Chongkong could only put on a forced smile and agree repeatedly under the scolding, though a flash of complexity crossed his eyes. After the reprimand, Bai Guiyuan stepped out of the camp and stood suspended in midair, gazing at the mist-shrouded forest. Wei Chongkong hurried to follow, standing beside his master under the pitch-black night sky. By all logic, Fong Hao should have taken action, so why do I still feel uneasy? Bai Guiyuan pressed his hand to his chest. Master is overthinking. Though Wei Chongkong spoke with apparent calm, he secretly furrowed his brow. With junior brother Fong there, he'll surely handle it properly. Before he finished speaking, violent energy suddenly erupted from the center of the mist, and lightning blazed forth. Countless thunder serpents tore through the fog, followed by a piercing eagle's cry that split the night sky, as the dark forest was instantly illuminated by blinding lightning. This is bad chaotic thunder serpent flash. Your junior brother is in danger. Bai Guiyuan's expression changed drastically. What? Wei Chongkong could hardly believe it. Chongkong, immediately send a rescue signal to the province. This matter is beyond our control. With those words, Bai Guiyuan transformed into a streak of light, flying swiftly toward where the lightning was most concentrated. Master, what are you doing? Wei Chongkong called out while reporting to his superiors, trying to stop him, but could only catch a glimpse of his master's fading silhouette disappearing into the mist. I'm going to bring your junior brother back. In the camp, everyone was awakened by the thunderous roars and flashing lights. What's happening? Is it going to rain? Someone poked their head out. Doesn't seem like it. Su Yao peered through a window crack at the sky. Though the mist was thick, scattered stars were still visible. More like magical beasts launching an attack. Could it be someone coming to rescue us? Zhao Yuer's eyes lit up. No. Su Yao shook his head, speaking calmly but with undeniable certainty. They're most likely sent to investigate. Hope dashed once again. The group's spirits sank. Seeing this, Su Yao couldn't bear it and added, however, this is actually good news. What good news? Everyone looked up. An opportunity to escape from here. Su Yao said earnestly. In Shanyang City, 16 hours had passed since the military blockade of Mizong Forest, and surveillance helicopters still circled overhead. On television screens, rolling news banners repeatedly warned that an unknown fog had suddenly appeared across Mizong Forest, completely blocking all communication signals. Footage from frontline reporters showed dark shadows occasionally darting behind the gray-white wall of mist, reportedly some kind of unknown magical beast. Guardian forces had established defensive lines at all entrances, while the fog slowly crept toward the city center. On the sofa, Su Yin clutched a worn, threadbare teddy bear, her knuckles white from gripping it so tightly. She stared at the television, her eyes clouded with fear and anxiety. All right, Xiaoyin, stop watching. Liao Xiaoyu pressed the remote, and the screen went black instantly, plunging the living room into silence. Xiaoyu, do you think my brother? Could something happen to him? Su Yin's voice trembled as she felt truly separated from her brother for the first time. Liao Xiaoyu forced a smile. No, he'll be fine. Brother Su Yao is already a beast tamer. He's strong enough to protect himself. But even she could hear the lack of conviction in her own voice. Su Yin's eyes quickly reddened. But I feel terrible right now, like something stabbing into my heart. Has he run into danger? Hot tears dropped onto the teddy bear's grimy fur. Don't cry, it's getting late. Liao Xiaoyu reached out to wipe away her tears. Brother Su Yao has heaven's protection. Go to sleep first when you wake up, maybe he'll be back. Suyin dragged her heavy feet back to her room, as if her soul had been drained. Before closing the door, she still looked back at the now dark television. Su Yao, you must survive. Your sister is still waiting for you, she whispered in her heart. Only Liao Xiaoyu remained in the living room. She turned the television back on, and the news ticker blazed. Intermediate beast tamer, Shuhai missing in the fog. The bright red headline made her grip the remote tighter. Me too, she whispered, praying for Su Yao. Su Yao, what did you say? On the other side, deep in the misty forest, Chung Sun suddenly grabbed Su Yao's collar, his voice hoarse with excitement. Su Yao struggled to pry his hands away. Sorry, I got too excited. Chung Sun apologized verbally, but his hands kept gesturing wildly in the air. But tell us quickly. Mist swirled around everyone's ankles, water droplets dripped from the leaves, and all eyes focused on Su Yao. Our only way out is to go to where the battle just took place, Su Yao said. After a moment of silence, Wang Jian was the first to shake his head. Do you know what that means? Judging from the commotion, it was at least a fifth-tier battle or higher. We'd be walking to our deaths. Exactly. Su Yao calmly acknowledged this, yet still insisted. But staying here is equally fatal. There's no food or water in this fog. In our condition, we won't last 3 days, and we have to constantly guard against monster attacks. When we run out of ammunition and supplies, we'll die trapped here. Lu Yunyan frowned. What if those aren't rescue personnel? No, they definitely are, Su Yao answered with certainty. Chung Sun challenged him. How can you be so sure? You can't gamble everyone's lives on your guess. Of course, Su Yao couldn't tell them he'd just received a system mission, rendezvous with rescue personnel. This is a gamble, and the stakes are obvious. Our lives, he said, his voice ice cold. No one expected this young man, 5 or 6 years younger than them, to speak such chilling words. Victory means life, defeat means death. In the mist, everyone fell silent, looking at each other but saying nothing. Right now, they were hesitant, confused, and had too many concerns. Su Yao wouldn't give up, was determined to try no matter what. Waiting to die isn't my style. Make your decision now. He stood at the end of the corridor, the rumbling thunder gradually fading in his ears as he urged them on. The sounds of battle are getting weaker. If we delay any longer, we'll miss our chance. The others still hesitated. Su Yao said nothing more. He raised his right arm, and gray shadows surged forth. His spirit beast, Death, materialized in the air. He turned and strode toward the battlefield, crackling with lightning. Wait! Li Hongyi called out urgently, hurrying to catch up. Stop dawdling around. I'm coming with you. Hongyi, won't you reconsider? Ling Yan instinctively tried to hold her back. His talent was mediocre at best, and through relentless training, had he managed to squeeze into the ranks of junior beast tamers. Over 30 years, he had survived countless dangers, but now, thinking of his wife and children at home, that fighting spirit suddenly wavered. Reconsider what? Li Hongyi, don't fear death, and I certainly won't die a coward's death. Her words carried pointed meaning, her tone resolute as steel. The air fell into brief silence. I'm going too. Wang Jian stepped forward. Since the captain's going, I'll follow as well. Xin Yan, who had maintained an extremely low presence until now, also moved to Su Yao's side. In the end, only Su Yao, Wang Jian, Li Hongyi, and Xun Yan remained determined to set out. Chung Sun, take good care of O Yi and Yuer. When we find rescue, we'll definitely come back for you. Wang Jian placed his rough right hand on Chung Sun's shoulder. Captain, I'm sorry. Tears streamed down Chung Sun's face. Real men don't cry. Wang Jian smiled as he wiped away the tears from his face, then raised his hand in farewell to Ling Yun. Captain Ling, I'm entrusting my people to you. Understood. Ling Yun responded in a heavy voice. Watching the 4 figures disappear into the depths of the corridor, he immediately called for everyone to return to their rooms to rest. Focus on recovering. If they really find rescue, they'll definitely come back. Little did they know that this decision to split up had quietly pushed them all toward a dead end. You're saying Brother Yun already has children? On a forest path less than 10 miles from the stronghold, Su Yao kept watch on their surroundings while asking in surprise. Ling Yun looked no more than 25 or 26, yet he was actually over 40? Surprising, isn't it? For beast tamers, especially high-level ones, age doesn't affect appearance much. Li Hongyi casually gossiped. What about you? Su Yao glanced at her. The woman before him looked like she was in her early 20s. Drop dead. I'm only 23. Li Hongyi glared at him fiercely. Too bad I've never been in a relationship. Su Yao's expression clearly showed his disbelief. What are you looking at? I'm not easy. Right, you're not easy. But if you were to get easy, you probably wouldn't be human anymore. Shoo! Wang Jian suddenly raised his index finger, signaling the two to be quiet. Mountain wind swept through, and the mist instantly thickened, gray-white surging like a tide toward the surrounding tree shadows. The 4 immediately spread out back to back, each summoning their spirit beasts. Su Yao's death was wreathed in black mist. Wang Jian's blue-armored swordsman, blue swordsman, crouched with sword in hand. Shun Yan's unicorn leaf antelope stepped lightly on all fours, its leaf-like mane fluttering in the wind. Something's not right. Wang Jian lowered his voice. I keep feeling like countless eyes are watching us. Shun Yan clutched her bowstring tightly, unable to suppress a shiver. Another cold wind blew, and the mist seemed torn apart, revealing large gaps instantly. In the next second, the true culprits of the misty pine forest finally emerged slowly from the thick fog. 1, 2, 3. Countless monsters broke through the fog wall, their forms grotesque, fangs dripping with cold, wet droplets. They were no longer hiding themselves. Is this what these monsters really look like? Li Hongyi instinctively swallowed, staring at the gray-skinned creatures before them. Their bodies were no different from humans, yet they were shrouded in thick fog with facial features barely visible. Most striking were their claws, longer than their upper bodies, gleaming coldly and making one's scalp tingle. System, what are these monsters? Su Yao asked in a deep voice. These monsters do not belong to this world. The query requires 100 reward points. Pay it. Mist demons, predators from the abyss. Extremely fast, capable of concealing their forms, skilled at launching lethal attacks with giant claws. Classification, apex predator, assassin, mist demons. Su Yao pondered the name repeatedly in his mind. The fog churned as more and more mist demons closed in from all directions, surrounding the group completely. Why aren't they moving? Li Hongyi whispered. Why don't you go ask them? Shunyan half joked, though her gaze never left those pairs of deadly claws. It's like they're waiting for something. Su Yao frowned. We can't delay any longer. Who knows what more troublesome things might emerge? Wang Jian, seeing the mist demons' numbers exploding, began to panic. Attack! The blue swordsman received the order. Blue light swept through the air as a fan-shaped, sword energy thunderously slashed toward the front row of mist demons. Several figures were immediately cut in half at the waist, gray blood splattering everywhere. Their strength is roughly first tier, 5th stage. Not particularly strong, just scouts. Wang Jian instantly assessed their capabilities. Break through toward the lightning. Su Yao immediately issued the command. The skeleton mage raised his staff, and countless bone swords descended like clouds, carving out a passage through slashing strikes. The group commanded their spirit beasts to cover the rear while fighting fiercely and retreating rapidly. Su Yao's mission progress surged accordingly. Damn it, these monsters are endless. Li Hongyi gasped for breath. After finally breaking through several hundred meters, the mist demons surged after them like a tide. Though individually weak, they prevailed through sheer numbers. Even Su Yao felt his arms and back aching. This scale isn't enough to threaten the entire settlement. There must be something stronger, Wang Jian said grimly. Hellfire. The skeleton mage's eyes glowed blue as his staff struck the ground. Waves of fire rolled across the path like a massive tide. The scorching wind pressure sent withered leaves flying as a 100-meter forest belt instantly transformed into an inferno. The mist demons shrieked as they were burned to charcoal. Surrounding trees were burned down to their roots, dark red flames licking the blackened trunks. What terrifying firepower! Wang Jian couldn't help but gasp at the sight of the scorched earth. Move quickly. Su Yao led the charge. The group ran for what felt like ages before finally shaking off the mist demons, the fog gradually dissipating behind them. We finally escaped. Shun Yin took a deep breath of clean air. Su Yao, what's wrong? Li Hongyi noticed his grave expression. I know why they suddenly appeared. Su Yao looked around at the desolate woodland. In the fog, they could have remained invisible and stalked us. The fact that they revealed themselves means we've entered their lair. What? Shun Yin could hardly believe it. If there were this many outer guards, the interior will only be more troublesome. Su Yao fixed his gaze on a particular direction, his voice low. A piercing sound echoed across the empty clearing. Two muscular monsters emerged, bearing the same appearance as the mist demons, but clad in armor. One of them launched the first attack, instantly transforming into a gray mist that flickered unpredictably in the air before lunging at the group. Wang Jian instinctively raised his sword, unleashing a blue moon slash that cut through the air. The massive blade traced a perfect crescent as brilliant blue sword energy erupted forth. The moment the sword energy struck the mist, it seemed to sink into a quagmire. The mist was violently scattered but quickly reformed in midair, leaving a visible crack across the armor's chest. Keep going, Wang Jian shouted. The blue swordsman leaped into the air, bringing his massive blade down toward the mist demon's head. Meanwhile, Su Yao had already set up a soul formation beneath the monster's feet, and hellfire of intertwining black and red surged skyward, firmly restraining their opponent. The other light-armored mist demon also moved, its twin claws sweeping toward all four of them. Iron armor. Li Hongyi immediately commanded her iron armor bear. The bear's body swelled dramatically, its gray-black fur standing on end like steel needles as it met the claw's heat. Claw clashed against armor, producing ear-piercing metallic sounds and showers of sparks, with neither side gaining the upper hand. The unicorn leaf antelope seized the opportunity, raising its head as its horn gleamed with emerald light. Flying leaf drill shot out with precision, the light drill piercing through the air and instantly penetrating the monster's forehead. Blood mist mingled with vapor as the light-armored mist demon's head exploded on the spot. The other one, trapped in hellfire, also shrieked miserably among the scorching black flames before turning to ash within moments. Congratulations, host, for slaying a second-tier, 5th-stage light-armored mist demon and earning 150 reward points. So these monsters were called light-armored mist demons. No wonder they were considerably stronger than the previous mist demons. Su Yao pondered silently but urged with a stern voice. Let's move quickly. The monsters here are getting stronger. If we can't find that person, we're all dead. The group didn't dare hesitate and immediately rushed deeper into the dense forest. Teacher, why are you here? Cough, cough. On the other side, Feng Hao struggled to lift his head, looking at the white-haired elder who had blocked a fatal blow for him. He was covered in blood, having lost 3 of his 5 beast companions, with the remaining one severely injured. Had Bai Guiyuan not arrived in time, he would have perished long ago. If I hadn't come, you truly wouldn't have made it out. Bai Guiyuan supported his disciple, his expression grave. I just never expected to encounter a 7th tier or higher glory beast here. Beast? Is that what you humans call us? From the lake's surface, an ethereal voice seemed to emerge from all directions. Bai Guiyuan searched warily for the source. Feng Hao endured the severe pain in his abdomen to warn. Teacher, be careful. That's the one who destroyed my hunting party, at least 7th tier, 5th stage strength. The weak have no right to survive. This is an eternal law, regardless of which world we're in. Before the words finished, the lake waters churned, and a woman in a gray fur coat stepped across the water, her gaze ice-cold. The thunder-feathered eagle circling high above spotted its target and immediately dove down, lightning flash. Electric arcs tore through the sky as thunderous light crashed down upon both the woman and the lake's surface. Successive explosions shook the misty pine forest. Massive waves rose up, completely obscuring the woman's figure. Cough, cough. Did we succeed? Feng Hao spat blood, but kept his eyes fixed on the lake's surface. Watch out. White mist shot like arrows from the lake's center, striking the thunder-feathered eagle. Its iron-hard feathers were rapidly corroded as the giant eagle cried out in anguish, plummeting like a burning meteor and crashing into the ground. Ha! A woman's unrestrained laughter echoed from the lake, chilling and spine-tingling. How is this possible? Feng Hao stared at the unharmed woman in utter disbelief. He had just unleashed the high-tier skill, Thunder Flash, and with the lake's conductivity, the damage should have increased by 20%. Yet the woman remained completely unscathed, not even a wrinkle marred her robes. You know nothing of true power, the woman said calmly, her voice dripping with contempt. Humans truly are foolish and despicable creatures. Bai Guiyuan glanced up indifferently. I've encountered plenty of talking magical beasts, but you're the first with such a foul mouth. Since you seek death, I'll grant it. The woman raised her hand, and mist surged wildly, condensing into a massive fist 100 meters in diameter. In midair, the malevolent mist fist. Soul power erupted beneath his feet, as Bai Guiyuan instantly deployed a giant soul formation. A brown, bell-shaped barrier rose from the formation's center, perfectly encasing both him and Feng Hao. The Earth Mountain Rock Shield, one of the advanced soul techniques. The giant fist crashed down. Though the barrier stood only 2 meters high, it stubbornly withstood the first strike. Cracks instantly spider-webbed across its transparent surface, and the crushing pressure caused the lakeshore beneath their feet to crack and collapse. Master, don't worry about me, please run. Feng Hao pleaded desperately, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Don't talk nonsense. I'm old, but you're still young. Bai Guiyuan's voice was low and resolute. With your talent, you'll reach glory someday. Feng Hao's eyes burned with tears as he silently recalled his thunder-feathered eagle into his beast space. Break for me. Bai Guiyuan poured all his soul power into the barrier. Brown light blazed intensely, followed immediately by a deafening explosion. Smoke billowed as massive waves erupted across the lake's surface. When the smoke cleared, only a battered but still standing Bai Guiyuan remained where the two had been. Did he escape? No matter. The woman murmured to herself, raising her hand and clenching it. The mist transformed into razor-sharp claws, striking toward the old man. Just as the claws were about to make contact, 2 blade flashes streaked through the air, shattering them completely. A 2-meter-tall thunderfire mantis, its body wreathed in crackling arcs of electricity, stood protectively before Bai Guiyuan. Cough. I'm not some useless old fool, and underestimate me. Bai Guiyuan staggered upright. Though the thunderfire mantis was only 6th tier, 9th stage, he had forcibly cultivated it to near 7th tier levels. The woman sneered coldly. With just that thing, you think you can survive? Holding you off is enough. Attack. The thunderfire mantis spread its wings, its transparent membranes creating an ear-piercing roar as it instantly darted to the woman's rear flank. Flash strike. Its scythe-like claws slashed viciously across the woman's back. Ah! The woman cried out in pain, retaliating with a backhand strike from a massive hand formed of condensed mist, sending the thunderfire mantis flying several yards. Damned human, you've enraged me. The mist surged violently, instantly forming countless spikes that whistled toward the thunderfire mantis. Facing this dense barrage, the thunderfire mantis could only retreat rapidly, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. The spikes scraped against its carapace, sending showers of sparks flying. The thunderfire mantis's skin was continuously scraped by sharp spikes. The moment the spike rain ceased, Bai Guiyuan seized the fleeting opportunity and roared, "Thunder slash!" Instantly, lightning surged through the thunderfire mantis's body as white and blue arcs danced along its forelimbs, unleashing two thunderous strikes. Under the lightning's illumination, the pitch-black carapace resembled death itself, awakening in the darkness. Now that's somewhat interesting. A shield formed from condensed mist appeared before the woman, yet it retreated step by step under the thunder slash's impact. This was the first time Bai Guiyuan had forced her to retreat in direct confrontation. In the next moment, a black gold staff materialized in the woman's palm. She dismissed the mist shield and raised the staff to meet the lightning. Metal clashed with thunder, and with just one touch, the thunderfire mantis's killing blow was effortlessly neutralized. Since that's how it is, I'll play with you properly. A chilling smile curved the woman's lips. It seems this is where my journey ends. Bai Guiyuan sighed softly. His opponent had suddenly transformed from a ranged spellcaster into a close combat tempest, her staff spinning wildly as fierce winds howled. The thunderfire mantis was so overwhelmed that even its claw strikes became sluggish, barely managing to parry. Knowing that further delay meant certain defeat, Bai Guiyuan risked soul damage to release all his spirit beasts at once. 5 contracted beasts roared simultaneously as they lunged at the woman, yet she remained effortlessly composed, single-handedly suppressing 5 beasts plus the thunderfire mantis. "Feng Hao, you must escape!" Bai Guiyuan screamed. Feng Hao, who had already fled the battle circle, looked back to see lightning and mist exploding behind him, the aftershocks tearing apart the ground. Tears mixed with raindrops streamed down his face. If only he were stronger, he wouldn't have left his teacher alone in this desperate situation. "Teacher!" Like a soulless puppet, he stumbled mechanically through the dense forest. "Su Yao, are you sure we're going the right way?" Wang Jian couldn't hold back any longer, his voice sounding irritated in the mist. The group had been wandering in circles for half an hour. "I'm certain." Su Yao's tone was barely steady, though he felt equally uncertain inside. Being able to distinguish direction in this forest was already remarkable. "Wait, look over there, I think there's someone." Shun Yin pointed toward a swaying figure in the depths of the thick fog. "Stay alert, it might be a magical beast." Su Yao raised his hand, signaling everyone to spread out as he slowly approached. The wall of mist suddenly parted, and a man covered in wounds and blood stains stumbled out. Thud! The moment he saw other humans, he seemed drained of all strength and collapsed to the ground. Just as the group was about to check his injuries, over a dozen light armor mist demons emerged from the white fog, cold light glinting. "Don't engage. Take him and retreat." Su Yao rushed to the front, hoisted the man onto his shoulder, and sprinted toward the only gap, with the others following close behind. "Su Yao, this guy's dying, why bother with him?" Wang Jian shouted while running. "He came from the central area, he might know what happened inside." Su Yao glanced at the blood-stained face on his shoulder. It was Feng Hao. "So are we still going to find the rescue team?" Li Hongyi's breathing was unsteady. "No, going would be suicide." Su Yao shook his head. The moment he saw Feng Hao's injuries, he understood that the dangers of Misty Pine Forest far exceeded their estimates. "What do you mean? We only came here because we listened to you." Wang Jian stopped in his tracks, his emotions nearly out of control. "You say we're not going, so we're not going. Don't get worked up. Let me explain." Su Yao knew their emotions were running high and could only try to explain again. "The fact that this person returned from the central area with such severe injuries shows the danger there is even greater. Everyone who entered Mizong Forest might be in trouble." Su Yao's voice was heavy as he added, "Take a closer look at this man." Under the flickering firelight, everyone examined the blood-covered injured man again. Blood and mud caked his face, and his clothes were so torn they could barely make out the original color. "This guy looks familiar." "Yeah, a bit familiar." Shunyan noticed her team captain Wang Jian trembling all over and quickly asked, "Captain, what's wrong?" He is." Wang Jian's voice seemed caught in his throat. "What's wrong? Do you know him?" Shunyan pressed. Wang Jian took a deep breath, still stuttering in shock. "He's from Wuji." "The Wuji hunting group? They're all intermediate beast tamers." Li Hongyi blurted out. "Even the Wuji people have fallen here," someone in the crowd whispered. Su Yao picked up the conversation. "He's Feng Hao, leader of the Wuji hunting group, one of Shanyang's 4 senior beast tamers." "What? You're kidding, right? How could Captain Feng end up like this?" Li Hongyi couldn't accept it, staring intently at Feng Hao's blood-streaked face. Su Yao looked around, his voice heavy. The enemy is more terrifying than we thought. Dawn is breaking. Let's leave here and find somewhere to rest. Right. Wang Jian nodded, helping Su Yao carry Feng Hao as they retreated away from the central area. Wang Jian's heart turned cold. If even Feng Hao was so severely injured, his group probably couldn't escape either. Forest outskirts. Any luck? Have you located Old Bai and Feng Hao's positions? Wei Changkong stood before the temporary command vehicle, his gaze fixed on the rolling gray mist over the forest. No, the communications soldier replied quietly. Damn it. Wei Changkong gritted his teeth. When will provincial reinforcements arrive? About 3 more hours. Too late. Wei Changkong murmured. He looked toward the city, where mist was slowly swallowing the high-rises along the wind corridor. At this rate, Shanyang City will become a playground for those monsters in less than half an hour. Millions will die horribly. He turned and demanded. Is there any way to stop the mist from spreading? Report, sir. Wind and ice-type beast tamers cannot dispel the mist, the soldier answered. What? Wei Changkong's eyes blazed with fury. Is there no solution at all? Where did these monsters even come from? Everyone in the tent began discussing among themselves. What do we do? We can't just wait here to die. Even intermediate beast tamers face mortal danger going in there. What can ordinary people do? Are we supposed to abandon Shanyang City? Don't forget what we guardians are four-way die at our posts if we must. But we're powerless to stop this. Even Old Bai and Captain Fong. A sergeant suggested reluctantly, Captain Wei, order a city-wide evacuation to neighboring cities. Yes, hesitation will only bring disaster, many echoed. Wei Changkong spun around, his voice thundering. We haven't even identified the source, and you want to order a retreat? This isn't just my failure, it's yours too. Behind us are our homes, our people. You just abandon them? Do you even deserve to call yourselves soldiers? Silence pressed down on everyone like a cold wave. Fleeing without fighting would be a lifelong shame for them. Suddenly, the tent flap burst open as a soldier rushed in. Sir, the mist has appeared in Shanyang City's southern district. What? Wei Changkong shot to his feet, his gaze falling on the tactical map where the border between Mizong Forest and Shanyang City was completely covered in gray mist. Is the third company commander dead? The enemy appears, and we don't have a single piece of intelligence. Wei Changkong's large hand slammed heavily onto the conference table. The table groaned under the weight, scattering debris as everyone present dared not even breathe. The lights flickered, and military reports lay scattered across the cracked wooden table, blood-stained seals mingling with dust. Report all soldiers of the third company have been confirmed killed in action. The lieutenant's voice was hoarse, yet each word rang out with conviction. A total of 257 men, including 67 beast tamers, all perished. Say that again. Wei Changkong pressed his fists against the table, his knuckles white. Yes, all soldiers of the third company, totaling 257 men, including 67 beast tamers, have been confirmed killed in action. The surrounding officers fell into suffocating silence, the air thick with the acrid smell of burnt metal. Commander, please give the order, a nearby sergeant urged in a low voice. Since we can't stop it, we can't let the casualties continue to mount. Wei Changkong bit his lip hard, blood dripping down his chin. In this deadlock, several figures burst through the door. What's wrong? Old Wei, where's your courage gone? The leader said in a deep voice. Wang Shuren, what are you doing here? Wei Changkong looked up. In the 3 minutes you've hesitated, another 1,000 people in Shanyang City have died at the jaws of demonic beasts. As his words fell, Wang Shuren threw a punch at Wei Changkong's cheek. Blood splattered as Wei Changkong staggered back half a step, yet he raised his hand in salute. I order Shanyang City enters level 1 alert. All beast tamers assist civilians in evacuating to nearby Anyang City. He knew this order meant abandoning the entire city. Wang Shuren immediately added, the Beast Management Bureau issues a conscription order for Shanyang City. All beast tamers from senior level down to apprentices must comply with unified arrangements from the Beast Management Bureau. Those who disobey will be charged with crimes against humanity. Yes. Everyone in the conference room immediately rushed to their respective terminals. Accompanied by urgent alarms, the 2 orders rapidly swept through Shanyang City via television, radio, and social media platforms. What's really happening in Shanyang City? Could it be a beast tide? It is a beast tide. The Guardian forces aren't pushovers either. My friend's brother's sister's husband is in Shanyang City. He says the whole city is fleeing, and the Beast Management Bureau has even issued a conscription order. Conscription orders can only be issued during wartime or when space-time rifts appear. This is serious. May Shanyang be safe. May Shanyang be safe. Crowds surged toward the city outskirts, car horns and children's cries weaving together into a heart-wrenching lament. Xiaoyin, let's go. In the apartment, Liao Xiaoyu stared at the black smoke outside the window, then turned to see Su Yin's stubborn silhouette. My brother hasn't come back yet. I won't leave. Su Yin stubbornly clutched her phone. But the words reached Xiaoyu's lips, but she couldn't bring herself to persuade her a second time. Don't worry about me, Xiaoyu. You go. Su Yin pushed her away. Xiao Yu simply sat back down on the sofa. If you won't go, I won't go either. We promise to be friends for life. I won't abandon you. Suddenly, a gentle current of air stirred in the living room. Ahem. Wang Shoren stepped inside, his expression grave. Your director Wang. Suyin recognized him immediately. Good memory. Shanyang City is very dangerous. You must evacuate immediately. What about my brother? I won't leave until he comes back. I'm waiting for him. Suyin stood up excitedly. He's fine. You leave first, and once Shanyang is safe, he'll naturally come find you. I want to see him now. Wang Shoren sighed and gently waved his right hand through the air. Thud, Suyin collapsed softly onto the sofa. Xiaoyin, Xiaoyin. Liao Xiaoyu caught her, then looked up with icy eyes. What did you do to her? If anything happens to her, I won't forgive you. She's fine, just sleeping. Otherwise she wouldn't leave. Wang Shoren's tone was calm. That better be true. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, bent down to carry Su Yin on her back, and at the door, turned back. Su Yao, is he really okay? I don't know. Wang Shoren met the girl's cold gaze, ultimately left with only a sigh. Xiaoyu didn't press further and rushed out of the building with Su Yin in her arms. The Liao family. Wang Shoren murmured, watching the two disappear at the end of the corridor. He wiped the dust from his fingers and gazed at the firelit night sky outside the window. Su Yao, you must survive. Wang Shoren left the room in an instant. He had promised Su Yao he would take care of his sister. What's the situation? Wei Changkong asked, looking at the electronic screen before him. With the fog having penetrated deep into Shanyang City, he and the commanding officers had moved their temporary command post overnight to the tallest building, Only Tower, from where they could overlook the entire city. The grayish-white fog was advancing like a tide, and the sky outside had taken on an ominous cast. Wei Changkong's brow was deeply furrowed. While others might be able to evacuate, he had to hold his ground until the very last moment. It's not looking good. Shanyang City is almost completely surrounded by the fog, an aide reported, holding a tablet, his voice heavy. What about the civilian evacuation? Wei Changkong pressed. Over 90% of Shanyang City's roads are paralyzed. Only Baihe Bridge remains as a route to the outside world, a female officer said, pointing at the screen. Green routes were being covered by vast swaths of red, and the blinking traffic indicators were becoming fewer and fewer. There are still approximately 500,000 people stranded. Order the troops to defend the evacuation routes at all costs, and have the beast tamers provide full escort. Wei Changkong commanded decisively. But we're severely understaffed. Even with the Beast Management Bureau and the Beast Tamer Guild, we're still far short, the sergeant said with difficulty. Don't worry. A voice came from the doorway as Wang Shoren entered, and everyone saluted. How can I not worry? If anything happens to these people, neither of us can escape responsibility. Wei Changkong's anger flared. I've ordered all hunting groups to join the escort teams. We can evacuate all civilians within an hour, Wang Shoren replied. You've finally done something worthwhile, Wei Changkong said, his expression softening slightly. Haha. Our primary task is to hold out until provincial reinforcements arrive, and secondly, to figure out why Mizong Forest is undergoing this anomalous change, Wang Shoren said as he and Wei Changkong walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching the rolling fog tide. I wonder how our teacher and the others are doing, Wei Changkong said, his eyes filled with worry. Don't worry. You know Old Bai's capabilities, don't you? Wang Shoren patted his shoulder. All we can do now is wait for the enemy to show themselves. Cough, cough. Su Yao, Wang Jian, come quickly. Captain Fong is waking up. In another temporary camp, Shun Yin was keeping watch beside the unconscious Fong Hao. Seeing his eyelids flutter slightly, she called out urgently. Quick, water. Su Yao rushed into the tent. Captain Fong, how are you feeling? Wang Jian crouched down, asking with concern. Don't ask questions yet. Let him rest more. Su Yao raised his hand to stop them. Given Fong Hao's current condition, having lost all three of his spirit beasts, his soul nearly shattered, and covered in external injuries, it was a miracle he had regained consciousness at all. Fong Hao struggled to lift his right hand, making a gesture toward his spatial ring. Su Yao understood, removed the ring, and searched through it, pulling out a crystalline pill. High-grade spiritual medicine, reflection pill. As the pill appeared, a faint medicinal fragrance spread through the small tent. Xinyan, help him sit up. I'll administer the medicine, Su Yao said. The reflection pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, turning into warm liquid that slid down his throat. Cough, cough. Fong Hao coughed painfully twice, but his previously ashen complexion gradually began to show signs of color. After settling him comfortably, everyone retreated outside the tent, leaving only Shun Yin to watch over him. Inside the tent, Shun Yin gazed at Fong Hao's weathered face, lost in thought. Su Yao, are you really planning to wait here until he's fully recovered? Wang Jian asked in a low voice. You saw it yourself. If we leave, he won't survive. Su Yao said. He'll only drag us down in this condition, and the monster that injured him will track us down sooner or later following his scent. If even Fong Hao couldn't defeat it, how can we possibly stand against it? Wang Jian frowned, speaking rapidly. Sure, he took the reflection pill, but how long can that little bit of medicine last? His soul power is leaking out, his body gets weaker by the day, who knows when he'll suddenly drop dead. Wang Jian's straightforward nature made him despise dead weight. In his eyes, even though Feng Hao had once been a high-level beast tamer, he was now just an immobilized, ordinary person. Let's wait a bit longer. Su Yao's voice was firm. Feng Hao might be the key to their escape. He didn't want to give up just yet. Unfortunately, he had no idea that nearly all of Shanyang City had already fallen. Wang Jian respected Su Yao's judgment and could only nod. Fine, 10 more minutes. If he's still not awake, we leave. Don't count on rescue, can only save ourselves. Su Yao nodded in agreement. If they wanted to survive, they could only rely on themselves. With this thought, he immediately opened his personal control panel. Constitution 1.5. Soul Strength 4.3. Soul Power 430,430. Race Human. Level Apprentice Beast Tamer. Soul Skills Bloodthirsty Blade LV5. Fire Meteor LV2. Wind Walk LV2. Beast Skeleton Mage Death. Reward points 17,730. After several days of fierce battles, he had slain dozens of mist demons and magical beasts, completing multiple quests and events. This was the first time his reward points had broken 10,000. Survival was paramount. He first upgraded Wind Walk directly from LV2 to LV7, spending 6,200 points. He used the remaining reward points to purchase supplies. Bruise Powder for 1,000 points each, rapidly heals external wounds. Spirit Restoration Powder for 1,000 points each, restores 100 soul power per bottle. Meanwhile, his Skeleton Mage Death's evolution progress continued to climb. Beast Skeleton Mage Death. Attribute Undead. Level 2nd tier, 9th stage. Race Rating Elite. Current skills Bone Sword Array, Hellfire, Bone Domain, Darkblade. Evolution Progress 60. Unlockable skills Undead Binding 50 unlocked. Requires 1,000 reward points, summons vengeful spirits to bind targets and inflict massive mental damage. Su Yao didn't hesitate to spend another 1,000 points to unlock Undead Binding. Although the Skeleton Mage already possessed 4 skills, he still relied most on the low-cost, high-damage, Bone Sword Array, and Hellfire. After completing all this, he exited the system, feeling somewhat more secure. Who are you? A weak but clear voice suddenly came from behind. Su Yao and Wang Jian spun around and rushed to Feng Hao's side. Captain Feng, you're finally awake. Wang Jian couldn't hide his excitement. Su Yao's eyes were also filled with joy. Who are you? Feng Hao's voice was extremely weak. We're also from a hunting guild. Su Yao crouched down to bandage his wounds, speaking in a steady tone. Bad luck we got trapped here too. Wang Jian immediately pressed further. Do you know what's really happening in the Misty Pine Forest? This forest is about to become a danger zone. Feng Hao lowered his eyes, his voice carrying unmistakable grief. A danger zone. The three exchanged glances, quickly grasping the severity of the situation. Within the Great Zhou territory, only areas dominated by 7th-tier king-level magical beasts or higher were classified as danger zones, with forbidden zones being the next level up. Are you saying a 7th-tier king beast has appeared here? Su Yao confirmed in a low voice. Exactly. Feng Hao recalled that terrifying figure, his body trembling involuntarily. She calls herself the Mist Fairy Queen. With just 2 attacks, she killed 3 of my bonded beasts. The Mist Fairy Queen. Everyone fell silent. Xin Yin voiced what they were all wondering. Where did she come from? How did she suddenly appear in the Misty Pine Forest? I don't know either. Feng Hao shook his head, struggling to remember. When we first entered the mist, we didn't think much of it. Although we lost contact with the settlement, this kind of communication failure had happened before. Everything seemed normal at first, until we reached a lake. A lake? Lotus Lake. Su Yao thought of their mission, his brow furrowing. Yes, that's the place. Feng Hao nodded with certainty. How did you know? Our guild's mission is to investigate the anomalies at Lotus Lake. Su Yao immediately opened his terminal, the light screen displaying clear mission intelligence. Lotus Lake originally had crystal clear water, where beast tamers and magical creatures would often rest. 3 months ago, the water temperature suddenly spiked, and aquatic life began dying mysteriously. The guild and major hunting parties have been sending intensive investigation teams ever since. Given Lotus Lake's natural ecosystem, this shouldn't have happened. Feng Hao picked up the thread. It must be spatial rifts affecting the lake. Those monsters crawled out from the rifts. At this point, Feng Hao's knuckles turned white. 3 months of anomalies, and no one reported it in time. If it had been discovered earlier, my brothers wouldn't have died. Wang Jian mused thoughtfully. So those monsters lurked near Lotus Lake for 3 whole months, just waiting for the Mist Fairy Queen to be born? Exactly. Feng Hao took a deep breath, slowing his speech. Yesterday we reached the center of the lake and saw a woman lying naked on the water's surface, surrounded by grotesque monsters continuously channeling their power into her. Wang Jian scoffed, though he couldn't hide his nervousness. You didn't attack? That was when she was most vulnerable. How could we not try to stop it? Feng Hao ignored Wang Jian's mockery. His eyes filled only with endless regret. But it was all too late. Our beast taming squad had 4 tamers, including myself, with 17 bonded beasts. His voice broke here, tears finally spilling over. We couldn't even withstand a single attack from her. If someone in our team hadn't blocked that strike for me, I might not have even had time to summon my primary companion. That magical beast was beyond our capabilities. Her fight with me was completely one-sided. She was just toying with me for her own amusement. Feng Hao leaned against a fallen log, his voice hoarse and face ashen. For the first time, he truly experienced the humiliation of being looked down upon and played with, and felt he had failed the teammates who had followed him all these years. I'm sorry. The apology slipped out, and only then did Wang Jian realize how foolish his earlier questioning had been. He quickly lowered his head. What happened next? Su Yao asked in a hushed voice. The beast was getting excited from the fight, but then grew bored and prepared to finish me off with one claw. At the critical moment, my teacher arrived and rescued me. Feng Hao clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. To help me escape, my teacher stayed behind alone to hold off that beast. Damn it! Wang Jian slammed his fist into the damp earth, sending debris flying. It's all my fault. If only I were stronger, just a little stronger, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Feng Hao fell into deep self-blame once again. Captain Feng, none of this is your fault. It's all because of those damned beasts. Shunyan crouched down, offering gentle comfort. That's right. Rest up for now. We still need to figure out how to escape this forest. Su Yao chimed in. Feng Hao pulled a spirit pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it. The medicinal power instantly transformed into warm currents flowing through his body, yet it couldn't dispel the heaviness in his chest. Tree shadows swayed as the campfire crackled. Wang Jian pulled Su Yao aside quietly, stealing glances at Feng Hao. Feng Hao looked up, their eyes meeting, and Wang Jian could only manage an awkward smile. What do we do now? Wang Jian whispered. What do you mean, what do we do? We wait for him to recover, then figure out how to leave together. Su Yao rolled his eyes. Damn, why are you asking me everything? I don't know either. Wang Jian fell silent, found a clean rock to sit on, and rested with his arms crossed. On the other side, Li Hongyi stared absently at the sparks drifting from the dying embers. Su Yao walked over and lowered his voice. What's wrong? Worried about Brother Yun and the others? Yes. If even Feng Hao, an advanced beast tamer, nearly lost his life, what about Brother Yun and the others? They'll be okay, won't they? Li Hongyi bit her lip, clearly regretting their earlier separation from the team. They'll be fine. Su Yao patted her shoulder with forced casualness. Brother Yun and his group are stronger than us. TV probably already made it out. Let's get some rest. Li Hongyi nodded, though her brow remained furrowed with worry. Meanwhile, at Shangyang City Command Center. I'm telling you, Wang Shoren, we can't wait any longer. I'm going to check on them. Wei Changkong shot up from his chair, hands planted on the table, fury blazing in his eyes. Across from him, Wang Shoren leisurely sipped his coffee, the steam rising from his cup forming a stark contrast to Wei Changkong's agitation. Don't be hasty. Just because we've lost contact with Feng Hao and Old Bai doesn't necessarily mean something bad has happened. Right now, we need to concentrate our forces. Wang Shoren calmly set down his cup. When the provincial reinforcements arrive, that's when we'll launch our counterattack. Wait, all you ever do is wait. Wei Changkong slammed the table. When will they get here? If we keep dragging this out, my teacher and junior brother might never come back. Oh, then what do you suggest? Wang Shoren raised an eyebrow. I'll take people directly into Mizong Forest and turn over every stone until we bring them back. What if you can't find them? What if you end up trapped in there too? Wang Shoren's tone remained calm. Right now, you and I are the only high-level beast tamers left in Shangyang City. There are still tens of thousands of civilians who haven't been evacuated. If something happens to both of us, what about them? Wei Changkong's throat bobbed, and finally he deflated like a punctured balloon, slumping back into his chair. Your responsibility right now is more important than ever. I understand. The command room was bathed in dim yellow light as Wei Changkong sat, with his head bowed in thought. Wang Shoren gazed out the window at the night sky, where starlight had been dimmed by the fires of war. Don't worry, the day of counterattack won't be far off. Wang Shoren looked toward the distant horizon, silently repeating these words in his heart. Su Yao? Feng Hao slowly walked out of the house. Commander Feng, you can walk now? Su Yao saw his unsteady steps and hurried forward to meet him. Yes, I feel much better after taking the spirit medicine. Feng Hao walked to Su Yao's side and frankly added, but I have no combat ability now. Su Yao was momentarily speechless, yet couldn't bear to ask more. Feng Hao noticed his concern and took the initiative to say, Don't worry, I won't be a burden to you all. Commander Feng, you risked everything for all the people in Shangyang City. What we've done for you is nothing in comparison. Su Yao responded from the heart. Don't worry. My teacher told me that before he came, he had already requested reinforcements from the province. This matter will end soon. Feng Hao spoke at a steady pace, but added in a low voice. I just don't know if we can survive until then. At some point, Wang Jian had also walked to their side, his face grim. We're still trapped here, unable to leave the Mizong forest. The longer we stay, the more dangerous it becomes. Captain Wang. Su Yao gently reminded him after all. Commander Fong was a high-level beast tamer, and even if he had fallen on hard times, they couldn't let him feel humiliated. Commander Fong, Captain Wang Jian didn't mean anything by it. Su Yao explained for Wang Jian. I understand. Fong Hao nodded. So our primary goal is to return to the city as quickly as possible. At this moment, Su Yao and the others still didn't know how critical the situation in Shenyang City had become. Give me 5 minutes. Fong Hao took out another spirit medicine and swallowed it in one gulp. 5 minutes passed in a flash. He opened his eyes, his breathing slightly steadier. I'm ready, let's go. But the navigation doesn't work now, we can't figure out the direction at all. Wang Jian frowned. I'll lead the way. Fong Hao's tone was firm. Wang Jian looked sideways at Su Yao, seeking his opinion. Let's trust Commander Fong. He knows the Mizong forest much better than we do. Su Yao agreed. Everyone gathered around the map. Fong Hao pointed to a spot in the Mizong forest. We're roughly here now. First, we need to pass through an area where monsters gather, then. He laid out all the routes he knew. Wang Jian stared at the zigzag line and couldn't help but frown. Isn't this going back? We're just passing through the outskirts of Water Lotus Lake. If we keep quiet, we can get through quickly, and the path afterward will be much easier. Fong Hao explained. The Mist Fairy Queen needs a lot of energy to maintain her vitality, which is why she's never left the lake. Although it's risky, we have no other choice. Su Yao agreed. Wang Jian was about to say more when he saw Su Yao's face suddenly change. Alert! Danger is approaching. Please respond immediately. Danger level, yellow. Su Yao's heart sank as he realized the mist demons were pursuing them. Magical beasts are coming. Everyone be careful. Upon hearing this, everyone became tense. Based on Su Yao's previous experience, yellow level usually meant creatures equal to his strength or 3 to 4 minor realms higher. The surrounding mist quickly thickened, and more than 10 light-armored mist demons appeared, surrounding everyone. Bonds of the Undead. Su Yao decisively summoned the Undead and cast his newly acquired skill. The Undead raised its staff high, the skull's eyes glowing with ghostly green light, and wisps of vengeful spirit-like mist churned from within. Accompanied by a 5-second incantation, countless white spirits shot out from the staff, rushing toward the light-armored mist demons surrounding the group. The Undead's translucent arms possessed seemingly infinite strength, tightly restraining the surrounding light-armored mist demons. Thin fog swirled as those light-armored mist demons were suspended in midair, their armor edges immediately showing gray-white corrosion marks where they touched the Undead, accompanied by continuous hissing sounds like countless drops of acid falling on iron plates. Seeing all the mist demons immobilized by the Undead binding, Su Yao reminded them in a deep voice. Now's our chance, let's go. Everyone snapped awake as if from a nightmare and quickly circled around the dangerous area. Su Yao turned back and called out the skill name in a low growl, Hellfire. In the next instant, a crimson-black flame erupted from the ground, the blazing fire forming a waterfall of flames that completely devoured the immobilized mist demons. Congratulations, host, for eliminating 18 light-armored mist demons, earning a total of 2,300 reward points. The cold system notification flashed through his mind, but the group dared not linger and continued their swift journey through the mist. Dense fog obscured their vision, with only the sound of wind and hurried footsteps continuing. Fong Hao, riding on Wang Jian's back in the middle of the group, said quietly, Su Yao, your beast companion is strong and has great potential. Though Fong Hao's injuries had stabilized, he still couldn't move independently and had to be carried by Wang Jian during their retreat. Thank you. Su Yao nodded slightly, his gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The system could detect enemies, but he didn't want to miss any hidden dangers due to carelessness. Is your beast companion following the undead path? Fong Hao continued asking. As a senior beast tamer, he could immediately recognize the characteristics of the undead type. That's right, positioned as a long-range mage for main attacks. Su Yao was eager to seek advice from this senior. Fong Hao nodded but spoke bluntly. The potential is indeed great, but there's a problem with your current training approach. What problem? Su Yao had never doubted the system's automatic training, and his heart couldn't help but tighten. The core of the undead type is undead magic, using the souls of the dead in battle, Fong Hao explained. But the attack methods you're using are almost entirely not undead magic. Su Yao pulled up the undead's attribute panel and nodded after examining it carefully. It does seem that way. This creates a disadvantage. It may seem like sufficient firepower with wide range now, but when skills don't match attributes, the power will be significantly weakened. I see. Su Yao murmured quietly. No wonder during battles, the undead was always reluctant to cast Bone Sword Array and Dark Blade unless he forcibly commanded it. The undead almost only wanted to sweep everything with hellfire. He looked up at the undead beside him, whose hollow eye sockets flickered with ghostly fire. as if silently complaining casting skills that don't belong to you every day is like falling in love with someone you shouldn't love. Do you understand me? Su Yao, Li Hongyi, running at the front, reached back and poked him. Guidance from a senior beast tamer isn't something you can hear just anywhere. How can you still be spacing out? Sorry. Su Yao snapped back to attention. Then how should I improve this situation? Beast Taming University teaches this, didn't you know? Fang Hao frowned inwardly, instantly viewing Su Yao as a bad student with talent but poor study habits who always skipped classes. I just graduated high school this year and haven't had time to take the exam before getting trapped here. Su Yao replied helplessly. Su Yao watched as Fang Hao's expression changed from initial appreciation to disdain, and though he didn't know what the man was thinking, it certainly wasn't anything good. What? You just graduated from high school? Fang Hao nearly stumbled. Given Su Yao's current abilities, he could easily match many ordinary college students. He had assumed the young man was a university student gaining experience in the field. After his initial surprise, he immediately shifted into teaching mode. It's actually quite simple, Fang Hao said, pulling out a grayish-white stone and placing it in his palm. You just need to use a cleansing stone to wash away any skills that don't belong to your beast's natural attributes. Cleansing stone. Su Yao had never heard of such a thing, and Wang Jian and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Yes, it's a very special kind of stone. Of course, this is just my suggestion. If you have your own ideas, you don't necessarily have to listen to me. Fang Hao closed his palm, his gaze serious. Every beast master's companion should be personally crafted by their own hands, becoming the partner that suits them best. Even in Beast Master University, instructors only offer guidance. The real choices are always in your hands. Beast masters must constantly experiment and develop understanding with their beasts through fighting side by side. Remember, your beast isn't a tool for showing off your power, but a partner who grows with you, a comrade in arms, even family. By the end, Fang Hao's voice trembled slightly. In that battle long ago, he had lost all three beasts that had grown up alongside him in one fell swoop, and the pain still cut through him like a knife. Thank you, Captain Fang. I'll keep this in my heart. Su Yao nodded solemnly. No need to thank me. Fang Hao shook his head, self-reproach flashing in his eyes. My teacher taught me the same way. His lifelong dream was to train more capable and responsible beast masters, but I disappointed him. If I can make it back alive, I'll definitely put the past behind me and strive for glory. Teacher, believe in me. The last sentence was whispered repeatedly in a voice only he could hear. The mist gradually thinned, and the surrounding scenery became clearer as everyone slowed their pace. Where are we? Li Hongyi asked softly when she saw Su Yao stop. How would I know, Sister Hongyi? Don't forget, this is my first time in Misty Pine Forest too, Su Yao said helplessly. It was his first time in this forest, yet his teammates all treated him like a veteran. Oh, I forgot. Li Hongyi scratched her hair, unwashed for several days. You performed so skillfully that I subconsciously thought you'd been here many times. We're already at the outer edge, Wang Jian said, looking around and recognizing the terrain. That's right. If we continue in this direction for about 20 more minutes, we'll reach the city, Fang Hao said, pointing ahead. Great. Finally, I can go home and take a shower, Shunyan exclaimed excitedly. As soon as she said this, Su Yao also felt his whole body itching unbearably. Only true glory beast masters can stay away from worldly distractions and live without food or earthly concerns, Wang Jian remarked half-jokingly, then took the lead. Su Yao and the others followed closely behind. Before leaving, Li Hongyi turned back for a long look at the forest behind them, still shrouded in mist and darkness. The safety of teammates like Ling Yun and Lu Yunyun still weighed heavily on her heart. Let's go, Sister Hongyi. Once we get back, we'll contact the guild for rescue immediately. Su Yao wanted to comfort her, but didn't know where to start. I know about your situation. Fang Hao spoke up from within the group. You saved my life, and I, Fang Hao, still have some influence. I'll help you out. Thank you, Su Yao, and thank you too, brother Fang Hao. Li Hongyi wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and pulled herself together once more. Reporting, sir. The mist is less than 5 kilometers away from us. Wang Shoren, what do we do now? Wei Changkong asked. It looks like we can't wait for provincial rescue anymore. Wang Shoren straightened up, his voice low but resolute. Prepare for battle. I never thought it would actually come to this. Wei Changkong slowly stood upright as well. He recalled that incident from years ago when he and his best friend had ventured into a newly discovered demon beast realm and encountered a powerful enemy. Back then, his friend fought desperately to cover their retreat, pushing him back to the exit while being torn apart by the beasts beyond recognition. Since then, he had dreamed nightly of that bloodied, mangled face. Now, perhaps it was time to repay that debt. This day has finally come. I'm coming to join you, Sanner. He raised his hand to gaze at an old photograph. Two brightly smiling young men, their military uniforms gleaming with vigor in the sunlight. Notify all forces, prepare for battle, he commanded in a deep voice. Yes, sir. The office hall immediately burst into activity, filled with the sounds of communicators and keyboards. Wei Changkong looked through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the temporary camp below, where 200,000 civilians who hadn't been evacuated in time were crowded together, fear churning in their eyes. With piercing alarms swept across the entire city of Shenyang, signaling that the moment of life-or-death battle had finally arrived. Above the clouds, a young woman stood on the back of a glazed ice phoenix, wearing a deep blue gown, her hair dancing in the wind, her expression cold and distant. Beside her sat an elderly man cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed. "Old man, did you hear that? What is that sound?" The young woman gently patted the elder's shoulder. "Ow, ow, young miss, be gentle. These old bones are about to fall apart." The elder rubbed his shoulder and sighed as he opened his eyes. "That's the battle cry of the great Zhou government. It only sounds when a city faces complete annihilation." Complete annihilation? What on earth is happening in Shenyang City? The young woman frowned. "I'm not sure. Let's speed up and get there first, Lanlan." The elder leaned forward to stroke the phoenix's neck feathers. Clank, glazed ice phoenix let out a long cry and transformed into a brilliant blue meteor, suddenly increasing its speed. The young woman silently complained to herself. Who would have thought that one of Xinhai province's top 10 honored beast tamers, the Ice King, would be so casual with naming? The Ice King was picking his nose and flicked what he found onto the phoenix's back. The glazed ice phoenix rolled in displeasure, nearly throwing both riders off. "My little ancestor, I was wrong. Don't make trouble." The Ice King felt dizzy and repeatedly begged for mercy. "Serves you right, you old fool," the young woman muttered through gritted teeth, while fighting off the sensation of weightlessness. "This is bad," the battle cry. "Everyone follow me," toward the only building. Fong Hao shouted. "Captain Fong, what's happening?" Su Yao followed closely behind. Their squad had just entered Shenyang City District when they discovered thick fog everywhere, with visibility less than 10 meters. The city's strange condition left everyone at a loss, and if even Shenyang City was in crisis, there was nowhere left to flee. In this despair, that long, ancient, and ominous alarm echoed across the city sky, lingering endlessly. Fong Hao's heart sank. As a senior beast tamer, he understood what this sound meant. Shenyang was in mortal danger. What exactly happened? Su Yao asked. Once the horn for the final battle sounds, it means Shenyang City can no longer hold out. Fong Hao's suppressed, hoarse voice carried a sob. This single sentence was equivalent to announcing to the entire city. Everyone must resist the enemy together, sharing life and death. You mean Shenyang City has truly reached its breaking point? Xinyan found it hard to believe. She refused to accept the reality that the city where she had lived and fought was about to fall. "Take care of Captain Fong Hao. I need to go first." Su Yao's tone grew heavy. "Where are you going?" Li Hongyi quickly grabbed his sleeve. "The mist has already invaded the city center, and there are traces of monster activity everywhere. Wouldn't it be safer to stay with us?" "Thank you, Sister Hongyi, but my sister is still at home. I don't know how long the mist has been here. I have to go back and find her." Su Yao spoke with unwavering determination. "Su Yao, don't be rash." Fong Hao struggled to lift his head. "Look around you. The residents of Shenyang City probably evacuated not long ago. Your sister might have left with them. If something happens to you alone, what will she do?" "Captain Fong, I understand. But she's my only family in this world. No matter what, I have to go back and confirm." Su Yao remained resolute. "In that case, I'll go with you." Li Hongyi spoke up. "I abandoned a comrade once before. I don't want there to be a second time." "Sister Hongyi." Su Yao hadn't expected her to be so decisive and was momentarily speechless. "Wang Jian, I'm entrusting Captain Fong to your Tiana hunting group." Li Hongyi instructed solemnly. "Leave him to us with confidence." Wang Jian and Shun Yin nodded simultaneously. "Su Yao, you must be careful. Whether you find her or not, meet us at the Only building." Fong Hao reminded them. "Understood." Su Yao responded. The two walked forward into the gray-white mist, their figures quickly swallowed up. "Captain Fong, why must we go to the Only building?" Wang Jian asked as they resumed their journey. "It's a landmark building constructed with investment from the great Zhou government. Every third-tier city has one." Fong Hao explained. "Its purpose is to handle situations like today. Once a city falls in a major crisis, all viable forces will concentrate there." "I see." Shen Yin looked thoughtful. "Let's hope there are no more complications on the road. Let's go." "Sister Hongyi, you really shouldn't have come with me." Walking through the ruined streets and alleys, Su Yao looked at Li Hongyi, who was obviously tense beside him. "You're calling me sister, so your sister is my sister too. How could I not come?" Li Hongyi replied with a light laugh. "Thank you." Su Yao thanked her again. "Don't mention it. Let's find your sister first and leave together." Broken shop signs swayed precariously, the air was filled with a pungent, bloody smell, and bodies of all sizes lay scattered across the streets. Li Hongyi's gaze darkened. Just how many people died in Shenyang City? These monsters exist only to kill. Su Yao crouched down to examine a disemboweled corpse, his throat tightening. Not only humans, but even some magical beast companions had met their end, likely suffering inhuman torture before death. "Wait, Su Yao." Li Hongyi suddenly sensed something and pulled him into a nearby alley. "Shoo." The two pressed against the wall in a half-crouch. only poking out half their heads. At the mist-shrouded intersection, a massive black shadow about 30 meters tall paced back and forth, its footsteps rumbling like muffled thunder. What is that? Li Hongyi asked. I don't know, but definitely not a friend. Thick mist swirled around, obscuring even the creature's outline, leaving only a massive shadow that flickered in and out of view. Su Yao lowered his voice and questioned, System, why didn't you sound an alarm? If Li Hongyi hadn't reacted instantly and pulled him into the nearby alley, they would probably be exposed by now. The system's electronic voice remained cold as ever, yet displayed a pitiful expression in the text box. Oh. The system only triggers alarms when the target shows hostility toward the host or exhibits aggressive behavior. This magical beast has neither detected the host nor launched an attack, so no alarm was triggered. So you're saying as long as it doesn't spot us, you won't give me a heads up? Correct, host. The smiling emoticon on the screen left Su Yao speechless. Wait, what's with these emoticons? The system cannot express emotions through voice, so it can only use text to convey its current mood to the host. Only then did Su Yao realize that this supposedly cold system could actually act cute. He whispered with a sigh, You're becoming more and more human-like. The screen flashed another shy expression. Getting back to business, he pointed toward the mist. Can you detect what that thing actually is? Unable to detect. First, the distance is too great. Second, the mist interference is severe. Then what would it take to detect it? The host must be within 20 meters and observe part of the target's physical form. 20 meters. Su Yao estimated he was about 50 meters away from the creature. The thick fog here wasn't as dense as in misty pine forest, but it still blocked distant visibility. This road was the only way home. Taking a detour would be time-consuming and exhausting, and visibility would be even worse in the mist. Even if the system could provide guidance for him, what about Li Hongyi? The urgent priority was to figure out what this creature was. The fact that it hadn't noticed them yet was their only advantage. Sister Hongyi, stay here and don't move. I'll scout ahead and see if I can slip past without alerting the creature. Su Yao kept his voice low. Don't go. Li Hongyi looked at the massive shadow, feeling uncertain. It's so huge you might not be able to handle it. What if? Su Yao met her eyes with a serious expression. Sister Hongyi, don't worry. I have my methods. If something happens to me, please help me find my sister. Su Yao. Li Hongyi wanted to stop him, but seeing his resolute expression, her heart softened. She nodded. All right, I promise. If anything happens to you, I'll definitely take care of your sister. Thank you. I've already sent my home address to your phone. With that, he crouched low against the wall and tiptoed out of the alley. Be careful. Li Hongyi's barely audible voice echoed behind him. Su Yao darted to a wrecked car by the roadside, using the vehicle as cover. He peered around and gave Li Hongyi, who was anxiously watching from the alley entrance, an okay gesture. Su Yao crept forward cautiously, terrified of accidentally disturbing the massive creature. Under the broken streetlight, he pressed against the wall, constantly adjusting his position to stay hidden in the shadows. To get closer to his target, he crouched behind an overturned trash can and whispered, System, still can't detect it? Sorry, the fog density around the monster is too high, and I cannot confirm its complete form. The system's response was dry and mechanical. Damn it, here goes nothing. He cursed under his breath, gritting his teeth as he moved forward again. Even the soft scraping of his shoes against broken glass made his scalp tingle with fear. Now he was less than 20 meters from the dark shadow. Su Yao, are you insane? Go any further, and you'll be spotted. Li Hongyi watched from behind as he gradually disappeared into the fog, becoming nothing more than a blurry silhouette. Her fists clenched unconsciously as she silently prayed he would make it back alive. After a few more steps, the shadow's true form finally came into view. With just one glance, Su Yao felt his stomach churn violently as cold dread crawled up his spine. This wasn't a demon beast, it was a mountain of flesh formed from countless severed limbs and body parts. The massive meatball, nearly 30 meters in diameter, was curled up with only what appeared to be its head visible. Human skulls were embedded densely across its surface, all with eyes tightly shut, as if sleeping. A huge spherical sac bulged from its chest, with dark red liquid flowing slowly within it. Combined with the swirling fog around it, the whole thing pulsed like a living organism. Su Yao quickly ducked behind a collapsed billboard as a deep, rhythmic rumbling reached his ears. System, what's that sound? The monster's heartbeat. Begin detection. Detection will cost 100 reward points. Just deduct it. Don't ask next time. Ding detection successful. Name, Mist Flesh Mountain. Attributes. Level. Species grade, rare. Skills, super vibration. Danger level, red. That's it. Su Yao cursed silently at being ripped off. The gap between the host's power and the target is too great. Data cannot be fully analyzed. He frowned, weighing his options. Should he take a detour? How risky would that be? System, what's it doing right now? The Mist Flesh Mountain is in a dormant state. It's expected to sleep for another 35 hours unless disturbed by external forces or awakened. Learning this, he stared at the monster for a moment before slowly backing away. There were no fog demons around. Clearly, they had been driven off by the Flesh Mountain's overwhelming presence, which explained why he and Li Hongyi had encountered no resistance. But he'd rather face fog demons any day. If this thing woke up, the consequences would be unthinkable. Every time he heard that heart beat with a thunderous thump, his face grew paler, terrified that his footsteps might rouse the giant beast. Finally reaching a safe distance, he hurried back to Li Hongyi's side. How did it go? Seeing his return, Li Hongyi's suppressed worry instantly transformed into relief. We're safe for now, as long as we're careful enough. Su Yao whispered. What kind of monster was that thing? Li Hongyi gazed at the massive flesh mountain that was the captain's body in the mist, and asked. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure either, Su Yao replied in a low voice. But it's definitely made up of countless human corpses piled together. Are you saying that's just a pile of flesh? Li Hongyi frowned with disgust. Exactly, Su Yao nodded. It's probably some substance in the mist that caused these corpses to mutate, giving birth to this kind of monster. This mist is truly terrifying. Li Hongyi looked around worriedly. We've been in here for so long. Could something happen to us? Probably not. We've been here for quite a while now, and if something were going to happen, it would have happened already. Su Yao reassured her. Perhaps this fog only affects lifeless corpses. Anyway, the situation is what it is. There's no point worrying about it now. You're right, let's go. Li Hongyi shook off her unease and stepped out of the alley. Wait, Sister Hongyi, be extremely careful not to disturb it. Su Yao warned again. Don't worry, I'm capable of that much. Li Hongyi waved her hand, confident yet alert. Su Yao shook his head and still slowed his movements. I'll go first, you follow behind me. I'm more familiar with the routes here. Li Hongyi responded, her tone becoming more restrained and her expression more cautious. The two moved one after the other, following the path Su Yao remembered, quietly approaching the flesh mountain. The fog was thick, the smell putrid, and their heartbeats amplified in their eardrums. So this is the flesh mountain. Li Hongyi could barely hear her own voice. The monster before them was like a pulsating planet, its surface wrinkled and undulating, with heart-like beats creating oppressive tremors. Suddenly, a viscous and deep sound emerged from within the flesh mountain, like muffled thunder rolling. Both held their breath simultaneously, sweat sliding from their hair and soaking their backs. Fortunately, the sound seemed more like snoring, and the flesh mountain showed no signs of awakening. Seeing this, Su Yao glanced sideways at Li Hongyi. Li Hongyi stuck out her tongue and was about to apologize quietly when Su Yao's raised index finger stopped her. He pointed toward the flesh mountain, signaling her to leave first. Li Hongyi nodded, her footsteps so light they barely touched the ground, circling around the edge of the flesh mountain and gradually disappearing into the thinner mist. Only after confirming her safety did Su Yao prepare to follow. Just as he stepped to the edge of the fog, the flesh mountain's massive head lifted slightly, and countless closed eyes in the skin's crevices snapped open. Su Yao's heart pounded violently. His leg about to step forward froze in place. He realized the flesh mountain wasn't looking at him, so he forced himself to freeze his movement. System, what's going on with this thing? He called urgently in his mind. The mist flesh mountain doesn't primarily rely on mental detection. Its main senses depend on vision and hearing, and it's still in a dormant state. The system responded calmly. Sleeping? Its eyes are wide open. In human terms, it's currently sleepwalking. As long as the host doesn't make too much noise, it won't fully awaken. With this explanation, Su Yao nodded silently. The flesh mountain stretched its viscous limbs, seemingly unconsciously changing position. Su Yao remained motionless until the massive figure slowly moved toward the other side of the street, then dared to exhale the stale air from his lungs, watching as the flesh mountain walked toward the other side of the street. The misty flesh mountain rolled away like a soccer ball into the distance. The massive blob of flesh and blood squeezed against the buildings lining the street, crushing steel and concrete like crumpled cardboard as they collapsed with agonizing groans. Only after the blurry red shadow had completely disappeared into the depths of the fog did Su Yao finally exhale a breath of stale air, as if all his strength had been drained, and stagger over to Li Hongyi's side. You scared me to death. I thought something had happened to you. She looked him up and down, only relaxing after confirming he still had all his limbs intact. What was that about? Did that thing wake up? No, it felt like sleepwalking. Su Yao shrugged. Come on, stop joking around. How could it possibly sleepwalk? Let's go find your sister. Li Hongyi dismissed it as nonsense, never imagining he was telling the truth. Su Yao thought helplessly that these days, no one believed you when you told the truth. The two walked forward side by side. Seeing Li Hongyi's hurried pace and tense shoulders, Su Yao reminded her. Sister Hongyi, be careful. Don't you think this area has no fog demons because that flesh mountain was blocking them? Li Hongyi analyzed in a low voice. Now that it's gone, the monsters will follow. That makes sense. Turn left at the intersection ahead, and it's about 500 meters to my house. Su Yao looked up to identify the dilapidated buildings. Then let's hurry. Li Hongyi quickened her pace. The closer they got to home, The more hesitant Su Yao became, the bodies scattered across the street included friends, neighbors, and strangers. He feared the next one might be his sister. Just as he hesitated, Li Hongyi saw right through his thoughts. Su Yao, you need to fix this indecisiveness of yours. You're her brother, and you're a beast tamer. A real beast tamer doesn't hesitate and second-guess everything. How can you become a professional beast tamer like this? How can you achieve your dreams? Her words cut like a sharp blade, ruthlessly slicing through the protective shell Su Yao thought was safe. Since his rebirth and obtaining the system, he had never actively pursued becoming stronger, even assuming he could easily survive this disaster maybe this time. But what about next time? What about his sister and friends? I understand, Sister Hongyi. Su Yao clenched his fists, his gaze determined. From now on, no matter what happens, I'll face it head-on. The two arrived at the apartment building entrance. We're here. Go in and take a look. Li Hongyi stepped aside. Su Yao took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The living room was messy, but there were no signs of fog demons breaking in. Luggage was scattered on the floor, not taken away, but this actually showed that his sister had once packed, but ultimately left in a hurry. He stood by the sofa while Li Hongyi searched each room systematically. Su Yao, I didn't find anything. Your sister isn't here. She must have escaped. Maybe she's already left Shangyang. Su Yao kept trying to reassure himself. Yes, that must be it. Su Yao, what's this? Li Hongyi found a piece of paper under a suitcase beside the sofa. Su Yao took it and glanced at it. The gloom instantly lifted from his face, and his lips curved upward. My sister is fine. She and her friends have already escaped from Shangyang. Su Yao excitedly grasped Li Hongyi's hand. His palm was burning hot, almost transmitting all his emotions through the touch. Li Hongyi pulled out the crumpled piece of paper and read aloud in a clear voice. Su Yao, Xiaoyin and I have been rescued by Director Wang from the Beast Management Bureau. We've already left Shanyang City with the main group. If you see this message, don't worry about us. I'll take good care of Xiaoyin. Left by Liao Xiaoyu. As each word fell from the paper, Su Yao's breathing gradually steadied. All right, Su Yao, since your sister is safe, we should head to Onli Tower. Li Hongyi crumpled the note tightly, her voice short and resolute. Right. Su Yao quickly composed himself. Shanyang has become an isolated city. The place Captain Fong mentioned might be our only safe haven for now, and we might even be able to contact the outside world. Onli Tower was less than a 20-minute walk from here. The two packed their simplest belongings, pushed open the door, and hurried down the street toward the tower. Meanwhile, in the rolling mist, Shun Yin crouched down, supporting the unconscious Captain Fong. Shin Yin, get Captain Fong to the tower now. Wang Jian roared, using his body to block a fierce claw strike from a mist demon. Blood spurted from his shoulder. But Captain, I can't leave you behind. Tears streamed down Shun Yan's cheeks onto her arms, burning hot enough to make her whole body tremble. This city can survive without me, but not without Fong Hao. Wang Jian's gaze was resolute. The people in the city have no idea what's happening. You must go tell them. He commanded the remaining blue swordsmen to strike fiercely, tearing open a gap in the approaching pack of mist demons. Shun Yan gritted her teeth, hoisting Fong Hao onto the back of her wounded beast, then mounted her unicorn leaf antelope. Go now. Wang Jian's roar was hoarse. Just then, a mist demon swept past the blue swordsman from the flank, its claws slashing downward and severing Wang Jian's left arm completely. The excruciating pain sent him stumbling to the ground. Of the three beasts that had once fought alongside him, only the blue swordsman remained. The other two had already died protecting Fong Hao and Shin Yan. Shin Yan tried to move forward, but Wang Jian's remaining right hand stopped her from a distance. The blue swordsman turned back, striking down the ambushing mist demon with one sword stroke and helping Wang Jian to his feet. Through the pervasive, bloody mist, Wang Jian looked toward Shin Yan, his eyes filled with loneliness and determination. Captain, I'm sorry, Shin Yan whispered through her tears, yanking hard on the reins. The unicorn leaf antelope's hooves thundered as it carried her and Fong Hao toward the distant, faint lights. In Wang Jian's vision, that figure grew smaller and smaller while the mist grew thicker and thicker. The blue swordsman cleaved through another light armor mist demon, its long sword shattering inch by inch. Watching its master being torn apart by the demon pack while powerless to continue fighting, two streams of bloody tears flowed from beneath its blue mask. Farewell. With barely audible whispers, the blue swordsman's form dissolved in the mist, leaving only a broken blue sword thrust into the bloody ground beast and master, bound in life and death. Onli Tower defense line. Behind makeshift barricades built from rubble, several soldiers idly guarded the dim front line. Old Yin, do you think we're going to die here? Someone asked in a lowered voice. Bah, don't jinx us. The soldier called Old Yin spat. How many beast waves have we survived? We're still alive and kicking. The higher-ups must have a plan. Enough, stop arguing. Another soldier tugged at their sleeves. Old Yin, got any cigarettes left? Share them with us. You brat, I'm all out. Old Yin clutched his pocket protectively. Then what's that you're hiding? Let your brothers have a look. Just as the men were getting rowdy, the sentry suddenly pressed down on his gun barrel. Quiet. Look ahead, something's coming out of the mist. Old Yin and the others stopped their banter and cautiously watched the movement stirring within the mist. The unicorn antelope burst out of the mist like a creature possessed. Its hooves pounded frantically as the fog was torn into two white streams by its razor-sharp horn. Old Yin, do you think that's a beast tamer? A soldier tapped Old Yin, who was stationed at the telescope. Old Yin rubbed his eyes and raised the scope. Yes, it really is a beast tamer. His voice carried barely contained excitement since the mist had enveloped the city. No human had ever emerged alive. Brothers, grab your weapons and cover her. Old Yin shouted, raising his arm. The position immediately filled with the scattered sounds of rifle bolts being pulled. Prepare for battle. Most of these soldiers were ordinary people, and their firearms could at best inflict flesh wounds on magical beasts, but none of them retreated. The unicorn antelope skidded to a halt at the edge of the trench, and Fong Hao and Shun Yin dismounted. Where is Regiment Commander Wei? Shun Yin gasped for breath, one hand pressed against her chest. He's on the top floor of the building. Xiao Er, lead the way quickly. The soldiers treated her as a scout sent by Wei Changkong and dared not delay, having Wang Er guide her to see the commander. Behind the mist, the fog demon saw that its prey had escaped beyond range. Its ghostly green eyes flashed once before it retreated into the depths of the thick fog, its form fading away. Old Yin, why haven't those monsters come out yet? In the trench, a soldier gripped his rifle tightly. The mist had surrounded them for a long time, but had never advanced. Isn't it good that they're not coming out? Good my ass. Old Yin lowered his voice. They're active in the fog while we're trapped here. Once our water and rations run out, they can easily finish us off. The veteran's words shattered everyone's false hope. Don't be so alarmist. Could those beasts really be that smart? Someone argued back. Huh, I hope I'm overthinking it. Old Yin didn't voice the rest of his thought. If that were truly the case, the 200,000 people behind them would all be lambs awaiting slaughter. In the command room. Report, Chief and Director Wang. There's a beast tamer from a hunting group who says she's brought back Regiment Commander Fong Hao, and she's waiting at the entrance to see you. A messenger burst through the door. What? Where? Bring her in quickly. Wei Changkong and Wang Shoren shot to their feet. No, take us there. I want to see for myself. The two men set down their teacups and hurried after the messenger toward the entrance. Where are they? Wei Changkong urged. Just ahead, but both are severely injured and the medics are treating them, the messenger reported as he ran. Even Fong Hao is severely injured? Wang Shoren frowned deeply. The monsters in the mist are indeed formidable. Wei Changkong pointed at the messenger. Go ask if reinforcements have been contacted. Yes, sir. Come on, let's see Fong Hao first. The two leaders walked side by side through the temporary corridor and pushed open the door to the aid station. In the room, besides the doctor and nurses, only Shun Yin and Fong Hao were present. Junior brother? How are you? Shun Yin leaned against the hospital bed, her voice trembling with exhaustion. The doctor and nurses saluted in unison upon seeing the two leaders. Greetings, Chief and Director Wang. Shun Yin staggered out of bed. Tiana hunting group member Shun Yin greets the two seniors. Don't move, rest well. Wang Shoren supported her and helped her back to bed. Hello, Shun Yin. I'm Wang Shoren from the Shenyang City Beast Taming Management Bureau, and this is Wei Changkong, commander of the Shenyang Guardian Forces. Wang Shoren introduced himself. He turned to the doctor beside him and asked, what's their condition? How long will it take for them to recover? The girl's injuries are indeed severe, but they're limited to physical damage. With the hospital's current equipment and medication, she should heal after a few days of rest. The doctor replied quickly, but then his tone shifted as his gaze fell on Fong Hao, who lay covered in blood on the hospital bed, and he suddenly hesitated. Wei Changkong frowned. What are you hesitating about? Speak up. The doctor took a deep breath, his voice heavy with emotion. Captain Fong. 3 of his 5 spirit beasts are dead, 1 is severely injured, and another is on the verge of death. His spirit beast space is severely damaged, and his soul power is nearly depleted. The pills he's taken can only temporarily suppress the spread of his injuries. Without immediate treatment, his life is in danger. Then what are you waiting for? Save him. Wei Changkong's anger erupted instantly as he pushed the doctor toward the bed. If anything happens to my junior brother, I'll hold you responsible. The doctor stumbled from the push but still shook his head. Commander, it's not that we don't want to save him, but we can't. In all of Xinhai, only the provincial capital of Tianhai can handle this level of soul-body trauma. Unless we find a 7th rank or higher healing-type beastmaster, there's nothing we can do. Given our current situation, his voice dropped to barely a whisper. Captain Fong is beyond saving. Say that again. Wei Changkong lost control and grabbed the doctor by the throat. Wang Shoren stepped forward and pressed his arm. Wei Changkong, don't forget why we're here. How can Captain Fong rest with you making such a commotion? I'm sorry. I lost my composure. Wei Changkong released his grip, his whole body seeming drained of strength. Wang Shoren helped the doctor up. You all go out first. Captain Wei and I need to speak with them privately. The doctor gestured for the nurses to leave, saying softly, Captain Wei, we understand your pressure, before closing the door and departing. Only the sound of labored breathing remained in the room. Wei Changkong dropped to his knees beside the bed, grasping Fong Hao's cold hand, sobbing uncontrollably. Junior brother, I failed you. You shouldn't have had to go on this mission. I couldn't stop Master, and now I've let you end up like this. As the commander of the Guardian Forces, I've utterly failed in my duty. Master's whereabouts are unknown, and your. The collapse of a grown man often happens in an instant, and his shoulders shook violently. Senior brother. Fong Hao's throat produced a weak, intermittent voice. Junior brother, you're awake? Don't speak, just rest first. Wei Changkong quickly leaned down. Fong Hao managed a faint smile. You're crying so loudly. How can I sleep? It's really not your fault. At this point, guilt flashed in his eyes. I just feel sorry for Master. I don't know how he is now. You saw Master? Wei Changkong pressed. Yes. After Master blocked that monster, I don't know what happened next. Fong Hao's voice grew even weaker. Seeing this, Wang Shoren said quietly, all right, let Captain Fong rest first. Yes, Captain Fong. Let me tell them the details of what happened. Shen Yin stepped beside the bed. Thank you. Fong Hao fell into a deep sleep before finishing his words. Shen Yin recounted the entire process from the encounter to the rescue, including the details of meeting Su Yao and the others to Wang Shoren and Wei Changkong in complete detail. After hearing this, Wang Shoren and Wei Changkong fell into a long silence. The Mist Fairy Queen? Wei Changkong and Wang Shoren both gasped in shock. The two men exchanged glances, reaching the same conclusion. Whatever could easily inflict such devastating injuries on Fong Hao and Old Bai was definitely beyond 7th-tier rare grade. Even an 8th-tier rare magical beast would struggle to reduce 2 top-tier warriors to such a state. Wang Shoren whispered his assessment. It's very likely glory tier. Wei Changkong's expression was equally grim as his mind raced through any possible methods to stop such a creature, but came up empty. By the way, the Su Yao you mentioned earlier, is that the one from Shanyang No. 1 High School? He's still alive. Wang Shoren suddenly remembered. Yes, Shen Yin nodded. But we separated before entering the city. What happened? He said he needed to go home first to check on his sister. We didn't know at the time that Shanyang City had already become a living hell. I hope he can hold on, Wang Shoren sighed. Su Yao was a promising talent he valued highly, yet now he was caught up in this storm, and in the most dangerous downtown area no less. Wei Changkong and Wang Shoren returned to the command room. They had barely finished organizing the intelligence when they felt their heads splitting with pain. A suspected glory-tier magical beast of unknown origin was approaching. Not just Shanyang City, any 2nd-tier city would struggle to handle such a threat. Report. The fog around Only Tower is dissipating. An officer burst in. The two men rushed to the window and saw that the mist was indeed thinning. But before they could feel any relief, their faces turned pale again behind the retreating fog curtain. Countless mist demons stood in formation, with mountain-sized fog flesh masses scattered among them, covering the sky and earth. Are they about to launch their final assault? Wang Shoren murmured. Let's go, old Wang. Wei Changkong shattered the glass with one foot, floated into the air, and flew toward the front lines. Wang Shoren followed close behind. Every resident of Shanyang City still capable of wielding a weapon had assembled. Government-issued standard firearms and energy blades gleamed. Over 80% of the beast tamers had also appeared, summoning circles flashing one after another, as more than 200,000 hearts beat in unison. Who is the leader of these humans? A cold, clear female voice carried through the waves of mist. Everyone's gaze turned toward the rear of the mist demon format Iona fog dragon. Thousands of meters long soared toward them, and atop its head stood a woman with flowing robes, her hands clasped behind her back. It was the Mist Fairy Queen. Wei Changkong and the others exchanged silent glances, not immediately responding, only staring into the woman's eyes. Oh, are humans truly so cowardly that they dare not even reveal their identity? The Mist Fairy Queen laughed lightly. Wei Changkong stepped forward, his voice calm. That would be me. What exactly do you want? He suppressed his rage, knowing that behind him stood 200,000 citizens still waiting for hope. 7th tier and above rare magical beasts could speak and possessed intelligence no less than humans. Any rash action could push those behind him into the abyss. This person belongs to you, doesn't he? Before the Mist Fairy Queen finished speaking, a corpse fell from the fog dragon's massive maw. The dull thud of the body cutting through the air exploded in the silent atmosphere. Wei Changkong's soul power formed a giant hand that caught the body steadily. As he turned back the clothing, he recognized the face. Teacher. The corpse was by Guiyuan. Wang Shoren's eyes instantly turned red. Old Bai. The Mist Fairy Queen smiled with delight, as if watching a toy. Oh my, so it was your teacher. Rage surged into Wei Changkong's eyes like a tidal wave, the whites of his eyes filling with blood vessels as his chest heaved violently. In the next moment, Three summoning circles blazed to life beneath his feet. Wei Changkong summoned his three tamed beasts and launched them at the Mist Fairy Queen. Wei Changkong's beast companion was a shadow aberrant Jiao, the final evolutionary form of a shadow serpent, of rare grade with strength at the 6th tier, 7th stage. At the same time, he summoned his battle savage bull and feathered eagle, both at the 6th tier, 4th stage. The shadow aberrant Jiao and battle savage bull towered dozens of meters high, their iron hooves and massive tails charging through everything in their path. Each tail sweep and ground stomp tore bloody swaths through the mist demon horde, instantly leaving behind fields of carnage. That old way is still too impulsive, Wang Shoren muttered as he watched the two giant beasts slaughtering enemies at will, sighing softly, though he could no longer stop them. He took a deep breath and used his soul power to press his voice into everyone's eardrums. Everyone, listen up. For our homeland, for human dignity, let's fight these monsters to the death. Fight to the death. Avenge my brothers. Roars erupted one after another. Beast tamers charged ahead with ordinary soldiers following close behind, covering each other alternately, their charging steps showing no hesitation. The battlefield was quickly soaked in blood. In just minutes, hundreds had fallen on both sides, with corpses strewn everywhere and screams echoing endlessly. Human, even your master was no match for me. What makes you think you can defeat me? The Mist Fairy Queen floated above her mist dragon, cold mockery hanging at the corners of her eyes as her gaze fell upon Wei Changkong on the feathered eagle's back. Bah, beast. Even if I die today, I'll drag you down with me. Wei Changkong roared in fury. He pulled out his spatial ring, and a pitch-black spear fell into his palm, the high-grade beast weapon, ink-edge spear. Cold light flashed as he pushed off with his toes, leaving the eagle's back, the ink-edge spear pointing directly at the Mist Fairy Queen's forehead. The spear tip suddenly erupted with a black light beam. Advanced soul technique. Ink shadow soul-piercing spear. Instantly, countless spear shadows swept forth like a storm. Mere parlor tricks. The Mist Fairy Queen raised her staff with a light wave, layers of mist condensing into barriers that blocked the sky, full of spear shadows with clanging sounds, not even causing her form to waver slightly. Impossible. Wei Changkong's heart shook violently. The ink shadow soul-piercing spear was his killing move, perfected through years of practice. Even ordinary 7th-tier demon beasts wouldn't dare take it heed. Yet this creature before him had effortlessly neutralized it. Evil Mist Fist. The Mist Fairy Queen thrust out her fist, the punch wrapped in gray-black mist tides. Wei Changkong rolled backward in urgent retreat, narrowly avoiding it. Seeing its master at a disadvantage, the feathered eagle's wings flickered with emerald light. Thousand-seeking eagle sky strike. Green radiance condensed into a giant eagle phantom in the air, swooping down through the sky. Wei Changkong simultaneously swung his spear again, the ink shadows and emerald eagle phantom merging into one, crashing fiercely toward the Mist Fairy Queen. Boom. A violent explosion swept across the entire sky above Shenyang City, flames and mist churning into rolling clouds. Below, Su Yao looked up at the two combatants, his heart growing cold. Any rooftop touched by those aftershocks instantly collapsed. If they hit him, there would be absolutely no chance of survival. System, analyze that demon beast. Name, Mist Fairy Queen. Attributes, level. Racial grade, glory. Skills. Danger level, gray. Glory grade, gray. Su Yao swallowed hard. According to the system's color classification, the Red Flesh Mountain was only 5th tier, while gray meant a 7th or even 8th tier level of mortal threat. Against such a monster, he was completely powerless. What kind of mess is this? He grumbled internally. After finally reaching the vicinity of Only building with Li Hongyi and seeing the mist dissipate, he had thought it was a good sign. But the next second, he witnessed Wei Changkong charging single-handedly toward the Mist Fairy Queen. This was his first time seeing a beast tamer act so tough. Weren't beast tamers supposed to hide behind their beasts like he did? Su Yao, are we still going over there? Li Hongyi asked in a low voice. Su Yao remained silent, crouching with her by the window of a 3-story building. His gaze locked onto the explosion clouds ahead. Li Hongyi and Su Yao watched the battlefield from atop a 3-story building. Come on, let's go help. Su Yao gritted his teeth. He knew all too well that once the mist demons broke through the human defense lines ahead, no matter where he and Li Hongyi hid, they wouldn't escape the demons' overwhelming search. All right. Li Hongyi nodded. Seeing that Su Yao had made up his mind, she said nothing more. Su Yao activated his wind walk technique and leaped lightly to the ground. The level 5 wind walk enhancement allowed him to move freely through the mist demon horde, his afterimage and fierce winds sweeping past simultaneously. Though the mist demons were incredibly fast, they still couldn't match Su Yao's current speed. Originally, Li Hongyi had wanted Su Yao to ride the Fire Eagle with her, but the creature was only a 2nd-tier, 7th-stage beast with a wingspan under 2 meters. Carrying her alone was already its limit. Su Yao took one glance and flatly refused. He had no desire to crash mid-flight. Using wind walk, Su Yao continuously circled the battlefield's edge. His soul power was nearly depleted, and level 7 Wind Walk could only be maintained for 5 minutes at a time. He had to return to the human camp within those 5 minutes. Boom. The deafening explosion unleashed a terrifying shockwave, sending the mist dragon, feathered eagle, and Wei Chongkong flying simultaneously. Wei Chongkong hit the ground rolling, clutching his chest as he nearly coughed up blood. The blast's impact had already injured him internally. Through the churning mist, the Mist Fairy Queen emerged from the explosion's center. A few strands of her silver hair were disheveled, and she brushed them aside with slender fingers, her gaze cold and piercing. Not bad, human. What's your name? Her voice carried both irritation and a rare note of appreciation. I'll tell you straight. Wei Chongkong straightened his back, his voice booming like a bell. Guardian Forces of Shenyang City. Great Zhou Dynasty Commander Wei Chongkong. Very well. The Mist Fairy Queen nodded slightly, her eyes unfathomably deep. I'll give you one chance. Kneel and swear to serve me, and I'll spare your life. Bullshit. Wei Chongkong spat out a mouthful of blood. A great Zhou commander would rather die in battle than live on his knees. The Mist Fairy Queen sighed, a flash of regret in her eyes. Why do you humans never know how to cherish your lives? You're just like that stubborn old man, utterly obstinate. As her words fell, her expression turned suddenly icy. Enchanted Fairy Realm. Hum. A massive formation array rose beneath both her and Wei Chongkong's feet. Mist condensed into thick curtains, instantly sealing them both within the same gray-white space. No good, it's a domain. Wang Shouren cried out in alarm, wanting to rush to the rescue. But 3 mist demons wielding long halberds and clad in heavy armor blocked his path. Though they had just entered the 6th tier, their intelligence was no less than humans, and they could execute unique combination techniques. Even though Wang Shouren's spirit beasts outranked them by several sublevels, he couldn't achieve a quick victory and dared not lose focus, only able to anxiously watch Wei Chongkong's direction. It's actually a domain. Commander Wei is in danger, Wang Shouren muttered, his heart sinking. This war was probably lost. Domains were the signature ability of 8th tier and above spirit beasts or magical creatures. Any 8th tier without a domain wouldn't dare call itself 8th tier. The crisis unfolded in a split second, and Wei Chongkong had been forcibly dragged into the enemy's world. So this is a domain? Wei Chongkong surveyed his surroundings, seeing mist constructing castles and sculptures all around him. Haha. Wei Chongkong, I don't even need my domain to deal with you, but I think highly of you. Only when you witness my power will you submit to me. The Mist Fairy Queen's contemptuous yet melodious voice penetrated the enchanted mist realm, thundering in Wei Chongkong's ears like war drums. In your dreams. Wei Chongkong gripped his spear, his tone cold and hard, yet he dared not let his guard down for a moment. Thick walls of fog shrouded the wilderness, making it nearly impossible for him to see his own feet, let alone the elusive figure of the queen. He had just stepped past a stone sculpture of an armored warrior wielding a massive sword when the statue suddenly came to life. Green light emanated from the gaps in its armor as it swung its giant blade down at his head. The sword's wind pressure caused the mist to swirl into vortexes. Wei Chongkong thrust his spear forward, its tip scraping against the blade and sending sparks flying. The tremendous impact numbed his hands and nearly bent his spear shaft. As the two forces locked in a stalemate, an eagle's cry pierced through the fog. The feathered eagle dove down, its feathers instantly hardening into metal-sharp edges. Its wings spread wide and spun, transforming into cutting wind wheels. Spinning feather blades. Wei Chongkong's heart leaped with joy. The eagle's wings swept past, instantly slicing the stone sculpture's head smooth as a mirror. The entire statue then crumbled into gray mist, merging back into the maze. Hee, let's see how long you can last. The Mist Fairy Queen's phantom appeared briefly before dissolving again, leaving only cold laughter echoing behind. Wei Chongkong knew that only by completely destroying all 103 stone sculptures and 5 castle guardian generals in the maze could he locate the queen's true form. Without clearing them all, anyone who entered this place would be trapped until death. Outside the mist battlefield. Old Yen, looks like I'm not going to make it. A soldier collapsed in a pool of blood, his abdomen torn open by a mist demon's claws. Everything below his ribcage was nearly hollowed out, with blood and organs spilling onto the muddy ground. His name was Li, 28 years old, the squad's only beast tamer. Don't talk nonsense, Li. You can still hold on, you have to hold on. Old Yan's voice was hoarse, tears mixing with dust as he tried to push the spilled intestines back into Li's body. But the blood washed away all his efforts like a broken dam. Old Yan, got any cigarettes? I'd like to smoke one. Li gestured weakly with his right hand. Yes, I'll get you one right now. Old Yan frantically reached for his shirt pocket, but his hands seemed frozen and wouldn't cooperate. By the time he finally managed to pull out a cigarette and light it, Li's hand had already fallen limp. No! Old Yan roared at the sky, grief and bewilderment churning in his hollow eyes. Just minutes ago they had been joking about the future, and now they were separated by death itself. The smell of blood from Li Li's corpse quickly attracted a mist demon. The creature's 6 claws stood erect, gleaming coldly as they slashed toward Old Yan's back. Swish, a bone sword plunged straight down from above, instantly severing the mist demon's head. Black blood gushed forth, splattering all over Old Yan. Su Yao retrieved his bone sword and looked coldly at Old Yan, who was kneeling beside the corpse. Will your behavior bring him back to life? Is this really what he would want to see? Instead of wallowing in self-pity, why not use these monsters' blood to honor your brother? Old Yan stared blankly for a moment, then wiped away his tears with reddened eyes and picked up his weapon. You're right. I'll make them pay with blood. He charged toward another patch of charred ruins. Su Yao sighed quietly. The battlefield was littered with carnage everywhere. He had long grown accustomed to it, yet still couldn't become completely numb. He could save 1 or 2 people, but not hundreds or thousands. Humans were becoming increasingly scarce while mist demons multiplied like a tide. He looked up at the thick, roiling fog high above there. The Mist Fairy Queen gazed down upon all living beings. As long as that queen remained alive, the battlefield would never cease. But there was nothing he could do now except fight desperately for his own survival, desperately trying to stay alive. Congratulations, host, for completing Task 10 and earning 1,000 reward points. Su Yao had accepted countless system missions, most of which revolved around hunting mist demons. At this moment, his account balance had climbed to 92,000 points, with 13 basic soul crystals still sitting in his inventory. Staring at the newly credited numbers, he felt no joy whatsoever. Instead, a wave of desolation washed over him. If things continued like this, would he ever have a chance to turn the tide? Li Hongyi dove down on her flame eagle, landing with blood streaking her right arm. Sister Hongyi, are you alright? Su Yao rushed to her immediately, his gaze falling on her wound. Just a minor injury. Li Hongyi shook her right hand, accidentally brushing her fingertips against the wound and wincing in pain. Here, take this. Su Yao pulled out a packet of blood clot powder and handed it to her. What kind of medicine is this? I've never seen it before. Though Li Hongyi sounded puzzled, her left hand was already pressing the powder onto her wound. A warm sensation instantly flowed in, and her furrowed brow immediately relaxed. What powerful spiritual medicine! The effect is comparable to intermediate-grade elixirs. Where did you get this? Here's another packet for you. Be careful. Su Yao pressed the second packet into her hands and turned to rush toward another battlefield. Around the Only building, roars and screams echoed continuously as blood stained the rubble and steel beams. With each passing moment, more people fell. On the rooftop, Wang Shoren struggled to stand on one knee, looking down at the hellish scene below, his chest tight with pain. 3 sixth-tier mist demon guards stood in formation, advancing and retreating in perfect coordination, forcing his 3 beast companions into steady retreat. Damn it! Besides these 3 monsters, the ground was overrun with numerous 5th-tier mist flesh mountains. The entire Shenyang city had long been without high-tier beast masters to hold the line, and the human defense had been torn to shreds, with the situation on the verge of complete collapse. As soon as Su Yao stepped into the battle circle, he witnessed a mist flesh mountain swing its massive palm, crushing 2 4th-tier beasts belonging to an intermediate beast master into bloody pulp. The horrific sight made his heart sink. System, is there any way to stop this monster? He called out silently. If this dragged on any longer, the entire battle zone would likely be slaughtered. The Allied forces' attacks landed on the colossal creature like fists, hitting cotton. The flesh mountain's surface tentacles provided layer upon layer of defense, not even leaving a single wound. Watch out! A soldier ahead was being swept up by the flesh mountain's giant palm, his life hanging by a thread. Su Yao activated Wind Walk, gliding through the air to forcibly pull the soldier from between the tentacles. In doing so, he completely drew the flesh mountain's attention. System, are you there? Su Yao called out while running and looking back. The monster pursued him like a moving mountain, its heavy footsteps making the ground rumble, crushing anything human or mist demon that came too close. Host may spend 100,000 reward points to purchase a one-time advanced soul skill card. One-time advanced soul skill card. The system's tone remained calm. It can unleash one advanced soul technique with power equivalent to a high-tier beast master's full-strength attack, but limited to single use. 100,000 points for just one attack? You're such a ripoff. Though he complained aloud, Su Yao's mind was rapidly scanning through the skill list. I choose U7 Killing Palm. Payment failed. Host has insufficient reward points for 100,000. This was it. What could he do now? Su Yao felt the massive flesh mountain drawing closer, and the wind-walking effect was about to wear off. In this critical moment, he suddenly remembered to claim event rewards. Congratulations, host, for completing the 10-kill streak event and earning 500 reward points. Congratulations for completing this saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda event, having saved 45 civilians in total, earning 450 reward points. Host currently has 134,900 reward points. Would you like to exchange for the one-time advanced soul skill card 7 Fiend's Palm? Yes, As soon as the system's voice faded, a deep black soul skill card floated in his palm. Congratulations on successful exchange. With the last word dissipating, the card materialized into reality, and cold, murderous energy seeped through his fingertips. Su Yao's lips curved slightly upward, though his mind was already calculating the life-or-death gamble ahead. He turned to face the charging Misty Flesh Mountain and stopped fleeing. The Misty Flesh Mountain was hill-sized, its entire body composed of countless severed limbs stitched together. Seeing the ant, before it stopped moving, it hesitated momentarily, but its massive hand still slammed down violently. The friction of limbs against air created a piercing shriek, and the accompanying wind made Su Yao's robes flutter wildly. Su Yao's gaze remained as calm as still water, as if the next strike would claim someone else's life. Su Yao. From atop the fire eagle in the sky, Li Hongyi cried out in alarm. Not far away, Wang Shoren, who was entangled in battle with mist demon guards, also witnessed this scene but was powerless to help, only able to watch helplessly. Su Yao crushed the soul skill card. Crack! A gray-black soul formation instantly took shape above his head, with 7 blood-red patterns writhing like living creatures. Overwhelming murderous energy surged forth, forcibly drawing all eyes to this spot. Wang Shoren's heart trembled. A glory-level beast master's protective artifact. It could store one's own or their beast's ultimate techniques in a soul formation to help descendants overcome tribulations. What kind of powerful figure stood behind Su Yao? The giant palm condensed from murderous energy suddenly reversed direction, targeting the Misty Flesh Mountain. Though limited in intelligence, the Flesh Mountain instinctively sensed the pressure of death and roared while desperately retreating. But the murderous energy had already locked onto it, and its form seemed nailed down by invisible spikes, each step as difficult as moving through thick mud. Boom! The 7 fiends' palm struck Hedon. Murderous energy surged wildly into the Flesh Mountain's body, instantly causing the gaps between limbs to bulge. The next second, the Misty Flesh Mountain exploded thunderously, the 5th-tiered demon creature transforming into a sky full of blood mist and bone fragments, its stench spreading for hundreds of meters. Powerful backlash struck simultaneously. Su Yao's body felt as if molten lead had been poured into it, his legs so heavy he could barely stand. Damn it, system, you didn't mention that one-time advanced soul skill cards would drain all my soul power. The system's voice replied coolly. Didn't you read the description yourself? Su Yao was speechless. If not for the pure soul energy provided by the elementary soul crystals on his person, he wouldn't have been able to complete the palm strike. Yet 20 soul crystals had instantly turned to powder in that moment, making his heart ache so much he nearly cursed aloud. Before the blood mist had cleared, Li Hongyi urged her fire eagle through the bloody wind and landed beside him. Su Yao, are you all right? I'm fine, Sister Hongyi, just had my soul power drained. Su Yao struggled to straighten up. You really scared me to death just now. How was that soul technique so powerful? It was a protective artifact from a senior. Didn't expect to use it here. He glossed over the details. The two retreated to a safe area, with Li Hongyi gripping her sword defensively. I'll guard you while you recover. Su Yao took out a bottle of spirit restoration powder and poured it into his mouth. The bitter powder dissolved, and warm currents slowly spread along his meridians. He closed his eyes to meditate, soon feeling his soul power gradually returning. Li Hongyi gazed at Su Yao, who sat cross-legged in meditation, recovering his strength. The fragrance of medicinal herbs filled the cramped shelter as a faint spiritual glow surrounded his back, casting shadows that made his already handsome face appear even more defined. Even the bloodstains couldn't diminish his heroic bearing. Thinking of Su Yao's remarkable talent and masterful beast-taming skills, Li Hongyi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Who wouldn't be captivated by such a genius? No, Li Hongyi, this isn't the time for such thoughts. Besides, you're several years older than him. Why are you blushing like this? She lightly patted her burning cheeks, trying to scatter these chaotic thoughts. The iron-armored bear squatted nearby, its massive head swaying left and right. Seeing its master suddenly slapping and scolding herself, it tilted its head with an adorably confused expression. Li Hongyi grumbled inwardly. So what if I'm older? Maybe he likes mature women. Besides, we've been through life and death together. The more she thought about it, the more distracted she became. At that moment, Su Yao completely absorbed the medicinal power within his body. The spirit recovery powder could only be taken once in a short period, and knowing its precious value, he steadily concluded his cultivation at precisely this instant. Li Hongyi quickly turned away to let him compose himself. Su Yao opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance in them. Indeed, anything produced by the system was top quality. Though his soul power hadn't fully recovered, the restoration speed was astonishingly fast. He stood up, shook the dust from his clothes, and casually patted Li Hongyi's back. Sister Hongyi, shall we go? Ah. The warm palm against her spine made her heart flutter, nearly causing her to jump. Su Yao looked puzzled. What's wrong? There's only the two of us here besides your bear. No need to be so nervous. Nonsense, I'm not. Li Hongyi quickly averted her gaze. Come on, let's go check the situation outside. Su Yao stepped forward first. Li Hongyi, embarrassed and angry, kicked the iron-armored bear's sturdy thigh. Oh, it hurts, it hurts. The iron-armored bear clutched its leg and cried out, its innocent face scrunched up. All you know is eating. He just touched my back, and you didn't even warn me. What are you laughing about? Li Hongyi glared at it. Eating so much every day, yet still so weak, and you dare laugh at me? No dinner tonight, and lunch is cut in half. Hearing about the food reduction, the iron-armored bear instantly looked miserable. You were the one who said not to guard against Su Yao, and now you're blaming me? Unfortunately, the bear's heart was bitter, but it couldn't speak, only following behind with a pitiful expression. Why haven't you come out yet? Su Yao poked his head back in. Nothing, coming right now. Li Hongyi replied. Su Yao noticed the iron-armored bear's expression resembled that of a starving wolf. What's with your bear's look? What do you think? It's all because of you now. Master won't even feed me. The iron-armored bear wailed inwardly. Li Hongyi waved dismissively. Don't mind it. How's the situation outside? Not good. Su Yao said gravely. 4 of those mountain-of-flesh monsters remain, and I've used up my protective artifacts. Even with more advanced soul skill cards, I lack the soul power to support them. A flash of despair crossed Li Hongyi's eyes. Must they simply resign themselves to fate? She looked up at Su Yao and suddenly thought that dying in battle alongside him wouldn't be such a bad ending. I won't lose my life here. Su Yao's gaze was resolute. Thinking of his sister waiting at home, failure was not an option. Meanwhile, the main battlefield was on the verge of collapse. Wang Shoren shouted hoarsely. Everyone, retreat to the building. His raspy command echoed through the smoke. We're going to. Su Yao raised his sword. Yes. Li Hongyi responded, patting the still pitiful iron-armored bear. Clear the way. The iron-armored bear charged ahead, its heavy paws sweeping horizontally. Li Hongyi brought up the rear, her blade light, and soul power weaving into afterimages. Su Yao followed closely, delivering precise strike after strike. Their coordination was seamless, and these first and second-tier mist demons were no match for them. They quickly reached the front of the building. Mist churned as the Mist Fairy Queen emerged slowly from the fog. Her fingertips clutching a battered figurite was Wei Changkong. With a violent swing, she hurled Wei Changkong like a thrown stone, and he crashed into the plaza before the building with a thunderous boom, creating a crater over 10 feet deep as debris scattered in all directions. Wang Shoren broke free from the entangling mist demon guards and leaped down into the crater in several bounds, his trembling arms lifting Wei Changkong. As the mist demon guards prepared to pounce, a pack of spirit beasts burst forth to block their path for their master, claws clashing with mist blades in a series of explosive sounds. Changkong, how are you? Wang Shoren pulled out a deep blue pill, trying to force it into Wei Changkong's mouth. But Wei Changkong was barely breathing, and the pill had barely touched his lips before he coughed it out with blood. He has already paid the price for his choice. The Mist Fairy Queen descended into the crater, her voice ice cold. What about you? What exactly are you after? Wang Shoren's voice was hoarse, unable to hide his fury. My purpose. It's fun. The Mist Fairy Queen threw back her head and laughed, her bell-like laughter echoing off the mist walls. If I must state a purpose, I simply need a group of slaves who live among humans and understand human ways. You demon. Wang Shoren's fists clenched with audible creaks, rage blazing in his eyes. Exactly right, I am a demon, she said. Before the words finished, she teleported to Wang Shoren's side and swept her leg, sending him flying out of the crater to crash heavily against the rubble. She then descended, pressing her sharp shoe tip against his face. Tell me your decision. My patience is limited. In your dreams, I'd rather die than surrender to a demon beast. Wang Shoren's bones creaked throughout his body, yet he still roared through gritted teeth. The Mist Fairy Queen was done talking and began a vicious series of kicks, the sounds of cracking bones mixed with muffled groans echoing off the crater walls. Just then, a spirit beast that had broken free roared and lunged at the queen. I nearly forgot about you lot. The Mist Fairy Queen waved her staff, and several gray-white mist chains shot out like serpents, instantly binding the spirit beast's limbs. With a light tap of her staff on the ground, the chains tightened suddenly, pop. The spirit beast was torn apart, blood raining in all directions. The contract backlash struck Wang Shoren's spirit beast's space, tearing open a crack in his consciousness as he violently spat out fresh blood. You're not afraid to die, but what about the humans behind you? The Mist Fairy Queen pointed her staff at the crowd behind the building's glass curtain wall as mist began to churn. Umph. The Great Zhou has never bred cowards. A booming voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. That's right. Kill us if you must, but we'll never ally with ugly demon beasts. More voices rose one after another, merging into deafening shouts. Wang Shoren dragged his wounded body upright, supporting himself against the cracked stone, fresh blood staining his robes. Do you see? This is the Great Zhou. This is human dignity. The Mist Fairy Queen's gaze turned deadly cold, a cruel smile curving her lips. Fine. Seek your own death, all of you die? She swept her arm, and countless mist demons surged toward the Only building like a tide. In the crowd, Suyao clenched his fists and looked around. He saw no fear, only a resolute determination to face death with honor in that moment. He finally understood what it meant to have dignity as a human being. The tide of mist demons roared forward. Just as they were about to reach the human wall, a bone-chilling wind swept down from the horizon, and the temperature plummeted to freezing in an instant. The howling wind carried snowflakes that struck the mist demons' forms, and with crackling sounds, layers of ice spread rapidly, freezing them all into translucent blue-white ice sculptures. Even the writhing mountain of mist flesh was imprisoned by thick ice, unable to struggle free. The Mist Fairy Queen's form shot upward, landing on the back of a circling mist dragon with 3 mist demon guards flanking her. She looked up at the sky there. A massive shadow was rapidly growing larger, obscuring the snowy heavens, and her expression became more grave than ever before. Who dares harm the people of my great Zhou? An ancient voice echoed from the distant horizon. Blinding cold light tore through the clouds as an ice-blue phoenix burst through the sky, its wings beating and sending waves of frost exploding outward like a reversed glacier. Finally here, Wang Shoren gritted his teeth, scooped up the unconscious Wei Changkong, and stumbled out of the crater. The crowd in the building looked up at the sky, voices rising in discussion. Who is that? Is that a phoenix? Phoenixes are among the most precious spirit beasts. Anything with phoenix bloodline almost always grows to glory rank. Clang. The glass ice phoenix's clear cry pierced heaven and earth, its cold voice like a sword that shook everyone's hearts. On the rooftop, Su Yao looked up and whispered, "System, analyze that spirit beast." Ding, analysis complete. Name, glass ice phoenix. Attributes, level. Species rank. Skills. Threat level, gray. Seems about the same level as that Mist Fairy Queen. Su Yao's anxious heart settled. Must be a Dezhou expert here for rescue. The phoenix hovered in midair, its ice feathers gently fluttering as a hunched figure slowly stood up on its back, voice strong and weathered. Do you know your crimes? Those 4 short words thundered like heavy hammers, parting the mist barrier. The fog demons hidden within revealed themselves, prostrating before the Amway building entrance, trembling silently. Just who are you? The Mist Fairy Queen's voice was bone-chillingly cold, her killing intent almost tangible. Xinhai Province, Ice King Hong Jingtian. The ancient figure stepped forward, facing the Mist Fairy Queen from afar. The glass ice phoenix circled protectively around its master, ice feathers scattering fragments of light. At the same time, a slender figure leaped down from the phoenix's back, landing steadily beside Wang Shoren. You are. Wang Shoren wiped the sweat from his forehead. Disciple of the Ice King, Han Yueli. The young woman clasped her fists. You are all heroes of our Dezhou. Yueli thanks you first. No need. This is my duty as a Dezhou official. Wang Shoren smiled bitterly. It's just that my other colleagues weren't as fortunate as me. Han Yueli produced a spirit herb glowing with flowing light. 10 Beauties, Soul Revival Grass. Have him take this, it will save his life. Leave the rest to my old master. Wang Shoren nodded gratefully, carefully plucked a leaf, and placed it in Wei Changkong's mouth. The spirit herb transformed into pure soul power flowing through his limbs and body. Wei Changkong's breathing gradually steadied, and Wang Shoren was overjoyed, continuing to administer the medicine. The Mist Fairy Queen's gaze remained locked on the elder in the sky, making no move to interfere, though her killing intent grew even more intense. On the rooftop, Su Yao asked quietly, do you know him? Li Hongyi's eyes lit up, her tone dismissive. It would be strange if I didn't know him. Ice King Hong Jingtian, one of Xinhai Province's top experts, a glory-ranked beastmaster, and vice principal of Heavenly Scripture Academy. You tell me if he's strong or not. Then why is he called the Ice King? Su Yao pressed. Ice King is a title bestowed by the Dezhou government, Li Hongyi explained. Every 20 years, Dezhou holds an investiture ceremony to crown the top 20 glory-rank beast masters across the entire kingdom. Su Yao nodded, instantly grasping the great Zhou government's intentions. Kings stood above power and influence, and by bestowing royal titles upon these individuals, Great Zhou aimed to both curry favor with these top-tier beast tamers and secure their protection for the realm's peace, using their transcendent status to consolidate rule. Ice King was Hong Jingtian's newly granted title. Huh. Hong Jingtian yawned lazily, as if the perilous situation before him was none of his concern. Seeing his casual demeanor, the Mist Fairy Queen's expression darkened. She raised her staff high and unleashed her evil mist fist without hesitation. Rolling black fog condensed into a giant fist, stirring up howling winds as it instantly closed in. Hong Jingtian merely raised an eyebrow. His protective glazed ice phoenix let out a long cry, and as it spread its wings, blue light rapidly gathered before its beak. In the next moment, a brilliant azure beam shot forth, freezing even the air along its path into crystalline frost white. The evil mist fist shattered instantly, its remnants turning to ice fragments that scattered down, instantly shrouding the entire city in bitter cold. People hiding in tall buildings felt bone-piercing chill seep into their marrow through broken windows, unable to stop themselves from shivering. The ice phoenix spread its wings and cried out again, another beam charging up. The mist fairy queen gripped her staff tightly, chanting incantations as countless wisps of fog gathered into chains, weaving a massive net in midair to block the attack. But as the blue light approached, it suddenly split. One became two, two became four, and in an instant 8 beams of light filled the sky, their azure radiance bathing heaven and earth in ethereal blue. This is bad. The brief exchange had already shown the Mist Fairy Queen she was no match. She decisively transformed into a wisp of pale fog and fled frantically toward the misty pine forest. Think you can escape? Hong Jingtian chuckled, not expecting such a swift retreat. The glazed ice phoenix's entire body emanated ethereal blue ice mist, its wings becoming transparent as glass. Extreme ice ray. Accompanied by an earth-shaking cry, a concentrated beam of extreme cold tore through the sky, leaving a several-kilometer-long ice road in its wake, pointing directly at the escape route. The Mist Fairy Queen's fog form was eroded by the frigid air, her speed plummeting as thick ice rapidly encased the mist. In mere moments, she was frozen solid into a crystalline ice sculpture suspended in midair. Immediately after, the glazed ice phoenix charged forward with fierce winds, and the ice sculpture exploded into countless fragments that scattered across the clear sky. We won! We won! Thunderous cheers erupted from the plaza and buildings as long-suppressed emotions finally found release. Watching the Mist Fairy Queen's fragments drift away, people finally glimpsed the dawn of victory. Only Hong Jingtian gazed into the distance, thinking to himself, the Mist Fairy Queen likely hadn't truly perished. The Ice Phoenix's senses told him this was merely a clone. The depths of the misty pine forest surely concealed far greater secrets. In the depths of an abyss, beside a certain obsidian throne, a woman identical in appearance to the Mist Fairy Queen, but with a completely different aura suddenly coughed up white blood. The clone sent to that world has perished. She calmly wiped the blood from her lips, her voice ice cold. It seems the plan must be postponed. In the plaza, Wang Shoren saw Hong Jingtian descend and drop to his knees with a thud. Thank you, Your Majesty the Ice King, for your life-saving grace to Shangyang. Subsequently, survivors from the buildings also gathered in the plaza, shouting their gratitude in unison. Without Hong Jingtian's timely arrival, they would have met their doom. Hong Jingtian raised his hand, signaling for everyone to rise, his voice calm, yet resolute. Protecting the nation and its people is the duty of us beast tamers. Please rest well, everyone. Relief forces from surrounding cities and counties are standing by outside the mist. The enemy leader is dead, the fog is dissipating, and Shangyang city skies are clearing. He helped Wang Shoren to his feet, then leaped onto the glazed ice phoenix's back alongside Han Yueli. With a beat of its wings, they soared into the sky, swiftly departing toward Tianhai City. Farewell, honored senior. Everyone in the plaza looked up and bid farewell in unison. Just as Hong Jingtian had said, the mist shrouding the city was retreating, slowly contracting to the edges of the misty pine forest. Relief forces from various cities and counties arrived successively. Order was restored to Shangyang City, while the dense fog in the distant forest depths continued to swirl, as if silently heralding new storms to come. Everything was developing in a positive direction. Su Yao watched the reinforcements arriving one after another and let out a long sigh of relief. This ordeal was finally coming to an end. Who could have imagined that what started as an ordinary training expedition would nearly cost him his life? Just as he steadied his nerves, a system notification suddenly chimed. Congratulations, host, on completing tasks 1, 4, 5, 7, and 11. Would you like to claim your rewards? Yes. Congratulations, host. You have received Primary Spirit Weapon Blazing Sunbow 1, Primary Spirit Weapon Jade Arrows 10, reward points 75,000. His first true spirit weapon was now in hand. Though it was a bow rather than the immortal sword he had been dreaming of, Su Yao wasn't picky. Shooting cold arrows from the rear meant lower risk, so why not embrace it? Spirit weapons were crafted by Forge Masters specifically for beast tamers and proved quite useful in actual combat. The long spear in Wei Changkong's hands was a high-grade spirit weapon. Su Yao eagerly examined his new equipment's attributes. Spirit weapon name, Blazing Sunbow. Function, consumes soul power to condense arrows, deals fire attribute damage, causes burning effect upon hitting targets. Spirit weapon name, Jade Arrows. Function, increases bow damage by 400, recoverable, inflicts bleeding and tearing effects upon impact. Not bad at all. Su Yao's lips curved into a slight smile. With these two spirit weapons, his chances in the entrance examination had improved considerably. Throughout the battle, he had kept his skeletal mage, Wang, by his side, hiding behind the crowd to cast spells and finish off weakened enemies. Now he examined Wang's status panel. Beast name, Skeletal Mage Wang. Attribute, undead. Level, 3rd tier, 2nd stage. Racial grade, elite. Skills, bone sword array, hellfire, bone domain, dark blade, undead binding. Evolution progress, 90. Captain Fong Hao had reminded him that dark blade and bone sword array were non-attribute attacks, while hellfire leaned toward fire attribute. As for bone domain, every time Su Yao attempted to cast it, a mysterious resistance would surge through his body. When he asked the system, he received the same response. Insufficient permissions, cannot answer. Cultivating new skills required both resources and methods, something he'd have to address after getting into university. Wang's evolution bar was nearly full anyway, lacking only black spirit stones and skulls of the dead, which he couldn't find anywhere in the marketplace, and the system offered no explanation. After weighing his options, he decided to spend 1,000 reward points to max out the evolution progress. Wang advanced to 3rd tier, 5th stage. There was still potential to unlock, but based on Su Yao's intelligence, even the top students from last year's Heavenly Scripture Academy rarely possessed 4th tier beasts. 3rd tier, 5th stage would be more than sufficient for the entrance examination. Next, he pulled up his own status panel. Name, Su Yao. Constitution, 2. Soul strength, 4.7. Soul power, 470470. Race, human. Level, apprentice beast tamer. Soul skills, bloodthirsty blade, LV5. Fire meteor, LV2. Wind walk, LV7. Reward points, 108,900. Thank heavens, his reward points had broken the 100,000 mark again. He could finally exchange for another advanced soul skill card, giving him an additional lifeline for critical moments. Su Yao, are you alright? Wang Shoren searched around and finally found Su Yao standing off to the side, lost in thought. I'm fine. Su Yao snapped back to reality and shook his head. It was truly incredible he had fled all the way from Mizong Forest to downtown Shenyang City, not only unharmed, but with considerable gains. Good to hear. I came specifically to check on you. Wang Shoren paused. Shall we set off for Tianhai City in the next few days? I'll accompany you. Such urgency, has something happened? After this upheaval in Shenyang City, both the local government and various local factions need to be reorganized. I've received orders to report to Tianhai City. Wang Shoren added. Aren't you going for the assessment? It's on the way, and I haven't been back in years either. Su Yao's gaze fell on the bloodstained bandages wrapped around Wang Shoren. Your injuries? Just minor wounds, a few pills will do. Wang Shoren waved dismissively, though bitterness flickered in his eyes. The once renowned for masters of Shenyang, one dead, one severely injured, one crippled, leaving only him to maintain appearances, making them the laughingstock of Xinhai. Su Yao sensed his dejection and didn't press further. By the way, quickly let that girl Suyin know you're safe, she must be worried sick. Wang Shoren reminded him. My sister is alright, isn't she? Don't worry, I had people escort her and her friend to the neighboring city. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Su Yao expressed his gratitude solemnly. Go on, you look anxious to call her. Su Yao found a quiet corner at the end of the corridor and dialed his sister's number. It was answered after just one ring. Hello, he ventured tentatively. Brother, came a tearful voice through the phone. I missed you so much. Don't cry. Su Yao softened his tone. I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? I thought I'd never see you again. The TV said all of Shenyang City had fallen, and I was afraid you'd abandon me. Over the past few days, Su Yin had barely eaten, and would have collapsed if not for Liao Xiaoyu's companionship. I'm safe. Where are you? Once I finish handling things here, I'll come get you, and we'll go to Tianhai City together for some fun. Then you must hurry, Xiaoyu and I are both waiting for you. Su Yin gave him the address. Got it, wait for me. After hanging up, he noticed Li Hongyi standing quietly nearby, looking dejected. Sister Hongyi, what's wrong? Su Yao. Li Hongyi suddenly embraced him, tears quickly soaking his shoulder. Ling Yun and the others are all dead. What? Where did this news come from? Su Yao was stunned. Li Hongyi released him and handed over her phone. On the screen, the bodies of Ling Yun and the others were a shocking sight. The Guardian reconnaissance team just sent this. If only they had listened to Su Yao's advice back then, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Guilt and loneliness weighed on her so heavily, she could barely breathe. What do you plan to do now? Su Yao asked gently. I want to stay and rebuild the uni hunting group. Su Yao was momentarily speechless. He understood that Li Hongyi hoped he would stay, yet he also knew his stage extended far beyond this place. Li Hongyi and Su Yao exchanged a knowing smile, and both quietly went their separate ways. 3 days later, on the train bound for Tianhai City, the carriage swayed gently as the scenery outside blurred into streaks of color. Su Yin held up a delicate pastry to Su Yao's lips. Brother, this is absolutely delicious, you have to try one. Su Yao took the pastry, breathing in its sweet fragrance before taking a bite and nodding approvingly. It's quite good. Here. Liao Xiaoyu handed him a tissue, gesturing toward the corner of Su Yao's mouth. Thank you. Su Yao wiped away the sugar crumbs from his lips. Su Yin's gaze swept back and forth between the two of them. Then she suddenly narrowed her eyes. Hey, something's going on between you two. Don't be ridiculous. Su Yao felt somewhat embarrassed. Though he harbored feelings for Liao Xiaoyu, it wasn't nearly as his sister imagined. Seeing his flustered state, Liao Xiaoyu covered her mouth and laughed softly. Just then, a hand gripped the seat back as Wang Shoren approached with a cheerful smile. Am I interrupting something here? Not at all. Uncle Wang, please sit. Su Yao stood to offer his seat. Wang Shoren's arrival instantly dispelled the awkward romantic tension. Ah, to be young again. Wang Shoren sighed wistfully. Uncle Wang, you're not old at all. Su Yin smoothly chimed in. You little flatterer. Wang Shoren chuckled and shook his head. Uncle Wang, how's your injury? Su Yao asked. He remembered that in the last battle, Wang Shoren's beast companion had died, damaging his beast space. It's nothing serious. Wang Shoren gently touched his chest, his tone subdued. I just feel sorry for my beast companion who stayed with me for so long. At his words, everyone fell silent. For beast tamers, their companions were like family members. When one died, not only did the body suffer backlash, but the heart found it even harder to heal. Seeing the somber mood, Wang Shoren waved his hand. My beast space is recovering well. Don't let me dampen the mood. Su Yin's eyes lit up as she pushed the small box toward Wang Shoren. Here, Uncle Wang, try these pastries. Xiaoyu and I made them ourselves. Wang Shoren picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, then gave a thumbs up. Excellent. Whoever marries you two will be truly blessed. After saying this, he glanced meaningfully at Su Yao. Su Yao understood but remained silent, simply continuing to eat his pastry. Uncle Wang, please don't tease us. Liao Xiaoyu blushed. Wang Shoren suddenly straightened up. All right, let's talk business. The playful atmosphere immediately subsided as everyone's attention focused on him. I only agreed to bring you to Tianhai City because of your brother's suggestion. Wang Shoren's gaze fell on Su Yin. 3 days earlier, Su Yao had approached Wang Shoren, hoping to bring his sister along. After the great battle in Misty Pine Forest, that place had become dangerous. Though the Mist Fairy Queen was dead, the fog and mist demons still lingered. Leaving his sister in Shanyang City made Su Yao deeply uneasy. Fortunately, Wang Shoren had connections in Tianhai City and could help transfer Su Yin to a high school there. Even if Su Yao wasn't around in the future, she could avoid encountering crises like the one in Shanyang. Tianhai City is different from Shanyang. You must be careful and cautious in everything you do. Wang Shoren repeatedly warned. I know, Uncle Wang. You've said this so many times already. Su Yin looked nonchalant. Sigh, you little girl. Wang Shoren shook his head helplessly. Su Yin suddenly remembered something and turned to ask. Oh right, Xiaoyu. Didn't you say you have relatives here? Yes, I've already talked to them, and I'm transferring to school here too, the same one as Xiaoyin. Liao Xiaoyu replied. That's wonderful. I don't want to be separated from you. Su Yin hugged Liao Xiaoyu's arm, swaying back and forth. Wang Shoren gave Liao Xiaoyu a meaningful look, then turned to Su Yao and changed the subject. By the way, Su Yao, the exam date for Tianshu Academy has been set. This early? It's only the end of July. Su Yao frowned. In previous years, exam notifications were usually not released until mid-August. I don't know why either, but the exam has been moved up to August 15th. That's just over 20 days away, so you need to prepare quickly. Wang Shoren patted Su Yao's shoulder with a serious tone. During this time, the most important thing is to develop genuine bonds with your spirit beasts. Su Yao nodded. He had always relied on the system to train his spirit beasts. While his strength improved rapidly, he was also aware that he lacked the understanding and connection with his beasts, making him not truly qualified as a beast master. Seeing Su Yao's thoughtful expression, Wang Shoren knew his words had gotten through and said no more. There was still over an hour's journey to Tianhai City. After everyone had eaten their fill, they each leaned back in their seats to rest in the train car as it smoothly headed toward the most prosperous city in Xinhai province. As soon as they got off the train, night had not yet fully fallen, and neon lights outlined the silhouette of a broad street. Su Yin rubbed her aching shoulders and gazed at the towering glass curtain walls on both sides of the street and the bustling pedestrian areas, exclaiming in amazement. Is this the largest city in Xinhai province? It's so much livelier than Shanyang. This is just the outer ring. Wang Shoren glanced at the street scene under the night sky and explained, we're still far from the real city center. Brother, look, it's a wind shadow horse. Su Yin pointed across the street where a light carriage pulled by a blue-gray wind shadow horse galloped past, its windswept mane flowing magnificently. Uncle Wang, they actually use spirit beasts as transportation here? Su Yao asked, turning his head. It's very common in Tianhai City. Wang Shoren said. You can see spirit beasts used for both public and private transportation. Remember, no matter how strong you are, spirit beast battles are forbidden in the city. If there are disputes, resolve them at the Spirit Beast Arena. Spirit Beast Arena? Su Yao tapped his portable terminal to check the map, and indeed found the corresponding marker. That's right. It's a bit far, but you can visit when you have time. Also, Tianhai City has a no-fly zone. Without government orders, even glory-level beast masters cannot fly within the city. Don't forget that. Understood. Su Yao nodded. So where do we go next? He asked. I've booked a hotel for you. Wang Shoren checked the time. I still have matters to handle and might be unreachable for a while. You should go check in first. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Please go ahead with your business. Su Yao clasped his hands in farewell as the siblings bid Wang Shoren a brief goodbye. Xiaoyu, do you want to come with us? Su Yin reluctantly held onto Liao Xiaoyu. No need. I've already contacted my relatives, and they'll come pick me up soon. Liao Xiaoyu waved her hand. Take care of yourselves. Will you be okay alone? Su Yao asked with concern. This isn't my first time here, don't worry. Liao Xiaoyu smiled sweetly. After watching Liao Xiaoyu leave, Su Yao and Su Yin followed the navigation through several intersections. The street scene gradually transitioned from bustling commercial districts to areas where residential buildings and small parks alternated. The siblings walked for over 2 hours until night completely enveloped the city before finally reaching the hotel. As soon as they entered the room, Su Yin kicked off her shoes and threw herself onto the large bed, letting out an exaggerated wail. Seriously, why was it so far? I'm exhausted. You just lack exercise. Su Yao laughed as he moved her wildly swinging feet aside. The room was spacious beyond typical hotel standards. Floor-to-ceiling windows occupied an entire wall of the living room. 2 bedrooms were independently separated, wooden floors naturally connected with soft carpets, and the lighting was warm. You take the inner room, I'll sleep in the outer one. Su Yao casually placed their luggage down. We've been traveling all day, so take a shower first, and then I'll treat you to a feast. Yay, I want to eat delicious food. Upon hearing delicious food, Su Yin instantly perked up, jumped off the bed, grabbed her change of clothes, and rushed into the bathroom. Amid the sound of running hot water, Su Yao looked around. Exquisite chandeliers, soft sofas, and an open kitchen were all present, completely comparable to high-end residences. He silently calculated in his mind, how much would a room of this caliber cost? He hadn't repaid any of the favors he owed Wang Shoren, yet he kept owing more and bigger ones. Su Yao lay on the bed, clearing his mind completely. At this moment, his soul strength had reached 4.7. 10 basic soul crystals remained in his bag, and once he absorbed them all, he could push his soul strength to 10.0, crossing the threshold to become a junior beast tamer. Before taking action, he first pulled out the beast egg that emitted a gentle glow, the light orb gazing at it for a moment before putting it away. The number of beasts a beast tamer could contract was limited by soul strength. At 5.0, one could form a second contract. Only upon reaching 10.0 and officially becoming a junior beast tamer could one sign a third. Predecessors had proven through painful experience that contracting too many beasts too early would cause irreparable damage to one's soul space, or even complete collapse. After confirming his goal, Su Yao took out a basic soul crystal and pressed it against his palm, carefully absorbing the purest soul power within. Time passed quietly, and when the crystal in his hand turned gray-white and completely lost its luster, he slowly opened his eyes. What are you doing? A voice carrying damp moisture suddenly interrupted. Su Yao looked up to see his sister Su Yin standing there with dripping wet hair, staring at him with wide eyes. I should be asking you that. Why are you so worked up? You startled me. His tone carried inevitable helplessness at having his cultivation interrupted. Su Yin patted her chest and muttered. Brother, what were you just doing? Cultivating, Su Yao explained. Remember, next time when someone is cultivating, never barge in suddenly like that. Oh, Su Yin responded with a deflated voice. Seeing her dejected expression, Su Yao waved his hand with a smile. I'm not blaming you, don't look like that. Go get dressed quickly. I'll take a shower too, then we'll go downstairs for dinner. With that, he grabbed his change of clothes and headed to the bathroom. Half an hour later, the siblings arrived at the hotel restaurant. During the dinner buffet hours, guests filled nearly every table. Brother, why are there so many people? Su Yin gazed at the crowded restaurant, her exclamation tinged with excitement. Let's get food first, then find seats, Su Yao sighed. The two joined the queue at the serving station with their plates, where the hotel replenished dishes at lightning speed. As Su Yin walked along, she piled grilled meat, salads, and desserts onto her plate, soon creating a small mountain. Can you actually finish all that? Su Yao gave her a sideways glance. Of course, the little foodie replied, puffing out her chest. Su Yao smiled wryly and led her around the restaurant until they finally spotted an empty seat. More precisely, a table with only one person. A beautiful woman with snow-white skin, delicate features, and golden curly hair. Many guests carrying food had passed by, yet they all seemed to avoid her as if she were invisible. Brother, there's a seat over there, let's go. Su Yin didn't wait for his response and headed straight over, even greeting the woman warmly. Wait, my dear sister, haven't you heard that, when things are abnormal, there must be something fishy? Such a beautiful woman sitting there with no one daring to approach. Before he could finish, his sister was already chatting with the stranger. Su Yao could only steel himself and follow. Brother, what are you doing? Why are you so slow? Su Yin complained. He nodded helplessly in acknowledgement. The golden-haired beauty paused her eating and looked up to meet his gaze. Su Yao felt as if struck by lightning. If Liao Xiaoyu was like spring, bringing warmth and comfort to those around her, then this face gave off the cold beauty of a fairy amidst ice and snow. Su Yao silently compared them in his mind. His sister Su Yin and Liao Xiaoyu were already rare beauties, yet this blonde girl's icy elegance still seemed to overshadow them both. What a pity they were all only 16 and hadn't fully blossomed yet. Sister Morong, this is my brother Su Yao. Su Yin held her tray with a bright smile as she introduced them. Brother, this is Morong Qian. Hello. Su Yao nodded in greeting. Morong Qian didn't even lift her eyelids, focusing solely on cutting the steak on her plate, her silver fork tapping against the porcelain with crisp sounds. Su Yao whispered to his sister. Hey, do you know her? Just met her. Su Yin replied carelessly, continuing to eat. Unable to gather more information, Su Yao had no choice but to focus on battling his own dinner. However, the surrounding diner's hushed discussions buzzed in his ears like mosquitoes. Who's that guy? He's actually eating with Murong Qian. Could he be the goddess's boyfriend? No way. I heard no one dares get within 3 meters of the goddess. The little girl next to them is pretty cute too, just a bit young. Otherwise, she'd be on the same level as Goddess Murong. So jealous sitting with 2 gorgeous women at once. The chatter rose and fell, making Su Yao feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. Sister Morong, why are there so many people at the hotel today? Su Yin asked with food in her mouth. They're all here for the academy examinations. Morong Qian's voice was unhurried, like a clear spring flowing over stones. Aren't the academy exams in late August? Why come so early? Su Yao interjected, but she still didn't turn around, adding a touch of awkwardness to the air. Su Yao shot his sister a cold glare. Su Yin had a flash of inspiration and repeated her brother's question. Yeah, why is that? I thought you two were here for the exams too. Seeing Su Yin's pleading look, Morong Qian finally explained. Everyone's here for the virtual realm rankings. Virtual realm? The siblings asked in unison. You could also call it a secret realm. Morong Qian set down her knife and fork, speaking calmly. It covers a wide area with rich layers, and through special means, you can enter for virtual combat. There are no magical beasts inside, making it perfect for beast tamers to compete. This year, the Great Zhou dynasty lowered the requirements any apprentice beast tamer can participate. So many people came early to warm up. Sounds so fun. Brother, do you want to try? Su Yin's eyes lit up. You can't die in the virtual realm, but being killed will impact your soul, and you'll need 24 hours before you can enter again. Morong Qian reminded them coolly, slightly dampening Su Yin's excitement. How do you enter? Su Yao pressed. Just show your apprentice beast tamer credentials. This time she actually answered him directly. After speaking, Morong Qian stared at Su Yao. Are you a local from Tianhai? Do you know Tianshu Academy's admission requirements this year? You want to apply to Tianshu Academy? Su Yin answered for her brother, who couldn't respond, by asking back. Su Yao nodded. I'd advise you to change your target. Morong Qian looked him up and down. The requirements are the same as previous years. A soul strength of 1.2 is enough. But everyone who actually takes the exam is an apprentice beast tamer, and some are even junior beast tamers. I see. Su Yao murmured to himself, confirming his own worries. Meeting the soul strength requirement alone was far from enough. For Su Yin's sake, Morong Qian added, previous years occasionally had junior beast tamers too. You get the picture. Thank you. Su Yao expressed his sincere gratitude. Morong Qian paid him no more attention and left with her tray. Bro, this virtual realm sounds really fun. Su Yin said excitedly. What's so fun about it? Just eat your food. Su Yao replied, looking helplessly at his naive sister. Suddenly, the two felt someone approaching while they were eating. They looked up to see a chubby boy walking over with a food tray. He appeared to be around their age, wearing an enthusiastic smile on his face. Excuse me, can I sit here? The boy asked. Su Yao glanced at him. Sure, go ahead. After the chubby boy sat down, he asked, you're also new students here for the assessment, right? You are too. I'm Yuan Hong. What's your name, brother? Su Yao. I'm a local from Tianhai, so I'm pretty familiar with this area. Yuan Hong continued on his own. Feel free to ask me anything. What do you really want? Su Yin was getting impatient. Nothing major, but you two seem pretty close to Goddess Moro. Could you introduce me to her? Yuan Heng's eyes were filled with longing for his goddess. Ugh, creep, Su Yin muttered. Su Yao nudged his sister, and she immediately shut her mouth. Su Yao looked at the chubby boy in front of him. What makes you think we're close to her? We just met her for the first time. Really? Yuan Heng still looked excited. Yeah, we're done eating. If there's nothing else, we'll be going. Su Yao pulled his sister, who was still devouring her food, to leave. Yuan Heng looked down as if sending a message, then immediately put on a cheerful face. Brother Su Yao, don't rush. I'll walk with you. Aren't you going to eat? Su Yao pointed to the untouched food on his plate. I'm full. I'm on a diet lately, Yuan Heng said with a smile, patting his belly. You can ask me anything. There's nothing in Tianhai City that I don't know about, the chubby Yuan Heng said confidently. Where's the virtual realm? Su Yao thought for a moment and asked. He realized this chubby guy didn't seem to have any ill intentions, just an interest in Morong Qian. You're going to the virtual realm too? Give me your contact info, and I'll reach out tomorrow. We can go together, Yuan Hong said. All right, we're heading back now. Su Yao left his phone number with Yuan Hong. Back in their room, Su Yin asked, Bro, that guy was so creepy. Why were you being so friendly with him? I don't think he's a bad person. Stop judging people by their appearance, Su Yao said casually. Go to sleep. I still have some things to do, and we're going to check out the virtual realm tomorrow. I want to go too, Su Yin pleaded. Fine, but don't wander off. This isn't like Shangyang. You can run into beast tamers anywhere here, so don't be willful, Su Yao warned. Got it, bro. After his sister returned to her room, Su Yao opened the system. Su Yao. Constitution, 2.0. Soul Strength, 5.7. Soul Power, 570570. Race, Human. Level, Apprentice Beast Tamer. Soul Skills, Bloodthirsty Blade LV5, Fire Meteor LV2, Wind Walk LV7. Reward Points, 108,900. Looking at his soul strength, Su Yao was ready to contract his second beast, the Light Orb. He placed the beast egg in his palm. Ding. Host meets the conditions to contract the second beast. Contract Light Orb. Yes. Su Yao's soul power flowed into the beast egg, and cracks slowly appeared on the shell. After a period of soul power nurturing, the beast egg gradually became familiar with Su Yao's soul power, and a contract soul formation materialized in midair before merging into the beast egg. Crack the eggshell completely shattered, fragments scattering everywhere, revealing a transparent sphere about 30 centimeters in diameter floating before Su Yao. The contract was complete. The small sphere had no distinguishing features except for a pair of bright, large eyes. It met Su Yao's gaze, and they stared at each other quietly. As it grew accustomed to its body, it began to float gently like a dandelion in a soft breeze. Beast information. Name, Photon Sphere. Attribute, Light. Level, First Tier, First Stage. Race level, Common. Skill, Healing Light. Evolution progress, 40. Radiant Saint. Extremely strong light attribute, with sacred power to heal all ailments. Next form, Light Spirit. Maximum growth potential up to 9th tier. Sacred Angel. Possesses both light and flame powers. Light heals suffering and dispels darkness, while flame illuminates darkness and burns away evil. Next form, Angel. Maximum growth potential up to divine level. System notification, Sacred Angel path selected. Next evolution path, Angel Rare. Evolution materials, 100 milliliters elementary light water, 1 radiant stone, 1 elementary light attribute enhancement stone, 10 elementary light stones. I already have the elementary light water, but the rest won't be easy to find, Su Yao muttered with a frown. He opened the system shop and quickly searched through it. Sure enough, all the required materials were available, totaling 50,000 reward points. Thinking about how his hard-earned points would be spent before they'd even had time to accumulate, Su Yao felt his temples throb with pain. He arranged the materials in front of the photon sphere and decisively chose evolution. Blinding white light instantly filled the room as all materials were consumed. The photon sphere rapidly stretched and elongated, its spherical surface extending into limbs and a torso. As the intense light gradually faded, a 14-year-old winged angel girl emerged, floating with her bare feet barely 10 centimeters off the ground, her skin as white as snow. This. Su Yao suddenly had a nosebleed that splattered onto the floor. The angel was floating before him, completely uncovered. Brother, what are you doing? Why is it so bright? Su Yin was awakened by the light and appeared at the doorway, rubbing her eyes. Su Yao quickly recalled the angel into his beast space. I'm preparing for tomorrow's trip to the virtual realm. Go back to sleep. But you have a nosebleed. It's just from getting overheated. I'll be fine tomorrow. After sending his sister back to her room and waiting for her to fall asleep again, he immediately summoned the angel back out. To his disappointment, the angel now wore a form-fitting silver-white armor and held a holy sword, appearing sacred and majestic. Beast information. Name, Angel. Attribute, Light. Level, 2nd tier, 9th stage. Race level, Rare. Skills. 1. Sacred light emits holy radiance to interfere with enemies, can cause blindness, deals extra damage to dark, demon, and undead creatures. 2. Holy Sword Judgment summons a holy sword in a specified direction to judge evil, deals 3x damage to dark, demon, and undead creatures. 3. Holy Light Healing uses sacred light to heal believers, removing disease and pain. Evolution progress, 0. Looking at the series of data, Su Yao marveled. Powerful offense and comprehensive healing. If she were to casually heal his undead attribute beasts, would they be directly healed to death? From now on, I'll call you Yen. The angel knelt on one knee, showing her submission. Su Yao looked at his second beast companion with satisfaction and recalled her into the beast space. Whenever a new contract was formed, the beast space would automatically generate independent chambers, like crystal orbs floating in the depths of his spiritual sea, each sealed with their master's aura. It was precisely because of this separation that flame and death two naturally incompatible creatures, had no chance to fight each other daily. The night passed without incident. The next morning, the hotel lobby's lights still carried the crisp chill of dawn, as Su Yao and Su Yin had already found seats on the sofa near the front desk. Brother, why isn't that fat guy here yet? Su Yin craned her neck looking around, unable to hide her impatience. We agreed on 8 o'clock. It's not time yet. Su Yao glanced at his watch, his expression calm. Brothers, I'm here. Before he finished speaking, Yuan Heng's rough voice rolled over from the other side of the lobby. He could be seen carrying his jacket while jogging over, sweat beading on his forehead. Overslept. Should have known better than to schedule this early. Still early, no rush. Su Yao patted his shoulder. But if we delay any longer, we won't get a spot. Let's go, let's go. Yuan Heng grabbed Su Yao and pulled him toward the exit. A few more minutes, and the queue will wrap around to the entrance. Where are we going? Su Yao asked, keeping pace. The virtual realm entrance. Yuan Heng explained. Apart from the teleportation points that major academies have, the only publicly accessible portal is at the Beastmaster Guild. Half an hour later, the three arrived at the Beastmaster Guild. A long queue snaked through the main hall, nearly wrapping around to the back of the reception desk. See that? Come late, and you can't even find the end of the line. Yuan Heng smugly raised his eyebrows at Su Yin. Su Yin rolled her eyes and hid behind Su Yao, too lazy to respond. Yuan Heng estimated the crowd. At least an hour before it's our turn. While waiting in line, he casually shared some knowledge. Apprentice Beastmasters don't have permanent virtual realm access. Everything before the end of August counts as a trial period. Only enrolled students get unlimited access. To enter and exit freely, you must advance to Junior Beastmaster. What else should I know about entering the virtual realm? Su Yao pressed further, as he still only knew the basics about this mysterious space. There are two modes. Yuan Heng held up two fingers. First is skill-based, matching you only face opponents of the same level. Second is unrestricted, matching completely random, where bronze players running into masters is common. Soon it was their turn to process the paperwork. I'm going ahead. Better hope we don't run into each other in there. Yuan Heng grinned mischievously and swiped his card to enter. Su Yao handed over his ID card. After identity verification, a staff member led him into a separate small room. The room was empty except for a mirror suspended in the center, about half a person's height, its surface dark as the deep sea. Place your hand on the mirror. The staff member instructed, adding, it's charged by the hour 2,000 per hour. Then they left the room. Really expensive, Su Yao muttered, but since he was already here, he might as well go through with it. He took a deep breath and pressed his 5 fingers against the cold mirror surface. The moment his fingertips touched the mirror, a pulling sensation dragged his consciousness into a dark vortex. In an instant, crystalline walls of light appeared around him, and he found himself inside a transparent cube. Personal information confirmed. Simulating. Simulation successful. Esteemed Mr. Su Yao, welcome to the virtual realm. First login detected. Would you like to enable the beginner's guide? Yes. Please enter your nickname for the virtual realm. Little Cold Hands. Nickname already in use. Please enter a new one. Yao. Nickname already in use. Please enter a new one. Yin Yao. Nickname accepted. Please select a mode. You may choose between skill-based matching and unrestricted matching. Skill-based matching. Su Yao didn't want to gamble on his luck right from the start. It was better to play it safe and see what level the apprentice beast tamers were at both to gauge their strength and to find his own position. He clicked on the matchmaking function. The interface quickly displayed a prompt. Matching. Match successful. Opponent. Nerve Blade. Rank, Apprentice Beast Tamer. Record, 15 wins, 12 losses. Oh, so you're a newbie. A chat message popped up, indicating his opponent had also received the match notification. A flash of white light transported them both to the virtual arena. The platform was 30 meters in diameter with a gray stone floor covered in intricate runic patterns. In the empty fighting arena, only the two of them stood. Across from him was a burly man with bulging chest muscles and stubbled cheeks, sizing up Su Yao with a predatory gaze, as if evaluating prey for slaughter. Big brother, this is my first time in the virtual realm. Please go easy on me. Su Yao feigned weakness while staying mentally alert. It was hard to tell whether his opponent was experienced or genuinely brainless, so caution was key. No problem. The big man agreed readily, raising his hand to summon a glowing formation. A hunting hound with yellow eyes and protruding fangs materialized, roughly the size of an adult mastiff with an aura around second tier, third stage. Stone chips scattered as its claws hit the ground. Su Yao also raised his hand, and a pitch-black summoning circle unfolded. The undead appeared silently, bone armor, black robes, and dark eyes, standing tall with a chilling aura washing over the arena. Is that a skeleton? Doesn't quite look like one. The big man stared at the undead, frowning slightly, as if searching his memory for rare summoned creatures. Kid, I'll let you attack first. He patted his chest confidently, clearly treating Su Yao as a completely inexperienced newcomer. Then I'll make my move. Su Yao stopped being polite and focused his mind. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept across the arena. A bone-white vortex rose behind the undead, and a pitch-black fissure tore open above the battlefield. In the next second, countless bone swords fell with piercing shrieks, each gleaming with frost-like coldness. While the big man was still thinking about how to let the little friend lose gracefully, the rain of bone swords had already pierced through the hunting hound. The dog's body was pinned to the ground, and before it could even cry out, its health dropped to zero, and it scattered into white light fragments. The big man stood frozen, his mouth twitching. It took him a long while to recover. I surrender. I didn't expect to misjudge you so badly. He showed no anger or blame, just patted his forehead in frustration at his poor judgment. Light particles drifted away as his figure completely disappeared. The system announcement echoed. Battle ended. Winner. Inyao. Continue matching. Yes. Suyao immediately confirmed. Over the next hour, he fought more than 20 matches. His opponents were all apprentice beast tamers, most with only one beast. The weaker ones at first-tier stages 5 or 6, the stronger ones barely reaching second-tier stages 4 or 5. In every battle, the undead achieved instant kills with bone sword rain or other skills, barely giving opponents a chance to act. The consecutive victories quickly provided him with valuable information. 1. The average strength of apprentice-level tamers was lower than he'd expected. 2. Most apprentice beast tamers were clearly not young, with limited talent. 3. Among his current opponents, there were no truly promising candidates. I didn't expect to be this strong among these people already. Suyao glanced at his battle record panel, then shook his head. But I can't get complacent. I haven't encountered the real powerhouses yet. The apprentice virtual realm had no point system or rankings, purely for newcomer experience. No matter how high the win rate, it didn't prove true strength. It was just a training method. With this in mind, he made a plan. Before the examination began, he'd spend some time here daily to practice operations and gather intelligence. Exiting the system, the door opened, and he returned to the Beast Tamer Guild's corridor. Now, there were clearly more people experiencing the virtual realm than before, with light screens floating in the hallway and various noises rising and falling. Suyao looked around but didn't see Yuan Heng anywhere, so he pulled out his communicator and sent a message. Old Yuan, Xiaoyin and I are heading back to the hotel first. Contact us if anything comes up. Putting down the device, he surveyed the empty corridor and suddenly remembered his sister had wandered off somewhere again. Xiaoyin, where has that girl run off to play now? Suyao sighed. His sister just couldn't sit still. This girl probably got bored waiting and wandered off to play somewhere, didn't she? Suyao mocked himself while pulling out his phone to call his sister Suyin. The dial tone echoed hollowly in his ear. It connected, but no one answered. She won't even pick up the phone? He shook his head, forcing himself to stay calm. His sister had grown up and should know how to protect herself. But then he reconsidered. This was a world where might makes right, where power trumped law, and real danger could strike at any moment. Unease suddenly surged in his heart. He hurried out of the Beast Tamer Guild, showing Su Yin's photo from his phone to everyone he met. Excuse me, have you seen this girl? No, I haven't. Time ticked by, the phone still went unanswered, and Su Yao's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Just as his anxiety reached its peak, a lazy, cocky voice drifted into his ears. Hey friend, looking for someone? Su Yao turned around to face a sleazy, disheveled man with a cigarette dangling from his lips. No, he didn't want to get entangled with this type of person. Really? Wait much longer, and you won't get to see that pretty little sister of yours again. The words were deliberately drawn out. Su Yao's heart jolted as he thrust his phone photo toward the man. You've seen her? Where is she? That's her all right. The man waved his free right hand. But helping people find people. There's got to be something in it for me, right? Su Yao clenched his fists, suppressing his rage, and pulled out several bills from the Great Zhou currency, shoving them over. Name Zheng Asen, just call me Asen, big brother. Zheng Asen counted the money, grinning from ear to ear. She was taken by Lu Eru. They turned into that alley about 10 minutes ago. Let's go. Take me there. Su Yao grabbed his arm. Whoa there, big brother. I already told you the direction. I won't be going with you. Asen waved his hands frantically. What kind of character was Lu Eru? Every thug in this area knew exactly what they were dealing with. You have to go? If you're lying to me, Su Yao's gaze turned ice cold. You die. Killing intent washed over him, and Asen's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. I'll take you there. But I gotta warn you, Lu Eru is no pushover. He's just an apprentice beast tamer, but he's got luck. Parents died and left him with a doting older sister who's a high-level beast tamer. Brother, it's not worth risking your life over some chick. Before he could finish, Su Yao punched him in the face. Say another word, and I'll cripple you. Yes. I won't say anything more. Asen covered his face, begging for mercy while cursing Su Yao thoroughly in his mind, trying to help with directions, and getting beaten for it. Lead the way. Su Yao pushed him forward. The two quickly reached the alley entrance. Just as they turned the corner, an angry shout cut through the air. You bastard, you shameless pervert, my brother won't let you get away with this. The voice came from deep within the alley. Suyin was huddled in a corner, wooden boards desperately blocking Lu Eru's advance. Scream all you want. The more you scream, the more excited I get. Lu Eru revealed a lecherous grin. I'm not afraid to tell you in this area, there's no woman that I, Lu Eru, can't have when I set my eyes on her. Even the cops can't do anything about it, Lu Eru said arrogantly. Boss, so she's your sister. My fault, I'm such a fool. Asen finally understood why he'd taken that punch. If he were in the same situation, he'd have done the same thing. Worth it. Worth it, that punch was totally worth it. Su Yao ignored him and was about to step forward to teach the man a lesson, but Asan blocked his way. Boss, think this through. His sister is a high-level beast tamer with deep connections in the police force. And stepping back further, he's still a trainee beast tamer himself. Think twice. Su Yao said nothing as he gathered power in his legs, wind elements swirling around his feet. With a light push off the ground, he instantly appeared beside Lu Eru. Wind walk and quite skilled at it too. Asan immediately recognized the soul technique Su Yao was using. Having spent years navigating society's underbelly, he had that kind of insight. Who? Lu Eru only felt the air stirring beside him. Before he could react, Su Yao's kick sent him flying. Brother, you finally came. Su Yin dropped the wooden plank and threw herself into Su Yao's arms, crying. It's okay, sister. I'm here now, don't be afraid. Su Yao gently stroked Su Yin's head, speaking with genuine emotion. Who the hell are you to ruin my fun? Lu Eru crawled out from the pile of debris, looking utterly disheveled. In all his years in the underworld, he'd never been treated like this. With his sister's backing, the police station was like his second home, he could come and go as he pleased. Every brother on the streets respectfully called him Master Tiger. He never expected to encounter such a reckless kid today. So you're the one trying to play hero? Daring to treat Master Tiger like this, you won't be leaving here alive today. Lu Eru glared viciously at Su Yao. Su Yao didn't even glance at him, letting him rant on his own. Sister, you go first. I'll get revenge for you. Su Yin jogged out of the alley and spotted Asan crouching sneakily at the entrance. Well, truly a beauty, even prettier than in the photos. Asan said, looking at Su Yin. Su Yin grabbed a water pipe nearby and struck Asan's back directly. Ow! Caught off guard. Asan felt like his back was splitting apart. Don't hit me. I'm your brother's friend. Asan quickly explained as he saw Su Yin preparing to strike again. Bah! How could my brother possibly have such a sleazy friend? Su Yin absolutely didn't believe this beggar-like person could be her brother's friend. You little girl, why won't you believe me? Zeng Asan glanced at the situation in the alley. If it weren't for me, your brother would still be searching blindly outside. I'm the one who brought him here to save you. Really? Su Yin still looked skeptical. Hey, do you think my brother can beat him? Su Yin asked Zeng Asan while watching the two men fighting. Difficult, very difficult. Zeng Asan shook his head. Why? If it were just about fighting, it should be 50-50. Both are trainee beast tamers, so the gap shouldn't be too big. But this Lu Eru isn't an ordinary person. His sister is the deputy leader of the Tiger Roar hunting group, a true advanced beast tamer. How do you know she hasn't taught her brother some soul techniques? So what? My brother knows soul techniques too. Su Yin crossed her arms, her tone defiant. She knew perfectly well that Wang Shoren had already taught her brother 2 soul techniques. But Zeng Asen shook his head with certainty. Besides, if they really use their tamed beasts, your brother will definitely lose. How can you be so sure my brother's beast can't win? Su Yin's anger flared up. This guy claimed to be her brother's friend, yet every word he spoke favored Lu Eru. Now she finally understood Zeng Asen was just here to watch the drama unfold. In her fury, she grabbed a nearby water pipe and smacked Zeng Asen across the back with a loud thwack. Ouch! My little ancestor, stop hitting me. Zeng Asen collapsed to the ground, clutching his waist with his arms. My old back can't take this kind of abuse. Explain yourself. Su Yin brandished the water pipe like a gleaming whip. What makes you so certain? Is his beast that strong? Zeng Asen rubbed his back, grimacing in pain with a somewhat comical expression. Lu Eru's beast is a crimson flame tiger, handpicked by his sister. It's elite grade and has reached the 3rd tier. You tell me if that's strong or not. Elite grade, 3rd tier, crimson flame tiger. These 3 key phrases hit Su Yin's heart like hammer blows. So what? She gritted her teeth. Doesn't Tianhai City have regulations against using tamed beasts in fights? Even as the words left her mouth, she could hear the lack of confidence in her own voice. Lu Eru was arrogant and unruly, and with his sister as his backing, how could he possibly follow the rules obediently? Seeing the flash of frustration across her face, Zeng Asen shrugged. You understand now, don't you? Rules only apply to ordinary people like you and me. Su Yin gripped the water pipe tightly and turned to rush into the arena to warn her brother, but Zeng Asen grabbed her arm to stop her. I'm telling you, you siblings really have the same temperament. His tone was both helpless and serious. If you go in now, you'll just interfere with your brother. Stay put right here. If anything goes wrong, run immediately, and don't forget why your brother came here in the first place. No, I won't leave, and I'll always believe in my brother no matter what. Su Yin's eyes glistened with tears, but she clenched her fists tightly and stood firm at the alley entrance. One thought echoing repeatedly in her heart: her brother would surely overcome any obstacle. The alley was narrow and dim, with rusty iron gates and peeling walls trembling in the night wind. The moment Su Yao and Lu Eru faced each other, they clashed like lightning, then quickly pulled apart. Using his soul skill Wind Walk, Su Yao became almost a blur, his speed as fierce as a storm's blade. Lu Eru was forced to retreat continuously, unable to find an opening to counterattack. Rather than a fight, it was more like a one-sided beating. Enough! Another heavy punch landed on Lu Eru's cheek, swelling half his face like a pig's head. The burning pain was secondary. What truly humiliated him was that Su Yao deliberately targeted his face with every strike, each punch landing solidly, as if determined to completely transform his face into a pig's head. Are you playing house like a little kid? I'll show you what a real beast tamer can do. Lu Eru growled, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. This is the city center, not an arena, Su Yao sneered. You dare summon your beast? The Beast Management Bureau will arrive immediately. So what? The Beast Management Bureau can't touch me. Lu Eru raised his swollen face defiantly. Ask around about who my sister is. Deputy leader of the Tiger Roar hunting group. She's someone who bled for Tianhai. What do you compare to that? Even while being beaten, Lu Eru remained stubborn. In all of Tianhai's South New District, who hadn't heard of Lu the Blade? Puffed. Su Yao couldn't hold back his laughter, the sound echoing through the alley. What are you laughing at? Lu Eru was furious. Su Yao laughed even louder, and even Suyin couldn't help covering her mouth and giggling uncontrollably. The nickname, Lu the Blade, was embarrassing no matter who said it. That's not Lu the Blade's real name, Zheng Asen said, standing beside Su Yin while watching the fight in the alley. He respected the female deputy leader but held nothing but contempt for her worthless brother. How would you know? Su Yin turned her head. No one knew Lu the Blade's real name, only that she had once worked in nightclubs. At 16, she frequented red light districts to support her young brother Lu Eru. At 18, she caught the eye of Hao Yuan, the deputy leader of the Tiger Roar hunting group, and became his servant, enduring his beatings and abuse in silence. After Hao Yuan's death, she used her cunning to claim the deputy leader position and renamed herself Lu the Blade. No outsider ever figured out how a seemingly weak woman had climbed to such heights. She certainly had it tough, Suyin sighed after hearing the story. But I never expected she'd spoil her brother like this. Lu Eru is her only family, so naturally she spoils him rotten, Zhang Asen shrugged. He usually does terrible things, but everyone turns a blind eye because of his sister's protection. When it comes to her brother, she'll fight to the death. Even high-level beast tamers of the same rank don't want to cross her unnecessarily. Are you saying my brother shouldn't have picked a fight with him? Suyin raised an eyebrow. Exactly. And once their beasts clash, the Beast Management Bureau will arrive within 5 minutes, Zheng Asen warned gravely. If your brother falls into Lu Eru's hands, then the consequences will be unimaginable. Suyin watched Su Yao in the alley with a heavy heart. Despite the broad daylight, the alley entrance seemed drained of all justice, so quiet that only the sound of fists cutting through air could be heard. Zhang Asen sighed. This is the adult world. It's not about who's right. It's about who has the stronger fist. My sister's fist is harder, so she makes the rules. Prepare to die. Lu Eru pressed both palms to the ground, spiritual energy surging violently as crimson soul patterns emerged on the brick surface, instantly weaving into a summoning soul array. A crimson flame tiger stepped forth, its entire body engulfed in fire, its forepaws leaving scorched prints as they touched the ground, with rolling hot steam rushing through the cracks toward them. It raised its head and roared deafeningly, the sound waves rolling out of the alley entrance, yet not a single passerby stopped. Pedestrians only frowned and shook their heads, quickening their pace. Who would dare interfere with Lu Eru's notorious reputation? Except for those powerful figures with connections reaching the heavens? Kid, if you're smart, you'll hand over your sister for my enjoyment. Lu Eru licked his cracked lips, his laughter full of contempt. Otherwise, you'll just become my crimson flame tiger's excrement. Huh? Seeing Su Yao's calm expression, he assumed the boy was scared senseless, and his pig-like swollen face twisted into an even more grotesque smile. Meanwhile, a patrol team from the Beast Management Bureau also heard the tiger's roar. Captain, shouldn't we intervene? Asked a young newcomer to the team, looking toward the alley entrance. The captain squinted and asked back, will you go, or should I? Naturally, you should handle it, Captain. When someone causes trouble, it's exactly when we should demonstrate law enforcement justice. The young man remained enthusiastic. Before he finished speaking, the captain's face darkened like lead. A veteran team member raised his hand to stop the newcomer. Don't say anymore. The captain snorted coldly. Youth is no excuse. If someone's youth endangers the entire team, such a person cannot stay. With that, he turned and continued patrolling, as if the tiger's roar had never existed. The newcomer looked around in confusion. What did I say wrong? No one answered. The veteran patted his shoulder. You weren't wrong, the world is. That single sentence stirred up the edges that had been worn smooth over the years, but everyone still stepped forward, preparing to clean up the aftermath. In the alley, the Crimson Flame Tiger's flames surged, the scorching air distorting vision. Yet Su Yao remained composed, showing no sign of panic. Still pretending? Lu Eru grinned, the bruises on his face twitching as his expression stretched. Su Yao didn't respond, only raised his hand in a gesture. A black solar ray spread beneath his feet, and a black-robed skeletal mage named Wang emerged, dragging his long robes, gripping a staff in his bony fingers as he took position beside Su Yao. Just this broken skeleton? Still trying to struggle before death? Lu Eru glanced at the runes on Wang's body, dismissing it as an ordinary skeletal beast. Originally worried that Su Yao might reveal some powerful technique, he now felt completely at ease. Beside him, Wang, with hollow eye sockets gazing at the imposing crimson flame tiger before them, simply took one small step forward, shielding Su Yao behind him. Su Yao sensed Wang's disdain. Was his first real-world battle against a beast tamer going to be against a mere kitten? Crimson Flame Tiger, kill them. Lu Eru's voice was hoarse as he showed no mercy from the start. Wang, give it your all. Su Yao shook his head. He knew Lu Eru's sister couldn't control her brother, so he'd have to teach him a lesson himself. The Crimson Flame Tiger crouched low, muscles tensed, its right claw igniting with blazing flames. In the next second, it pounced forward, its fiery claws tearing through the air and leaving a crimson trail. Crimson Flame Claw. Su Yao instantly activated his soul skill, Wind Walk, his figure flashing to the side. The scorching claw grazed his sleeve, leaving the fabric charred and curled. At the same time, the tiger's claw smashed into the stone pavement, sending debris flying and sparks scattering. Missing its target, the Crimson Flame Tiger immediately turned toward the nearest opponent, Wang. As the massive tiger approached, Wang remained expressionless, merely waving his staff lightly. Howling winds swept through the alley, accompanied by wails that seemed to echo from hell itself. Transparent spirits emerged from all directions, surrounding the Crimson Flame Tiger in layers. The massive creature plummeted from midair, its crimson fur rapidly stained with dark blue-black as soul-deep agony made it cry out in anguish. This was Wang's soul skill, spirit binding. What did you do to my Crimson Flame Tiger? Lu Eru roared. His bond with his contracted beast transmitted every ounce of pain to his own body. Su Yao didn't bother responding. Bone swords materialized in the sky, falling one after another and piercing the Crimson Flame Tiger's vital points with precision. Moments later, the beast's aura faded completely, its massive form collapsing in defeat. He approached the kneeling Lu Eru step by step, Wang at his side. Spare me, please spare me. If you kill me, my sister will never let you go. Lu Eru screamed desperately. When your life is in someone else's hands, threats are the most foolish choice, Su Yao said calmly, his voice cold as ice. I was wrong, truly wrong. I'll never speak of what happened today. I'll pretend it never occurred. Tears streamed down Lu Eru's face as he trembled and kowtowed. Please, I don't want to die. I really was wrong. Lu Eru knelt at Su Yao's feet, pleading continuously for mercy. Su Yao kicked Lu Eru, who was groveling at his feet, sending him flying. Lu Eru rolled across the rusty iron floor like a broken sack, the sounds mixed with the dull thuds of bones hitting metal, before finally crawling back to Su Yao's feet and clutching his shoes while begging for mercy in a trembling voice. Spare you? Impossible. Su Yao laughed coldly in his rage. If he hadn't arrived in time, the nightmare his sister was about to face would have been unthinkable. At this thought, he raised his hand in a gesture. Death immediately understood, raising his staff and tapping its cold metal end against the ground with a sharp click. A cluster of pale flames emerged from Lu Eru's lower body like a venomous snake, hissing as they flared up. Ah! The piercing scream echoed through the dim, narrow shipping container. The hellfire consumed from bottom to top, spreading along his clothes to his skin, the burning smell nauseating. The pain nearly drained Lu Eru's last bit of strength as he could only curl up and tremble, his eyes rolling back. Su Yao watched him suffer in this lake of hell, a flicker of reluctance crossing his heart, but the image of his sister shattered his hesitation instantly. Death, finish him. He decided to give his opponent a quick end. Death raised his staff to deliver the killing blow, the cold white flames already curling toward Lu Eru's neck. Just then, a figure flashed between them, reaching out to block the staff with one hand. Stop! The newcomer was none other than Su Tang, captain of the Beast Management Bureau's enforcement team for this district. His black enforcement coat billowed as he demanded sternly, "Who are you to commit murder here?" Su Yao couldn't be bothered to respond, and still gestured for Death to continue. "How dare you?" Su Tang said no more, striking towards Su Yao's face with a palm that created a whooshing sound through the air. Su Yao pushed hard with both legs, using the wall to dodge sideways with clean, efficient movements. Su Tang was secretly surprised. Wind elements swirled densely around his feet. This was a soul technique called Wind Walk. This young man had practiced a basic soul technique to near perfection. He announced his identity solemnly. I am Su Tang, captain of Tianhai City's enforcement squad. I advise you to surrender and not make things worse for yourself. Before he finished speaking, he was already preparing his next attack. Just as Su Yao was about to counterattack, footsteps clattered at the container entrance as the rest of the enforcement team arrived. Everyone immediately saw Lu Eru on the ground, unconscious from the hellfire burns, and their faces changed dramatically. His flesh was charred black, his clothes into tersa a horrifying sight. They exchanged glances, thinking of Lu Eru's well-connected sister, each feeling like crying this matter would not end well. Now you show up quite promptly, Su Yao sneered. By rights, the moment Lu Eru summoned his beast, all nearby enforcement monitoring points should have triggered alarms, with teams arriving within minutes. Yet they had delayed so long, clearly with ulterior motives. The team members' abilities were obvious at a glance. All junior beast tamers, with only Captain Su Tang at intermediate level. Su Tang ignored the mockery and pronounced judgment sternly. Privately summoning beasts for combat in Tianhai City is a serious crime, and you've also injured someone and resisted law enforcement crime upon crime. Men, arrest him and take him back to the Beast Management Bureau to await trial. Following orders, the enforcement team moved forward in formation, surrounding Su Yao. Wait, Su Yao demanded loudly. Won't you ask why I fought? Why I tried to kill him? He forcibly abducted my sister and summoned his beast to take my life. It was only defending myself. Right and wrong will be investigated once we return, Su Tang replied coldly, showing no sign of wavering. Su Yao knew full well. These people were likely in cahoots with Lu Eru, and if he really went with them, it would be a dead end, with the truth left to their fabrication. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping across the enforcers like a blade cutting across ice. Su Yao looked at them with eyes full of icy coldness. All the law enforcement officers except Su Tang hung their heads in shame. As people sworn to uphold justice and fairness, they now had to betray their own beliefs, leaving them utterly humiliated. Lu Eru lay on the bloodstained stone pavement, his chest rising and falling weakly, clearly severely injured. Su Tang knew that if he let this young man escape, Lu Dedeo's wrath would be more than these law enforcers could bear. He raised his voice and roared, "What are you waiting for?" An older law enforcement officer gritted his teeth and stepped forward, reaching out to grab Su Yao's arm. Stop! A familiar voice thundered at the alley entrance, clear as a clap of thunder. Everyone turned toward the sound to see Wang Shoren walking steadily into the alley, followed by Su Yin and a young woman dressed in a simple long robe. Greetings, Lord Judge. Recognizing the newcomer, Su Tang's face stiffened as he hurriedly bowed. Uncle Wang, how did you get here? Su Yao called out in delighted surprise. Uncle Wang. Su Tang's heart skipped a beat. This young man actually had close ties with the judge. He cursed inwardly no matter how tyrannical Lu Dedeo was. He wouldn't dare oppose a representative of the great Zhou government. And the judge was the most special existence within the Beast Management Bureau. Wang Shoren smiled warmly. Little Ian said you were in trouble, so I came to take a look. As he spoke, he shifted slightly to shield Su Yao behind him. What exactly happened? Tell me in detail. Su Tang's mind raced as he seized the initiative. Reporting to Lord Judge, while on patrol, we encountered this young man committing assault, so we came to stop him according to law. He deliberately placed all responsibility on Su Yao, thinking that even as a judge, Wang Shoren had to respect the laws of the great Zhouhe was following proper procedure and couldn't be faulted. Su Yao raised an eyebrow but didn't respond, merely watching Su Tang's performance with cold eyes. In just a few moments, Su Tang had weighed the pros and cons today. He would have to offend either Wang Shoren or Lu Dedeo. Wang Shoren had just taken office and his foundation in Tianhai City was unstable, so offending him might not lead to retribution. Lu Dedeo, however, was deeply entrenched and not someone he could afford to provoke. After weighing his options, he decided to continue pinning the blame on Su Yao. Oh, Wang Shoren turned to inquire of Su Yao. You tell me your version. Su Yao gave a concise account. His sister had disappeared and been taken into this alley. He had pursued and clashed with Lu Eru. He deliberately omitted details about Zheng Aisen's situation while thoroughly describing the enforcement team's delayed arrival with embellishments. Su Yin stamped her feet angrily beside them, wishing she could drag Lu Eru up and beat him again, adding details about the enforcement team's dereliction of duty. Wang Shoren stroked his chin and looked at Su Tang. Both sides have different stories, and he's questioning the fairness of your law enforcement. I intend to report this matter to the chief judge for his decision. Absolutely not. The string in Su Tang's heart snapped taut. Over the years, he had done many similar deeds to curry favor with Lu Dedeo, and if the chief judge intervened, the collusion between the enforcement team and the hunting group would surely be exposed. At this thought, sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. What's wrong? Is there something you can't speak about? Wang Shoren's voice was calm, but carried undeniable authority. No, nothing. Su Tang didn't dare meet his gaze, his voice trembling. I think I may have misunderstood this young brother. Seeing their captain so submissive, the surrounding law enforcement officers held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Su Tang steeled himself and raised his face, forcing a smile as he spoke rapidly. This was just self-defense. We made a mistake. Please don't take offense, young brother. Su Tang hurriedly and politely apologized to Su Yao. Su Yao remained silent, turning to look at Wang Shoren beside him. Wang Shoren nodded slightly. Let it go. Enough is enough. Su Yao sighed inwardly. If he had known it would come to this, he should have finished off Lu Eru with one strike back then. Now that the man was in the enforcement team's hands, there was no chance to act again. Captain Su, you're just doing your duty. I understand. Su Yao forced a smile as he addressed the burly, stern-faced enforcement captain. All right, since this was all a misunderstanding, let's call it quits, Wang Shoren gestured. Leave that man to Captain Zhu investigate thoroughly who gave him the nerve to cause trouble in Tianhai City. Everyone knew the truth. Who would investigate? How would they investigate? Most likely, nothing would come of it. Captain Su Tang simply nodded, leading his team to carry away the unconscious Lu Eru before quickly disappearing into the depths of the alley. As the figures dispersed, night wind swept through the alley entrance. Wang Shoren led Su Yao, his sister, and Liang Bo into a nearby small restaurant. The mixture of cooking oil smoke and noodle soup aroma under the lights dispelled the earlier murderous atmosphere. After taking their seats, Wang Shoren gestured toward the short-haired woman beside him. This is my secretary, Hanya. Hello. Hanya adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, her voice crisp. Hello, Sister Hanya. Su Yin greeted sweetly, a spoonful of ice cream in her mouth. Wang Shoren sighed, looking at Su Yao. You've gotten yourselves into serious trouble this time. What trouble? Didn't Uncle Wang already handle everything? Su Yin asked indistinctly, the cold hitting her tongue though she couldn't taste the flavor. If only it were that simple. Wang Shoren rubbed his temples. Xiaoya, you explain. Hanya opened her tablet, her gaze falling on the siblings. The man you crippled is called Lu Eru. I know, Su Yao nodded. He shouted his own name before I acted. The key point is his sister Lu Dedeo. Hanya spoke at a measured pace, yet her words sent chills down their spines. She's the vice captain of the Tiger Roar hunting group. Tiger Roar has 5 vice captains and 1 captain total. All vice captains are advanced beast tamers. There are even rumors that their captain is pushing toward glory rank. Su Yin looked up. Uncle Wang is also an advanced beast tamer. Don't be ridiculous. Wang Shoren's expression darkened. Su Yin shrank back in fear. Hanya continued. The Tiger Roar hunting group is extremely protective of their own. If it were just dealing with Lu Dedeo, Uncle Wang could handle it. But if the entire group takes action. She didn't finish the sentence. Wang Shoren picked up where she left off. I've seen Lu Eru's injuries, massive burns covering his entire body. He's practically finished. His sister will never let this slide. I can protect Su Yin since she wasn't the one who acted. Starting tomorrow, she'll stay with me at the Beast Management Bureau. They wouldn't dare demand her there. As for you, he frowned, remaining silent for a long while. I'll take responsibility for what I did. I just fear dragging my sister into this. Su Yao patted Su Yin's hand. Though grateful to Wang Shoren, he felt no regret whatsoever. If he had any regret, it was only that he hadn't killed Lu Eru on the spot. The restaurant's lights flickered, and the air seemed to grow heavy. Suddenly, Hanya closed her tablet. Su Yao, you haven't taken the university assessment yet, have you? No, Su Yao replied. Wang Shoren's eyes lit up, seemingly guessing her intention. There's only one way now, Hanya spoke deliberately. That could force Tiger Roar not to dare openly move against you. What way? Get accepted into Tianshu Academy. Su Yao was puzzled about what this had to do with his assessment. You must let the teachers at Tianshu Academy, preferably the professors, witness your talent with their own eyes, Hanya explained straightforwardly. If you can become a disciple of any professor, even if you killed Lu Eru, his sister Lu Dedeo wouldn't dare trouble you again. Wang Shoren nodded in agreement. Tianshu Academy has 22 professors, 5 vice deans, 5 deans, and 1 chancellor. They are all glory-level beast tamers. Once you become their disciple, naturally no one would dare touch you. Speaking of these influential figures, Wang Shoren's eyes couldn't help but show longing, though he was also aware of the immense difficulty. As far as I know, the deans haven't taken disciples for years. Only 1 or 2 professors occasionally accept students each year, and they have extremely high requirements for talent and beasts. What are their criteria for selecting disciples? Su Yao pressed. Tianshu Academy's assessment has 2 stages, Hanya immediately replied. The first stage is the secret realm trial. Each secret realm is different, so there's no reference value. The second stage is tower climbing. The trial tower stands at the Academy's center, a special structure left behind hundreds of years ago. The higher you climb, the higher your rating. In the freshman assessment, if you can pass the 4th floor, any teacher above professor rank will definitely take you as a disciple. But first, you must pass the secret realm trial. After finishing, she shared all the information she possessed without holding anything back. Su Yao, the assessment in 20 days is your opportunity, Wang Shoren said solemnly. I understand, but this task is indeed challenging. Su Yao took a deep breath. Uncle Wang, I'm entrusting my sister to you. Brother. Suyin worriedly tugged at Su Yao's sleeve. If not for her, her brother wouldn't have gotten into this trouble. It's fine, don't worry. Su Yao comforted his sister, then said to Wang Shoren, I'm just afraid they might make a move against me during these 20 days. Hanya immediately assured him, don't worry. We'll spread word that you're participating in Tianshu Academy's freshman assessment. During the assessment period, regardless of whether you pass, you're under the Academy Alliance's protection. Anyone who touches you will face their severe punishment. After receiving this guarantee, Su Yao bid farewell to his sister and Wang Shoren, returning to the hotel alone. Before leaving, he borrowed a large quantity of beast-taming materials from Wang Shoren, deciding to seclude himself at the base to improve his strength for safety. Speak. Who exactly harmed my brother like this? A woman with an alluring figure knelt beside Lu Eru's bed, her nine-ring blade humming against the ground, radiating killing intent. Vice Captain, I heard it was the nephew of the newly appointed arbiter who did it. A member of the Tiger Roar hunting group reported tremblingly. Arbiter or not, I want him dead. Lu Dedeo suddenly stood up, her nine-ring blade trailing cold light as she headed for the door. Third sister, don't be impulsive. At the doorway, a man in a black suit with a roaring tiger embroidered on his chest reached out to block her. Big brother, are you going to stop me too? Lu Dedeo's gaze was fierce. Greetings, Captain. Everyone in the room quickly bowed. All of you withdraw. Take Eru away and care for him properly. The captain ordered. Yes. The crowd hurriedly left, carrying the unconscious Lu Eru. The spacious room was left with only Lu Dedeo and her companion. Third sister, don't be impulsive. Ren Xian firmly grasped Lu Dedeo, who was about to charge out, speaking in a deep voice. At this moment, the spacious council hall was brightly lit, yet the air seemed frozen due to the confrontation between the two. Ren Xian wore a well-tailored black suit, the commanding presence of the Tiger Roar hunting group's leader radiating from him. Lu Dedeo's eyes were bloodshot, her nine-ring broadsword held across her chest, its cold gleam piercing straight to the heart. Big brother, Eru is my only family in this world. How can I not avenge this grudge? Her voice was hoarse, yet filled with determination. If you block me again, don't blame me for forgetting our past bond as sworn siblings. Ren Xian's heart sank. He and Lu Dedeo had been close as blood siblings for years. How could he bear to watch her venture into danger alone? Suppressing his anxious urge to dissuade her, he softened his tone. Third sister, I understand your feelings. I watched Era grow up too, and I'm equally furious about what he's become. But you must stay calm. Acting rashly won't bring you revenge. It will only lead you to your death. Lu Dedeo snorted coldly, her gaze sharp as a blade. A mere minor judgment envoy is hardly worth fearing. This confidence stemmed from her strength that dominated peers of her level, as well as the illustrious reputation of the Tiger Roar hunting group. You're mistaken. Ren Xian shook his head. Lu Dedeo possessed formidable combat power, but she never liked using her brain when facing problems. She would simply slash once, and if that didn't work, slash twice. I've already sent people to investigate thoroughly. Come with me inside for details. He pushed open the hall door, gesturing toward the inner chamber. Though reluctant, Lu Dedeo ultimately suppressed her rage and followed him in. She looked back toward the door, still full of unwillingness, knowing she had been blinded by anger moments ago. Even with strength that dominated advanced beast tamers, the Beast Management Bureau was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. In the main seat, Ren Xian settled down, his gaze steady. I've identified the person who severely injured Eru. Who is it? Lu Dedeo suddenly looked up. Su Yao? Never heard of him. She frowned. What's his relationship with that judgment envoy? If this person is hiding in the Beast Management Bureau, won't I never have a chance to strike? That judgment envoy has no connection with Su Yao. Ren Xian shook his head. If they're unrelated, why protect him? The specific reason remains unclear. Ren Xian was equally puzzled. A newly appointed judgment envoy willing to risk the Tiger Roar hunting group's wrath to protect a stranger. However, he brought Su Yao's sister into the Beast Management Bureau. Lu Dedeo's eyes lit up. What does that mean? The judgment envoy is making his position clear to us. Won't interfere in the grudge between Su Yao and Tiger Roar, but Su Yao's sister absolutely cannot be harmed. Ren Xian explained. Where is Su Yao? I'll go find him right now and finish him personally. Before finishing her words, she had already sprung to her feet, her blade tip flicking the chair leg aside, almost ready to burst through the door. Don't rush, I haven't finished speaking. Big brother, speak quickly if you have something to say. That judgment envoy indeed won't interfere with Su Yao, but we can't touch him right now. Why not? He's a candidate for Heavenly Book Academy. So what? Third sister, have you lost your mind? Have you forgotten about Enchushing from years ago? If we act during the examination period, we won't escape punishment from the Academy Alliance. Ren Xian pointed at Lu Dedeo, his voice suddenly rising. Lu Dedeo burned with fury, slamming her nine-ring blade onto the table with a clang. The thick wood instantly split into pieces. So in the end, you want me to give up avenging my brother? She took a deep breath, her gaze cold. Very well, I hereby withdraw from the Tiger Roar hunting group. If there are consequences in the future, I alone will bear them and will never implicate any of you. Third sister, what kind of angry words are you saying? Seeing Lu Dideo speak this way, Ren Xian knew her anger hadn't subsided and quickly tried to comfort her. Eru grew up under the watch of our tiger roar hunting group. He gently raised his hand, signaling her not to get agitated. Though he's been quite mischievous, he shouldn't have been humiliated like this. Our tiger roar hunting group will definitely settle this score. However, he lowered his voice. We need to pick the right moment. Right now, everyone in Tianhai City is focused on the academy examinations. If we act now, wouldn't we be walking straight into trouble? Once the exams are over, he's just a novice beast tamer. Won't he be at our mercy? By the end of his words, a smile played at the corners of his mouth, though it carried a sinister undertone. Lu Dideo gripped her blade tighter, her brow still furrowed. What if he actually gets into Tianshu Academy? That would make it even easier. Ren Xian narrowed his eyes. Every year, countless Tianshu Academy students die in secret realms and the wilderness. Who would care about a nobody like Su Yao? We just need to wait patiently. In that case, I'll follow Big Brother's lead. Lu Dideo exhaled heavily, temporarily suppressing her murderous intent. She had always been good at restraint. If this matter hadn't involved her only brother, she wouldn't have lost control like this. Ren Xian took the opportunity to ask, how is Eru doing now? Very badly. Lu Dideo looked down and began to sob. Severe burns all over his body, his manhood destroyed, his beast space shattered. I'm afraid he'll never be able to become a beast tamer again. Her voice trembled uncontrollably when speaking of her brother. Third sister, don't worry, Ren Xian patted his chest. Your brother is my brother too. I will definitely avenge him. Thank you, big brother. Lu Dideo wiped away her tears and hurried off to check on Eru in the hospital room. Ren Xian watched her leave, then called out in a deep voice, someone come. Two subordinates quickly entered, a man and a woman, Dong Bingmei and Liang Xiao respectively. Leader, they said in unison. Ren Xian waved his hand, and a light screen on the wall lit up, projecting two photos of Su Yao. From now on, keep close watch on the Tianshu Academy examination, especially this person. Yes, the two acknowledged the order. Dong Bingmei asked an additional question. Leader, what do you need us to do? If he fails the examination, find a secluded place and kill him directly, bring the body back. If he passes, report all his examination information in detail. Act swiftly, precisely, and ruthlessly and expose yourselves. Understood. The two bowed and immediately turned to head toward Tianshu Academy. Only Ren Xian remained in the hall. He crushed the cigarette butt in his hand and muttered in a low voice, Su Yao, Wang Shoren, for offending our tiger roar hunting group, you can forget about staying alive. Dividing line. Su Yao had no idea that the tiger roar hunting group was already taking action in secret. After bidding farewell to Wang Shoren and the others, he returned to the hotel early. His sister was now with Judgment Envoy, Wang Shoren, which finally gave him some peace of mind. Though he wasn't clear about the specific position of Judgment Envoy, from the fragments he'd heard, he could tell that Wang Shoren held a significant position in Tianhai City's Beast Management Bureau. For safety's sake, Su Yao didn't dare venture out casually. According to Wang Shoren, this hotel was backed by official authority, so ordinary people wouldn't dare cause trouble here. Combined with the Academy Alliance's explicit orders, Lu Dideo was unlikely to make a move against him during the examination period, but he remained cautious nonetheless. After all, better safe than sorry. After returning to his room, he took a hot bath, using the steamy warmth to wash away the day's fatigue. Finally, he collapsed onto the soft bed with his aching body. Su Yao soaked in the bath for a while, then dragged his weary body to lie on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Su Yao was awakened by a series of knocks at his door. He groggily opened the door, only to find Wang Shoren's secretary, Hanya, standing outside. Her crisp white blouse and black blazer outlined her professional upper body, paired with a form-fitting pencil skirt, black stockings, and stiletto heels. Even her gold-rimmed glasses seemed particularly striking, giving her an overall aura of cool elegance and maturity, truly a goddess-like figure. Sister Hanya, you're here? Su Yao unconsciously swallowed. Recently, he had encountered quite a few beautiful women, Liao Xiaoyu, Murong Qian, and others, but none possessed Hanya's unique combination of maturity, intelligence, and charm. Have you eaten? Hanya's tone was concise. Not yet. I just woke up. Su Yao scratched his head. I can tell. Hanya gestured toward his eye corner. Su Yao touched the spot with his fingertip and found some sleep crust. Immediately feeling so embarrassed, he wanted to crawl into a hole. Come on, I'll treat you to breakfast. Hanya had no intention of entering his room. Oh, let me change clothes. Su Yao rushed into the bathroom, quickly washed up and changed, then followed Hanya out. Along the way, gazes from restaurants, corridors, and stairwells were magnetically drawn to Hanya's commanding presence, with passers-by frequently turning to look back. Walking beside her, Su Yao gradually calmed down, though his eyes occasionally drifted to her graceful silhouette ahead, his mind inevitably wandering. What are you looking at? Hanya suddenly spoke. Nothing. I wasn't looking at anything. Su Yao panicked, thinking to himself that she hadn't even turned around. Had he really been that obvious? Hanya stopped, turned to give him a cool glance, then continued walking. Su Yao quickly averted his gaze. After they sat down and ordered, Hanya put down the menu. Intermediate beast tamers can cultivate soul perception. Within the range of soul perception, nothing can hide. Be more careful next time. Her tone was calm, yet it struck Su Yao's heart like a warning bell, both a reminder and a reprimand. What shocked Su Yao even more was that Hanya was actually an intermediate beast tamer. She looked completely ordinary from the outside, appearing to be only 22 or 23 years old. She seemed to see through his confusion. I graduated from university last year and came to the Beast Management Bureau. Which university? Su Yao realized his question might be presumptuous after asking. Tingxue Academy. Hanya frowned slightly, but still answered. Su Yao didn't realize his rudeness, but was stunned by Hanya's capabilities. Tingxue Academy was on par with Tianshu Academy, though slightly inferior. The gap wasn't significant. This is for you. Seeing him in a daze, Hanya took out a spatial ring from her handbag and handed it over. You found it so quickly? Su Yao was surprised and immediately examined the items in the ring. Judge Wang spent considerable resources to gather these materials. Hanya picked up her soy milk, her gaze falling on the spatial ring in Su Yao's hand. Before leaving last night, Su Yao had asked Wang Shoren to help him find advancement items for 2 beast companions, along with some undead and light attribute materials, preparing to shine brilliantly in the upcoming assessment. Please thank Uncle Wang for me. Su Yao put away the spatial ring, his expression solemn. Although some advancement items hadn't been found, with so many materials, he felt hopeful about his chances in the upcoming tests. Judge Wang advanced 3 months of his own salary to get you all these materials. Don't let us down for your own sake and for your sisters. I understand. Su Yao nodded solemnly, making a mental note of Judge Wang's kindness. Changing the subject, he lowered his voice and asked, by the way, do you know where I can exchange materials I don't need? Hanya thought for a moment and gestured with her hands. The Beast Management Bureau and the Beast Tamer Guild both work. There are also some smaller trading posts in the city. I'd suggest checking out Beast Plaza directly. It's centralized, and the prices are fair. Thanks. Just as Su Yao was about to say more, Hanya cut in first. How about this? Give me the materials, and I'll handle the exchange for you. Save you the trip. Su Yao considered this, then took out the lowest grade spatial ring he'd bought before leaving Shangyang and handed it over. Most of what's inside are magical beast materials I hunted in Misty Pine Forest, plus some I stripped from fog demons. After exchanging rings, neither spoke further. The tables and chairs at the breakfast stall were nearly full, with more and more people coming for breakfast. Their gazes were inevitably drawn to Hanya, then quickly shifted to Su Yao. Isn't that the guy who was eating with Morong Qian last time? Oh my god, he's already switched girlfriends? What a player. Exactly. How heartbreaking for our dear Qian, though he is pretty handsome. The chatter wasn't loud, but it couldn't escape Hanya's soul perception. She suddenly looked up, locking eyes with Su Yao. You know Morong Qian? What's your relationship? I don't know. Heronly met her once. Su Yao was caught off guard by the question, but answered honestly. Better keep it that way. Hanya softened her tone, though the warning was clear. Su Yao looked puzzled and simply raised an eyebrow. Seeing his complete lack of curiosity, Hanya was even more surprised. Aren't you curious why? Not really. I can probably guess some powerful family's daughter with incredible talent, so I shouldn't get any foolish ideas, right? How did you know? Hanya's eyes widened as if his response had hit the nail on the head. Su Yao shrugged. I've seen this kind of story plenty of times in my previous life. In books. Hearing this, Hanya felt a pang of guilt. Su Yao, listen to me, you two really aren't compatible. What are you talking about? You're making it sound like there's actually something between us. Su Yao grumbled internally, but explained seriously. Sister Hanya, I really don't know her, and I'm not interested in her. We're strangers, complete strangers. I understand. Hanya nodded, but the whispers her soul perception picked up from around them still made her uneasy. Does this look like understanding? Su Yao had to emphasize again. I really don't like Morong Qian. She's not my type. Who would be interested in such a cold, icy girl anyway? He muttered under his breath. As soon as the words left his mouth, Hanya's lips began to twitch. Su Yao suddenly felt a chill creep up his spine from his feet to the back of his head. He reflexively turned around. Morong Qian was sitting at the table right behind them, her gaze sharp as a blade. If looks could kill, he figured he'd already died 100 times over. Su Yao forced an apologetic smile and quickly turned back around, pretending nothing had happened. What's wrong? Keep going. What else don't you like about Morong Qian? Hanya watched him with amusement. Let's just eat, sister. Su Yao nearly wanted to cry. The chill on his back hadn't fatted, it was getting stronger. Su Yao ate his meal in a state of constant anxiety, as Morong Qian's eyes never left him for a moment. He still couldn't get any information about Morong Qian's background from Hanya, and the two of them tacitly steered the conversation away from the topic. After dinner, he parted ways with Hanya and wandered around the hotel area for a few rounds. Once he confirmed the surroundings were safe, He returned to his room to begin his beast cultivation plan. Now that he was being watched, he didn't dare venture far. Most of what Wang Shoren had stuffed into the spatial ring were light attribute materials, with very few undead-type materials. Su Yao had to temporarily shelve his cultivation plan for death. He called out to Yin within his beast space, and a white soul formation rose up as Yin, clad in radiant armor, materialized in the room. Upon seeing her master, Yin knelt on one knee with a solemn expression. Yin, don't kneel when you appear next time. Su Yao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who had taught her these rigid formalities? Yin raised her head, her eyes clear but filled with confusion. Here, Su Yao handed over a package of light attribute materials. The books say some materials need to be consumed while others need to be absorbed. Try it yourself. Yin nodded, and the light attribute within her body surged as she quickly refined the materials. Su Yao nodded with satisfaction. This one was much smarter than he had imagined. He handed all the remaining basic materials to Yin, letting her quietly absorb them in the corner. Though the quality was average, the quantity was sufficient for steady improvement. Watching Yin cultivate earnestly, Su Yao couldn't help but sigh. If only my little sister were this obedient. Achoo! In the dormitory, Su Yin rubbed her nose. What's wrong, Xiao Yin? Catching a cold. Hanya walked in carrying a blanket and pillow. I'm fine, Sister Hanya. Thank you for the trouble. Su Yin took the blanket and spread it on the empty bed. I'm usually alone in this dorm, so having you move in is perfect company. Hanya smiled. Compared to Su Yao, she much preferred spending time with Su Yin. I'm just worried about my brother. Su Yin's voice was full of concern. Don't worry, I went to check on him, and he's doing fine. Hanya thought of the scene in the cafeteria, growing increasingly curious about the relationship between Su Yao and Murong Qian. That's good, but I wonder if he can pass the Heavenly Scripture Academy entrance exam. Based on your description of how he defeated Lu Eru, the first stage shouldn't be a problem. As long as he passes the first round, he'll have succeeded in the assessment. The second stage is harder to predict. Hanya shared her analysis with Su Yin. She suddenly suggested, by the way, would you like to go watch the Heavenly Scripture Academy assessment in person? Is that possible? I heard the assessment is confidential. Su Yin's eyes widened. Only the first stage is confidential, as it involves the Academy's magical beast secret realm. But well, there are always ways. Hanya winked. Thank you so much, Sister Hanya. Su Yin suddenly threw herself into Hanya's arms, hugging her tightly. You know, I also have a sister just like you. Hanya lowered her voice, her tone slightly hoarse. What happened to her? Su Yin caught that hint of sadness and instinctively asked. It's nothing, let's just get ready. Hanya turned around, took a deep breath to suppress her emotions, and only added another sentence after her expression returned to normal. Okay. Su Yin nodded, didn't press further, but kept this matter in her heart, secretly deciding to find an opportunity to learn about Hanya's sister's situation in the future. Time flew by, and 20 days passed in a flash. During this period, Su Yao devoted almost all his energy to training his beasts. Although the materials weren't enough to cause a qualitative change, their strength still improved significantly. Su Yao Personal Panel. Constitution, 2.5. Soul Strength, 10.4. Soul Power, 10401040. Race, Human. Level, Apprentice Beastmaster. Soul Skills, Bloodthirsty Blade LV7, Fire Meteor LV7, Wind Walk LV7. Reward Points, 47900. He used up all his basic soul crystals, pushing his soul strength to 10.4, just reaching the threshold of Junior Beastmaster. He then spent 11,000 reward points to upgrade all 3 soul skills: Bloodthirsty Blade, Fire Meteor, and Wind Walkdo, LV7. Beast 1, Angel. Attribute, Light. Level, 3rd tier, 9th stage. Race level, Rare. Skills, Sacred Light, Holy Sword Judgment, Holy Light Healing, newly mastered Sacred Flame. Evolution Progress, 50. Rare level beasts require more reward points to improve their evolution progress than elite level ones. Su Yao invested a full 50,000 reward points to push the Angel's evolution to 50. The resulting Sacred Flame skill can burn away evil with divine fire, bringing endless purification to enemies' souls and bodies. Beast 2 Death. Level, 3rd tier, 9th stage. The new skill it unexpectedly comprehended, Summoning, greatly surprised Su Yao. Summoning uses its own power to construct an abyssal formation, capable of summoning a demon beast from the abyss to serve it, with strength not exceeding 1 major tier above the summoner itself. For a beast master still in the apprentice stage who can only summon 1 beast at a time, this means Su Yao could temporarily have an additional fighter in same-level duels. Death itself is at the 3rd tier, 9th stage, yet can summon demon beasts up to the 4th tier, 9th stage, without restrictions on racial rarity. Rare, or even higher tier beings could potentially appear. Su Yao was thoroughly satisfied with his 20 days of progress and looked forward even more to the upcoming assessment. After packing his essentials, he checked out of the hotel and headed straight to Tianshu Academy. Just as he stepped out of the elevator, he ran into the chubby Yuan Han. Haven't seen you for so many days. Yuan Heng blinked curiously. Been busy training, Su Yao replied simply. But Yuan Heng stepped closer and lowered his voice. The forums are all saying that Murong Qian got her heart broken by her playboy boyfriend, and she even saw him dating another woman. What are you getting at? Yuan Heng's somewhat provocative look made Su Yao uncomfortable. I think the guy in the photos looks a lot like you. Yuan Heng pulled out his phone, pretending to compare. Let me see. Su Yao took the phone. The post was pinned on Tianshu Academy's forum homepage. The first photo showed him and his sister accompanying Murong Qian for dinner. The second photo was taken from a tricky angle and dining at the same table as Hanya, with Murong Qian visible in the background, the coldness in her eyes clearly visible even through the screen. No wonder outsiders would misunderstand. The photos were indeed misleading. Is what it says here true? Did you really abandon my goddess? Yuan Heng asked like a curious child. Don't listen to their nonsense. Maybe she was just having her period and was in a bad mood. Su Yao casually deflected. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a chill down his spine. It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? He could only comfort himself silently. Su Yao, it's over. Su Yao's mind was instantly trampled by countless expletives, and of all the terrible timing, an angry female voice came from behind them. He and Yuan Heng froze simultaneously, slowly turning around. Sure enough, Murong Qian stood a few steps away, her eyes cold and sharp, glaring daggers at Su Yao. Wow, goddess, what a coincidence. Yuan Heng forced himself to greet her. Murong Qian didn't even spare him a glance, her gaze like two ice blades pinning Su Yao's face. Well, quite a coincidence indeed. Su Yao forced a smile, trying to ease the awkwardness, while internally rolling his eyes. How could his luck be this terrible? Every time he talked about her behind her back, he got caught red-handed. Last time was bad enough, but this time he dropped a real bombshell, publicly making up nonsense about her menstrual cycle. The more Murong Qian thought about it, the angrier she became. This man first said he'd never liked cold, heartless women, and now he was spreading rumors about her period. Did she need to hear such commentary? The urge to slap him nearly overwhelmed her, but she settled for giving Yuan Heng a friendly glance. Yuan Heng immediately shivered, waving his hands frantically. Bro, I won't interrupt your date. I'll wait for you at Tianshu Academy. His voice grew fainter as he disappeared around the corner. Su Yao watched Yuan Heng's retreating figure, cursing him countless times in his mind. After a few seconds of silence, Murong Qian spoke first. You're also taking the Tianshu Academy exam? In her impression, Su Yao had nothing going for him except his looks, yet he wanted to apply to Tianshu Academy? That was a place only accessible to those whose first soul strength assessment reached 1.2 or above, earning them registration and recommendation from the Beast Tamer Guild. Below 1.2, the system would coldly display, no record found. That's right. Are you going to take the exam too? Su Yao asked back, somewhat dazed. Murong Qian didn't answer, walking past him toward the school gate. After a few steps, seeing he was still staring down at his phone, she finally stopped. Aren't you coming? I don't know the way. I was planning to go with Yuan Heng, but he ran off first. Su Yao sighed helplessly, showing her the navigation page on his phone. Seeing his embarrassed state, Murong Qian's coldness softened slightly. Follow me. She then started walking ahead. Oh. Su Yao hurried to catch up while his mind wandered. Was this woman really being so kind? She wouldn't lead him somewhere secluded to beat him up, would she? He quickly shook his head, clearing away his paranoid thoughts, and followed closely behind. The two walked in silence. The closer they got to the academy, the denser the crowds became. Some people recognized Murong Qian, and discussions arose everywhere. Isn't that Murong Qian? Who's that guy behind her? Must be her boyfriend from those forum posts. Look how guilty that guy looks. Could those online rumors actually be true? Goddess, how foolish. Why keep such a woman around? From the moment they approached the campus gates until they passed through the entrance inspection, the two of them were subjected to constant pointing and whispering. Murong Qian lifted her gaze, her eyes sharp as lightning, and in an instant, the surroundings fell into complete silence. After undergoing the teacher's inspection at the entrance, the pair walked into the academy. Su Yao still remembered the peculiar expression on that teacher's face as he looked at them, a fresh flower planted in cow dung. If Su Yao had known his thoughts, he would have surely retorted, where else would you plant a fresh flower if not in manure? As soon as they entered the school gates, Su Yao pulled out his light brain and sent Yuan Heng a message saying, come with me. But Murong Qian gave him no chance to speak. He had just spotted Yuan Heng's figure and was about to open his mouth when her faint threatening gaze made him silently follow her away. Su Yao repeatedly gestured to Yuan Heng for help, only to receive a helpless emoji in return, causing his face to fall immediately. Passing through a massive gate weathered by time, the view suddenly opened up an ancient plaza the size of several football fields spread before them, now packed with a dark mass of examinees. So many people. Su Yao couldn't help but exclaim. 20,000 applicants for Heavenly Book Academy this year. Would you say that's a lot? Murong Qian surveyed the sea of people, her tone indifferent. Miss Murong, would it be alright if I apologize? Please don't make things difficult for me anymore. Su Yao pleaded in a low voice. Apologize? What did you do wrong? She looked at him with a half smile. The surrounding gazes burned like scorching lamps. Su Yao had originally planned to keep a low profile, but Murong Qian was like a million-watt searchlight, pinning him firmly at the center of everyone's attention. The male students didn't dare act presumptuous toward Murong Qian, so they directed their provocative gestures at Su Yao instead, looking ready to gang up on him at any moment. I shouldn't have said no one likes you, and I shouldn't have said you're cold and heartless. Actually, completely different from what I imagined. Su Yao silently grumbled to himself. If no one liked her, every girl in the world would have to remain single. What else? Murong Qian's gaze remained indifferent. In truth, she was cold on the outside but pure within, only acting this way to shake off the flies that had pestered her since childhood. She had seen the online posts but didn't care. When she first met Su Yao, she felt he was different from other boys, genuine, without self-aggrandizement. Upon learning that Su Yao was also taking the Heavenly Book Academy exam, she became somewhat curious about him. Usually, no male student could get within a meter of her, yet Su Yao had managed it, and she herself didn't understand why. I also said your period was messed up. I'm really sorry. Su Yao scratched his head, his tone even more sincere. Murong Qian's pretty face flushed slightly. She snorted and walked away alone. Su Yao? Seeing Murong Qian walk away, Yuan Heng quickly came over. How are you doing? What do you mean? Haven't you noticed everyone's looking at you strangely? Yuan Heng looked around at the examinees, eyeing them like hungry tigers, almost wanting to turn and leave. Maybe because I'm handsome. Su Yao shrugged. From countless novels, he had already learned the male protagonist walking with a beauty was bound to be envied. The assessment is about to begin. Wonder what secret realm we'll draw this time. Yuan Heng lowered his voice. We'll take it as it comes. Su Yao replied absent-mindedly, his gaze following the direction Murong Qian had departed, only to meet her eyes looking back. The two locked eyes, but Murong Qian's gaze seemed somewhat evasive. Suddenly, a team of teachers dressed in academy uniforms strode into the center of the plaza. The man at the front was powerfully built with rugged features and wild, slightly curly black hair, appearing to be around 50 years old. He uttered just one word: silence. His voice boomed like a great bell, accompanied by a profound soul force that spread outward, instantly enveloping the entire plaza. The previously noisy chatter came to an abrupt halt as tens of thousands of examinees instinctively held their breath, their gazes collectively fixed upon him. This was the overwhelming presence of a top-tier expert. I am Wei Hongyan, the chief examiner for this Heavenly Tome Academy assessment. I will now explain the examination rules. Wei Hongyan's voice remained clear, reaching every person's ears. This assessment will take place in the Academy's minor secret realm Red Cloud Canyon using a point-based system. Among the 23,000 examinees, only those ranking in the top 2,000 by points will pass. He raised his hand in a gesture, and light screens appeared before everyone. Red Cloud Canyon is populated with first to third tier magical beasts. Defeating them will earn you corresponding points, recorded in real time on your wristbands. This is an individual assessment. Any form of teaming up or assistance is strictly forbidden. Violators will be immediately disqualified. Similarly, fighting between examinees is prohibited, with violators facing elimination as well. Wei Hongyan's tone grew more serious. Every hour, the canyon will release a special gas. Complete exposure results in immediate elimination, and the gas coverage will continuously contract toward the canyon's center. Your wristbands contain maps showing both the gas coverage area and your personal coordinates. In the crowd, Su Yao raised an eyebrow. Isn't this just a battle royale? Wei Hongyan added. If you encounter an insurmountable magical beast, press your wristband to be forcibly teleported out of the secret realm, but you will forfeit your examination qualification. Now, everyone sit cross-legged where you are and activate your wristbands to enter the secret realm. The assessment begins. As his words fell, pillars of light illuminated the plaza. In an instant, the bustling square became empty, leaving only several examiners seated in the center. Countless light screens floated in midair, each corresponding to an examinee's first-person perspective. Boss Wei, who do you think will place first in this secret realm trial? Asked a somewhat rotund teacher with a gentle smile. No need to ask, it's definitely that girl from the Murong family. Another teacher quickly replied. I think it'll be the young master from the Li family, disagreed another, shaking his head. There's also a genius who recently emerged from Linhai whose strength shouldn't be underestimated. Stop arguing. Wei Hongyan raised his hand for silence. Theoretical strength is just reference material. Real differences will be revealed in actual combat. The examiners fell silent at his words, their attention returning to the light screens as they focused intently on observing the trial's progress. Meanwhile, Su Yao opened his eyes to find himself in an unfamiliar landscape. The clouds overhead were all dark red, rolling like flames. Looking down, he confirmed he was positioned on a mountainside within the canyon. He wasn't yet sure how vast Red Cloud Canyon truly was, but to secure one of the 2,000 spots, he would need not only to reach the canyon's center, but also hunt sufficient magical beasts. Just then, Su Yao's wristband lit up, and a list suddenly appeared before him. Killing a first-tier 5th-stage magical beast earns 1 point. Killing a first-tier 6th-stage magical beast earns 2 points. Killing a first-tier 9th-stage magical beast earns 5 points. Killing a second-tier 1st-stage magical beast earns 10 points. Killing a second-tier 2nd-stage magical beast earns 20 points. Killing a second-tier 9th-stage magical beast earns 90 points. Killing a third-tier 1st-stage magical beast earns 100 points. Killing a third-tier 2nd-stage magical beast earns 150 points. Killing a third-tier 9th-stage magical beast earns 500 points. Truly worthy of the Heavenly Tome Academy. Even the weakest magical beasts here are at the 1st-tier 5th stage, while the strongest reach 3rd-tier 9th stage. 3rd-tier magical beasts alone are enough to intimidate ordinary candidates, let alone those at the 9th stage. Though Wei Hongyan had guaranteed that only 1st to 3rd-tier beasts would appear in the examination zone, Su Yao remained cautious as always, firmly believing that 4th-tier or even higher-tier creatures still lurked in the shadows. Besides the point reference chart, the spiritual energy bracelet on his wrist also projected his current score and a real-time leaderboard showing ranks 1 through 2000. The list constantly flickered and shifted, indicating that many participants had already begun scoring. Rumors claimed that Heavenly Tome Academy championed competition and encouraged students to grow under pressure. Witnessing this firsthand, Su Yao silently mused that this internal competitive atmosphere rivaled certain corporate cultures from his previous life. At this thought, he clicked his tongue softly. Rather than rushing to hunt magical beasts, he cross-referenced the three-dimensional map to calibrate his direction, fearing he might stumble into a poisonous zone. After determining his bearings, he raised his hand to summon Death. Compared to Flame, Death was clearly more efficient at grinding monsters. Death's figure silently landed on the ground as Su Yao walked slowly along the mountain path into the forest ahead. The dense canopy immediately dimmed the light, with scattered sunlight filtering through the leaves to create dappled patches of illumination. Thick fallen leaves formed a soft carpet, each step leaving shallow impressions. The scene was identical to the misty pine forest from before, vision fragmented by branches and foliage, with potential attackers lurking in every shadow. According to the data, this woodland primarily housed plant-type and insect-type magical beasts. With his current physical condition, even one direct hit from a second stage or higher beast could severely injure him. Regretting that he hadn't learned a defensive soul technique, he proceeded with extreme caution, almost probing the ground beneath his feet and checking blind spots to his left and right with every step. His plan was clear. Head east down the mountain first, cross the river marked on the map, then locate the entrance to Red Cloud Canyon and quickly converge toward the canyon's center. However, he knew all candidates would have the same idea, making competition in the central area inevitably brutal. While lost in thought, the sound of rushing air came from the treetops above as several dark shadows swept past. His bracelet's AI immediately issued a sharp warning. Su Yao's reflexes were remarkable. His wind walk soul technique activated instantly, his form becoming a blur as he dodged sideways. Immediately after, several green orbs of light exploded where he had been standing, stirring up fallen leaves and dust. As the dust settled, several leopards with green markings leaped down from the high branches. Their bodies were robust, with skin resembling rough bark that blended perfectly with the forest camouflage. Information surfaced in Su Yao's mind. Forest leopards, dual attribute magical beasts of both beast and wood types, with an ordinary species rating. Adult specimens typically range from 1st-tier 9th stage to 2nd-tier 2nd stage. Perfect timing. Death, go warm up. Su Yao locked onto his targets, his voice low and steady. If Death truly had eyes, it would surely roll them. Now what caliber were these few leopards that they required its intervention? After the forest leopard pack landed, they gathered energy in their mouths and shot several light waves from their jaws. Just as the light waves were about to strike Death, the staff in its hand suddenly flashed, and blazing flames erupted from the tip of the pitch-black staff. Hellfire, like red and black intertwined lightning, swept out in reverse, instantly tearing through the air. Not only did it scatter the forest leopard's light waves completely, but it also accurately struck those leopards that couldn't retreat in time. Before the flames had even dissipated, the forest leopard pack had already turned into charred corpses without even having time to let out a scream. Su Yao glanced at his bracelet. 10-10. 5-5. The constantly jumping numbers in the points column steadily stopped at 30. Exactly as he had estimated beforehand, these forest leopards weren't particularly strong. He casually opened the leaderboard to check the current situation. First place, Morong Qian, 140 points. Second place, Li Xian, 135 points. Third place, Li Peng, 130 points. The score gaps weren't large. After all, the assessment had just begun. Yuan Heng had revealed that only a few dozen people could bring 3rd-tier or higher beast companions to compete, with most participants still hovering around the 2nd tier, so their targets were mostly locked on 2nd-tier beasts. At this moment, Su Yao was temporarily ranked 1,345th, but the numbers were quickly refreshed and pushed down again. Looks like everyone's full of energy, he said with a smile, putting away his bracelet and collecting materials from the forest leopards' bodies before continuing down the mountain. On the rest of his descent, he and Death encountered various magical beasts, some ambushing, others attacking Hedon. With the system's warning assistance, Su Yao easily avoided all ambushes, while facing beasts that charged directly at them. Whether they were first-tier 6th-stage man-eating flowers and wind blade beetles, or second-tier 4th and 5th-stage vast spiders and flying orchid insects, Death could eliminate them with a single strike. Su Yao's points rose accordingly, quickly climbing to 23rd place on the leaderboard. Meanwhile, at another location, Murong Qian effortlessly dealt with a 3rd-tier magical beast and casually refreshed the rankings. The first-place position remained firmly in her grasp as she scanned the rows below. The only real threats to her were Li Xian, Li Peng, and a few others. Just as she was about to close the panel, she suddenly noticed a familiar name. Su Yao, 23rd place? Murong Qian murmured to herself, then smiled slightly. This is just the beginning. The real competition is yet to come. After tremendous effort, Su Yao and Death finally emerged from the forest. No one could say exactly how much time had passed until the river marked on the map appeared in their sight. Finally out. The forest was too oppressive. Su Yao stretched his shoulders, letting the warm sunlight bathe his entire body. The sky remained an eerie dark red, casting a bloody veil over Red Cloud Canyon. There was no day-night cycle here, only endless crimson light illuminating the entire canyon. According to the map, following the river to the right would lead them to the canyon's entrance. He walked along the water, the river's surface reflecting the red light like a silently pulsing ribbon of blood. Suddenly, his bracelet beeped urgently, and a warning message popped up. Green gas detected at the edge of the secret realm. Su Yao spun around to see large patches of green mist rapidly spreading between the sky and forest behind him. While the mist was harmless to humans and magical beasts, it would trigger the bracelet's automatic teleportation function, eliminating candidates from the secret realm. The green gas would advance for a certain distance before stopping, waiting for the next hour to arrive. Su Yao stared intently at the increasingly dense emerald layer, then suddenly spun around and bolted. At the current rate of spread, the toxic fog would reach this riverbank within 5 minutes. Around him, more examinees finally snapped to their senses, stumbling and scrambling toward the center of the canyon in a chaotic rush. Some who fell were dragged up by their companions. Others simply rolled and crawled on the ground, desperate to move their bodies just half a step forward. When they first entered the Red Cloud Canyon secret realm, everyone had been evenly distributed around the perimeter. The moment the toxic fog appeared, the outer ring was almost instantly overrun. Countless unlucky souls, still grinding monsters in place, didn't even have time to react before being eliminated by the system. Outside the secret realm, teleportation flashes flickered continuously across the Academy Plaza. The examinees who were sent out, regardless of gender, all had the same look of pure bewilderment in their eyes. How did that gas just suddenly engulf me? Same here, didn't even give me a chance to react. This isn't fair. In the crowd, an examinee ranked in the 700s was the first to shout at the platform. I was solidly in the top 2,000. And now I'm eliminated just like that? Having invested tremendous effort in preparation, only to watch his qualification vanish, his frustration was understandable. Exactly. I made it into the top 2002. What's the point of this kind of assessment? The chorus of agreement grew louder, voices rising sharply. The teachers on the platform remained silent throughout, quietly observing from above. Enough. Wei Hongyan took just one step forward, his voice thundering into everyone's eardrums like an explosion. The plaza fell instantly silent as everyone crouched down, covering their ears, their eardrums feeling as if they'd been struck by a heavy hammer. It took a long while for them to recover. I made it very clear before the exam began, these are the rules. Wei Hongyan's tone was calm, yet brooked no argument. You only focus on superficial rankings while ignoring truly important survival judgment. Tianshi Academy has no use for ignorant, mindless students. But someone tried to argue with gritted teeth. There are no buts. Wei Hongyan's casual glance caused that student to break out in cold sweat and faint on the spot. Now, you may leave. He gestured, and several white-robed physicians quickly carried away the unconscious examinee. Teacher, please give us another chance. The remaining crowd still wouldn't give up, thinking that the law cannot punish everyone, might force the academy to compromise. Ridiculous. Wei Hongyan snorted with laughter and waved his sleeve, instantly teleporting everyone in the plaza outside Tianshi Academy's main gate. Watching those banished youths, a nearby teacher shook his head disdainfully. They truly don't know their place. Do they think Tianshi Academy's rules can be changed at will? Even glory-level beast tamers wouldn't dare threaten us like this, let alone a bunch of green kids. Another teacher chimed in. Boss Wei, you were still being polite. Without teaching them a lesson, they'd really think our academy is like those trash schools. All right, let's continue watching the assessment. Wei Hongyan returned to his seat, his gaze once again fixed on the secret realm screens, where examinees were still frantically fleeing from the toxic fog. This minor interruption hadn't disrupted the assessment's rhythm. People from the Beast Management Bureau will come to observe shortly. A female teacher reminded quietly. Let them come. They just want to poach talent early. They always do this, too lazy to show up until the assessment is half over. Wei Hongyan looked once more at the teachers beside him, and those people dared not meet his gaze, all averting their eyes. On an open clearing outside Red Cloud Canyon, Su Yao stepped on the fallen magical beast, twisted off its still warm horn, wiped away the blood, and raised his wrist to check his bracelet. The numbers on the leaderboard were fluctuating. The undead guarding his side gripped its staff, nerves taut, eyes scanning the surroundings like a hawk. They've all started hunting third-tier magical beasts, Su Yao murmured. The undead remained motionless, focused solely on standing guard. Leaderboard. First place, Morong Qian, 1545 points. Second place, Li Xian, 1520 points. Third place, Li Peng, 1498 points. Fourth place, Du Yuaning, 1134 points. 1486th place, Su Yao, 376 points. The gap between the top three was narrow, but from fourth place onward, the scores plummeted like a cliff. The rankings below could shift with just a point or two. To maintain the lead, one had to hunt higher-value magical beasts, or risk being overtaken at any moment. But Su Yao had been traveling swiftly, encountering only weak magical beasts, so his points remained relatively stagnant. Everyone knew that the deeper into Red Cloud Canyon's center, the denser and more formidable the magical beasts became. Though the assessment had no time limit, green gas continuously pressed inward, forcing participants to quicken their pace. Su Yao calculated that the gas would reach the canyon's heart in 4 to 5 hours, meaning he had only that long to catch up in points. Help me. Amid his thoughts, a piercing cry for help suddenly echoed from ahead. It was a woman's voice, so desperate it made his chest tighten. Su Yao's first instinct, run, as far as possible. Since the rules prohibited mutual assistance, he had no desire to invite trouble. Without hesitation, he pulled the undead along and crouched behind a large boulder. After moving just 2 steps, a girl suddenly burst around the corner behind him. Her face was deathly pale, and upon seeing Su Yao, she screamed, "Fellow student, please save me." Before her words faded, bone-chilling wolf howls made everyone's hair stand on end. Over a dozen wolf shadows with exposed fangs came charging out. Su Yao took one glance and immediately activated Wind Walk, transforming into a gust of wind as he rushed toward the distance. Chasing the girl was a pack of Wind Plain wolves. Wind Plain wolves were classified as elite among beast species, with mature individuals typically at third tier, third stage. They hunted in packs, and even ordinary fourth-tier magical beasts preferred to avoid them. Su Yao's decisive retreat was precisely because of this. Over a dozen wolves, all above third stage. While he wouldn't fear a Ani-own fight, or even Ani against 5, being surrounded by such numbers was different entirely. Not to mention that a pack this size would surely have a fourth-tier wolf king, and once trapped in their encirclement, the consequences would be unthinkable. Seeing that Su Yao had no intention of helping, the girl reluctantly pressed her bracelet. A white light flashed, and she was teleported out of Red Cloud Canyon. With their prey vanishing into thin air, the wolf pack pounced on nothing, their fury instantly ignited. A woo! Wolf howls rose and fell across dozens of kilometers, causing surrounding magical beasts to scatter in all directions. The pack then locked their gaze on Su Yao, who was sprinting away. As the only living creature in sight, he naturally bore the full wrath of all the Wind Plain wolves. All the Wind Plains wolves were chasing Su Yao together. He thought he had shaken off those gray shadows, but the moment he looked back, he was almost scared enough to stop running. Damn it! Why are they still chasing me? He cursed inwardly. Wind Plains wolves were wind-type magical beasts with naturally incredible speed, and combined with their keen sense of smell, Su Yao simply couldn't escape their tracking. Suddenly, loud laughter erupted from the examination plaza outside the secret realm. What are you doing, Guahaodong? Wei Hongyan frowned, his gaze sweeping toward his colleague who was clutching his stomach and laughing hysterically. Guahaodong pointed at the real-time monitoring screen. This kid is so unlucky he's being chased by a pack of Wind Plains wolves. Wind Plains wolves? Don't they live near the Canyon Mountains? Based on the candidate's current progress, no one should have reached that area. A female teacher analyzed calmly. Guahaodong shrugged. That's exactly why I said he's unlucky running into these troublesome creatures right after entering the outer perimeter. Even if the top-ranked Morong Qian were here, she'd be helpless. Enough. Wei Hongyan raised his hand with a wave, and Su Yao's image instantly enlarged, hovering before all the teachers. On screen, Su Yao had already recalled Wang back to his beast space, using perfect level wind step technique as his feet carried him through one dodge after another, evading the Wind Plains wolves' sudden attacks. But his soul power was rapidly depleting while running. He raised his hand and launched perfect level fire meteors in succession, though the wolf pack nimbly dodged them. leaving only sparks exploding on the ground and forcing them to retreat briefly. What a pity. Except for Wei Hongyan, the other teachers almost simultaneously shook their heads. One perfect wind step, one perfect fire meteorist kid is quite talented too. Someone sighed. But facing a wind plains wolf pack is difficult. Unless his wind step reaches the transcendent level, elimination is inevitable. Wei Hongyan broke his silence for the first time. I don't think so. Boss Wei, aren't you mistaken? His soul power is nearly depleted. How long can an apprentice beast tamer hold out? Gua Haodong immediately objected. The chubby Tian Qian also chimed in. Exactly. Wind plains wolves never let their prey escape. He can't keep dodging forever. Wei Hongyan remained calm. What? None of you believe it? I don't believe it. Me neither. Then let's make a wager. Wei Hongyan spoke indifferently. Let's bet on whether he can escape the Wind Plains wolves' pursuit. Each person stakes one high-grade spiritual material. Fine. Gua Haodong was first to agree. I bet he can't make it. Consider that high-grade spiritual material a gift to even junior beast tamers would struggle to escape. Count me in too. The other teachers all sided against Wei Hongyan. What about Teacher Lin? Wei Hongyan turned his gaze to the only female teacher, Lin Xinyuan. Lin Xinyuan's beautiful eyes fixed on the screen, showing Su Yao continuously casting techniques, and she said softly, I'm with Teacher Wei. I bet this candidate can make it. Come on, Teacher Lin. Why are you losing your mind too? Gua Haodong threw up his hands dramatically. Look at this candidate's expression. Lin Xinyuan ignored his teasing and pointed at the surveillance screen. Everyone's eyes turned to the monitor. Su Yao's face showed no panic, his breathing steady as stone, but deep in those dark eyes flickered fragments of excitement and killing intent. This? Any ordinary apprentice beast tamer would have fled in terror by now, or simply quit the secret realm. Yet he's so calm, and with such murderous aura. Lin Xinyuan stroked her chin, eyes gleaming. So far, he's the most interesting candidate I've seen in this entire examination. You mean he still has cards to play? Tian Xian felt uneasy and nudged Gua Haodong's shoulder. Humph, that's just your speculation. If he's really that capable, we'll find out soon enough. Gua Haodong forced himself to stay composed, as Su Yao in the footage had already stopped moving. Deep in the secret realm, fierce winds carried the sweet stench of beast blood. Su Yao suddenly spun around, his right arm slashing upward. Bloodthirsty blade. Boiling blood energy instantly condensed into a massive blade over 10 feet long, red lights swirling like a crescent moon sweeping across. The two wind plane wolves lunging forward didn't even have time to growl before being cleaved in half. The giant blade's momentum crashed into the clearing, exploding dust that instantly obscured the remaining pack's vision. Before the dust settled, three cold gleams tore through the darkness like lightning arrows. Thud, thud, thud. The arrows pierced through three wind plane wolves' skulls, emerging from their necks as phantom light flickered and died. As the dust gradually settled, 5 wolf corpses of 3rd tier or higher lay scattered across the ground. What? Impossible. Outside the secret realm, the observing teachers' jaws nearly dropped to their chests. Su Yao no longer dodged, but faced them heat-in. Without relying on beast companions, using only a blazing sun bow and one perfect grade soul technique, he forced the wind plane wolf pack to pay with 5 lives. Another perfect grade soul technique. That bow must be a spirit weapon. Wei Hongyan's heart surged with shock too. Hadn't expected such terrifying power from this youth. Astonishment aside, the observers quickly grasped the situation. 8 wolves remained, with the Wolf King still nowhere to be seen, while the seemingly triumphant Su Yao had actually reached a critical point. His soul power was now less than half depleted. The blazing sun bow could fire at most 5 more times, each arrow consuming 100 soul power, insufficient to take down the remaining wind plane wolves one by one. Using only bloodthirsty blade would be equally futile. The wind plane wolf pack, stunned by the earlier blood slash, all stopped and growled with raised ears, not daring to advance rashly. This brief respite gave Su Yao precious breathing room. He tossed a packet of spirit restoration powder into his mouth, closed his eyes to regulate his breathing, and forcibly recovered his soul power. This boy is in danger. Wei Hongyan sighed softly, shaking his head as he doubted Su Yao could turn the tide. Boss Wei, quit acting modest when you've struck gold, Gua Haodong said sourly. This child seems to have the upper hand. But how many more attacks like that can his soul power sustain? Wei Hongyan sat in the monitoring booth, frowning as he muttered under his breath. The other examiners silently agreed. With such a level gap, there was absolutely no way apprentice beast tamer Su Yao could defeat an entire pack of wind plane wolves heathen. No, there's one more way. Lin Xinruan suddenly broke the silence. If he can kill the wind plane wolf king, he might still have a chance. How is that possible? The wind plane wolf king is a 4th tier, 9th stage magical beast, can't possibly defeat it. Someone immediately objected. Lin Xinruan knew her words were bold, so she simply fell silent and stared intently at the large screen. Can you truly create a miracle? On the wasteland, the wolf pack suddenly came to a halt. An even more majestic and powerful howl swept in from behind. A male wolf, half a head taller than the others with fur rippling in the wind, walked to the front with steady steps. Wherever it passed, all the wind plain wolves lowered their proud heads. With flowing fur and a magnificent form, the wind plain wolf king. Su Yao's gaze burned intensely as he locked eyes with those cold wolf pupils. If he could slay this king, the pack would scatter and he could escape. Discussion resumed in the monitoring room. The wolf kings appear that kid's out of options now, right? Tian Qian raised an eyebrow. What's this candidate's name? What's his beast? Wei Hongyan finally thought to check the information in his eyes. Only the top-ranked names were worth remembering. However, Su Yao's performance was already worthy of standing alongside Murong Qian and Li Xian. A staff member approached the platform to report. Candidate Su Yao, from Shenyang City, Xinhai Province. Initial soul strength 1.2, just meeting Heavenly Tome Academy standards. His beast is a skeleton mage, elite grade, approximately 3rd tier or above. He has another beast, but didn't submit its Data Academy regulations only require detailed information on one beast. From Shenyang. Wei Hongyan recalled the Shenyang Great Fog Descent incident from over 20 days ago. Does the Academy have records of his beast? The Heavenly Tome Academy database is second only to the Great Zhou government sphere, should be archives. No records currently. It appears to be a new species he cultivated himself, the staff member replied. Wei Hongyan's frown deepened. Based on available intelligence, Su Yao had no chance of victory, but how would this child respond? System, analyze the Wind Plain Wolf King. Su Yao commanded silently. Ding, analysis complete. Name, Wind Plain Wolf King. Attributes, Wind type, Beast type. Level, 4th tier, 9th stage. Species grade, Elite. Skills, Wind Howl, Rending Claw, King's Intimidation, Fury Wind Slash. Danger level, Yellow. 4th tier, 9th stage, barely manageable. But what about the wolf pack? Just as the thought arose, the Wolf King let out a low growl, and the pack immediately retreated. Onion. Su Yao understood the king's pride and smirked. Then I won't hold back. He put away the blazing sun bow and quickly traced soul patterns with both hands. A soul formation filled with radiant energy slowly revealed its complete array before Su Yao. A stunning armored figure appeared between Su Yao and the Wolf King. As the profound and sacred light gradually faded, a blonde female warrior Yan revealed her true form before all the examiners. In the observation seats outside Red Cloud Canyon, all the teachers, including the usually composed Wei Hongyan, were so shocked their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Old Gua, punch me quick. This can't be real, right? Tian Qian shouted in disbelief. Gua Haodong didn't hesitate and threw a punch at Tian Qian's face. Bang! Tian Qian flew backward and crashed off the platform, landing right next to a candidate who had just returned from the secret realm, still dazed and confused, startling him into stumbling backward. Seeing Tian Qian's bruised and battered appearance, Gua Haodong silently apologized in his heart. You asked for this yourself. On any normal day, Wei Hongyan would have thrown these two clowns out of the venue, but at this moment, he had no time to spare for them. Su Yao has truly given us quite a surprise. He couldn't help but sigh. Yes, but won't this cause trouble? Lin Xinruan stared intently at the screen, gazing at the angel-like figure floating in midair, her voice filled with quiet concern. An angel beast that was the exclusive inheritance of the Sacred Light Cathedral from the western continent of Kamar. Now that it had appeared in the outside world, if those religious fanatics found out, Su Yao would likely never know peace. Then let them try and see if they dare cause trouble at Tianshu Academy. Wei Hongyan sneered coldly. Before his words had finished, a steady and commanding voice rang out from behind the group. An elderly man in ornate robes led a group of people onto the platform. Greetings, Professor Li. All the teachers immediately stood and bowed respectfully. The newcomer was none other than one of Tianshu Academy's 22 professors, a glory-level beast, Master Li Ziyun. Professor Li, do you mean? Wei Hongyan already had a guess in his heart. This Su Yao is quite impressive, Li Ziyun said calmly. Continue watching. He then turned to introduce the others. These gentlemen are from the Beastmaster Guild, the Beast Management Bureau, and the military. Wei Hongyan glanced at them indifferently. Every time the academy held examinations, these departments would arrive with thick contracts to recruit students, offering generous terms that led to talent drain from the academy. Even someone as outwardly gentle as Li Ziyun held little fondness for them. But even the mighty Tianshu Academy had to show respect to the great Zhou dynasty. Wei Hongyan snorted coldly and ignored them, turning his full attention back to Su Yao on the screen. In the arena, the Wolf King stared at Yan, a trace of unease flickering through its heart. It clearly sensed that this human female posed a significant threat. Though her aura was weaker than its own, she triggered its instinctive wariness. However, as a king, it would never allow itself to show weakness before its offspring. A long, earth-shaking howl erupted. Kingly intimidation. The wolf pack immediately seemed crushed by an invisible force, all prostrating themselves and trembling. Su Yao was also affected by the impact. He seemed to see a sky-covering giant wolf opening its bloody maw. approaching step by step. His breathing became labored, his consciousness locked tight by the Wolf King's kingly intimidation. Yin glanced at Su Yao and stepped forward to shield him, her armor gleaming with cold golden light. In the next moment, golden light flashed in Yan's eyes. In Su Yao's eyes, he watched as Yin wielded her holy sword and shattered the Wolf King's phantom with a single strike. Suddenly, his entire body felt relieved. The invisible burden that seemed to press against his chest instantly dissipated. Over 10 meters away, the Wolf King let out a muffled grunt, blood trickling from the corner of its mouth as its kingly intimidation, the symbol of dominance, was effortlessly broken by Yin. Yin, kill it. Su Yao's voice was low and cold, his eyes filled with fierce malice. The moment the command was given, Yin drew her sword without hesitation and charged forward. The Wolf King roared in fury, rapidly compressing the wind elements surging in its throat into a concentrated mass. Wrapped with debris and fallen leaves, it transformed into a raging hurricane wind howl that swept toward Yin. The fierce wind howled as it carved deep grooves into the ground. Yan's gaze sharpened as she swung her holy sword horizontally, sending a sharp blade of energy to collide with the hurricane. As the two forces clashed, the sword suddenly erupted in brilliant holy light, and a sacred blade projection slashed toward the Wolf King. The Wolf King raised its right claw to forcefully counter the attack. Holy Sword Judgment versus Earth-Splitting Claw. White light flashed as blood and severed claws were flung into the air. The Wolf King howled in agony, its momentum plummeting after losing its right arm. Yin seized the opportunity to close in, her holy sword igniting with crimson flames as she thrust the blade straight toward the Wolf King's heart. Sacred flames poured wildly from the wound, instantly engulfing the massive body. Amid piercing wails, the Wolf King convulsed a few times before falling still. Yin withdrew her sword, casually wiping away the blood as her cold eyes swept the surroundings. The wolf pack, intimidated by her gaze, could only manage a few low growls before fleeing in panic, leaving only the Wolf King's corpse rolling and roasting in the flames. Yin, put out the fire. Su Yao hurried forward, looking with distress at the corpse that was essentially a treasure trove. The teeth, heart, even the fur, all were worth considerable money, but now the precious pelt had been charred black by the sacred flames. The sacred flames extinguished, and Yin stepped aside, quietly watching as Su Yao busily collected materials. In the examination viewing area, Su Yin stared at the light screen with continuous amazement. Sister Hanya, my brother, is incredible. Is that angel-like sister my brother's beast companion? Hanya nodded. Yes. Don't let her third-tier status fool you. I feel like even fifth-tier elite magical beasts wouldn't dare claim easy victory over her. A well-dressed man nearby turned at these words and introduced himself with a smile. I'm Tang Fu, a member of the Beast Tamer Guild. Your brother has exceptional talent. I wonder if he'd be willing to join our guild after graduation? We could cover all his expenses at Tianshu Academy and gift him a rare-grade beast egg when he reaches junior beast tamer rank. Hanya secretly tugged at Su Yin's sleeve, signaling caution. However, Su Yin directly shook her head. I'm not my brother, I can't make decisions for him. Enough, Tang Fu. Supervising teacher Wei Hanyan interrupted coldly. Recruiting before the examination is even over. Bullying a young girl, what kind of behavior is that? Teacher Wei, don't be angry. I'm just considering Su Yao's future. Tang Fu forced a smile, but faced with the killing intent in Wei Hongyan's eyes, he had no choice but to fall silent. A bearded man nearby laughed heartily. Tang Fu, stop dreaming. From what I know, Su Yao is close friends with one of our Beast Management Bureau's judges despite their age difference. If he's going to join anywhere, it'll be with us. Enough, Wang Han. Do you want to be thrown out too? Wei Hongyan scolded angrily. He waved his hand to close Su Yao's screen and switched to other examinees, saying sternly, where does this leave Tianshu Academy's reputation? With another wave, Wei Hongyan hid Su Yao's screen and switched to other examinees. The crowd fell silent, quietly waiting for the examination to end. Su Yao finished collecting materials from the Wolf King's corpse and glanced up at the distant green gas. The next fog contraction was about to begin, and he needed to rush back to the safe zone in Red Cloud Canyon immediately. Recalling how the Windplane Wolf Pack had chased him into a frantic escape, he scanned the holographic map and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Had somehow circled around the entire perimeter, now even farther from the canyon's center than before encountering the wolves. After securing his spoils, Su Yao suppressed his frustration and set off once more. He had no idea that every candidate in Red Cloud Canyon was buzzing with excitement over his score. Latest rankings. First place, Su Yao, 2026 points. Second place, Murong Qian, 1780 points. Third place, Li Peng, 1679 points. Fourth place, Li Xian, 1646 points. In the central region of Red Cloud Canyon, beside a rushing river on a rocky shore, Li Peng sat cross-legged atop the cold corpse of a high-tier magical beast, staring intently at the floating leaderboard. His massive contracted beast lay beside him like a moving fortress, shielding him from wind and rain. Who is this Su Yao? Li Peng's brow furrowed deeply. I finally managed to knock down that Li family young master, and now another dark horse appears? Nearly 400 points ahead. What gives him the right? He clenched his fists, heavy breathing drifting across the river surface, murderous intent churning in his eyes. In another dense forest, Li Xian stared at the rankings with equal intensity, nearly grinding his molars to dust. A strangely shaped contracted beast stood silently behind him, ghostly light flickering. Damn it! Bang! He punched through a tree trunk thick enough to require two people to embrace, sending wood chips flying. Firstly Peng, now this Su Yao? Let's go! Li Xian growled, leading his beast deeper into the canyon. I'll target only third tier, fifth stage prey, and above me points must double. In another corner of the forest, blade winds howled. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Flying blades sliced through the air, precisely severing the shadow leopard's tendons. Black blood sprayed, and within moments, the massive beast crashed to the ground. A phantom flickered in the clearing, revealing a tumtor-long nethercat with fur black as night and perfectly concealed aura. Well done, Shadow. Murong Qian emerged from behind a tree, her fingertips gently stroking the nethercat's cold ears. The girl who appeared frost-cold to everyone else now showed tender affection. Third tier, 6th to Jennifer 1 down. This time, first place is definitely mine. Before she finished speaking, the leaderboard refreshed. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Su Yao. The name she had once dismissed as just another ordinary candidate now sat at the top. It seems I underestimated you. A fierce competitive fire ignited in Murong Qian's heart. At the same moment, candidates throughout the canyon erupted in discussion. Some envious, others jealous, and a few even shouting accusations of cheating. Meanwhile, the person in question, Su Yao, had his full attention focused on the sudden black shadow overhead. Flame, be careful. High above, a raptor-type magical beast with snow-white wings and star-cold eyes circled, casting a sharp shadow below. White Mystic Eagle, an elite-class magical beast. Third tier, 9th stage strength, perfectly adapted to aerial combat with extreme speed. Su Yao spoke to Yan, who was eagerly waiting beside him. Yan spread his wings, his crimson gold feathers gleaming in the sunlight as he transformed into a red streak, shooting straight toward the clouds. High in the air, the white Mystic Eagle sensed the threat and beat its wings frantically, darting left and right like dancing shadows. It's the Shadow Strike. Su Yao shouted a warning. The Shadow Strike technique disrupted vision through constant position changes, then launched a sudden assault when closing in on the target. Yin understood immediately, and the two figures rapidly approached each other in midair. In a flash, the white Mystic Eagle suddenly became a streak of light that split apart with a whoosh, instantly dividing into 3 arrows. 3 white Mystic Eagles now surrounded Yin in the center. Only one of the 3 is real. Su Yao focused intently to distinguish between them. Sacred Flame. Yin had already lost patience and roared out the command. Since he couldn't tell which was real, he decided to eliminate them all. In the next moment, crimson-white flames symbolizing sacred judgment ignited around Yan's body, and scorching waves swept across the entire sky like a miniature sun churning and burning. The firelight instantly engulfed all 3 white Mystic Eagles. 2 phantoms crumbled to dust, while only the real body remained, locked in the sea of fire. The white Mystic Eagle frantically beat its wings to create a hurricane, trying to dispel the flames. But how could sacred fire be ordinary flame? Its white feathers instantly turned black and charred, its bone wings lost lift, and it plummeted toward the valley floor like a meteor. Yin dove down and landed silently, his sacred sword flashing with cold light. The white Mystic Eagle's head rolled away as fresh blood stained the scorched earth. The system notification arrived simultaneously, and Su Yao's points jumped to 25-26. Suddenly, a pure white pillar of light shot skyward from within Yan's body. This is... Su Yao squinted to observe. When the light faded, Yan's aura became even more dazzling. Under the red sunlight had successfully broken through, shattering the 3rd tier barrier on his own and officially advancing to the 4th tier. Su Yao looked at his leading score, then at Yan's soaring strength, and decided to postpone venturing deeper into the canyon. The green poisonous fog had just finished its second movement, with a full hour remaining until the next one. With time to spare, he opened the system to review his gains. Claim event rewards. Ding rewards received. 57,000 reward points, 35 basic soul crystals, 5 intermediate soul crystals, various basic undead type materials. This time he had obtained the highest number of basic soul crystals ever, though after his soul strength reached 10.0, each basic soul crystal only provided a 0.1 increase, better than nothing, he supposed. The secret realm was filled with surveillance beasts from Heavenly Tome Academy everywhere, so Su Yao had no intention of breaking through here and exposing his trump cards. Half an hour later, he reached the canyon entrance and casually refreshed the leaderboard. Murong Qian, Li Peng, Li Xian and others were still close behind. The original 800-point gap had now compressed to 300 points. Su Yao's previous kill of the 4th-tier 9th-stage Wolf King had barely earned him 1,000 points. The Academy originally hadn't set point values for 4th-tier magical beasts, but when he forcibly killed one, they had to adjust the rules on the spot. The other candidates could only chase points by hunting 3rd-tier magical beasts, not daring to slack off for a moment. After entering the canyon, Su Yao clearly felt that both the quantity and strength of magical beasts here far exceeded those in the outer areas. This was the perfect place to widen the gap. He glanced sideways at Yin, originally planning to keep him as his final trump card, but had exposed him early during the Wolf King battle. Yin, it's time to show your true strength. Yin was momentarily stunned upon hearing the command, then raised his long sword to demonstrate his loyalty. The third wave of green gas had finished moving and penetrated into the inner layers of the canyon. Its contraction speed far exceeded Su Yao's expectations, forcing outer candidates to continuously withdraw from the secret realm, their light dots flashing as they were teleported outside. Teacher Wei, that's enough. This year's students are quite capable. TV all managed to hold on until now. Li Ziyan stared at the remaining figures on the light screen, his tone calm, yet carrying an undertone of urgency. There are still over 5,000 candidates left. Let's change the assessment method and speed things up. Yes, Professor Li. Wei Hongyan clasped his fists in acknowledgement. The next second, he retrieved a crystal stone with a warm, lustrous glow from his spatial ring, the energy core of the Red Cloud Canyon secret realm. As he channeled his soul power into it, the internal patterns instantly lit up, and the realm's rules quietly shifted. Meanwhile, inside the canyon, Su Yao walked leisurely over scattered rubble, looking relaxed. With his 4th-tier beast companion, he rarely encountered any real threats here. What's happening? His bracelet's light screen suddenly displayed a new notification. Notice, to accelerate the assessment process, the rules have been updated as follows. Please survive until the end in Red Cloud Canyon. Points remain unchanged upon elimination. The later you're eliminated, the more bonus points you'll receive during final scoring, with rankings updated accordingly. Seeing the words, temporary change, his brow furrowed instantly as an ominous feeling washed over him. While he focused on reading, Yin suddenly raised its claw toward the canyon's depths, its entire aura shifting as if facing a mortal enemy. Boom boom. The ground trembled more violently, shaking loose stones into the air. Su Yao crouched down, pressing his ear to the ground, and seemed to hear the thunderous roar of thousands of galloping horses. His face went pale as he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Run!" He instantly activated his perfect grade wind walking technique, his figure shooting forward like an arrow, his speed increasing tenfold. A crimson layer rose on the distant horizon. The red tide surged forward with earth-shaking force, instantly swallowing countless candidates. Names on the leaderboard flickered wildly, disappearing and being replaced at a dizzying pace. The crimson wave spread outward from the canyon's center, faster and more violent than the green gas. "Su Yao, over here!" Through the chaos, a familiar shout reached his ears. "What are you doing here? Don't ask, just follow me." The voice belonged to Yuan Heng, whom Su Yao had met at the hotel. The two ran side by side, their feet sending rubble flying. Though the vast Red Cloud Canyon held nearly 20,000 candidates, it remained as expansive as a deep ocean, and they were merely tiny waves within it. What are those things? Su Yao glanced back at the surging crimson torrent behind them. Red Cloud ant beasts. What kind of magical beasts? They're unique to Red Cloud Canyon colonnade-dwelling magical beasts. Yuan Heng explained while running. Worker ants are common grade, 1st to 2nd tier. Soldier ants are elite grade, 3rd to 4th tier. The Red Cloud Ant Queen is rare grade, 5th tier. Individually, they're not strong, but once their numbers exceed 10,000, even high-tier beastmasters must avoid their assault or risk death. If this red tide is really all Red Cloud ants, there must be at least 50,000? Su Yao took a deep breath. Probably even more. Yuan Heng shook his head, still not daring to slow down. What's suspicious is why the Red Cloud ant beasts are appearing now. They should only emerge to hunt once every 5 years, and it's only been 2 years since the last time. These Red Cloud ant beasts were specifically targeting the examinees. Yuan Heng shouted as he fled. Don't you get it? This has to be because of the sudden rule change. Someone thought the process was too slow and decided to crank up the difficulty. Are you kidding me? Things are already this bad, and they're making it even harder. You can't imagine what I've been through these past few hours. I barely managed to scrape into the top 2,000, and then they just changed the rules with one announcement. He fumed with indignation. Su Yao glanced back at him, feeling more wariness than surprise. Even with his wind-walking technique activated, boosting his speed at least tenfold, Yuan Heng was keeping up effortless lino flushed face. No heavy breathing, not even a stumble in his stride. This guy was clearly no ordinary opponent. Making a mental note of this, Su Yao continued accelerating without hesitation. Now wasn't the time to probe for detail. Survival came first. Who knew if he'd even get a chance to hit the escape button once the ant swarm surrounded them? This way, Yuan Heng seemed intimately familiar with the canyon terrain, leading Su Yao through a maze of twists and turns until they finally shook off the red cloud ant beasts. Once they were safe, he reverted to his carefree demeanor, sidling up to Su Yao. Not bad, brother Su Yao. You're like a brother to me now. I thought you were just relying on your pretty face to win over Murong Qian, but it turns out. Turns out what? Turns out you're incredibly strong too. If it weren't for that last-minute rule change, you'd probably be leading the first stage by now. Yuan Heng grinned with schadenfreude. Su Yao rolled his eyes and didn't respond, instead standing on the mountainside to gaze at the churning mass of red cloud ant beasts below. His frown deepened. When will this swarm finally disperse? Probably not until they've cleared out every last examinee in Red Cloud Canyon. Then what do we do? Where's the highest point in the canyon? Su Yao had a sudden inspiration. Red Ridge Peak, on the left. Not far from here. Let's go, Su Yao urged, and the two immediately sprinted toward Red Ridge Peak. Before the monitoring screens, Lin Xinyuan nodded with a smile. They're not completely brainless. They figured out the solution pretty quickly. Look, other examinees are heading for Red Ridge Peak too. The red cloud ant beasts couldn't fly, and Red Ridge Peak was extremely high. The other side of the peak was sealed off by green gas that the ant swarm couldn't climb through, so they could indeed catch their breath temporarily. The green mist was harmless to magical beasts but would cause brief unconsciousness in any beast within it, including the red cloud ant beasts. Wei Hongyan added coolly. The red cloud ant beasts are one of the 10 great magical beasts of Heavenly Tome Academy. What you see now is just the beginning of their capabilities. Have you checked everything? Yes. All the mountain paths are blocked by green gas. Only this cliff remains. When Su Yao and Yuan Heng reached the base of Red Ridge Peak's cliff, they found hundreds of examinees already gathered there. Clearly, everyone had the same escape route in mind. Everyone. A refined young man stepped to the front of the crowd. This is no time for infighting. A red cloud ant beasts are right behind us. Once we're caught in their swarm, we won't even get a chance to press the exit button. Anyone with flying-type contracted beasts, summon them now. Let's work together to get out of this. As he finished speaking, he cast out a contract's radiance. A 4-meter-long, crimson beast with flame-treading claws and spread wings crashed to the ground. A twin-winged flame tiger. Who is this person? Su Yao asked Yuan Heng beside him, knowing that Yuan Heng was well informed about such matters. Chun Zhe, direct descendant of the Chun family in Tianhai City, ranked 43rd. Yuan Heng answered without hesitation. Chun Zhe patted the twin-winged flame tiger beside him, his voice cheerful. My flame tiger can only carry 5 or 6 people at a time. Who's coming first? Young Master Chun is truly magnanimous. Then I won't stand on ceremony. A man with soft, feminine features stepped out from the crowd. Yi Zhe, ranked 432nd. Yuan Heng quietly revealed the newcomer's background. With someone taking the lead, the watching examinees immediately erupted into action. Those with flying-type beasts summoned their contracted creatures one after another. Within just a few minutes, 90% of the hundreds of people had taken to the air, heading toward the peak of Hongling Peak. Su Yao, I found someone willing to take us up. Come quickly. Yuan Heng waved. The two approached the examinee, beside whom a snow-white Hanming profound horse was beating its wings. This is Lu Ruoming. Yuan Heng made the introduction, then pointed to Su Yao. This is my friend, Su Yao. Lu Ruoming raised an eyebrow, his gaze carrying an inexplicable hostility. Oh, so you're Su Yao? That's right. Su Yao sensed something was amiss, but kept his expression neutral. Sorry, my beast is full. You'll have to find someone else. Lu Ruoming's lips curved in a smile, his tone deliberately provocative. Didn't you just say there was room for one more? Yuan Heng asked angrily. Can I have been mistaken? Keep talking, and you won't be getting on either. Lu Ruoming snorted coldly. Yuan Heng was about to argue when Su Yao stopped him with a hand on his arm. Do I have a grudge with you? Su Yao asked calmly. He was certain he had never met this person before. Lu Ruoming didn't respond further, only calling to the other two. Yuan Heng, get on. Any more delay, and you'll be left here to feed the red cloud ant beasts. The three mounted the horse, and the Hanming profound horse spread its wings and soared into the sky. You go ahead. Su Yao patted Yuan Heng's back. But what about you? I have a way, Su Yao said with a calm expression. Before the Hanming profound horse disappeared into the clouds as a streak of white light, Lu Ruoming's cold voice still echoed in the air. Su Yao, some people are not for you to covet. So it's because of her, Su Yao murmured to himself as he gazed at the sky. He had only been at the Celestial Academy for a few days and hadn't made many enemies. Now only the connection to Murong Qian could explain the other's hostility. He retreated to the cliff's edge and closed his eyes to rest. With Angel in hand, he wasn't worried about getting up. Rather, those people on the summit might not be as united as they seemed. The current rules allowed examinees to help each other, which naturally also permitted conflicts. As the current number 1 in rankings, he would become everyone's target the moment he appeared. Better to wait until the red cloud ant beast swarm approached before ascending. What's my brother doing? Doesn't he also have a flying type beast? Why isn't he going up yet? Suyin stared at the screen, wishing she could drag her brother up there herself. Here she was, worried sick on the outside, while he was just sitting there resting. Su Yao remained seated beneath the cliff, eyes closed in meditation. Hanya noticed every bit of Su Yin's anxiety. He's right not to go up, Hanya said softly, her tone filled with certainty. Why? Su Yin turned her head in confusion. Look at those people on Hongling Peak. Hanya pointed toward the surveillance screen. They're from different backgrounds and social levels. Put them together, and you've got a powder keg. One spark and it'll explode. Better to stay out of it for now than rush in. Sister Hanya, you mean they might start fighting? Su Yin was beginning to grasp the point. Not might. Will, Hanya's voice was steady. When facing mortal danger, people become highly strung. They're just trainee beast tamers. Their psychological resilience and mental fortitude aren't there yet. This is what makes Tianshu Academy's trials so terrifying. Individual assessment, with no mandatory rules for mutual cooperation. The moment someone provokes conflict, fragile alliances crumble instantly. Su Yin froze, shock written across her face. Even in this situation, they'd only look out for themselves? Did my brother see through this and choose not to go up? Hanya sighed and wardleth this child was too kind. The world outside was far more treacherous than she imagined. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted from above the cliff. Su Yao's eyes snapped open as he looked up at the sky. Has it begun? A figure plummeted from the cliff top, vanishing like vapor mid-fall. What followed was a series of explosions, clashing weapons, and beast roars. The temporary peace was shattered as they frantically attacked each other to secure their rankings. Have you all lost your minds? Chunzhe gripped his flame spear, his roar deafening. But the only response he received were cold, greedy stares. What do you mean, lost our minds? We're just making our final push for better rankings. If we eliminate the high-ranking candidates now, maybe we can move up. Exactly. Higher rank means better rewards. Chunzhe, we're grateful you brought us up here, but sorry we want to go further. Multiple beast shadows pressed forward, forcing Chunzhe and his twin-winged flame tiger to the cliff's edge. The great tiger was scorched black all over, one wing already broken, blood trickling down its feathers. Below, swarms of red cloud ant beasts rapidly approached. Chunzhe gritted his teeth. Why not fight the enemy together? We'll settle this before they reach us. Too bad you won't see it. Over a dozen beasts unleashed their skills simultaneously, blazing light flooding their vision. Chunzhe was hurled by tremendous force, his body spinning helplessly toward the abyss. The howling wind tore at his ears as he felt his limbs growing numb, lacking even the strength to press the exit button. His twin-winged flame tiger desperately flapped its remaining wing, trying to support its master, but its injuries caused them to continue falling. Father, you were right. People truly cannot be trusted, Chunzhe murmured, his vision darkening. He simply closed his eyes, accepting death's approach. Just then, his body felt weightless, as if lifted by some gentle yet powerful force. He opened his eyes to see a delicate face close to his, eyes clear as dawn snow. The person gently set him down on a safe rocky ledge and turned to leave. An angel. Chunzhe staggered to his feet, his gaze following the figure. As the person placed him gently on the ground and walked away, Chunzhe finally saw their full form. Ahem. Su Yao cleared his throat, noticing that Chunzhe's attention was completely captivated by Yan, and quickly spoke up to remind him. My apologies, I am Chunzhe. It's an honor to meet you, brother. Chunzhe struggled to his feet despite his injuries and cupped his fists in greeting to Su Yao. Su Yao? Su Yao simply stated his name. He was always cautious around strangers, but there was something inexplicably approachable about Chunzhe that made him feel this person wasn't treacherous or cunning, which was why he had intervened to help. You're Su Yao? Chunzhe's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression like someone who had just encountered a rare treasure. Su Yao was already accustomed to this reaction. Almost everyone looked at him this way when they first met him. What do you plan to do? Su Yao's gaze fell on the injuries of both Chunzhe and the twin-winged flame tiger, frowning as he warned. If you keep pushing yourself through the examination without treatment, you really will die. Since heaven allowed you to save me, it has given me an opportunity. Chunzhe's eyes were filled with disappointment and unwillingness. Those people, I will never let them get away with this. He thought of how his kindness had been repaid with such treatment, his fists trembling slightly. The red cloud ant swarm is getting closer. If you don't retreat, you'll be in danger too, Su Yao advised. So what? Chunzhe staggered to his feet, leaning against his barely breathing twin-winged flame tiger for support. Seeing this, Su Yao shook his head. In that case, I'll help you once more. Sacred light healing. The angel Yin standing beside him raised her hand, gathering warm, sun-like sacred radiance in her palm. The light instantly flowed into both Chunzhe and the twin-winged flame tiger. The bloodstains were erased by the light, and flesh rapidly healed. At the tiger's severed wing roots, a thin membrane formed, leaving only the final structural elements needed for new wings to grow. It's incredible, Chunzhe exclaimed, his heart filled with both admiration and envy. Not only was this beast companion stunningly beautiful, but her abilities were also remarkably powerful. Don't celebrate too early. Su Yao dampened his enthusiasm. External wounds are just surface damage. Soul power and internal injuries won't recover that quickly. Thank you. I'll remember this debt. Chunzhe took a deep breath and recalled the twin-winged flame tiger into his beast space there. The severed wings could heal faster, but for this examination, he could no longer rely on the tiger. He asked in return, do you want to go up now? With your twin-winged flame tiger in that condition, how would you get up there? Su Yao raised an eyebrow. Who says I only have one flying beast companion? It's just that my soul power is severely depleted. I need to rest a moment before I can summon my second one. Chunzhe's voice grew weaker as he spoke. He pulled a pill from his storage ring, swallowed it, and sat cross-legged to heal. Su Yao watched him close his eyes in meditation, muttering to himself, this guy really doesn't learn. Isn't he afraid I might strike while he's vulnerable? Swish, swish, swish. During the quiet watch, strange scraping sounds suddenly emerged from the nearby forest. Has the red cloud ant swarm already caught up? No, that's impossible. They shouldn't be here this quickly based on the distance. Su Yao's expression sharpened as he stared intently in the direction of the strange noise. Yin gripped her sacred sword tightly, ready to immediately fly Su Yao up to Red Ling Peak if the situation turned dangerous. As for Chunzhe, sorry, but he wasn't part of her considerations at all. Just as Su Yao was trying to identify the approaching threat, a ghostly figure suddenly darted out from the forest. It wasn't the red cloud ant swarm. Su Yao focused his gaze and saw the newcomer possessed a coat of noble black fur, approaching him with light, graceful steps, its eyes revealing a gloomy and fierce expression. Chunzhe was startled awake by this sudden movement and looked UPA Nethercat. It moved almost silently through the grass, elegant yet deadly, coldly locking onto both of them. System, scan it for me. Su Yao thought to himself. Dingskin successful. Name, Nethercat. Attributes, Shadow type, Beast type. Level, 3rd tier, 6th stage. Species grade, Rare. Skills, Shadow Devour, Nether Claws, Dark Strike, Phantom. Master, Morongqian. Upon seeing the master field, Su Yao's rising fighting spirit was instantly extinguished. Su Yao, I'm still injured and can't help you. You need to be careful. Chunzhe whispered a warning. In terms of species grade, this nether cat was no weaker than Su Yao's Angela. Real fight would be no easy battle. A subtle smile curved Su Yao's lips as he walked straight toward the nether cat. Yan Ling remained where she was, unable to understand what Su Yao intended to do, only able to watch his retreating figure with tension. Su Yao, have you lost your mind? Chunzhe lowered his voice, but didn't dare intervene. Su Yao paused for a moment before the nether cat, then calmly glanced past its golden beast eyes, stepped around it, and walked toward the forest edge nearby. The nether cat remained perfectly still, as if agreeing to let him pass. Incredible, do magical beasts also filter based on looks now? Chunzhe was dumbfounded. Come out. Su Yao called toward the dark forest. After a moment, a cold voice echoed back. How did you know it was me? Murong Qian's figure emerged from the tree shadows, moonlight falling upon her silver-white combat boots and stern profile. You shouldn't have seen my beast companion before, right? Murong Qian frowned, looking at Su Yao's half-smiling expression, feeling her fists itch. Murong Qian? That explains it. Chunzhe was first surprised, then remembering the rumors. Everything seemed to fall into place. Su Yao casually replied. Because this cat is just like you, aloof and elegant. This single sentence left Murong Qian momentarily stunned. Is he complimenting me? Her heart inexplicably fluttered. This is Chunzhe. Su Yao made the introduction. Goddess Murong, of course I know you. Chunzhe touched his nose tip and unconsciously straightened his posture. Murong Qian nodded lightly in acknowledgement. Su Yao immediately asked, how's the situation over there? When I entered the forest, the red cloud ant swarm was about 30 kilometers from here. They're not just targeting examinees, they're attacking all magical beasts as well. Murong Qian explained all the intelligence she had gathered. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Yin behind Su Yao. Today, Yin had retracted her armor of light and wings, appearing like a pure and flawless beauty beyond compare. Murong Qian suddenly muttered under her breath. You really are quite the charmer since meeting you. I've noticed quite a few beauties around you. As soon as the words left her mouth, she froze. Was she being jealous? This was the first time Su Yao had seen the ice-cold goddess display such a girlish attitude, leaving him momentarily speechless. Chunzhe quickly broke the awkward silence. This is Su Yao's beast companion, an angel. The atmosphere among the three became somewhat delicate, but before they could continue their conversation, several more people emerged from the forest. Murong Qian, I didn't expect to see you here. Li Xian emerged from the shadows of the forest, his attention almost entirely fixed on the young woman. Why shouldn't I be here? Murong Qian's voice had returned to its previous coldness, completely different from when she had been speaking with Su Yao moments before. Almost simultaneously, a burst of hearty laughter broke the tense atmosphere as Li Peng, ranked 3rd on the leaderboard, appeared. Looks like all the top-ranked players in this instance have gathered, except for first place. Li Xian snorted coldly. Who knows where that guy is hiding? Maybe the red cloud ant swarm has already devoured him. Don't make wild guesses. The petite Wang Yahan sixth on the leaderboard pointed to her wrist terminal. Eliminated players' names turn gray on the rankings. First place is still lit up, so maybe he's already heading for the finish line. After she finished speaking, Su Yao remained silent, but Chunzhe couldn't help rubbing his nose and speaking up. Actually, the first place player is standing right in front of you. Everyone looked over to see Chunzhe gesturing excitedly toward the young man beside him who was idly kicking at pebbles with his toe. Come on, Chunzhe, it's not like we haven't seen you before. Wang Yahan thought he was joking around. I'm pointing at him. Chunzhe simply extended his arm right up to Su Yao's nose. Li Xian's eyes sharpened as he stepped forward and kicked away the stone under Su Yao's foot. You're Su Yao? Su Yao looked up and replied calmly. And you are? I'm Li Xian, and I'd like a match. As soon as the words left his mouth, he had already retreated several steps, his hands rapidly forming seals as soul power spread beneath his feet, and the outline of a soul formation began to appear. Su Yao's eyes narrowed slightly as blood energy surged in his palm, instantly condensing into a massive blade. He raised his hand and swept it forward, the blood blade cutting through the air like thunder toward Li Xian. Boom. Before the soul formation could take shape, the rocks at Li Xian's feet were shattered by the massive blade, stone fragments and shockwaves erupting together, sending Li Xian flying. Perfect level basic soul technique. Everyone, including Murong Qian, was stunned by this strike. None of them had managed to perfect a basic soul technique to this degree. Without words, Su Yao had used his strength to declare that his first place position was well deserved. Li Xian coughed twice, brushed the dust off his shoulder, and grumbled indignantly. Attacking before I could summon my spirit beast, I was too careless, didn't dodge in time. Su Yao chuckled softly, only now realizing that Li Xian was quite the character. Li Peng quickly stepped forward to restrain Li Xian. Stop fooling around. Now isn't the time for sparring. You can compete all you want after passing the assessment. At this moment, a sword-carrying youth spoke up, his voice low. Do any of you have flying-type spirit beasts? Su Yao had noticed this person earlier was like a sheathed blade, his sharpness concealed. Chunzhe quietly explained beside him. That's Situ, from Linhai City. That sword was left by his deceased father. I don't. Li Xian was the first to answer, though his eyes couldn't help but glance towards Su Yao. He had originally wanted to show off in front of Murong Qian, but instead had suffered a major setback, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. Seeing everyone shake their heads, Li Xian spoke up. Chunzhe, don't you have a flying-type beast? Chunzhe's face darkened. Don't even mention it. I was ambushed earlier, and that beast is healing in the beast space. I don't have enough soul power left to summon a second one. Everyone exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew tense. Wang Yahan sighed softly and volunteered. Take mine. Li Peng immediately caught on, surprised. You have a third beast now. They all knew each other well. Wang Yahan's first two beasts weren't flying types. For her to suddenly produce a flying beast could only mean her soul strength had reached 10 points. Wang Yahan smiled slightly. Aren't you all the same? As her words fell, she raised her hand to construct a soul formation, and a massive swan with emerald feathers glided out from the array. Su Yao recognized it immediately and exclaimed, a green water swan? A pure support-type beast. Though this beast had no attack power, its broad wings and gentle soul energy waves were reassuring. Wang Yahan leaped gracefully onto the swan's back. Everyone get on. The remaining 6 quickly followed onto the soft feathered back. The green water swan spread its wings, powerful air currents parting the clouds as they flew toward Red Ridge Peak. Breaking through the clouds, Su Yao took in the entire Crimson Canyon in the distance. Swarms of red cloud ants were surging toward their location. The swan landed steadily on the peak. After everyone dismounted, they were greeted by chaos. The mountaintop that should have held hundreds of candidates now had only a few dozen people scattered about, along with beast corpses littering the ground. Wang Yahan frowned. What happened here? Chunzhe's expression darkened. Didn't I tell you? I was ambushed earlier. They did this. He pointed toward a group nearby. Well, if it isn't Chunzhe. The leader approached leisurely with his followers, his tone mocking. Falling off such a high cliff, and still not dangerous tough as nails. Yang Juanhao. Chunzhe gritted his teeth. This was the very person who had knocked him off the cliff. If not for Su Yao's timely intervention, he would have been smashed to pieces. Wang Yahan asked quietly, Yang family? Just a branch family member. Chunzhe replied dismissively, his voice full of contempt. Without dirty tricks, even 3 of them together wouldn't be his match. Then another person emerged from behind Yang Juanhao, laughing coldly. Look, all the top rankers are here. Lu Ruoming. He waved toward the distance. Goddess Morong, come closer so you don't get splattered with blood later. Li Xian snorted coldly. With you bunch of trash? Lu Ruoming narrowed his eyes. Young Masterly, take a look at the situation. We have over 50 people, you only have 7, all apprentice beast tamers. What are your odds? Then let's find out. Li Xian showed no backing down. At this life-or-death moment, even Li Xian, who had always been at odds with Su Yao, offered cooperation. Su Yao, we'll settle our score later. Right now, let's not let this garbage succeed. Lu Ruoming raised his arm and shouted encouragingly. Listen up. All the top 10 rankers are right here. Defeat them, and you can take their rankings, and the Heavenly Academy rewards will be yours. His words were like poisonous temptation, and the 50-plus candidates actually showed fanatical expressions, believing this absurd promise. The next instant, everyone behind Lu Ruoming summoned their beasts and charged at Su Yao's group. What a shame, such a pity. Watching the people charging toward him from not far away, Li Xian was still shaking his head and sighing. A pity about what? Li Peng looked completely puzzled. It's such a waste that Lu Ruoming isn't running a pyramid scheme. Li Xian looked up with a long sigh, as if mourning a rising star in the world of multi-level marketing. Everyone burst into laughter at this sarcastic remark. Lu Ruoming's face darkened, his tone arrogant. Laughing? You'll soon learn what cruelty means. Before his words finished, Li Xian and his companions simultaneously raised their hands, their spirit beasts taking to the air or landing on the ground, spiritual light blazing. Li Peng stepped sideways to shield Yan, whispering comfort. Don't be afraid, girl. They may have numbers, but they're cowards at heart, nothing to worry about. If a real fight breaks out, stay close to me. Su Yao watched Li Peng's earnest manner and thought this guy was genuinely decent. No wonder Li Peng had mistaken her identity at this moment. Yan had retracted her armor and wings, using spiritual power to create ordinary clothing, making her indistinguishable from a real person. Except for Chunzhe, the others knew nothing about Yan's true nature. Here they come, someone shouted. Instantly, the two groups of spirit beasts clashed heated. Su Yao, Li Xian, and their few companions were forced to fight 10-to odds. Their spirit beasts had to simultaneously withstand attacks from several beasts on Lu Ruoming's side. Though the opponents had numbers, their overall strength ranged only from 2nd tier 7th stage to 3rd tier, with very few truly exceeding the 3rd tier. Lu Ruoming directly targeted Li Xian. His spirit Biasta 3rd tier 3rd stage Crimson Flame Horned Rhino charged forward breathing red flames, while Li Xian's Rock Demon Lion was an Earth-type defensive beast. In terms of attributes, Li Xian had the advantage, but unfortunately, under the enemy's continuous attacks, even the Rock Demon Lion's thick stone armor was covered with cracks. On the other side of the battle circle, Su Yao appeared completely at ease. Any 2nd or 3rd tier opponents fell like paper under Yan's holy sword. In less than 2 minutes, more than 10 people who had surrounded Su Yao were politely ejected from the secret realm along with their beasts. In the midst of the fierce battle, Lu Ruoming suddenly sneered maliciously. Li Xian, you wouldn't want your Rock Demon Lion to die here, would you? As he spoke, the Crimson Flame Horned Rhino's sharp horn suddenly pierced through the stone armor, tearing open a bloody gash in the Rock Demon Lion's abdomen, blood spraying everywhere. If you withdraw now, you can still save it. Otherwise, even if you get into Heavenly Tome Academy, can you bear the cost of losing a contracted spirit beast? Lu Ruoming spoke mockingly, savoring Li Xian's struggle. Li Xian roared in fury but ultimately suppressed his unwillingness in an unknown fight. He wouldn't fear the Crimson Flame Horned Rhino. He hadn't expected Lu Ruoming to command his companion's spirit beasts to desperately trade injuries, gradually wearing down the Rock Demon Lion's defenses. What method had the opponent used to make these people fight so desperately? Li Xian couldn't figure it out. It seems you've made your choice. A vicious gleam flashed in Lu Ruoming's eyes as he raised his hand to give the final command. Horn charge. The Crimson Flame Horned Rhino's hind legs kept scraping backward against the ground, gathering all its strength and concentrating it into its horn. The Rock Demon Lion charged forward with tremendous force, sending countless stone fragments flying and raising clouds of dust in its wake. Get out of the way. Li Xian screamed desperately, but the Rock Demon Lion trembled from the pain of the bloody wound in its abdomen after several struggles, collapsing among the scattered rocks. It could only watch helplessly as the Crimson Flame Rhinoceros's gleaming horn closed in. The horn was less than an inch from its fur, yet it seemed to strike an invisible iron wall and could advance no further. Li Xian stopped pressing his bracelet and stared in bewilderment at the scene before Hema golden barrier stretched between the two beasts. The Crimson Flame Rhinoceros kicked frantically with all 4 hooves, dirt flying everywhere as it carved out 4 deep pits, yet its massive form remained frozen in place. Who is it? Who dares interfere? Lu Ruoming roared. He had been just 1 strike away from killing the Rock Demon Lion, only to be forcibly blocked. His only answer was an even more brilliant golden radiance as a stream of sacred light flowed into the Rock Demon Lion's body, immediately slowing the gushing blood. The Rock Demon Lion staggered to its feet, thick rocky armor rapidly forming over its massive paws. Skull Crusher Strike. The Rock Demon Lion roared as it swung its claws over the barrier, striking heavily atop the Crimson Flame Rhinoceros's head. Accompanied by the crisp sound of cracking bone, the sturdy horn shattered inch by inch, and the tremendous force sent the crimson flame rhinoceros flying several meters. Lu Mingyuan spat blood violently. As a beast tamer, he shared wounds with his beast, and the excruciating chest pain nearly caused him to faint. Seeing Su Yao helping Li Xian up, he immediately understood who had blocked the fatal blow. So it was you. Su Yao remained calm, supporting Li Xian with one hand while withdrawing the pale golden radiance with the other. It had been he who used divine light to create an unbreakable barrier while simultaneously providing sacred healing to the rock demon lion, reversing the tide of battle. The crimson flame rhinoceros staggered to its feet, blood obscuring its vision, but its ferocity had been consumed by the fear of bone pain and losing its horn. Lu Ruoming's heart felt as if it were being cut by knives. This was his strongest beast, and summoning his other two would only mean sending them to their deaths. He gripped his bracelet tightly but could only grit his teeth and growl. You just wait. White light flashed, and Lu Ruoming disappeared from the secret realm along with his crimson flame rhinoceros. With the enemy's retreat, all the controlled students in the battle circle suddenly looked confused, then collapsed to the ground moaning. Su Yao and the others hurried to examine them, only to discover that these people seemed to have suddenly lost their memories, unable to answer any questions. Outside the secret realm, the moment Lu Ruoming stepped out of the teleportation array, several teachers surrounded him. Who taught you the soul transfer technique? Li Ziyun's figure flashed as he pressed Lu Ruoming to the ground with one palm, questioning him coldly. What soul transfer technique? I have no idea what you're talking about. Lu Ruoming put on an innocent expression. Take him away for thorough investigation, Li Ziyun ordered. Since this boy knew the soul transfer technique, the forces behind him were certainly not simple, possibly even implicating the entire Lu family. Just as two teachers were about to apprehend him, a beast-taming artifact suddenly appeared in his palm. Not good. Blinding white light exploded, and Lu Ruoming instantly vanished into thin air. Professor Li, not only the Heavenly Scripture Academy teachers, but also representatives from the Beast Taming Management Bureau and Beast Tamer Guild wore grave expressions. I'll report this matter to the principal. Wei Hongyan, you continue hosting the examination. Leave the Lu family to the Management Bureau. Yes, Your Honor. The skies over Xinhai province were about to change. Everyone understood this, yet no one spoke of it openly. The Beast Taming Management Bureau and Beast Tamer Guild representatives rushed to report back to their respective organizations, while Heavenly Scripture Academy's examination continued as if unaffected. What's wrong with them? Several people gathered around, looking at the candidates collapsed on the ground, all voicing their confusion. Li Peng frowned and said, I don't know. It feels like they were being controlled by someone. Li Xian was still half leaning against Su Yao's shoulder, patting the dust off his sleeves as he agreed. I think so too. These guys could clearly get into Tianshu Academy, yet they fought me like madmen, not even caring about their own spirit beasts. You're right. But Li Peng's gaze lingered on their intimate posture, his tone teasing. Since when did you two become so close? We didn't. Li Xian instantly bristled, pushing Su Yao away with force, but his arms gave out, and he tumbled forward with a thud. Just as Su Yao was about to help him up, Li Xian gasped and shouted, Su Yao, I admit you might be a tiny bit stronger than me now, just a tiny bit, but I will never hand Morong Qian over to you. Even if you save me, I won't give up. However, I'll remember this favor. Su Yao sighed inwardly. This guy isn't bad, just not too bright. He crouched down and said, she and I have nothing going on. Don't talk nonsense and ruin her reputation. Really? Absolutely. Then help me up quickly. Li Xian grabbed Su Yao's hand and stood up, his reddened eyes gleaming. Brother. From now on, you're my real brother. With that, tears and snot streaming down his face, he threw his arms around Su Yao. Wang Yahan, who was munching on sunflower seeds nearby, clicked her tongue. What a shame, Sister Morong and Su Yao would make a much better match. I think so too. Chun Zhe agreed, resting his chin on his hand, and even the usually quiet Situ Yu nodded in agreement. Li Xian was displeased. Hey, how am I inferior to Su Yao? Li Peng delivered the final blow. First of all, you can't compete in looks. That's too much. Li Xian jumped up in anger. How long have we all known each other? How can I still lose to an outsider? Everyone burst into laughter. Murong Qian kept a cold expression throughout, as if the discussion had nothing to do with her, but when she glanced at Su Yao, a flash of loneliness still flickered across her face. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness struck, and everyone found themselves back in the previous plaza. What's happening? Is the assessment over? The crowd erupted in confusion. The top 2,000 candidates stood neatly in the center of the plaza, which seemed much more spacious than when they first arrived. Su Yao was equally puzzled. Amid the commotion, Wei Hongyan stepped onto the platform with a stern expression, quiet. The first stage of the assessment has ended. Rankings have been sent to your wristbands. Su Yao looked down and tapped his screen. First place was still himself. Second was Murong Qian. Third and fourth had changed to Yan Feiyuan and Shinju, while Li Xian and Li Peng had dropped to fifth and sixth. Yan Feiyuan? Shinju? Su Yao had never heard of these two names. Su Yao, I'm here. A familiar voice called from the other end of the formation. Yuan Hong, that chubby little guy, squeezed through to the front with an adoring expression. Brother Yao, I never expected you to end up in first place. Su Yao simply gave a light hum, his expression so calm as if everything was perfectly natural. Bro, could you please not be so nonchalant? Yuan Hong looked at the calm Su Yao, unsure of what to say. The first place reward was a full 1,000 credits. Credits weren't ordinary points, but the hardest currency in Tianshu Academy spiritual items, spiritual medicines, beast eggs, anything in the school's treasury could be exchanged as long as you had enough credits. Seems like credits are pretty important, but isn't the school being too stingy? Only 1,000 credits for first place. Su Yao muttered while looking at the rankings. That's not bad at all. Yuan Hung glanced at him sideways. 100 credits can get you a complete set of intermediate beast taming materials. As for spiritual items, the quantity might be limited, but 1,000 credits is already quite substantial. I see. Su Yao nodded, his eyes scanning the leaderboard. Do you know these two people? He pointed at third and fourth place. Yin Feiyuan isn't from our Xinhai province, so I don't know much about him. Yuan Hung paused, lowering his voice. As for Shinju, do you know what the governor of Xinhai province's surname is? Don't tell me it's Shun? Su Yao hesitated. Bingo. Shinju is Governor Shun Wanchuan's youngest daughter. Yuan Hung shrugged. Su Yao frowned slightly. Yuan Hung added, don't be too surprised. Once you're in Tianshu Academy, you'll find all the people you could never reach before are here. Even if you take first place, don't get cocky, she might not be the strongest, but she's got serious backing. Don't worry, I'm not the type to go looking for trouble. Su Yao said in a low voice, considering himself quite low-key. Come on, who doesn't know you hooked up with Goddess Morong on your first day? Yuan Hung clicked his tongue. Many upperclassmen are pursuing Harry, you'd better watch yourself. In his eyes, Su Yao's low-key approach was a complete joke with the spotlight from placing first in the initial round, plus winning over Goddess Morong. His name had already spread throughout Tianshu Academy. Su Yao simply changed the subject. When does the second round of testing begin? Probably not today. Yuan Heng shook his head. The second round is tower climbing, which is quite dangerous. The academy will definitely let us recover to peak condition first. Su Yao looked around the plaza. The candidates all looked exhausted, and he himself felt mentally drained. The soul power consumption was secondary. What really wore people down was mental fatigue. While the two were discussing quietly, Wei Hongyan on the platform announced loudly, everyone go rest now. The academy has arranged temporary accommodations. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, same location, for the second round of testing. Finally over. The crowd immediately sighed with relief. But my main companion is badly injured. One night probably won't be enough to recover. Someone worried aloud. Wei Hongyan seemed to hear their concerns and added, you're all considered half members of Tianshu Academy now, so you can apply for treatment at the school hospital. The fees will be deducted after official enrollment. Excellent. Let's go to the hospital. The plaza immediately erupted as students rushed toward the medical area in groups of 2s and 3s. Su Yao, I'm heading out first. My rock demon lion is severely injured and needs further treatment. Li Xian hurriedly said goodbye. See you tomorrow. Su Yao watched Li Xian leave. Li Peng and the others also bid farewell one by one, some heading straight to the hospital, others rushing to the temporary dormitories. On the platform, Wei Hongyan watched Su Yao's retreating figure, then turned to several instructors on the other side and said coldly, one high-grade spiritual item each. Don't you dare welch on this bed, or face the consequences. Everyone's faces showed reluctant expressions. Teacher Wei, could you please be lenient? I can't come up with it right now. Gua Haodong's face turned ashen as he secretly regretted daring to gamble to such an extent with that monster named Su Yao. While pleading pitifully for mercy, he quietly mobilized his soul power, ready to use his soul skills to flee at any moment. Gua Haodong, your gambling ethics are truly terrible. Wei Hongyan stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze cold as frost. He had long seen through Gua Haodong's little scheme and simply watched coldly from the sidelines. After just a few minutes, Wei Hongyan contentedly fingered the spatial ring on his finger and left with a smile. Watching his retreating figure, Gua Haodong clutched his emptied left eye socket and stamped his feet in fury. That demon. I'll never gamble with him again. He doesn't give any face at all. The surrounding teachers secretly felt relieved. Fortunately, they had paid off their gambling debts early, or they would have suffered the same fate as Gua Haodong today. Su Yao returned to the temporary rest area. This was a spacious but crude dormitory with over a dozen camp beds lined against the walls. Only a few scattered people remained, as most candidates were still crowded around the school infirmary. Su Yao casually picked an empty bed and sat cross-legged. Congratulations to the host for completing the event and achieving first place in the first assessment. Reward: 10,000 points, elementary spirit object fire feather, and elementary spirit object leaf of nature. The translucent text flashed before him and disappeared. Su Yao raised his hand to examine them. 2 elementary spirit objects floated quietly on the light screen. One was entirely red gold and feather-shaped, while the other was emerald green and flexible, resembling a tender spring leaf. In the market, such elementary spirit objects were generally worth 100,000 Dezhou coins, and the price would be even higher if they had rare attributes. Unfortunately, I can't use either of them. I can only sell them for money. Su Yao sighed inwardly, feeling as if his good luck had been exhausted at this moment. After storing the fire, feather, and leaf of nature in his beast-taming space, he fed death and flame. Both spirit beasts growled contentedly. Having finished everything, Su Yao got up and left the dormitory. The sun had risen to its zenith, and scorching sunlight bathed every corner of the campus as candidates gradually returned from the infirmary. Su Yao strolled leisurely along the tree-lined path, carefully observing every blade of grass and tree at Heavenly Book Academy. The academy was much larger than he had imagined, with an overall layout of 5 major districts: East, South, West, North, and Central, each with distinct functions. The East District was the academic core, focusing on theoretical courses. The largest library in all of Xinhai Province was located there, with such a wealth of books and secret soul techniques that beast tamers from the outside world flocked to it. Limited by time, Su Yao only browsed hastily. As the sky gradually darkened, he suppressed his curiosity and returned. The dormitory was quiet. Everyone was either sitting in meditation or buried in training their spirit beasts, with hardly any conversation. Tomorrow's trial tower ranking would determine class placement and resource allocation, so everyone was holding back their energy. Even Yuan Hong, who usually loved to fool around, was unusually well-behaved, quietly cultivating and strengthening his bond with his spirit beast. As night fell, frost began to form. Most candidates had fallen into peaceful sleep, but some were destined to lie awake. In Tianhai City, within a sprawling estate, lights were sparse. Wang Han stood at the end of the corridor, took a deep drag of his cigarette, and slowly exhaled white smoke. After a moment, he extinguished the cigarette butt and flicked it away. Wang Han extinguished the cigarette in his hand and flicked the butt into the estate. Listen up. All members of the Liu family are to be detained. Not a single one escapes. The chief judge has ordered that any resistance will be met with lethal force. Wang Han stepped into the front courtyard of the Liu residence, his heavy boots striking the stone pavement with resounding clanks. Behind him, enforcers from the Beast Control Bureau formed multiple blockade lines, surrounding the vast Liu mansion completely. Their gleaming beast control wristbands stood ready for action. Judge Wang, what's the meaning of bringing so many people to my Liu family home? An aged yet still formidable figure rose from the rear courtyard, robes billowing as he landed before Wang Han. This was none other than Liu Yuanshi, the previous head of the Liu family, and once a renowned high-level beastmaster known throughout Tianhai City. Wang Han clasped his fists briefly, his gaze steady. Old Master Liu, you should know why we're here. 50 years ago, Liu Yuanshi had dominated his peers with his red-haired furry demon, rarely finding equals even among high-level beastmasters. Now his frame was gaunt and his complexion sallow, though his eyes remained sharp as ever when fixed on Wang Han. Old Master Liu Ruoming's collusion with the Black Godless cult is irrefutable and violates the laws of the Great Zhou dynasty. Please have the Liu family cooperate to avoid unnecessary conflict. Wang Han's tone remained courteous, showing respect for this veteran who had once bled for the Great Zhou. You claim my family's descendant colluded with the Black Godless cult? Where's your evidence? Liu Yuanshi's voice was hoarse, but carried stubborn defiance. Wooden doors throughout the courtyard corridors burst open as Liu family members poured out, surrounding Wang Han and his men with cold expressions. The air crackled with barely contained spiritual energy. Liu Ruoming mastered the Black Godless cult's forbidden soul technique, soul transfer. Isn't that evidence enough? Wang Han's voice remained steady as his gaze swept over each person present. Ridiculous. Liu Yuanshi snorted coldly. Wang Han's expression darkened. Liu Yuanshi, you know every nation's policy toward the Black Godless cult: better to kill the innocent than let the guilty escape. Is the Liu family prepared to resist to the end? Those who wish to condemn will always find a pretext, said Liu Xian, Liu Ruoming's father, stepping forward with an icy tone. Enough talk. Attack. Wang Han raised his hand, and a soul formation rapidly spread beneath his feet. Lightning exploded thunderously as purple arcs covered the entire mansion like a spider's web. From the formation's center, a figure resembling the embodiment of lightning slowly rose. The purple thunder-feathered beast. With an eagle's head and human body, its wings spread like thunder feathers, purple electricity dancing between each plume, and black talons sharp as scythes. A rare triple-element beast combining thunder, flight, and beast attributes 7th tier, 9th rank, just one step from glory. The Liu family members staggered back half a step under the overwhelming thunder's might, their robes whipping in the wind. However, Liu Yuanshi remained unmoved, raising his hand to grasp at empty air. Hiss! A pungent bloody stench instantly filled the air as a mass of crimson blood energy exploded like solid matter, dispersing half the thunderclouds above. The red-haired furry demon roared into existence. blood-red hair cascading over its shoulders, for narrow crimson eyes stacked vertically, its grotesque face like a demon from hell. Also 7th tier, 9th rank. Lightning and blood energy clashed violently above the Lu residence, thundering continuously as roof tiles trembled, neither able to suppress the other. Wang Han and Lu Yuanshi locked eyes, their gazes crackling like electricity. In the next instant, both men simultaneously launched themselves skyward. Neither Wang Han's enforcers nor the other Lu family members could withstand the pressure from 6th-tier beasts, so the two chose to settle their battle in the heavens above. The two arrived above the clouds with their spirit beasts. Below, the street lamps still glowed, but everyone could only look up at the rolling curtain of clouds, unable to distinguish the fierce battle raging high above. They could only tremble in their hearts from the overwhelming aura that pressed down upon them. The pitch-black sky seemed to be violently split in half, with purple lightning and blood-red energy waves tearing and churning through the clouds. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing eagle's cry cut through the heavens, its sound rolling across the earth like thunder. In the next moment, violent purple lightning crashed through the clouds, transforming into a winding dragon that split the sky as it descended. Droplets of blood scattered in the flashing light. Lu Xian raised his hand, his thumb wiping away a streak of warm blood from his cheek as his heart suddenly sank. Someone was injured. But who? The Lu family members looked at each other in confusion, none able to provide an answer. The enforcers from the Spirit Beast Management Bureau also held their breath, their chests tight with worry about the outcome of the aerial battle. Just as everyone grew anxious, a massive crimson palm materialized out of thin air, its 5 fingers spread wide, staining half the sky blood-red. The crimson demon blood palm strike. Lucian's heart jolted with both shock and joy. As head of the Lu family, he naturally recognized this signature move that only his father Lu Yuanshi's red-haired furry demon could perform. Years ago, Lu Yuanshi had earned the title Crimson-Haired Demon Hand, with precisely this technique. The enormous blood-colored palm print battled the thunder dragon in the sky, lightning and crimson light interweaving as deafening roars shook the air. Bang! Amid the violent explosion, shockwaves surged downward like an angry tide, causing the watching crowd to stagger and fall to the ground. The purple and blood-red lights faded in succession, the sky returning to darkness as a human figure plummeted from above, the sound of wind cutting through the air piercing their eardrums. It's Judge Wang, an enforcer with exceptional eyesight, immediately recognized the falling figure. Several silhouettes flashed forward, catching the man and escorting him safely to the ground. Judge Wang, are you all right? The enforcement team immediately stirred with concern. Wang Han slowly opened his eyes, steadied himself, and slightly raised his chin. His cold gaze swept past the crowd and settled on the Lu family's camp. Seeing this, Lucien burst into laughter. Huh? Judge Wang, I never expected you to end up in such a sorry state. In your current condition, you still think you can arrest us? He could sense that Wang Han's soul power was nearly depleted, his tone triumphant. Wang Han remained composed and countered. Oh? From your words, are you admitting that the Lu family has colluded with evil cults and brought chaos to the Great Zhou? Humph. Lucien snorted coldly. In an instant, several terrifying auras shot skyward from the Lu family estate as dozens of beast tamers swept to surround the compound, encircling the enforcers. Since you've lost, my Lu family has no need to hide anymore. Take them down. Use soul transfer techniques to wipe their memories. Lucien commanded. As his words fell, several black-robed beast tamers emerged, their sinister and evil presence overwhelming. 3 high-level beast tamers from the black godless cult revealed sinister smiles to the enforcers, with the one in the middle saying in a hoarse voice, "Perfect, we have a judge to serve as our inside agent." Finally showing yourselves? Wang Han pushed away those supporting him as his soul power reignited like flames around his body. His aura climbed steadily, returning to its peak in the blink of an eye. Lucien's pupils contracted as he exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible? You're not injured at all. Then what about my father?" His father's continued absence made the ominous feeling in his heart rapidly intensify. "Only now do you realize?" Wang Han smiled lightly. "Worthy of the former crimson-haired demon hand, he nearly forced me to summon my second spirit beast." However, his tone suddenly turned ice cold. "Your father was very strong, but unfortunately, he's grown old and can no longer summon his second spirit beast." When Wang Han mentioned Lu Yuanshi, he still felt a trace of admiration in his heart. Despite his frail, aged body, the old man had fought him for over 100 rounds without clear victory or defeat, losing only by a narrow margin due to his physical limitations. "Your father probably died never knowing you had already conspired with the evil cult, didn't he?" He sneered coldly. Even on his deathbed, Lu Yuanshi had been working tirelessly for his family, those clouded eyes still clear and resolute, a scene that remained etched in Wang Han's memory. So what? Lucien's expression remained cold, showing no grief whatsoever for his father's death. The red-haired demon hand was truly a hero of his generation, Yet he spawned something worse than pigs and dogs. Wang Han's fury surged. To think that the Lu family, which Lu Yuanshi had cherished so deeply, had fallen to such depths it made his chest tight with indignation. Enough chatter. The black-robed figure on the left stepped forward, speaking in low tones. Take them down and withdraw immediately. The Lu family is being watched. All need to be careful from now on. Ha! Wang Han wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face full of mockery. Still dare to act arrogant when death is at your door? The right black-robed figure's tone darkened, clearly stung by being dismissed. While none of the three could match Wang Han in single combat, they had 3 high-level beast tamers in black robes, plus over a dozen mid-level cult beast tamers. They were confident of victory. But Wang Han pressed forward aggressively, coldly firing off 3 questions. Do you really think I came alone? Do you really think only the judgment envoys are here? Aren't you worried that the judgment chief has arrived as well? Stop trying to scare us. The right black-robed figure scoffed loudly. The judgment chiefs aren't even in Tianhai City, and the judgment envoys all have other pressing matters. Stop your empty threats. Shut up, the middle black-robed figure suddenly barked. Wang Han narrowed his eyes and chuckled coldly. As I thought you have people inside the Beast Management Bureau. The middle black-robed figure glared fiercely at his companion, wishing he could seal his mouth immediately. Only then did the right black-robed figure realize his slip, hastily making a gesture to keep quiet. So what if you know? You'll all forget everything soon enough. Attack. As his words fell, the black godless cult's beast tamers surged forward like a tide, instantly surrounding the Beast Management Bureau personnel outside the Lu residence. The left black-robed figure stepped forward swoosh. A sharp sword light silently tore through the air, as if descending from the heavens into the mortal realm. The black-robed figure's movement froze in place. He didn't even have time to blink before his head separated from his body, rolling onto the muddy ground, without even a moment's struggle. Blood sprayed quietly, staining the blue bricks red. Second brother. Brother 2. The remaining 2 high-level black-robed beast tamers' pupils contracted sharply, as they could only watch helplessly as their companion fell into a pool of blood. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's the 3 Huang brothers. Under the vast sky, a white-robed young man approached through the air. His long hair fluttered in the night wind, his arms crossed holding a long sword, his presence like that of a legendary sword immortal. His gaze swept coldly over those below. When did you stoop to becoming dogs of the black godless cult? Sword Saint Jianshun. The eldest Huang brother's face changed instantly. Ignoring his second brother's corpse, he quickly released his spatial beast, transforming into a streak of light, fleeing toward the sky. Retreat quickly. Think you can escape? Jianshun raised his eyes, locking onto the depths of the sky. His long sword hummed softly, and a sword chi flashed like lightning across the heavens, tearing a deep rift even in space itself. Before anyone could cry out in alarm, 2 bloody corpses plummeted from the distant sky, crashing into the streets like broken sacks. The eldest and third Huang brothers, their eyes wide open in death. Jianshun's expression remained indifferent, as if merely brushing dust from his sleeves. His long sword hadn't even left its sheath, yet his overwhelming sword intent had already swept in all directions, leaving the black godless cult members dead in its wake, and clearing most of the trouble for Wang Han and his people. He looked down at the Lu residence, nodded slightly to Wang Han. Then his form dissolved like wind, vanishing between heaven and earth. Wang Han reacted swiftly, seizing the chaos to grab Lu Xian by the throat and pin him down firmly. Lu Xian was frightened pale as death, plummeting from wild joy to despair in mere moments. Wang Han looked down at this former family head, understanding clearly in his heart the Lu family of Tianhai City would cease to exist from this day forward. At the crack of dawn, Su Yao was jolted awake by the cacophony echoing through the dormitory. The entire dormitory building seemed to have been switched on all at once, with faucets gushing, zippers and shoelaces clashing in a symphony of sounds as 2,000 candidates quickly packed their belongings and converged on the Academy Plaza. Within just over 10 minutes, the dense crowd had formed neat formations, with Wei Hongyan and the other examiners already waiting at the front. After today, you will truly become students of Tianshu Academy. Wei Hongyan raised his hand for silence, his voice cutting through the morning mist with exceptional clarity. Now follow me to the trial tower. The crowd followed the examiners along tree-lean stone paths to reach the Academy's most sacred grounds. The first thing that caught their eyes was a towering spire reaching into the clouds, approximately 100 meters tall. Its gray-brown stone bricks bore the weathered textures of countless years, as if preserving the Tianshu Academy of centuries past in perfect condition. Surrounding the tower, tiered seating spread out in concentric circles, capable of accommodating 100,000 spectators and already packed to capacity with senior students from Tianshu Academy. Curious citizens and wandering cultivators all eager to witness the spectacle of new students challenging the tower, as this was one of the rare occasions when the Academy opened its doors to the outside world. This is Tianshu Academy's trial tower. Wei Hongyan's words drew the student's attention back. You have only one task. Challenge the tower with everything you have. Your performance will directly determine your class placement. He paused, his tone resolute. There are no restrictions during the tower challenge. Soul techniques, soul beasts, and spiritual artifacts may all be used freely. You'll enter in groups of 100, transported to different spaces, but the difficulty will be identical for all. With that, he clapped his hands lightly. The crowd immediately stirred as silver bracelets on some candidates' wrists began glowing with a faint light. Those whose bracelets lit up stepped forward, forming ranks before the tower entrance. The moment the 100th candidate took position, the tower gate burst forth with 7 colored beams of light, and the 100 figures vanished within the radiance, transported inside the tower. Simultaneously, the tower's stone surface manifested an enormous light screen, transforming the previously plain brown facade into a display showing 100 names. Real-time progress of floors cleared, and time elapsed like a giant leaderboard. The waiting candidates watched the constantly ticking seconds with involuntarily tightened chests. No one knew what lay within the tower. They could only speculate about how brutal the first floor's trials might be. As time passed, the progress of those 100 names remained stuck on the first floor. Suddenly, another 7-colored beam shot from the tower entrance, and a candidate tumbled out in disheveled defeat, his name instantly turning gray on the leaderboard with his time frozen. 10 minutes later, the last defeated challenger was transported out. Not a single person from the entire batch had cleared the first floor. The second group of candidates immediately took their positions, once again disappearing into the 7-colored light. Students who completed their trials were directed to stand on the other side of the tower, some clutching their ribs and gasping for breath, others bloodied and leaning against walls for support. Hardly anyone could stand steadily on their own, yet the trials continued. Look, someone's reached the second floor, someone shouted first, and the somber plaza instantly erupted. After half an hour had passed, the first name to break through the first floor finally appeared. Hu Jifeng? Who's that? Does anyone know him? Never heard of him. Discussions rippled through the crowd on the trial tower's light screen. Any breakthrough, however small, immediately drew everyone's attention. The trial tower undoubtedly exposed everyone's true capabilities before the entire faculty and student body. In the nearby teaching building, representatives from various factions across Xinhai province had gathered. The stone tablet on the first floor suddenly lit up, displaying the name of the first person to successfully clear a stage. The gray-robed elder Bao Wenfang squinted his eyes, the golden badge on his chest inscribed with Beast Tamer Guild gleaming under the lights. Bronze for beginners, silver for intermediate, and gold for advanced currently held the highest rank. The old man chuckled softly. Taking a full half hour just to clear the first stage, I doubt they'll last long in the second. Not far away, a heavily made-up woman with an alluring figure curled her red lips. Captain AI is quite right. Tianshu Academy always likes to save their promising candidates for later, dragging out these trials endlessly. As soon as she finished speaking, a hoarse laugh echoed from the corner. An ugly, crude-mannered man emerged from the shadows, showing none of the bearing expected of a high-level beast tamer. When the representatives saw who it was, their brows furrowed with disgust. What were these sewer rats doing here? AI Xiangyu glanced at him with an indifferent tone. Didn't expect you to show up. Finxiang Tower has always looked down on young people bound by rules and regulations. Huang Deshan. Huang Deshan flashed a mouthful of blackened teeth, smiling without answering. Finxiang Tower was known for its sinister and ruthless methods, having been labeled a cult by the great Zhou dynasty multiple times. They never recruited outsiders, raising all their members from childhood in secret realms. Their appearance today was indeed unexpected. Tianshu Academy's assessment is open to the public. Why shouldn't I be here? Huang Deshan shook his sleeves. From the main seat, a dignified man in a suit and dark tie spoke up. Since you're here, watch properly. We have our reasons for this arrangement. Every student joining Tianshu Academy should have a chance to showcase themselves. Hearing him speak, Huang Deshan restrained his cynical attitude, bowed respectfully, and retreated to one side. The trial continued. Su Yao was idly watching the stone tablet when a familiar figure stepped onto the trial tower. Murong Qian. Su Yao silently compared the rankings on the tablet. Wonder which floor she can reach. 5 or 6 minutes later, Murong Qian's name flashed past the first floor and entered the second. The crowd immediately erupted in cheers. As expected of Goddess Murong. That's the fastest record so far, right? No one's cleared the second stage, yet can she break the record? Before the discussions died down, another name followed closely behind Shenju. Shenju? That person's daughter? People whispered. Su Yao thought to himself, worthy of being in the top 10 of the first phase solid foundation. Bao Wenfang stroked his golden badge, squinting with a smile. Not bad. These two both seem likely to reach the third stage. Huang Deshan smiled sinisterly, his gaze sweeping toward the Murong family representative in the back row. The man glared back, coldly. Dare to set your sights on the Murong family? Lei watched his niece's name appear, his expression showing both relief and the stiffness brought on by recent rumors. Under everyone's breathless attention, Qian and Shunju successively entered the third stage, but both only lasted half an hour before being teleported out. Shunju looked at Qian, who emerged right after her, with clear frustration on her face. Time flew by, and several more from the top 50 entered the third floor, but none surpassed the two women's performance. The representatives shook their heads in disappointment. Looks like no one will clear the third floor this year either. In Tianshu Academy's history, very few have ever cleared the third floor as freshmen. The man in the suit remained silent, focusing only on the light screen in front of the trial tower. Finally, the bracelet on Su Yao's arm lit up after the long wait. It was finally his turn to take the stage. Su Yao stepped forward, bathing in the radiant seven-colored light. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on an unfamiliar wasteland, surrounded by vast emptiness and silence. As a humming sound echoed through the air, a mysterious voice slowly descended. Welcome, brave challenger. The first floor consists of 9 stages. Pass all 9 stages to advance to the next floor. Su Yao surveyed his surroundings and raised his hand to summon Wang. In his view, Wang's strength was more than sufficient to sweep through this entire floor. The trial begins. As soon as the words fell, the ground trembled and dust swirled upward. Su Yao squinted as he saw countless crimson figures bursting from the earth. Red Cloud Ant Beast Swarm. These magical beasts had mandibles like giant pincers, with heads occupying half their bodies, and their crimson shells gleamed ominously in the sunlight. Judging by their aura, they were merely first-tier, first-stage creatures, numbering around 100. For Wang, this was nothing more than an appetizer. Wang, it's your turn. Following the command, Wang chanted a brief incantation in a low voice. Gray-white bone swords materialized from thin air, radiating a chilling gleam. In an instant, countless bone swords wove together in the air, forming a massive sword formation that swept toward the ant beast swarm like a storm. Thunderous roars kicked up clouds of dust as screams mixed with the sound of shattering instantly engulfed the wasteland. In less than 3 seconds, all the red cloud ant beasts were reduced to fragments, not a single intact corpse remaining. Against such first-tier magical beasts, Wang held absolute dominance. If it were any other beast tamer of the same level, just clearing these 100 cabbages would have taken considerable time, but Wang's wide-area assault compressed the time to its absolute minimum. The ground rumbled once more, signaling the opening of the next stage. Meanwhile, in the external observation hall, a buzz of discussion erupted. This group actually has Su Yao, who ranked first in the initial stage. Wasn't it said that he only got first place in the secret realm through luck? Perfect chance to see if he has real skill, or if it's just a false reputation. Wait, how is this possible? It's been less than 3 minutes, and he's already cleared the first floor. Everyone stared in stunned silence at the light screen, watching as Su Yao's level indicator jumped from first floor to second floor. Qian and several companions familiar with Su Yao remained composed. His perfect grade soul technique had already provided the answer. He was definitely not someone with an undeserved reputation. Several examiners were equally moved. The tower trials were no easy feat. The first floor contained a total of 1,000 magical beasts with gradually increasing strength. Even though they had seen footage of Su Yao's battles, they could hardly imagine he could clear monsters at such incredible speed. While Qian's performance was still within acceptable parameters, Su Yao's speed had already transcended common sense. Oh, this student named Su Yao actually cleared the first floor so quickly. AI Xiangyu remarked softly, causing everyone present to nod in acknowledgement, impressed by such efficiency. Huang Deshan snorted coldly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Let's hope he's not using some special tricks. Focusing only on early speed for fame, how will he handle the later stages? Huang Deshan said with obvious disdain. Ren Tiankai, dressed in a suit and seated in the place of honor, made no comment on the matter. As the current grade director of Tianshu Academy, he knew the participating students inside and out. Su Yao's performance was purely a demonstration of raw talent. He couldn't be bothered with Huang Dishan's sour grapes beside him, focusing intently on the trial tower's leaderboard instead. Though outsiders couldn't see what was happening inside the tower, Ren Tiankai was certain that if anyone from this year's class could clear the third stage, it would be Su Yao. 10 minutes flew by in an instant, and the numbers on the leaderboard shifted again. Su Yao had entered the third floor. This record broke all previous speed achievements. Even Huang Deshan, who had been sneering moments before, had to swallow his contempt and stare at the rankings with a complicated expression. Meanwhile, inside the trial tower, Death swung his staff to strike down the last second-tier, 9th-stage magical beast, and the system announced that the third stage was now open. The scenery changed abruptly as Su Yao was transported to a pristine white glacier. The frigid wind cut like blades, and beneath his feet lay crystalline ice. Looking up, he spotted dark shapes rapidly approaching from the distant horizon. 5 towering figures emerged, glacier stone demons. They wore ice blue armor, with human-like upper bodies, but from the waist down resembled giant crabs, supported by 8 legs with 2 massive, razor-sharp claws. A quick assessment revealed 4 at approximately 3rd tier, 5th stage, and 1 reaching 3rd tier, 9th stage. The 3rd stage difficulty just skyrocketed? Su Yao thought to himself, though his expression remained unchanged. Perfect. Time to show you Death's true power. Information flashed through his mind. Glacier Stone demons excelled at ice magic, and their claws possessed terrifying strength. If Death got caught in their grip, he'd be severely injured instantly. With that thought settled, Death raised his staff, and a spinning array of bone swords materialized, whipping up an ice storm as they rushed toward the enemy group. The bone sword struck the chest armor of a 3rd tier, 5th stage stone demon, covering the ice armor with cracks, but the strongest one crossed its claws and forcibly blocked the assault. Whoosh! Frigid mist erupted. The glacier stone demon opened its mouth and unleashed glacial breath, instantly freezing the surrounding bone swords into ice sculptures that shattered into fragments and fell. The deadly cold current swept forward, condensing the air into frost and mist along its path. Hellfire! Death raised his staff, and dark red flames surged upward, clashing violently with the icy breath. The strongest stone demon continued its breath attack, while the other 4 spread out and charged forward, clearly not intending to give Death any respite. Troublesome. First contain the one breathing ice, then quickly deal with the other 4. Su Yao quickly issued orders. Death abandoned the direct confrontation, fighting while retreating as the ice surface creaked and groaned beneath them. Su Yao clenched his fist and activated his soul technicia. Blazing meteor tore through the sky and crashed thunderously onto the ice surface. Violent heat waves rolled outward, and though it didn't directly hit the stone demons, it created a terrifying impact beneath their feet. Crack! A massive fissure appeared in the ice surface, and the continuous heat caused the gap to rapidly expand, separating both sides onto different ice flows. The 5 stone demons hastily unleashed their breath attacks together, trying to freeze the gap shut, but they were ultimately a beat too slow. In the next moment, shadows rose everywhere. Countless undead souls emerged from the seawater, ice surface, and frigid wind, shrieking as they tore at the ice armor on the stone demons' bodies, binding them tightly. The opening Su Yao had painstakingly created finally materialized Death cast, Undead Binding, instantly restricting the Glacier Stone Demon's movements. Seeing that the Glacier Stone Demon's actions were now limited, Su Yao and Death's counterattack began. The Glacier Stone Demon was trapped in place by the bonds of the undead, countless spirits shrouding its massive form. Take down the strongest one first, Su Yao commanded. The skeleton, Wang, swung its arms, conjuring bone sword after bone sword in parallel formation, connecting end to end in a sharp line aimed directly at the Glacier Stone Demon's chest. The first bone sword froze into a transparent ice pillar the moment it touched the ice armor, then shattered with a bang. The second and third followed in quick succession, like raindrops striking the same spot. The continuous impacts caused hairline cracks to appear in the sturdy ice armor, spreading rapidly until they tore open a gap in the chest. Behind the breach, a core stone resembling blue jade pulsed rhythmically its heart. Su Yao's eyes sharpened as he drew his basic artifact, the blazing sun bow. The Glacier Stone Demon's heart was its fatal weakness, but it was heavily protected by layers of ice armor, making it extremely difficult to target. Ice blue blood still flowed beneath its blue skin, indicating it was rapidly gathering surrounding ice elements to repair its armor. The opportunity would vanish in an instant. Su Yao steadied his breathing, drew the bow, and released in one fluid motion, Blazing Sun Arrow. The arrow, wrapped in searing flames, shot forth and pierced through the gap in the blink of an eye, its tip embedding deep into the heart. In the next instant, the flames within the arrow exploded, fire waves blooming within the monster's chest cavity. Before the Glacier Stone Demon could even let out a scream, its massive body was completely consumed by the blazing fire, turning into rolling steam that dispersed into the sky. Su Yao exhaled deeply. That single arrow had drained 500 points of his soul power, but its effectiveness exceeded expectations. With the strongest fallen, the remaining 4 Glacier Stone Demons, though only slightly weaker in level, were worlds apart in skill application and proficiency. Su Yao and the skeleton Wang worked in perfect coordination, needing no words to eliminate them one by one within moments. Before the next wave of enemies appeared, Su Yao quickly consumed a spirit recovery powder to restore his spiritual energy. Though he and Wang remained uninjured, both his stamina and soul power were severely depleted. The tower's greatest challenge was never knowing what troublesome opponents the next floor would bring. The scenery remained unchanged. From the glacier crevices torn open by the flames, massive amounts of cold air suddenly surged forth. Ice mist crawled along the fissures across the entire glacier, and even from a distance, Su Yao felt the bone-piercing cold. Frost crystals instantly formed on Wang's gray robe and the hem of his own clothes. White mist spread, swallowing their vision. Su Yao frowned. Looks like another troublesome opponent has arrived. He retreated beyond the reach of the cold air, fully alert. From within the fog, two spear-like slender ice legs emerged first. Su Yao decided to probe, raising his hand to summon a fire meteor that crashed down from above toward the crevice, continuously spewing cold mist. Su Yao kept his eyes fixed on the magical beast within the cold fog. A streak of icy energy struck Su Yao's fire meteor in a flash. The blazing flames seemed to have their life force instantly drained away, retreating layer by layer until only a frost-wrapped ice ball remained, crashing to the ground with shattered ice flying everywhere. How is that possible? Su Yao's heart sank. The fire meteor's surface temperature reached 500 degrees, and even the glacier stone demon's frost breath could barely extinguish it completely. Yet this casual strike had instantly destroyed it. He immediately commanded, Wang, this magical beast is beyond your capabilities. Come back. Wang flexed his stiff fingers, the soul fire in his eye sockets flickering between bright and dim, ultimately withdrawing his fighting spirit. Normally, Su Yao rarely interfered with its combat judgment. Wang's instincts and timing were often more precise than his own. Since arriving in Tianhai City, master and servant had frequently communicated through their souls, and its emotions were distinct. It could feel anger and joy. At this moment, Wang's fury was boiling. Having been powerless against the Wolf King before, and now facing the same situation again, it was consumed with self-blame, its soul fire burning ever brighter. You've done well enough. Su Yao consoled through their mental connection. Wang gripped his staff tightly, his form dissolving into ghostly blue light points, sinking into the soul formation and returning to the beast-taming space. Through their contract, he clearly felt Wang's dissatisfaction, not questioning Su Yao's orders, but frustrated with his own strength. Wang was his first tamed beast and longest companion. Without Wang, he would have perished long ago in the battle of Misty Pine Forest. But now, Wang's power was stuck at an unfamiliar bottleneck, a completely new and unrecorded evolutionary path that, even with system assistance, desperately needed rare materials to progress. Su Yao made a silent resolution to earn more credits through this examination and gather everything Wang needed for advancement. With a flash of light, Yin appeared before him, replacing Wang. From deep within the crevice, the terrifying magical beast finally launched its assault. Accompanied by a deafening roar, nearly 100 ice spikes about 30 centimeters long formed in the cold mist, densely packed, and shooting toward Yin like a torrential downpour. Yin raised his right hand, and golden holy light instantly formed a semicircular barrier, sheltering both Su Yao and himself. The ice spikes struck the barrier, creating ripples across its surface, but could never penetrate it. Su Yao felt somewhat relieved. The enemy's attack strength was still within manageable limits. The ice spikes shattered completely, turning into scattered ice fragments on the ground. Immediately after, the ice surface trembled like a slumbering beast awakening, its violent vibrations causing Su Yao to sway unsteadily. It seems the main threat can't sit still any longer and is about to reveal itself. Yin, stay alert. Yin nodded slightly as golden armor and helmet covered his body in sequence, a holy sword materializing in his palm, hovering and pointing directly at the massive shadow deep within the cold mist. The cold mist gradually dispersed, revealing a giant spider with a completely crystalline body. Nearly 10 meters in length, its 8 ice-blue claws pierced the ground. Its snow-white carapace bore no impurities, and ice-blue patterns traced designs that resembled works of art. 8 cold, compound eyes fixed on Su Yao and Yin floating in midair, while its pincer-like mouthparts ground together with a harsh crack-crack sound, as if ready to tear apart prey at any moment. Su Yao frowned, didn't recognize this type of spider, but its terrifying size alone was enough to indicate its danger level. System, analyze this for me. Ding. Detection successful. Name, Frost Jade Spider. Type, Insect Ice. Level, 4th tier, 5th stage. Rarity, Rare. Skills, Ice Spike, Frost Shadow Storm, Glacial Web, Ice Regeneration. After reading the data, Su Yao drew in a sharp breath. Ice Spike and Frost Shadow Storm were pure ice-type killing moves, while Glacial Web and Ice Regeneration perfectly incorporated insect-type characteristics, meaning the monster before him was far more troublesome than he had anticipated. The Frost Jade Spider's body stretched 10 meters long, filling half the icy slope, and the overwhelming pressure it emanated made both Su Yao and Yin instinctively tighten their grips on their weapons. Under the racial suppression of the same tier, they had no guaranteed chance of victory. Their only hope lay in Su Yao's own considerable combat prowess. 8 ghostly blue compound eyes locked onto Su Yao simultaneously as the Frost Jade Spider reared its massive body and began to move. Despite its enormous size, it was surprisingly agile, its joints bending almost without pause, showing no signs of clumsiness. Su Yao immediately drew his bow, sending an arrow whistling through the air that struck precisely at a spider leg, only to be deflected by the hard shell with a metallic clang and a shower of sparks. making his brow furrow sharply. The frost jade spider traversed the icy slope, constantly changing angles as it closed in. Yin spread her wings and took to the air, her holy sword suddenly blazing like the sun. Holy sword judgment. She aimed for the connection between the spider's legs and torso, striking down with lightning speed. The frost jade spider clearly hadn't expected such precise slashing during high-speed flight. Two legs on its right side were instantly severed, causing its massive form to lose balance and crash heavily onto the ice surface, sending cracks spreading in all directions. Seeing the target's exposed abdomen with its softest pale white shell, Yin wanted to press her advantage and deliver another close-range holy sword judgment. Watch out! Su Yao shouted a warning, but it was too late. Several ice blue spider threads suddenly shot out from the side, wrapping around Yan's limbs and waist like chains glacial web. The ice elements contained within the threads gathered frantically, tightening more and more, and Yan's fair skin was soon covered by a layer of frost crystals, with the freezing effect still spreading. Su Yao gritted his teeth. If this continued, she would truly be frozen into an ice sculpture. Meanwhile, the fallen frost jade spider suddenly flipped over, its severed leg joints regenerating at a visible rate, with gleaming white coldness seeping from the stumps. The effect of ice regeneration. Alarm bells rang in Su Yao's mind. No, we can't let it recover. Yin, use holy flame. Golden light exploded from the depths of Yan's pupils as her body temperature soared, transforming her entire being into a blazing sacred fire. The spider threads hissed as they were instantly melted into vapor. Yin became a golden meteor, carrying holy flame as she crashed into the still recovering frost jade spider. Boom. The spider's body was forcibly sent flying, with holy flame clinging to its surface, scorching every inch of its shell. The firelight gradually dimmed, leaving scorching ripples still lingering in the air. After the holy flame extinguished, the frost jade spider's originally smooth, jade-like skin had become pitted and covered with charred black marks. The ice jade frost spider struggled to its feet, its burned skin gradually peeling away from the sacred flames before regenerating to its original state. However, the searing mixture of fire and light elements continued to rage within its body, like molten lava surging through its flesh and blood, impossible to dispel in the short term. Damn, why is this thing so tough? Su Yao cursed under his breath. He watched helplessly as the ice jade frost spider's formidable healing ability slowly took effect. If this dragged on any longer, it would eventually return to peak condition. The next second, the ice jade frost spider threw back its head and shrieked, the piercing sound waves creating visible ripples across the glacier. Frigid ice elements gathered frantically as the patterns on its body flickered with an eerie blue glow. Howling winds swept in from all directions across the glacier, forming a writhing ice serpent. The storm whipped up countless ice blades that came crashing down on Yin and Su Yao like an overwhelming tide. The ice elemental power was so concentrated, it was suffocating. Any magical beast below the third tier would be torn to shreds instantly upon contact. Frost Shadow Storm. This was the ice jade frost spider's ultimate killing move. Its unpredictable trajectory made it impossible for Yin to dodge, and in an instant, she was swept into the storm's core. The countless ice blades transformed into razor-sharp gears, frantically tearing at her skin as golden blood dripped down, instantly freezing into tiny crystalline fragments. The ice jade frost spider let out a cruel shriek. It would never forgive this woman who had severed two of its legs and ruined its jade-like appearance. It wanted to watch her get shredded into a mass of filthy flesh within its storm. Yin gritted her teeth and summoned divine light, golden shields protecting her on both sides, barely managing to block the ice blade assault. But the shield's surface was already covered in spider web-like cracks, ready to shatter at any moment. Just as the ice jade frost spider was reveling in its triumph, an arrow carved from the finest jade shot through the air, precisely piercing its left eye and driving straight through its brain, pinning it firmly to the ice wall behind. What is this? The excruciating pain left the ice jade frost spider's mind reeling with questions. Someone had launched a sneak attack. How dishonorable. It struggled frantically, its thick legs scraping against the ice wall as it forcibly pulled out the arrow and threw it to the ground. That arrow was the jade arrow that Su Yao had been reluctant to use. With 400% power, combined with his full soul force burst, this single shot had nearly taken half the ice jade frost spider's life. Having lost control, the terrifying vortex of the frost shadow storm quickly weakened and collapsed. Sacred flames rose again, enveloping Yin entirely in golden red flowing fire. She burst through the dissipating storm, instantly flashing before the ice jade frost spider and driving her sword through its head, crashing together with its remains deep into the ice mountain behind. Outside the trial tower, discussions erupted everywhere. That Su Yao has been on the third floor for 20 minutes now, lasting even longer than Murong Qian, someone announced the latest time. So what? He's probably just hiding somewhere, came the immediate mocking response. Murong Qian and several other candidates who had cleared the third level sneered upon hearing this. They knew best how terrifying the third floor was. The space was pitifully small with nowhere to hide. With a novice beast tamer's soul force reserves, without perfect coordination between soul skills and contracted beasts, survival was impossible. In the examiner's lounge. Your first place candidate is quite persistent, isn't he? Huang Deshan shook his head, though his tone carried no praise. It's been so long. Who knows what rare contracted beast he's encountered? AI Xiangyu, familiar with the trial tower's conditions, reminded quietly. The third floor only has 2 stages, and the final stage's contracted beast is completely random. Maybe he hasn't even cleared the first stage, Huang Deshan chuckled. Before he finished speaking, the name on the trial tower's stone tablet suddenly flickered, and Su Yao's name instantly disappeared. Could it be? Ren Tiankai could no longer maintain his previous composure and slammed the table as he stood up. The next second, Su Yao's name reappeared, surpassing Murong Qian and settling firmly in first place with a striking notation beside it. 4th floor. In the hall, whether examiners or representatives from major factions, everyone froze in place. The various onlookers from Tianhai City outside couldn't believe their eyes. How is this possible? The audience first gasped in unison, then erupted like oil hitting a hot pan. Over 100,000 people burst into complete chaos. A freshman had cleared the 3rd floor, a record unseen for decades at least. The light screen outside the trial tower continuously updated the rankings, with all eyes glued to the 2 characters, Su Yao. On the elevated platform, representatives from various factions felt their hearts stirred. Ren Tiankai crossed his arms, appearing calm on the surface, yet his gaze never left the light screen for a moment. Director Ren, it seems you found quite a promising student this year. Bao Wenfang from the Beast Tamer Guild spoke with a genial smile, his tone friendly while his mind rapidly calculated recruitment strategies. It would be such a waste if such talent only stayed at the academy as a teacher after graduation. Indeed, our Tianshu Academy hasn't seen such a promising young person in many years. I'm sure the principal and professors are already aware and are having headaches deciding which teacher to assign him to. Ren Tiankai responded methodically, his words like cotton wrapped around steel needles. If you want to poach our talent, first consider whether those glory beast tamers in our academy would agree. The representatives immediately fell silent. With the other party bringing up the principal, they could only suppress their intentions for now. After all, given their long lifespans, they weren't in a rush for a year or 2. All right, he's about to come out. Ren Tiankai kept his gaze locked on the tower entrance. At this moment, no one dared to fantasize about whether Su Yao could challenge the 4th floor that was already beyond the scope of junior beast tamers. Before he finished speaking, in just 1 minute, the tower entrance glowed softly as Su Yao stepped out. The venue instantly fell silent enough to hear a pin drop, with everyone, men, women, young, and old, turning their gaze toward the young man. Wei Hongyan hurried forward, his eyes burning with intensity. What's with that look? I'm a decent person. Su Yao felt his scalp tingle under the stare, secretly considering retreat. Excellent. Wei Hongyan patted his shoulder, signaling him to return to the group. Su Yao descended from the tower in confusion. The next second, applause and cheers swept through the venue like a flood. He quickly spotted Li Xian and the others in the crowd. They had already completed their tower challenges and were gathered together chatting. As Su Yao approached, everyone immediately surrounded him. Li Peng raised his fist and lightly tapped Su Yao's left shoulder. Ow, that hurts. Su Yao clutched his shoulder, dramatically crying out. I never expected you to be this strong. It looks like the next 4 years won't be boring for us. Li Peng laughed heartily. Originally, he had considered Murong Qian and Li Xian his main rivals, but now with Su Yao added to the mix, he wasn't annoyed. Instead, he was excited. Competition breeds progress. However, Su Yao looked completely bewildered. By the way, why are you all so excited? You don't know? Everyone stared wide-eyed. Seeing his innocent expression, it seemed he genuinely had no idea. Li Xian had to briefly explain the whole situation. I see, so I accidentally took first place again. Su Yao muttered to himself, but everyone around had sharp hearing and caught every word clearly. What do you mean accidentally? And what do you mean again? Acting modest after getting the advantage. Everyone rolled their eyes and simply ignored this master of humble bragging. While they chatted, the last batch of students participating in the trial assessment gradually emerged from the trial tower. Wei Hongyan looked up, making eye contact with Ren Tiankai in the distance. Seeing the other party nod slightly, he announced loudly. The Tianshu Academy assessment is now completely finished. The dormitory and class assignments will be sent to your phones shortly. Return your bracelets to the teachers at the entrance, and you're free to explore Tianshu Academy on your own. Wei Hongyan paused briefly before continuing. The 100,000 new students had just begun to disperse, and the area in front of the massive trial tower was still bustling with voices. But the moment the name Su Yao rang out, the crowd fell silent as if the air had been sucked away. Su Yao, who had been lost in thought, suddenly snapped back to attention according to his memories from his previous life. The ceremony should have dragged on for at least half an hour, yet it had ended after just a few sentences? Even more unexpected was that Wei Hongyan had called out his name in front of 100,000 people present. Su Yao instinctively responded loudly, his voice booming but tinged with stiffness. Come with me. After speaking, Wei Hongyan strode out of the trial tower's barrier without looking back. What are you standing there for? Li Peng gave Su Yao a push. Hurry up and follow. What does he want with me? Su Yao muttered under his breath as he jogged to catch up. How would we know? Stop dawdling, or you'll lose him, Li Peng urged. Su Yao had no choice but to follow Wei Hongyan under countless watchful eyes. Outside the tower, crowds flowed like waves, but several gazes locked onto his retreating figure with dark intensity in a corner of the spectator stands. A man and woman's faces were ashen, as if someone close to them had died. What do we do now? Dong Bingmei watched the figure growing distant, anxiety tightening in her chest. What can we do? We're screwed. Liang Xiao smiled bitterly. This is beyond our ability to handle. The mission the leader gave us is probably doomed. Who could have imagined that some unknown kid would force his way through the third floor of the trial tower and break a record that had stood for nearly 50 years? He sighed. Let's go report back to the leader. He's Tianshu Academy's treasure now, we can't touch him. Images of the Academy's past disciplinary methods flashed through Dong Bingmei's mind, sending chills down her spine. Tianshu Academy's protection of talent bordered on obsession. Peers could duel with life and death at their own risk, but anyone who dared bully the weak would learn what true cruelty meant from the academy. The two lingered no longer, hurrying away with the departing crowd. Su Yao knew nothing of this, following Wei Hongyan with a heart full of unease as they crossed the training grounds and corridors, heading toward an unmarked area in the Western District. Along the way, he couldn't stop thinking about Wang Shoren's sister's whereabouts. Instructor Wei? He finally couldn't help but speak up. You should at least tell me where you're taking me, right? Wei Hongyan kept his head down, walking with steady steps, but remaining silent. Teacher Wei. Su Yao tried again. I'm hardly qualified to be your teacher. The silence was broken, Wei Hongyan's voice low. You'll understand when we arrive. Remember, listen more, look less, say less. His tone made Su Yao sense some pressure, and he quickly nodded. Got it, be mute, be blind, and preferably be deaf too. Wei Hongyan stopped and glanced at him sideways. He had thought this young man was mature and steady, but apparently he could be quite the chatterbox too. After walking a few more steps, a small path lined with green bamboo appeared before them, the morning breeze rustling the leaves. Are we here? Su Yao followed his gaze. Follow this path straight to the end, and someone will naturally meet you there. Wei Hongyan stood at the bamboo grove's entrance with no intention of going further, only pointing out the direction earnestly. Thank you, Instructor Wei. Walking deeper along the bamboo path and taking in the serene surroundings, Su Yao felt a long-lost sense of tranquility. Since his transmigration, he had been constantly forced to grow stronger and evolve, his nerves perpetually taut. But this bamboo grove was like a clear spring, gently washing away all his weariness. Su Yao paused in the middle of the secluded path, closed his eyes, and let the gentle breeze caress his face. The dense bamboo towered high, their branches and leaves rustling against each other, while the emerald bamboo leaves swayed in the wind like performers in a silent dance. Ding. Host Soul Strength 0.1. Ding. Host Soul Strength 0.2. The successive system notifications echoed in his mind, signaling the steady enhancement of his soul. Su Yao took a deep breath of the bamboo-scented air, tucked these sounds away in his heart, then continued forward. At the end of the bamboo grove, a sprawling estate suddenly came into view. Before the ornately carved stone gate, a young woman in a moon-white dress was looking around anxiously. Upon seeing Su Yao, she immediately rushed forward, speaking rapidly. You must be Su Yao, right? Su Yao studied the girl's face without immediately responding, certain he had seen her somewhere before. Noticing his gaze, she wondered aloud in confusion. Huh, do you know me? I rarely leave the estate, so no one should recognize me. As she pondered this, Su Yao spoke. I'm from Shenyang City. I had the pleasure of seeing you once about a month ago. Oh, that explains the look you gave me. The girl suddenly understood, laughing softly. So you're from Shenyang. She was indeed Han Yueli, who had previously accompanied the Ice King, Hong Jingtian, on their visit to Shenyang City. The Han Yueli before him now was completely different from the one in Su Yao's memory, no longer cold as ice, but instead radiating warmth and vitality. I'm Han Yueli. Please take care of me from now on. She extended her right hand. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yao grasped it, shook it gently twice, then let go. All right, we can chat later, those old folks are getting impatient, Han Yueli said, directly taking Su Yao's hand and leading him through the depths of the estate. The sights along the way left Su Yao secretly amazed. Courtyards were scattered throughout, with winding streams flowing between them. Not only did humans reside here, but various magical beasts also moved through the tree shadows. These beasts were clearly uncontracted, yet they coexisted peacefully with humans, equally enjoying the garden's tranquility. We're here. Han Yueli stopped before a magnificent palace. pushed open the doors, and announced loudly, "I've brought him for you." As the doors opened, more than a dozen sharp gazes immediately focused on Su Yao. This is Su Yao? He doesn't look like what I expected. His build seems too weak. Did he really clear the third floor of the trial tower? People seated on both sides whispered among themselves. Su Yao looked around. Most faces were unfamiliar, except for one white-haired old man in the third row on the right, who was pouring himself a drink. He recognized him, the Ice King Hong Jingtian, Han Yueli's master. Su Yao, step forward. The voice came from the high seat. Atop the palace steps, a refined man of about 30 sat in the center, his position apparently even higher than the Ice King's. Su Yao walked to the center of the hall as instructed, slightly bowing his head, unsure how to begin. Don't be nervous. Everyone here is a dean or professor from Tianshu Academy. We simply wanted to see who broke the 50-year-old record. Su Yao became even more flustered upon hearing the man's words. Hadn't the dean and professors of Tianshu Academy said that all these people were glory-level beast tamers? Junior pays respects to all the seniors. He took a deep breath, clasped his hands together, his voice clear but slightly trembling. Not bad, well-mannered and composed. He's promising material. The professor in the front row, a burly man with a voice like thunder, nodded approvingly. His muscular arms bulged so much that even his sleeves were stretched taut. Physical strength can be trained, but character cannot be changed. The man in the main seat raised his hand, silencing the murmurs. Su Yao, having passed the third floor of the trial tower, according to Academy rules, you may choose any professor or dean as your master. This sudden stroke of fortune left Su Yao stunned. Had been worrying about how to find a master, and now the opportunity had presented itself. However, he knew almost nothing about the seated professors and had no idea where to begin choosing. Beside him, Hong Jingtian, still reeking of alcohol, stroked his beard and laughed. This old man has already taken Yu Li as a disciple, so I won't compete with you all for this young fellow. He waved his wine flask as he spoke, his tone cheerful. The burly professor stood up, his voice resonating. Su Yao, I am Qin Feng, Dean of the War Academy. I think highly of you. Su Yao's heart skipped a beat. He understood that Tianshu Academy was divided into the War Academy and the Beast Academy. 1. The War Academy trained warriors focusing on personal strength, physical conditioning, and mastering soul techniques. Human bodies could clash directly with high-level magical beasts, and top-tier warriors could even kill 6th-tier magical beasts with their bare hands. 2. The Beast Academy followed the traditional beast tamer path, emphasizing enhancement, support, and defensive soul techniques, achieving victory through the harmony between beast tamers and their beasts. He had heard Wei Changkong and Tianhai City mention the formidable power of warriors, yet he knew he was more inclined toward controlling beasts rather than engaging in bloody combat himself. With the system at his disposal, he could master either path, but deep down he still rejected close combat with magical beasts. However, Qin Feng was a glory-level beast tamer who had once torn apart an 8th-tier magical beast with his bare hands. Refusing him directly seemed discourteous. Just as Su Yao hesitated, a woman in blue robes from the right side sneered softly. Anyone can see that Su Yao is Beast Academy material. You rough fellows from the War Academy shouldn't ruin such a handsome young man. Feng Lingling, what do you mean by that? Qin Feng's brow furrowed, and the War Academy professors rose abruptly, causing tables and chairs to shake. The Beast Academy side showed no weakness either, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Just as both sides were at daggers drawn, the main door was pushed open. A veiled woman slowly entered, her blue dress trailing on the ground, hands clasped together at her waist. Her bearing naturally exuded dignity and nobility. Though the veil concealed her features, it couldn't hide that innate sense of superiority. Her cool, aloof aura instantly silenced the commotion in the room. Her gaze fell upon Su Yao's face, as if recalling something. You are Su Yao? Student present. Su Yao straightened his back. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Before her words had fully settled, the entire hall fell silent as death. Hong Jingtian, who usually kept his wine flask constantly in hand, froze in shock, wine spilling from the spout and sliding down his fingers unnoticed. He couldn't believe that this woman would actually consider taking on a disciple. Will you become my disciple? These words echoed persistently in Su Yao's ears. Beneath the towering sandalwood dome, all the professors held their breath as if someone had pressed a mute button, their shocked expressions clearly visible, indicating that this woman veiled in light blue was far from ordinary. Su Yao's heart pounded thunderously, yet he didn't know how to respond and knew nothing about this mysterious woman, and those professors who usually spoke rapidly had all fallen silent since her entrance. Refuse her quickly. Qin Feng stood nearby, anxiously sweating at his temples. Behind the veil, a pair of eyes as clear as diamonds gazed intently at Su Yao, filled with expectation. Under that gaze, Su Yao instinctively looked away, his mind tangled in knots. Su Yao, this person is our Heavenly Scripture Academy's honorary Professor Shui Lingnai. The man in the main seat finally spoke, his voice deep and powerful. Honorary professor? Su Yao's heart trembled slightly. That was a position second only to the principal, with only 2 such positions in the entire Heavenly Scripture Academy. No wonder all the professors had lost their composure. He turned to look at Han Yueli behind Hong Jingtian, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. She was the only one present who had any connection with Su Yao, and this nod was like the final piece of a puzzle. In fact, upon hearing honorary professor, Su Yao had already made his decision. When a master was willing to take him as a disciple, he had no grounds to refuse. I am willing to take Senior Shui as my master. He turned and bowed, clasping his hands together in a standard and respectful gesture. Beneath the veil, an almost imperceptible smile appeared on that perpetually cold face. What a pity, such a pity. Qin Feng sighed, still regretting that he couldn't recruit this promising talent for the War Academy. Shui Lingnai cast a sidelong glance at Qin Feng. That look was like thousands of tiny ants instantly crawling up Qin Feng's back, making his hair stand on end. What do you mean by that, Qin Feng? Does Su Yao becoming my disciple make you regretful? Qin Feng quickly bowed with an apologetic smile. I was merely lamenting that the War Academy failed to recruit such a genius as Su Yao, which is truly the War Academy's loss. Enough. Su Yao and Han Yueli, you may withdraw first. We still have important matters to discuss. The man in the main seat raised his hand, his tone brooking no argument. Shui Lingnai turned to Su Yao and said, you may go back first. I'll find you later. She was quite satisfied with her new disciple. Everyone knew the principal didn't take disciples, so aside from the principal, who could compete with her? Su Yao and Han Yueli bowed and took their leave, walking through the corridor paved with bluestone. After exiting the hall, Han Yueli turned her back to the great hall, pressed her hand against her violently beating heart, and complained softly. Really, I didn't want to stay in there for even a moment. Those old folks are too intimidating. The heavy bronze doors closed with a grinding sound, separating the interior and exterior into 2 different worlds. The hall suddenly fell quiet, and all the professors' gazes turned in unison to Hong Jingtian. What? Was what my disciple said wrong? Hong Jingtian felt uncomfortable under their stares and slammed his chair arm. All of you are pulling long faces. Look at the West District, it's about to become a forbidden zone of the school. This place was already a forbidden zone, not open to students. Not far behind Hong Jingtian, Feng Lingling suddenly interjected with a sarcastic comment. Hong Jingtian snorted coldly. The principal in the main seat raised his hand. Humph. Enough, let's discuss business. Yes, principal. Upon hearing this, everyone without exception sat up straight and proper, and even the usually aloof Shui Lingnai now stood quietly beside him, listening attentively to his speech. The Black Godless cult has risen from the ashes, appearing not only in Xinhai province, but also infiltrating other academies. I've been in contact with several institutions, and they've all reported that cult spies have penetrated their examination processes. Those damn bastards. In the last war, even their leader was blown to smithereens, yet they still dare to return. Qin Feng slammed his fist on the table, his face flushed red as the blood in his chest surged like wildfire. Quiet down and listen to the principal, said an elderly man with graying temples in the front row, raising his hand with an authoritative tone that brooked no argument. The principal surveyed the room before speaking. Regarding the Black Godless cult, I've already consulted with the Beast Management Bureau and the Beast Tamer Guild. The 3 of us will jointly handle the cult forces in Xinhai province, sharing intelligence and coordinating our strikes. I know some of you have old grudges with those 2 organizations, but right now, the Black Godless cult is our greatest enemy. Yes, sir. Everyone responded in unison, their voices echoing through the conference room. They all understood that personal vendettas must be set aside for now. The principal continued. I now relay the government decree from the Great Zhou dynasty regarding the following arrangements against the Black Godless cult. Su Yao and Han Yueli walked side by side along the bamboo grove path. Emerald bamboo stood in neat rows, and as the gentle breeze passed through, the leaves rustled softly. You're saying the Ice King took you as his disciple when you were just a child? That's right. Han Yueli gently touched a bamboo leaf, her tone natural. In my memory, I've always lived here. It's been over 10 years now. She knew every bamboo stalk and every stone in this grove like the back of her hand. Su Yao was probably the first real friend she'd ever had in her entire life. Haven't you ever wanted to see the outside world? Su Yao looked around curiously. The path wasn't long, and the bamboo grove wasn't particularly vast, yet it had remained hidden within Tianshu Academy's campus for years without being discovered. Of course I have. Han Yueli pouted slightly. But that old man won't let me. My trip to Shenyang was the first time I'd ever left this place. Seeing Su Yao's puzzled expression, she added, it's not that he deliberately imprisons Meihe's just afraid something might happen to me. I had to threaten him for ages before he finally let me go to Shenyang. Besides, this bamboo grove itself is a massive soul formation. Only those with permission can enter. Anyone else who tries to break in will lose their way. Even high-level beast tamers are helpless against it. Su Yao recalled Wei Hongyan's expression and suddenly understood no wonder Wei Hongyan had hesitated outside the bamboo grove. The two continued forward until they reached the grove's only entrance at the end of the path. Wei Hongyan was indeed still waiting there, arms crossed, his gaze wandering among the bamboo leaves. I can only see you off to here. Han Yueli stopped and smiled sweetly and sincerely. You can come and go freely from now on. Remember to visit me often. I will. Su Yao nodded solemnly, watching her figure gradually disappear into the bamboo shadows. Coming back to his senses, he quickly walked over to Wei Hongyan's side. The latter glanced at him and said dryly, "You sure have quite the luck with women, don't you? Please don't tease me, Senior Wei." Su Yao touched his nose, thinking to himself, do I really have such luck? Han Yueli is just an innocent junior sister, and as for Morong Qian, that's nothing but misunderstanding upon misunderstanding. It seems rumors about me will cause plenty of trouble in the future. Ding. His phone vibrated with a text message from the academy about dormitory assignments and a division report. Tianshu Academy had clear rules. The top 50 in the examination could get single rooms, and Su Yao was naturally among them. Senior Wei, where's the dormitory area? North District. Student dormitories, cafeteria, and recreational facilities are all there. Wei Hongyan pointed in a direction. I see. Su Yao's spirits lifted at the news. All right, let me tell you about the school's general layout and facilities. Wei Hongyan shook his head helplessly and began explaining as they walked. The 4 major campus districts, course schedules for each academy, training ground hours. Watching Su Yao nod repeatedly, he sighed inwardly. Didn't this kid do any research before coming here? Su Yao could only respond to Wei Hongyan's questioning gaze with an awkward smile. With the mist demon incident barely behind him and having offended the tiger roar hunting group, he had spent most of his time in secluded cultivation, leaving him woefully ignorant about Tianshu Academy. If Wei Hongyan weren't willing to patiently explain things, he'd have to ask Yuan Hong, that rotund little fellow. And just the thought of enduring his sarcasm made Su Yao's scalp tingle. Tianshu Academy is divided into 5 major areas: East, South, West, North, and Central. Don't tell me you don't even know that. Wei Hongyan raised an eyebrow suspiciously. I know that. Su Yao nodded repeatedly, afraid of being questioned further. Only then did Wei Hongyan gesture to point out the areas. The East District is the theoretical teaching zone. You can see it right when you enter the academy gates. It houses all the publicly available beast-taming materials from the Great Zhou dynasty and the entire world, plus all confirmed beast evolution paths. The academy paid a fortune for those patents just so students could access them for free. Spirit creature appreciation courses are held there too, and Xinhai Province's largest library is located in the East District, with the Soul Technique Exchange Center inside the library. You've been to the Central District. It only has the Trial Tower, but the tower's purpose goes far beyond what you see now. You'll understand in time. He pointed in another direction. The North District handles accommodation and entertainment. Every district has a plaza, but the North District Plaza is exclusively for student trading. You can sell items or exchange resources there. The academy actually supports private trading? Su Yao was somewhat surprised, having assumed all resources had to go through official channels. Of course, and they even encourage it. Wei Hongyan smiled. The stronger the students become, the better it is for the academy's reputation. He then slowed his speech. The South District is the academy's true core. The mission hall, spirit creature cultivation gardens, and beast equipment forging facilities are all located there. You also have to go to the South District to exchange for the rarest materials from each department. Su Yao mentally recalled the academy map. The South was surrounded by a ring of mountains, and he had never seen any buildings there. Could those facilities be built inside the mountains? The question puzzled him. Without pausing, Wei Hongyan shifted focus to point at the West District where they stood. This place is both the safest and most dangerous area in the academy. It's safe because all the professors live in these small courtyards surrounded by bamboo groves. It's dangerous because the secret realm houses countless high-level magical beasts. Anyone who trespasses without permission, whether teacher or student, faces certain death. I didn't want to come here in the first place. Really worried some irritable creature might burst out. Su Yao surveyed the deep bamboo forest behind them, feeling a chill creep up his spine to his neck. Just as he was about to ask something, Wei Hongyan added, however, if you've already become a disciple of one of the professors inside, then you can come and go freely, but it's best not to provoke those magical beasts. Cases of professors' disciples being torn apart are rare, but they do exist. By the way, Wei Hongyan suddenly remembered, which professor did you become a disciple of? Shui Lingnai, Professor Shui. Su Yao answered honestly. What? Wei Hongyan was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow a duck egg. Impossible. Professor Shui never takes disciples, and she never accepts male students. His denial came out almost reflexively. It really is Professor Shui. Su Yao nodded earnestly. Seeing Wei Hongyan still looking incredulous, he could only confirm it once more. Wei Hongyan stared at him for a long while, still unable to process it, muttering under his breath, strange. Wei Hongyan looked Su Yao up and down, thinking that even someone as outstanding as Su Yao shouldn't catch that person's attention. Recalling Professor Shui's unpredictable face, Wei Hongyan lowered his voice to warn. Professor Shui has a peculiar temperament, and her moods change at the drop of a hat. The smallest thing can displease her, so you must be extremely careful. The moment he finished speaking, the air seemed to suddenly freeze, as if an invisible giant hand was pressing down from above. Wei Hongyan's knees buckled, and his entire body was forced deep into the mud with his forehead buried, making even breathing difficult. Senior Wei, what's wrong? Su Yao was startled and was about to step forward to help when a cold, clear female voice seemed to drill into his ears from all directions. Speaking ill of me in front of my disciple? Are you tired of living? Su Yao's steps froze midair, and his back suddenly turned cold. Was this the soul sense that Sister Han Ye had mentioned capable of soul searching and detection across several kilometers, even through secret realms? He quickly bowed deeply toward the direction of the voice. Teacher, for Su Yao's sake, I'll spare you this once. As the words fell, the oppressive force suddenly vanished. Wei Hongyan propped himself up with both arms and struggled to pull his head out of the mud, with wet mud still hanging from his nose. Thank you for your mercy, Professor. Despite his disheveled state, he still bowed with trembling hands in gratitude. There was no further response from the surroundings. The two exchanged glances, not daring to linger, and rushed out of the Western District. Along the way, Wei Hongyan frantically wiped his sweat while winking at Su Yao. His meaning crystal clear, didn't I tell you? Taking her as your master, you're in for a rough time. Only now did Su Yao truly understand the weight of Wei Hongyan's earlier warning, thinking to himself. So the teacher really is this difficult to serve. Where's your dormitory? I'll take you to have a look. Wei Hongyan restrained his smile, not even daring to brush off the mud on his body, afraid of angering that person again. Inwardly, he groaned. When had a high-level beast tamer like himself ever been humiliated like this? But circumstances were stronger than people. Since she dared treat him this way, then her disciple. Eh? He flashed his white teeth, his gaze circling around Su Yao. Su Yao's hair stood on end. Was this guy planning to make a move on him? But the thought only flashed by, as Wei Hongyan himself knew clearly if he really dared lay a hand on Su Yao and got caught, the consequences would only be worse. So for the rest of the journey, he remained silent and said no more. At the lakeside deep within the secret realm, mist swirled around. Shui Lingnai hovered in midair, her thin gauze robes fluttering in the spiritual wind. Suddenly, red robes cut through the air as the middle-aged man Yan Xinhe arrived, hands clasped behind his back, stopping beside her with a playful smile. Lingnai? Still so petty, aren't you? Yan Xinhe, what did you say? Behind her veil, a cold glint suddenly appeared. Yan Xinhe's neck shrank as he immediately smiled apologetically. Nothing. I spoke out of turn. He remembered their first meeting when his casual teasing remark resulted in being chased for 300,000 li across several provinces, nearly being driven into the sea. Even now, the memory made him shudder. Truly didn't know why he had provoked her back then. Why would you think to take on a disciple? Even if that boy has decent talent, he's still far behind those monsters in the imperial capital, isn't he? This question had been bothering him for a while, and his curiosity finally got the better of him. After all, given Shui Lingnai's reputation in the imperial capital, the prodigies seeking to become her disciples could surround the instructor building completely. Shui Lingnai didn't answer, only gazed quietly into the distance. Those deep eyes seemed to penetrate the secret realm and transcend space, seeing some scene that no one else could perceive. Seeing her silence, Yan Xinhe shrugged, chuckled softly, and didn't press further, drifting away alone. Observing Shui Lingnai's demeanor, Yan Xinhe smiled without concern and quietly departed by himself. Hello, Teacher Wei. As they entered the residential area of the North District, the number of people on the road noticeably increased. Along the way, students cast curious glances at them, with Wei Hongyan's disheveled appearance particularly catching their attention. Hey, look at that. What happened to old Devil Wei? Did someone beat him up? Are you kidding? Who could possibly take him down? He must have fallen on his own. The whispers continued around them, making Su Yao's shoulders shake as he struggled to contain his laughter. Wei Hongyan heard every word, his face twitching as he mentally noted these mischievous students. Give them an inch, and they'll take a mile. I'll find a chance to deal with you all later. We're here. After winding through several turns, they arrived in front of a standalone building. This entire area houses the dormitories for your freshman class. Wei Hongyan stopped walking. I don't have much else to tell you, but remember that at Tianshu Academy, strength is everything. Watch out for the upperclassmen. After this warning, he escorted Su Yao to the entrance and turned to leave. Su Yao took out his student ID and swiped it gently across the door lock. The system recognized it, and the door opened with a click. Now this is what I call living in luxury, he muttered as he stepped into the living room, unable to hide his amazement. The entire dormitory was divided into 2 floors. The first floor featured complete living facilities including a kitchen, lounge area, and combined laundry drying room. The second floor was even more luxurious, equipped with an independent virtual realm entrance, private training room, and beast cultivation area. After finishing his tour, Su Yao returned to the master bedroom and sat on the soft bed, mentally summoning the system. System, are there any new event rewards available? Yes, there are. Claim them. Congratulations, host, on completing the event. First place in Tianshu Academy Assessment. Rewards. 1. Reward points, 10,000 points. 2. Basic soul crystals, 10 pieces. 3. Intermediate soul crystal, 1 piece. 4. Basic constitution crystal, 1 piece. Wait, system, does this basic constitution crystal enhance physical constitution? Congratulations, host, correct answer. Su Yao had always wondered why constitution appeared as a category on his personal panel. He only knew that soul strength determined power, but now that he'd received a constitution crystal, his curiosity about the meaning of constitution was piqued even more. However, before he could ask his question, the doorbell suddenly rang downstairs. He hurried downstairs to open the door and found Li Xian and Li Peng standing side by side on the steps. What brings you here? Want to come in and sit? We won't go in. Li Xian's tone remained proud, though after losing in both assessments, he had acknowledged Su Yao's strength and was no longer as sharp-edged. Li Peng chimed in. Just wanted to remind you that the academy rewards after the assessment need to be collected from the South District. Are you two heading there as well? That's right. Together then? Let's go. Su Yao changed his shoes and followed the two out. Before leaving, Li Peng smiled and said, Su Yao, by taking first place in the assessment and breaking Tianshu Academy's 50-year record of no freshman clearing the trial tower, you've certainly attracted a lot of attention. Li Peng said with a mix of jest and concern. What do you mean? Su Yao thought back to Wei Hongyan's earlier warning and had a vague idea of what this was about. Don't be dincy V, already got a target on your back, Li Xian chimed in from the side. You're talking about the upperclassmen? Su Yao frowned. Exactly. Li Peng explained. When you challenged the trial tower, many senior students were watching. Just check the Academy's official website forum. Some people are singing your praises, while others are openly declaring they'll defeat you in person. There's still time before the next class, so you'd better watch your back. Surely the upperclassmen aren't that petty? Don't they have their own training to focus on? Even as he asked, Su Yao could hear the lack of conviction in his own voice. Li Xian grinned and gave him a look that said, figure it out yourself. The three crossed through the central district and entered the southern district. Two towering gray-white stone monuments stood on either side of the mountain path, their surfaces glowing with flowing runic patterns. Li Xian stepped forward first, placing his hand on the stone and channeling a wisp of soul power. A flash of white light, and he vanished instantly. Another secret realm? Su Yao thought to himself. When he first arrived in Tianhai City, such scenes would have left him stunned. Had never encountered secret realms back in Shenyang City. But after entering Tianshu Academy, he'd practically become immune to the sight. Just place your hand on it and channel a bit of soul power. The monument has recorded our soul power signatures, Li Peng demonstrated. As for how the Academy recorded them, it was probably done during the entrance examination. A flash of white light later, Su Yao and Li Peng both landed in the southern district. The area bustled with activity like a lively marketplace. The southern district was divided into three main sections: the Artifact Hall, the Spirit Medicine Hall, and the Mission Hall. Where to first? Su Yao asked, unfamiliar with the area. Along the way, he noticed many fellow freshmen coming and going. Let's head to the Mission Hall first to collect your Academy terminal and spatial ring, Li Peng replied. He added, this terminal is different from the ones used by hunting guilds. It's unique to Tianshu Academy, though the functions are similar. The three entered the Mission Hall, where a long queue had already formed at the counter, mostly consisting of new students. Some upperclassmen stood around the periphery, their attention focused on the newly arrived female students. Next, called the sweet voice of the girl at the front desk. Hello, your name? Su Yao? Please wait a moment while I look that up. The girl quickly flipped through her records, then looked up with a tremor in her voice. You're Su Yao? The freshman who broke Tianshu Academy's 50-year record of no freshman ever clearing the trial tower? This year's top-ranked new student. That's right, beautiful senior. He's the one and only Su Yao. Li Peng called out from the side. Before he'd even finished speaking, nearly all the front desk staff had gathered around, their eyes sparkling as they looked at Su Yao. Hello, I'm Shun Shi, second year, 20 years old, and currently single. The first girl introduced herself. Surrounded by the crowd, Su Yao raised his hand helplessly. Could I get my terminal and spatial ring? Eyes filled with admiration, jealousy, and curiosity all focused on him at once. Many of the male students present shared the same thought. Why isn't it me getting all this attention? This only added to Su Yao's unnecessary troubles. Sorry, here you go. Shun, she said somewhat shyly as she handed the spatial ring and terminal to Su Yao. After confirming everything was in order, Su Yao nodded to her and headed toward the mission hall exit. The hall bustled with people coming and going. Many had just completed their mission settlements, and seeing Su Yao carrying several items, they merely glanced over with curiosity. Su Yao quickened his pace, But just as he stepped out of the hall's main entrance, he sensed several hurried footsteps following closely behind. Are you Su Yao? A provocative voice exploded behind him. Su Yao turned around to see two aggressive-looking male students blocking the doorway. One of them, with triangular eyes, coldly surveyed the surroundings, while the other crossed his arms over his chest, clearly up to no good. What do you want with me? Su Yao frowned slightly. The triangular-eyed student sneered coldly. I heard you ranked first in this year's freshman assessment. You must have quite a few credits. How about lending some to your seniors? It's Lu Hong and Wang Yuancheng. That guy's in trouble now. A crowd immediately gathered to watch the spectacle, with some whispering among themselves. The academy never lacked students eager for drama, especially when they heard about robbing freshman credits. Su Yao's gaze remained calm. How much do you want to borrow? Of course, however much you have. Wang Yuancheng, the triangular-eyed student, showed a sinister smile. What if I refuse? Su Yao could already see that these two would cause trouble regardless of his answer. At that moment, Li Peng and Li Xian also emerged from the hall. Seeing Su Yao surrounded, they quickly approached. Li Peng recognized the two opponents and whispered a warning. Su Yao, they're notorious bullies among the second years who've robbed many freshmen of their credits. Wang Yuancheng squinted provocatively. If you won't lend it, then fight us. His tone was contemptuous, clearly not taking Su Yao serious. Lied only heard about the first place in assessment, reputation, and saw an opportunity to extort. Lu Hong, who had remained silent, suddenly delivered a cutting remark. If you don't dare, then get lost and admit that you freshmen are all trash. Trash deserves to be trampled. With one sentence, he put Su Yao in an impossible position: either agree or bring shame to all freshmen. Li Peng frowned. Su Yao, don't fall for their provocation. Everyone present could hear Lu Hong's malicious intent and held their breath waiting for Su Yao's decision. Su Yao's expression remained unchanged, but his inner fury reached its peak. The last time he felt such anger was when facing Lu Eru. Just one grade difference, and they could be so arrogant? Fine, Su Yao said in a low, measured tone. I accept your challenge. Let's go then, to the arena district. Wang Yuancheng raised his hand in a mocking, please gesture. The crowd instantly erupted, surging toward the central arena with both parties. At the arena's edge, a supervising teacher looked up. Using the arena requires payment of 50 credits. He recognized Su Yao and noticed a senior student challenging a freshman, looking surprised but maintaining his professional demeanor. Lu Hong expressionlessly swiped his card to pay the 50 credits, then nodded to Wang Yuancheng. Go up there and teach him a lesson. Li Peng, Li Xian, and a crowd of freshmen gathered below the arena, their expressions tense. Having just experienced the trial tower that morning, they wondered whether Su Yao had recovered to peak condition. Just as Wang Yuancheng was about to step onto the arena, a voice suddenly called out from deep within the crowd. Wait. Just as Wang Yuancheng was about to summon his beast, Su Yao spoke up to stop him. What, are you scared? Then kneel down and call me grandpa right now, and declare that all you freshmen are trash. Maybe I'll let you off the hook. Wang Yuancheng sneered maliciously. Humph. Su Yao snorted coldly. I'm the top freshman, and my appearance fee is quite expensive. How many credits are you prepared to pay for me to make a move? The freshman below had expected Su Yao to deliver some inspiring words to boost morale, but instead, he opened with talk of price. They felt somewhat disappointed. 2,000 credits. Wang Yuancheng held up two fingers. If you win, I'll pay you. If you lose, you give me 2,000 credits. How about it? Deal. Su Yao responded indifferently, his tone suggesting he didn't consider 2,000 credits worth mentioning at all. The arena supervisor had been quietly observing, and seeing the two making a wager, didn't intervene. When Wang Yuancheng heard 2,000 credits, he was first stunned, then his face couldn't suppress his joy. This was an amount he couldn't earn in an entire semester. Seeing Lu Hong nod at him from below, he hastily agreed. Fine, I accept. I hope the teacher will serve as witness. Su Yao cupped his hands respectfully. Naturally. The teacher nodded, indicating the arena match could begin. Arena rules. Each person may summon only one beast at a time. One round determines victory. No lethal attacks on the participating beast tamers. The teacher announced briefly. Spectators around the arena heard it was the top freshman versus an upperclassman and instantly swarmed over, forming 3 layers deep in the outer circle. Wang Yuancheng struck first, his soul power surging as he constructed a soul formation. In the blue-black light, a beetle with a blue-winged carapace and blade-like forelimbs gleaming coldly landed on the arena, bringing fierce winds with it. Hurricane Beetle. Su Yao recognized it with a glance. The evolved form of Windblade Beetle, Wind-type specialization, elite grade, around 4th tier, 1st stage. Simultaneously, a gray-white soul formation lit up at Su Yao's feet. Death, with its crossed bone swords, materialized as a ghostly shadow, standing quietly on the arena. That's Su Yao's beast. The spectators looked at each other in confusion. Li Peng was even more puzzled. Why wasn't Su Yao using that universally acknowledged, beautiful beast? That one clearly had 4th tier strength. Yet now he'd switched to another one. Wasn't this too overconfident? No one had seen Death's true combat record, and its appearance actually made Wang Yuanqing secretly relieved. His opponent had only summoned a third-tier beast, greatly increasing his chances of victory. Hurricane Beetle, tear apart that pile of rotten bones. With a sharp insect screech, airflow instantly rose around the hurricane beetle, blue wind condensing into a vortex. The beetle twisted and transformed into a spinning tornado, its two scythe-like forelimbs tearing through the air with a whoosh of fierce wind that kicked up dust, instantly blurring vision as violent momentum surged forward. Everyone squinted and held their breath, able only to hear the howling wind. The dust gradually settled. The next moment, everyone gasped in shock. The hurricane beetle was curled up in the center of the arena, three pale bone swords piercing through its head, chest, and back respectively, pinning it firmly to the ground as blood rapidly soaked through its carapace. Impossible. Wang Yuanqing's throat bobbed as his face turned deathly pale. He thought he'd been fully alert, yet had only seen something in the dust cloud entangle his beast, and then, only a corpse remained. Soul backlash caused blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth as he staggered back a step. Su Yao's gaze was indifferent, without a trace of mercy. Taking a step closer, he extended his hand. Credits. Su Yao walked up beside him and said flatly, "How is this possible? What on earth just happened?" That hurricane beetle was an elite fourth-tier, first-stage beast, and it was defeated in just one round? Su Yao's beast only emanated a third-tier aura, yet the crowd below erupted in astonishment. Everyone understood that the gap between third and fourth tiers was far greater than that between second and third tiers. Under normal circumstances, such a crushing defeat would be impossible, yet the arena had just witnessed a miracle. Waves of shock and admiration from the crowd surged toward the center of the arena. Wang Yuanqing's face turned ashen as he glared at Su Yao with venomous hatred. Had struggled at the academy for over a year without accumulating enough credits, only to be forced to wager them now. "I admit defeat this time. You're truly strong," Wang Yuanqing said through gritted teeth, his tone pleading. "But I really can't produce 2,000 credits right now." Trying to welch on the bet. Su Yao's voice suddenly rose. The bone sword embedded in the hurricane beetle's back rang out with a crisp chime as it suddenly turned toward Wang Yuanqing, its icy tip pointing at his forehead, instantly tensing the atmosphere. The watching students gasped, thinking Su Yao was about to kill on the spot. "Su Yao, stop!" Teacher Huang shouted urgently from below the arena. Tianshu Academy strictly forbade students from deciding life and death matters privately, and he didn't want this top freshman to face disciplinary action over a moment of impulse. Su Yao had always been level-headed and knew the academy's rules. The bone sword stopped less than an inch from Wang Yuanqing's nose, its howling wind cutting painfully at the corners of Wang Yuanqing's eyes. Wang Yuanqing was terrified out of his wits, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground, lacking even the courage to raise his hands in defense. Su Yao sneered inwardly. How did such trash even get into Tianshu Academy? Forced by the circumstances, Wang Yuanqing no longer dared to hold back, knowing he couldn't leave the arena without compensation. I'll pay. But I really can't produce 2,000 credits. The academy won't let you die." Su Yao's voice was low and menacing. "But crippling your cultivation, no one cares about that." The bone sword pressed forward slightly, its edge drawing closer. Don't cripple me." Wang Yuanqing shrieked in panic, frantically turning his head. "Brother Lu, save me." Lu Hong, who had been preparing to quietly slip away, found himself called out and had no choice but to step onto the arena with a stiff expression. He took a deep breath, barely maintaining his dignity as a beast master. "Su Yao, the two of us can scrape together 500 credits at most. We really can't give you 2,000. At this point, he pulled out a dark brocade box from his storage pouch. "But we're willing to offer a sealed artifact to make up the difference." The bone sword was now only inches from Wang Yuanqing's chest, prompting Lu Hong to quickly finish speaking. "Teacher Huang." He looked toward the sidelines. Huang Zhenluan weighed the situation for a moment before speaking up to mediate. "Su Yao, that's enough. The value of a sealed artifact is sufficient to cover the remaining credits." He didn't want to escalate the situation. If Su Yao actually crippled someone on an arena under his supervision, he would also bear responsibility. Now that Lu Hong was willing to hand over a sealed artifact, his attitude was sincere enough. A sealed artifact? Su Yao didn't know much about them, but seeing the envious looks from the surrounding students and hearing Teacher Huang's approval, he understood. Regardless of anything else, this item was definitely worth no less than 2,000 credits. He knew this object absolutely held value. After pretending to think for a moment, he said, "I'll let you off the hook this time, but next time there's such an easy way to earn credits. Remember to come find me." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yao recalled death into his beast-taming space with a calm expression. Wang Yuanqing and Lu Hong were roughly equal to him in strength, but now that Wang Yuanqing had lost one of his main battle beasts, it would take considerable time for him to return to his peak. Naturally, Su Yao wasn't afraid of their retaliation. Seeing Su Yao relent, Lu Hong immediately rushed onto the stage to help the badly injured Wang Yuanqing down, then walked over to Huang Zhongluan and handed over something he had prepared beforehand. At least in this regard, he still followed the rules. After carefully inspecting it, Huang Zhongluan passed the item to Su Yao while reminding him, "The credits have been transferred to the arena terminal. I've already processed it for him." Su Yao took the item, casually put it into his storage ring, and activated the terminal to confirm the credits had been deposited. As he stepped down from the arena, he brushed past Lu Hong and his companion. Lu Hong kept flattering him verbally, but his venomous gaze wasn't hidden at all. Su Yao couldn't be bothered to pay attention and left the arena area with Li Peng and Li Xian, heading straight to the South District to collect his freshman assessment rewards. The South District venue was orderly, with no new troubles arising. After collecting his rewards, Su Yao bid farewell to Li Peng and Li Xian, and they each returned to their dormitories. Although the freshmen single dormitories were separated from other grades, they were all concentrated in the same area. Along the way, many newcomers who had made it into the top 50 actively greeted him, and Su Yao smiled back in response. Returning to his room, he flopped onto his bed and let out a long sigh. Finally have time to rest. But even just collecting a reward can cause so much trouble. Looks like I'm still not keeping a low enough profile. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his phone rang abruptly, breaking the silence. "Hello." His voice, filled with resentment, echoed through the room. The person on the other end was clearly taken aback for a moment, then laughed. "What's wrong? Were you resting?" Su Yao recognized Wang Shoren's voice and quickly sat up. "No, I wasn't resting yet. Should you sleep first, and we'll talk tomorrow?" "No need, Uncle Wang. If there's something, please go ahead." Wang Shoren had always looked after him, and Su Yao was grateful. "Have you eaten?" "Not yet. I was planning to lie down a bit more before going." "Don't lie down anymore. Hurry to the school gate. Someone's waiting for you." "Who else is there?" Before he could finish speaking, a girl's urging voice came through the receiver. "Brother, hurry up. I'm starving." Coming. I'll hang up now." Su Yao rushed into the bathroom, took a 5-minute shower, changed into clean clothes, and sprinted out the door. As soon as he opened the door, he ran right into Murong Qian and another girl passing by. "Good evening." He flashed an awkward smile at Murong Qian but didn't stop walking. "Hey Murong." He's already gone far. The girl beside her tugged at Murong Qian and teased. "Why is he running so fast? And he's dressed up so nice. He's not going on a date, is he? Murong, aren't you going to do something about it?" If it were anyone else, Murong Qian would have sent them flying with a punch, but this girl was obviously close to her. "Don't talk nonsense. He and I have nothing to do with each other." Murong Qian replied with mild annoyance, though her voice wasn't loud. "Really? Then I'm making my move." Murong Qian ignored her and walked on by herself, her mind filled with what had just been said. "He's not really going on a date, is he? Bah, why should I care what he does?" When Su Yao arrived at the school gate, he saw Wang Shoren and his party of 3 already waiting for him. "Brother," Su Yin waved and called out from a distance. "Hope we didn't disturb you?" Wang Shoren approached with a smile. "Not at all, Uncle Wang." Su Yao nodded in greeting to Wang Shoren and Hanya in turn. "Get in the car. We're taking you out for dinner." Hanya beckoned, and the group climbed into the sedan, heading toward the city center. As night fell and neon lights flickered, the car pulled up steadily in front of a luxuriously decorated restaurant night rain tower. Wang Shoren had already reserved a private room. As soon as they were seated, he introduced the place to Su Yao. Night Rain Tower is one of Tianhai City's most famous restaurants. All their dishes are prepared using premium magical beasts as ingredients. "Order whatever you like. It's my treat. Then I'll have to let Uncle Wang spend quite a bit." Su Yao spoke humbly, but opened the menu without hesitation. After ordering, Wang Shoren raised his cup and took a light sip, smiling as he said, "I'll be honest with you, I reserved this private room a month ago when I first met you." "A month ago?" Su Yao recalled that was exactly when he had first arrived in Tianhai City, and chuckled. "Uncle Wang certainly had confidence in me. I've always had confidence in you, but I never expected you to give me such a pleasant surprise." Wang Shoren's tone grew serious. Su Yao set down his teacup and suddenly became earnest. "Uncle Wang, there's something I'd like to ask. When you first sponsored me, you hoped I would get into Heavenly Book Academy. Now you've been transferred away from Shangyang, yet you still pay such close attention to me and even looked after Xiao Yin in that incident with Lu Eru. Why is that?" Wang Shoren answered frankly. "That was indeed my initial thought. But when we met the second time, you were just an apprentice beast tamer, yet you fought your way out of a dangerous situation. I knew then that your future would be extraordinary. As you're aware, I lost one of my tamed beasts, so my strength will most likely be capped at senior beast tamer. But you have the potential to become a glory beast tamer. Why wouldn't I want to build a good relationship with such a promising rising star?" Hanya, listening nearby, felt a shock in her heart. She had never imagined that her superior, a judge, had actually lost his tamed beast and held such a high opinion of this young man. Su Yao nodded. "I understand. I'll entrust my sister's care to you from now on. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, she'll be safe." Wang Shoren paused, then asked with concern, "How are things going on your end?" Su Yao replied. I've become a disciple of Professor Shui Lingnai from Heavenly Book Academy. What? Who did you say? Wang Shoren remained relatively composed, but Hanya directly spat out her water, completely disregarding her image. Su Yao was already used to such reactions. Wei Hongyan had responded the same way when he found out. Wang Shoren frowned, and seeing Hanya's exaggerated reaction, couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Is there something problematic about this professor? Hanya waved her hands frantically. No problem at all. If there's any problem, could she possibly take on a disciple? You found yourself an incredible teacher. Hanya spoke up, admitting she was somewhat envious of Su Yao. Such a teacher was incredibly rare. No, most people would never encounter one in their lifetime. What do you mean? Su Yao set down his chopsticks, his curiosity piqued. He knew very little about his own teacher. Only that Wei Hongyan would turn red-faced and flustered whenever he mentioned her, and Su Yao himself had never even met this mysterious instructor. Hanya leaned forward slightly, lowering her voice. Shui Lingnai is no ordinary glory-level beastmaster. Rumor has it she's from the imperial capital, and her strength has already surpassed the glory tier. If it weren't for the collaboration between Tingshui Academy and Tianshu Academy years ago, when I was fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of her, I would have never believed such a low-key powerhouse existed in this world. Even my own teacher is quite wary of her. Beyond glory level? Wang Shoren set down his teacup, eyes widening in disbelief. You've got to be kidding. Even for a genius, reaching such heights is nearly impossible. Hanya shrugged. Of course, it's just speculation. I wouldn't dare make definitive claims about her exact level. All I know is that she came to Xinhai province for some special reasons. For the details, you'd have to ask your teacher. Su Yao quickly waved his hands. It's better not to pry into my teacher's private matters. Hanya nodded approvingly, her expression turning serious. Just remember this with her backing you, not only in New Tianhai City, but throughout the entire Xinhai province. No one would dare openly target you. The Roaring Tiger hunting group? They'd crumble at her fingertips. At this point, she let out a long breath, and when she looked at Su Yao again, her previous dissatisfaction and contempt had completely vanished. Su Yao had not only cleared the third floor of Tianshu Academy's trial tower, but had also been accepted as Shui Lingnai's disciple. This was beyond all her expectations. My teacher really has such a powerful background. Su Yao rubbed his nose, laughing with some bewilderment. Seems she's even more formidable than I thought. Hanya added, my teacher once said she might be the strongest person aside from Tianshu Academy's former principal. However, she keeps an extremely low profile. Many teachers at Tianshu Academy don't even know of her existence. Loki. Su Yao pondered these words, secretly delighted. Just like himself, she didn't enjoy showing off. Now he could focus on cultivation without worrying about his teacher dragging him into conflicts. It would be terrible if she were like Qin Feng, possessing great power, but bringing endless trouble to her disciples. He waved his hand dismissively. All right, enough about her. Uncle Wang, I haven't asked yet, how did you become a judge for Tianhai City's Beastmaster Management Bureau? Wang Shoren laughed heartily. Quite a coincidence, actually. When the Ice King returned from Shangyang to report his duties, he mentioned me. My former teacher happened to be present, and since there was a vacant judge position in Tianhai City, they recommended me for it. What about your beast? Su Yao thought of Wang Shoren's previous injuries, his voice tinged with concern. It's fine. Wang Shoren picked up his wine glass, gently swirling it. My beast's space has completely recovered, though advancing further might be somewhat difficult. To be honest about that beast, it was always my weakest one anyway. My overall strength remains intact, more than sufficient for this position. He didn't mention another matter. Due to his meritorious performance in Shangyang City, the Beastmaster Management Bureau had rewarded him with a new beast, enough to elevate his strength to the next level. Just then, Su Yin propped herself up against the table edge, poking out half her head, her voice filled with complaint. Brother, Uncle Wang, how much longer are you going to chat? The food is getting cold. She rubbed her already empty stomach, staring longingly at the table full of delicacies. Wang Shoren laughed and gestured. Come on, let's eat. Su Yao, you should get some rest early too. Once school starts, you'll all be busy. Everyone stopped talking and began enjoying the feast before them. Su Yao bid farewell to Wang Shoren and his sister, walking alone through the unfamiliar streets. Night was falling, with lights and stars intertwining in the sky while neon signs along the street illuminated the flowing crowds. Compared to his previous world, this place was just as impressive, perhaps even more prosperous. Most passers-by wore relaxed smiles. This was Tianhai City, the capital of Xinhai province and the most heavily defended city in the entire region. Even when the occasional stray demon beast wandered into the urban area, the enforcement teams from the Beast Control Bureau would mobilize immediately, dealing with it on the spot, so citizens never worried about their safety. Su Yao had been living in this world for some time now. Looking back on the fear, confusion, and resignation he felt when he first arrived, he now felt confident about his and his family's future. His first soul strength test, his first hunting squad mission, his first encounter with a secret realm invasion, and later entering Tianshu Academy with the top examination score. With the system's help, his life trajectory had been steadily improving. Even though the road ahead was still thorny, he firmly believed he would ultimately succeed. The experiences of these few short months flashed through his mind like slides, frame by frame. When he came to his senses, he was already standing at the gates of Tianshu Academy. Ding. Host Soul Strength 0.1. Host Soul Strength 0.1. What's the system doing now? Congratulations, host, for gaining life insights and strengthening your convictions. Your soul strength has increased. Is that so? Suyao nodded with partial understanding, then pulled up his attribute panel. Suyao. Constitution, 2.5. Soul Strength, 13.9. Soul Power, 13401-340. Race, Human. Level, Apprentice Beastmaster. Soul Techniques, Bloodthirsty Blade LV7, Fire Meteor LV7, Wind Walk LV7. Reward points, 63450. He recalled his two recent breakthroughs. His soul strength had risen from 10.4 to 13.9, equivalent to absorbing 3.5 intermediate soul crystals. Combined with the remaining elementary and intermediate soul crystals in his possession, breaking through the 15-point threshold would be easy. After returning to his dormitory, he immediately began absorbing the intermediate soul crystal, then refined several elementary ones as well. However, the increase wasn't as significant as expected. While the intermediate crystals still provided some enhancement, the elementary crystals were practically negligible. System, what's going on? Suyao asked in confusion. When I first broke through, it jumped by 0.1, but now it's silent. As the host's soul strength increases, lower-level soul crystals will become less and less effective. Oh, a soul strength of 9.9 may seem only 0.1 away from 10, but the quality is completely different. Previously, the host needed 1,000 soul power points to cast elementary soul techniques, but now you might only need half, or even less. Are you saying that after breaking through soul limitations, the soul undergoes a qualitative transformation? That's right. Then why don't I feel it? Don't you think your perception and soul power flow are stronger than before? Suyao quietly sensed the circulation of soul power within his body, and indeed discovered that his soul power was more refined and flowing more smoothly than before. Soul power flowed through his body like a gentle stream, and Suyao felt his control over it becoming increasingly refined. Previously, when casting soul techniques, there was always a wisp of soul power that would dissipate wastefully, but now this waste had nearly disappeared. With the same amount of soul power, his techniques would surely pack even more punch. Before he knew it, the first ray of morning sunlight streamed through the window lattice and fell across his face. He opened his eyes, pushed open the door, and stepped into the garden behind his dormitory. The single-occupancy dorms at Tianshu Academy were built in pairs, sharing a rectangular courtyard divided down the middle by a wooden fence, with each resident claiming half. Taking a deep breath of the cool air tinged with earth and grass, he felt no fatigue despite his all-night cultivation session. Instead, he was brimming with energy. Through the fence, he noticed the other half of the courtyard. The grass was neatly trimmed, the flower beds were clearly defined, and even the weeds between the stone slabs had been carefully removed. In contrast, his side looked like a primitive wilderness with wild grass and scattered stones. He secretly speculated that whoever maintained such a meticulously kept garden was likely a refined young woman. Few ordinary beast tamers would go to such lengths. By the fence, a cluster of bright red flowers was in full bloom, their petals plump and colors vivid. Drawn to them, Suyao bent down for a closer look. The delicate fragrance carried an indescribable sense of tranquility that quickly calmed his mind. Just as he was absorbed in admiring the flowers, the door of the opposite dormitory creaked open. The garden's owner emerged with a silver watering can, ready to tend her flowers. Looking up, she spotted an unfamiliar young man peering over the fence. Without a second thought, she flicked her wrist and splashed the entire can of cold water over his head. Ow! The icy water instantly soaked through his clothes. Suyao awkwardly wiped the water from his face and stood up indignantly, only to lock eyes with the confrontational gaze of the young woman across from him. In that moment of eye contact, he suddenly found her face familiar. Are you Suyao? The girl raised an eyebrow, her tone carrying a hint of uncertainty. You're Shinju. Suyao realized. After the first phase of the freshman assessment ended, he had reviewed the profiles of the top 10 students, and Shinju was among them. What are you doing here? Shinju's voice was flat, but her gaze held hostility. The top freshman was lurking by her garden wall. I was admiring these flowers. Suyao quickly waved his hands. I don't know why, but these flowers have a calming effect. You really weren't peeping? Shinju remained suspicious. The scene she'd witnessed certainly looked like that of a voyeur. But hearing him mention the flowers, she believed him somewhat. Those were tranquil heart flower buds she had cultivated with special potions the night before. Though not spiritual objects, they did indeed have a calming and focusing effect. Absolutely not. I didn't get back to my dorm until nearly 11 last night, and had no idea who lived across from me. How could I be peeping? Suyao's tone was sincere. Shinju pondered for a moment and nodded. That makes sense. Just don't crouch there, Anna Marie, it's too easy to misunderstand. I was wondering how I'd ended up with a pervert as a neighbor right at the start of the school year. Got it. Seeing that the misunderstanding was cleared up, Su Yao glanced at his dripping wet robes and felt annoyed. Since the misunderstanding was resolved, he didn't want to linger around soaking weave, better go change his clothes first. Watching Su Yao's soaked figure walking away, Shinju noticed he didn't blame her at all, which made her feel even more embarrassed. Su Yao wasn't arrogant as the rumors suggested, nor did he display the typical pride of a so-called genius. Shinju wondered if Su Yao was upset because she had misunderstood him. As the daughter of a provincial governor and a proper young lady of noble birth, she was extremely dissatisfied with her behavior today, first suspecting someone without reason, then acting in a way unbefitting her status. This left Shinju feeling quite conflicted. It would be one thing if it were anyone else, but he was the top freshman at Tianshu Academy. Her actions were truly discourteous. Of course, Su Yao had no idea what Shinju was thinking, nor did he know she would dwell on such a trivial matter. He had more important things to attend to. After changing his clothes, Su Yao prepared to head out. Just as he entered his dormitory, he received a soul transmission from his master, Shui Lingnaya technique only intermediate beast tamers could master. He hadn't expected his master to reach him from such a distance. Could it be that she had been watching him all along without his knowledge? She didn't witness that embarrassing incident earlier, did she? Surely not. His master seemed like a proper person and wouldn't be so idle, right? He wondered what she suddenly wanted with him. There was still time before classes began, and his teacher certainly wouldn't come to the school to give him lessons. So how would his future studies be arranged? With an uneasy heart, Su Yao left his room and headed toward the Bamboo Grove secret realm in the Western District. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Shinju standing at his door. What's wrong, student Shinju? Su Yao asked with some surprise. What was she doing here? He had already apologized, wasn't she going to let it go? I'm here to apologize. I'm sorry, Shinju said earnestly, looking at Su Yao with sincere eyes and a serious expression. Huh? It's fine, I didn't take it to heart, Su Yao replied casually. What had gotten into Shinju? A proper young lady coming all the way to his door to apologize to him, it didn't make sense no matter how he thought about it. Could there be some conspiracy? Shinju looked so innocent and cute, surely her heart wasn't that scheming? Where are you going? Hearing that Su Yao hadn't taken it to heart, Shinju broke into a sweet smile. Seeing this expression, Su Yao knew he was in trouble and quickly stepped past her, saying, I have urgent business, I need to go. Watching Su Yao hurrying ahead, Shinju didn't leave, but followed closely behind him. Su Yao, wait for me. Su Yao gradually slowed his pace, and just when he thought she wouldn't follow, her voice rang out from behind him. Miss Shin, is there something you need? Su Yao's tone carried some impatience. What exactly did this young lady want? He didn't want to be late for his first meeting with his teacher. At Tianshu Academy, I'm just an ordinary student, not some young lady. Just call me by my name. Shinju seemed oblivious to the impatience in Su Yao's voice and said innocently. Looking at her harmless, naive appearance, Su Yao thought to himself that anyone who truly believed she was just an ordinary student would be the one who was truly naive. Student Shinju, if there's nothing else, I'll be going. Su Yao didn't want to get further entangled with her. Su Yao, do you have some kind of problem with me? On the campus path in the evening, Shinju's voice carried a hint of nervousness. She looked directly at Su Yao, though her speech was somewhat hurried. I just want to be friends with you. Since she had rashly offended Su Yao before, making peace was her most straightforward thought. Having grown up in a prominent family, she was always kept at arm's length by others, but only Su Yao remained natural around her. Never beating around the bush, this comfort was something she particularly treasured. No. Su Yao spread his hands, explaining helplessly. The teacher called for me today, and I can't be late on the first time, right? His steps paused slightly, but he knew Shinju probably wouldn't let him off easily. The misunderstanding was cleared up, so why was she still questioning him endlessly? It seemed pretty girls were all ruthless. This complaint he only dared keep to himself. Oh, sorry for bothering you. You should go quickly. Shinju snapped back to reality, and learning he was going to see his master, she hurriedly stepped aside. See you. Su Yao raised his hand in farewell, his pace noticeably quickening. Just thinking about Wei Hongyin's miserable state in front of the teacher made him shudder. Didn't have the nerve to keep the teacher waiting. Shinju waved toward his departing figure, turning toward the dormitory in good spirits, completely unaware that this scene had been quietly recorded by someone in the distance. At the entrance to the Bamboo Void secret realm, lush green bamboo groves swayed. Su Yao was no stranger to this place. He skillfully passed through the soul formation and went straight to the manor's main gate. In front of the gate, a woman in white robes stood quietly, and upon seeing him appear, she immediately hurried forward. Young master. The woman bowed respectfully, her voice deferential. What young master? You've got the wrong person, haven't you? Su Yao quickly waved his hands. How dare this servant not recognize the young master's identity? The master has been waiting for a long time. The woman slightly raised her hand, making a please follow me gesture. Your master is Shui Ling. You must not speak the master's name directly. She immediately looked stern, her tone becoming low. Su Yao was startled and quickly covered his mouth, thinking, it seems I'm right. The teacher is indeed the master she's referring to. The woman continued forward. Master Xingyue resides at Huiyue Mountain in the Bamboo Void Secret Realm, and young master will also cultivate there in the future. Wait, why do you keep calling me young master? Su Yao couldn't help but ask. You are the master's only disciple, so naturally you are also the young master to us servants. The woman's eyes smiled, showing no embarrassment about her servant status. Su Yao grumbled internally. What era is this? In the age of technology, there are still feudal titles from thousands of years ago, but he didn't voice this, only asking politely. Then, what should I call you, sister? Young master honors this servant too much. Just call me Lu Zhu. The woman lowered her head, her expression as respectful as if facing divine authority, while secretly glancing toward the mountain peak, as if a scrutinizing gaze might descend from there at any moment. Lu Zhu, is my master really that frightening? Why are you all so nervous? Su Yao probed. The master is kind and approachable. It's just that we dare not be negligent. Lu Zhu's tone was sincere. Su Yao's expression clearly read, I don't believe that. But he couldn't very well expose her, so he grumbled silently to himself and continued following her up Huiyue Mountain. The Bamboo Void Secret Realm was spring-like year-round, with blooming mountain flowers and endless birdsong. Huiyue Mountain was the highest peak in the secret realm, and also the residence of Master Xingyue Ling Nai. Occasionally, magical beasts wandered the mountain paths, and ordinary teachers and students who wanted to approach, even professors, had to be announced first by the Huiyue envoys. The Huiyue envoys were responsible for managing the entire mountain peak and were, strictly speaking, all servants of Shui Ling Nai, with Lu Zhu being one of them. Indeed, Lu Zhu was one of them. The moment Su Yao set foot on Radiant Moon Mountain, he sensed the soul power drifting through the air here, far exceeding any other place he had ever known. The intense energy pressed against his senses like an invisible tide, making his chest feel tight, as if the entire mountain was rejecting outsiders. Hold your breath and calm yourself. Lu Zhu immediately noticed his distress and whispered a reminder. Circulate your soul power and slowly adapt to the environment here. Su Yao followed her advice, mobilizing the soul power within his body. Wisps of soul energy flowed through his meridians, and before long, that sense of rejection finally weakened. This place has the heaven-forged soul-binding array personally set up by Lord Xingyue. Lu Zhu explained as she began climbing the mountain. The soul power here has gathered more than half the essence of the entire secret realm, easily 50 times stronger than other secret realms. It's natural to feel uncomfortable when first arriving. Seeing that Su Yao's breathing had stabilized, she slowed her pace to walk alongside him. Along the way, Radiant Moon Mountain was covered with spiritual plants and creatures. Rare treasures that the outside world would consider priceless were everywhere here. Occasionally, unknown rare magical beasts flashed through the dense forest, their heavy hooves crushing fallen leaves, revealing the most primitive life force of this mountain forest. Su Yao was overwhelmed by the sights, his eyes filled with amazement. Lu Zhu smiled gently and said, the heaven-forged soul-binding array has increased the soul concentration. Whether magical beasts or spiritual plants, their growth rate here can reach 10 or even 100 times that of the outside world. Su Yao quietly circulated his soul power and keenly felt his cultivation speed being elevated, with his previously stagnant soul strength faintly touching the edge of a breakthrough. Cultivating here would undoubtedly be a tremendous opportunity for him, but for now he needed to meet his teacher first, so he suppressed his excitement and continued forward. The two climbed all the way up the steep and rugged mountain path. With Su Yao's physical condition, regular mountain climbing wouldn't be difficult, but Radiant Moon Mountain's height exceeded imagination. By the time they reached the summit, he was gasping for breath and collapsed on the ground, looking up at the sky and muttering, this mountain didn't look that high. How is it so exhausting? He gritted his teeth and stood up, leaning against a boulder to catch his breath. Lu Zhu appeared completely composed with steady breathing, obviously having expended little energy. You still need more training, she said calmly. Beast tamers, whether battle masters or control masters, must possess strong physiques. After his heartbeat calmed, Su Yao followed Lu Zhu's pointing finger to gaze into the distance there. A magnificent palace as white as jade stood quietly, reflecting a cold, lustrous glow. That is Lord Xingyue's Star Moon Divine Palace, Lu Zhu announced. It's not built from ice-heart white jade stone, is it? Su Yao stared in amazement. He stepped forward with Lu Zhu following closely behind, who confirmed, that's right. The entire main structure of the Divine Palace is forged from ice-heart white jade stone. Ice-heart white jade stone was produced in the far north and was a rare stone equivalent in value to intermediate spiritual objects. It could calm the mind, eliminate distracting thoughts during cultivation, and prevent beast tamers from going astray in their practice. Due to the harsh conditions of the frozen regions and the difficulty of mining, This stone material was extremely rare in the market, only obtainable by top-tier families or high-ranking government officials in small quantities. Now, an entire palace was completely built from this stone. Su Yao felt his mouth go dry, and his amazement for this teacher he had yet to meet grew even stronger, wealthy beyond belief. What is this? Su Yao stood at the entrance of the Great Hall, gazing up at the plaque bearing the four characters, Star Moon Divine Hall. What shocked him wasn't the calligraphy written in deep-sea essence ink, but rather a stone carving that hung high around the plaque like a sculpture. A bright stone wyvern. He couldn't help but whisper in amazement. The stone sculpture suddenly opened its eyes, gray-white pupils gleaming with cold light as its massive wings trembled slightly, sending stone fragments cascading down. Who dares disturb this old dragon's slumber? The wyvern's voice was ancient and deep. Old dragon, open the door quickly. Green Bamboo stood nearby, gesturing to Su Yao. This is Master's newly accepted disciple, urgently seeking an audience with Master. Don't delay important matters. Oh, so you're Master's apprentice. The bright stone wyvern immediately shed its lazy demeanor, not daring to neglect Star Moon Master's instructions, and the heavy stone doors slowly creaked open. As Su Yao stepped into the hall, his heart remained unsettled. A glory-tier creature, the bright stone wyvern, was merely a gatekeeper? He recalled Han Ya's words that his teacher was no ordinary glory-tier beast master, and questions surged in his mind once more. Why had Star Moon Master chosen him specifically? Walking along the corridor, various rare magical beasts lay quietly prostrate, their shadows cast ominously by the glazed lanterns on either side. Having witnessed a wyvern guarding the gate, Su Yao gradually became accustomed to such extraordinary sights. Green Bamboo pushed open the doors to the front hall. Su Yao looked around, finding not the expected golden splendor, but rather elegant simplicity, bluestone floors, wooden desks, and plain screens that formed a stark contrast to the imposing grandeur outside. The young master has arrived, Green Bamboo respectfully reported to Shui Lingnai, who was sipping tea at the desk. You may all withdraw, Shui Lingnai commanded softly. The servants and Green Bamboo bowed and retreated. Su Yao, come have some tea. She looked up with a gentle smile, gesturing for him to sit. Su Yao bowed with flattered gratitude. Thank you, teacher. He lifted the tea cup, and the clear, astringent fragrance immediately filled his nostrils as the soul techniques he had learned began practicing automatically in his mind. Congratulations, host. Basic soul technique. Wind walk has advanced to LV8. With just one sip of tea, his soul technique had broken through. The progress bars of his other soul techniques also surged dramatically. Dream Realm Tea? Impressive, you actually recognized it. Shui Lingnai nodded approvingly. Su Yao silently thanked his system. He had first used 1,000 reward points for identification, learning that Dream Realm was a top-tier spiritual substance, greatly beneficial for comprehending soul techniques. Just 2 tea leaves were worth millions of Great Zhou coins. Seeing Su Yao hesitate to drink more, Shui Lingnai smiled. Don't be so formal. This tea isn't valuable, have plenty of tea trees on the mountain. Su Yao's heart ached. For a novice beast master to drink such spiritual treasure was truly wasteful. But since his teacher had spoken, he carefully savored a second sip. Su Yao. Shui Lingnai set down her tea cup, her gaze gentle yet solemn. He immediately sat upright, ready to receive her teachings. Is there anything you desire? Ah. Su Yao was momentarily stunned. As your teacher, I should give you a welcoming gift, Shui Lingnai said naturally. Having never taken a disciple before, she only had theoretical ideas about how to nurture Su Yao, but a welcoming gift was certainly essential. I don't really need anything at the moment, Su Yao replied honestly. Meeting his teacher for the first time, he felt too embarrassed to ask for things right away. At this point, he wasn't lacking spirit weapons he could exchange for soul techniques at the academy, and he already had leads on the materials he needed. He didn't want to be the type of student who relied entirely on his teacher. In that case, come with me, Shui Lingnai said as she stood up and walked out the door. Su Yao didn't understand what was happening, but could only follow silently. Along the way, both students and guardian magical beasts bowed respectfully to Shui Lingnai. The two passed through corridors and arrived at a spacious training ground, stopping about 10 meters apart. Come, summon your spirit beast and attack me, Shui Lingnai commanded calmly. Teacher, what is this? Su Yao hesitated. Let me see how well you've trained your spirit beast. Her tone was calm, but brooked no refusal. Su Yao nodded, his hands rapidly forming seals. A dark purple soul formation lit up beneath his feet, and Wang's figure slowly materialized. Undead type, with a hint of dark aura, though not particularly strong, Shui Lingnai observed with her soul sense. Wang instinctively stepped back half a pace. If it had a face, it would surely be filled with terror. In just a few days, how had his master's opponent become so powerful? Teacher, I'm beginning now, Su Yao warned. Shui Lingnai raised her hand in acknowledgement. Wang, bone sword formation, Su Yao commanded. Wang instantly conjured bone swords, sending a dense rain of blades stabbing toward Shui Lingnai from all directions. She raised a single finger, and all the bone swords froze in place, suspended in midair like a projected image, unable to advance an inch. The next moment, the bone swords silently crumbled, their fragments scattering like rootless duckweed. Not bad. Continue. Shui Lingnai's voice remained calm. Su Yao immediately had Wang demonstrate all its skills except for bone domain, including summoning techniques. Wang summoned an elite 4th tier, 3rd stage undead creature. Shui Lingnai raised an eyebrow slightly and casually destroyed it with a palm strike. Anything else? She asked. There's one more skill that I still can't manage to use, Su Yao answered honestly, referring to bone domain. He had tried multiple times before, all ending in failure. Try it. Wang, release bone domain. Wang began chanting in cold, harsh tones that sounded like ice blades scraping bone. Shui Lingnai's brow furrowed slightly as she watched the power continuously flowing from within it. As the incantation ended, a massive formation rose from the ground, encompassing a 100-meter radius with black barriers rising on all sides. Undead wails echoed across the mountaintop, drawing curious gazes from students and magical beasts within the Star Moon Temple. Su Yao was quite surprised previously. The soul formation would collapse every time it reached the construction phase. But this time, he unexpectedly found the feeling of successful formation. Stop now. Just as the black barrier was about to seal at the top, Shui Lingnai called out to stop it. Before her words finished, the bone domain suddenly collapsed. The ground formation cracked inch by inch, and finally turned to ash. Wang's aura instantly weakened, its soul fire dimming. Su Yao smiled bitterly. Bone domain had failed again. A domain? Shui Lingnai hesitated as well. Domain was a power that only 8th-tier magical beasts or tamed beasts could access. Yet she was witnessing traces of it in a mere 3rd-tier tamed beast. Do you know what's happening, teacher? Su Yao finally couldn't hold back and asked in a low voice. Your tamed beast has touched upon power that doesn't belong to its current stage. Shui Lingnai carefully chose her words, trying to keep her tone steady. Domain belongs to the realm of 8th-tier creatures, and not every 8th-tier being can comprehend it. I don't know why it awakened this ability, but if it forcibly releases the domain again, its soul fire will be extinguished. The current release has already begun to damage its essence, and its growth rate will be infinitely slowed. What? Teacher, do you have a solution? Su Yao's brow furrowed tightly. Don't panic. Currently, it's just weakened, and the essence damage isn't too severe. As long as we use abundant undead materials combined with soul-type spiritual items to nurture it, it will recover quickly. Su Yao looked up to see his tamed beast Wang floating weakly in the air. The dark blue soul flame was dim and lackluster, making his heart clench suddenly. I never expected a single skill to have such a huge impact. It's all my fault. Wang remained submissive as always, its eyes hollow without the slightest emotional fluctuation, as if it wasn't the one who had been injured. Shui Lingnai consoled him. Fortunately, the domain didn't truly take shape, so the damage to it is limited. I have some soul-type spiritual items here that can stabilize it for now. However, undead spiritual items are too rare, and I don't have any on hand at the moment. At this point, guilt welled up in her heart. If she hadn't asked her student to demonstrate the skill, this situation wouldn't have occurred. She had intended to help her disciple train his tamed beast, but it had backfired. Worse still, even with soul spiritual items for nurturing, this tamed beast wouldn't be able to fight for a short time. Am I really not suited to be a teacher? She questioned herself silently. Thank you, teacher. Su Yao accepted the spiritual item she handed him and carefully stored it away. You don't blame me? Of course not. This is my responsibility. I didn't understand my tamed beast well enough, which led to its current predicament. Shui Lingnai nodded and added, among undead spiritual items, there's one called the Nether Soul Strengthening Coffin. It can not only restore Wang to its original state, but even help it advance further. However, this type of spiritual item only exists in places of the undead. Xinhai province doesn't have such an environment, but someone once obtained one at the Ming Ling Battle Tomb in the south of the Great Zhou dynasty. I'll send people to search for it. Thank you so much, teacher. Let's continue then. Su Yao placed Wang into his tamed beast space, letting it rest quietly under the nourishment of soul spiritual items. Seeing that he still insisted on training, Shui Lingnai didn't try to dissuade him further. The souls of tamed beasts and beast tamers were connected, so when a tamed beast was injured, it inevitably affected the tamer, but Su Yao's gaze remained determined. The next moment, he summoned his other tamed beast Yen. After several rounds of skill practice, Shui Lingnai had identified the shortcomings of both Yen and Wang, and she unreservedly proposed improvement plans. Days passed quickly in the bamboo secret realm, and it had been over 10 days. Su Yao never left, and Wang's condition had significantly improved under the spiritual item's nurturing. It could now resume normal combat. Though due to the lack of the Nether Soul Strengthening Coffin, its strength remained temporarily stagnant at the 9th stage of the 3rd tier. However, under Shui Lingnai's guidance, the combat power of Su Yao's 2 tamed beasts had become much stronger. Death, Bone Sword Array. 13 pale white long swords unsheathed with a resonant hum, swiftly arranging themselves in a circle midair. The sword lights interlocked, transforming in the blink of an eye into a dragon formed of bone blades, which dove straight at the black stone tablet ahead with a piercing whistle of wind. The instant the sword dragon struck the tablet's surface, the entire stone monument trembled as if struck by a sledgehammer, ripples of gray spreading visibly across its surface. After a brief rumble, the ripples subsided, and golden characters appeared on the tablet. Fourth stage, third tier, rare. Excellent death. Su Yao clenched his fist and growled softly, allowing his emotions to fully release for once. Ever since Death had been injured, he'd practically lived in the training grounds, neither speaking nor smiling. Fortunately, with Shui Lingna's targeted guidance, although Death remained at its original realm, its combat power had been steadily improving. During this time, Su Yao had exhausted his reserves, using up most of his precious necromantic materials to repair Death's soul body, stabilize its power, and simultaneously enhance skills like the Bone Sword Array. The stone tablet before him was a spirit tool personally crafted by Shui Lingya ritual tablet specifically designed to test a spirit beast's attack power. Whenever a spirit beast's attack landed on the tablet surface, it would directly reflect the true damage value. Now, with the Bone Sword Array earning an evaluation of 4th stage, 3rd tier, rare, on the tablet, it meant Death's output had reached the equivalent of a rare-grade demon beast of the same tier. Yet the increase in strength couldn't mask the fact of the soul body's damage. Su Yao suppressed his excitement, worry still lingering in his heart. System, is there really no way for you to heal Death's injuries? I apologize, host. At this stage, you can only treat spirit beast soul trauma at the Soul Strengthening Pavilion. Then, what about directly evolving Death into a dark mage? The soul injury has reached the core essence. Even forced evolution cannot achieve complete healing. Isn't there anything in the shop that can cure it? Insufficient permissions. Unable to provide at this time. Damn it. What use are you? Su Yao couldn't help but roar at the sky, his voice echoing through the empty training grounds. Su Yao, Shui Lingna happened to be passing by and caught sight of his emotional outburst. Teacher. Su Yao reined in his anger, taking a deep breath. I'm not in a great mood. Still worrying about Death's injuries. Is there really no other way? Though Death hasn't been with me long, it's my most important companion. Su Yao, you need to understand that not every spirit beast can accompany a beast tamer to the end. Shui Lingna's tone was steady. The reality is over 90% of high-level beast tamers' main pets aren't their first spirit beast. Those from ordinary backgrounds can't select high-potential spirit beasts. Once their own strength improves, they have no choice but to make the painful decision to replace them. I'm not asking you to make a decision now. I just want you to know that temporary gains and losses aren't worth dwelling on. Teacher, you know what? What? You're really terrible at comforting people. Su Yao smiled bitterly. You brat. How dare you tease your teacher? Shui Lingna's expression darkened, feigning anger. Teacher, I'm going back to rest. Seeing the atmosphere turn sour, he turned and fled. Watching her disciple's retreating figure, Shui Lingna actually felt relieved. It seems Su Yao isn't as dejected as I thought. Am I really that bad at comforting people? She stood there, muttering to herself. Of course you are. An untimely voice interjected. Yun Xinhe, looking for death? Shui Lingna turned around, her gaze icy. Let's talk this out. No need for violence. Yun Xinhe quickly raised his hands in surrender. I was wondering why the Radiant Emissary keeps running south lately. Turns out it's for your little disciple. If you have something to say it. Shui Lingna was utterly blunt. Nothing much. Your people have been so active lately that they sent me to ask what's going on. I was worried you'd stir up trouble early on. Humph. By the way, do you have any information about the Nether Soul Strengthening Hall? Yun Xinhe asked with a furrowed brow, shuddering at the thought of that eerie place. That thing's no good. Normal people wouldn't dare go near it. Keep an eye out for me, Shui Lingna said, her voice dropping though not turning sharp. How rare you're actually asking me for a favor. Yun Xinhe raised an eyebrow teasingly. But before he could finish, he met her icy stare that seemed ready to toss him into a morgue the next second. Fine, got it. And tell your people to keep a lower profile. There have been too many complaints lately. With that parting shot, he quickly left, having already figured out the whole story and ready to report back. Inside the room, array patterns glowed with flowing light as spiritual pressure surged like tides. Su Yao sat quietly in the center, relying on the illusory dream realm and the heaven-forged soul-binding array as soul power coursed through his body, his spiritual strength and soul techniques advancing by leaps and bounds. The abundant spiritual materials on the mountain also boosted Yan's power, breaking through to the 4th tier, 5th stage, and incidentally mastering a new technique, radiance, condensing fist-sized orbs of light that could both burn and blind. Buzz buzz. His phone vibrated, pulling Su Yao back from his cultivation state. The screen showed a reminder about Academy Division applications from Tianshu Academy. He'd been so busy with cultivation lately and dealing with Death's contingency plans that he'd completely forgotten about this important matter. Teacher, about the division application. He looked toward Shui Lingnai. Oh, what are you thinking? Shui Lingnai looked up. I want to enter the beast taming division. Beast tamers should focus primarily on beast taming after all, Su Yao answered honestly. Since you've decided, go with the beast taming division then, Shui Lingnai nodded. There's no absolute superiority between battle mages and beast tamers. Early on, battle mages have an advantage fighting with their own bodies, but once beast tamers overcome their formation weaknesses, the gap disappears. Weaknesses? Right. A beast tamer who masters strong control-type beasts never worries about enemy numbers. Can't you contract a third beast now? You mean the third beast should follow a control path? Exactly. Control falls into three categories: physical, elemental, and mental. Rock types excel at physical restraint. Ice, wind, and wood types mostly provide elemental control. As for mental types, they're the rarest, she explained. Understood. Su Yao confirmed again. I'll still choose the beast taming division. With the system, he wasn't worried about falling behind in soul techniques. Finally remembered what I'm here for. The system's cold voice echoed in his mind. Sorry, I spoke too loudly just now. Su Yao quickly responded. Shui Lingnai said nothing more, so he filled out the form on the spot. Go to the back courtyard and pick a beast egg. Consider it a welcoming gift, she casually called toward the door. Green bamboo. Yes, my lord. Green bamboo appeared and bowed to Su Yao. Young master, please follow me. The two passed through corridors and arrived at a temperature-controlled chamber. Behind heavy stone doors, incubation devices emitted soft light as dozens of beast eggs of various sizes lay quietly arranged. At the entrance, a permanently stationed radiant moon guard stood in gleaming silver armor, his aura restrained yet vigilant. Over these days, Su Yao had roughly figured out Radiant Moon Mountain structure. Below the Palace Master's star moon, Shui Lingnai were 4 great elders and 12 protectors who didn't permanently reside on the mountain. Internal affairs were handled by Radiant Moon Guards, while external missions fell to Star Radiance envoys, one internal, one external, with clear hierarchies. The Star Moon Divine Palace seemed like an independent force embedded within Tianshu Academy. Faced with this complex web of relationships, Su Yao still couldn't figure out one thing: just what kind of existence was his teacher. A tall tower stood behind the main hall. The entire structure had 6 floors, its walls ancient and gray-blue, surrounded by Radiant Moon envoys standing guard with solemn expressions. Lu Zhu walked at the front, raising the token Shui Lingnai had given her. After the guards on both sides verified its authenticity, they pushed open the heavy doors together. The wooden doors scraped against the floor with a deep rumble, and a faint, elegant fragrance instantly wafted over. Stepping into the tower, Su Yao's eyes lit up immediately. The entire floor was filled with beast eggs of various shapes, like a colorful primordial nesting ground. So many, he couldn't help but exclaim. First floor alone held nearly 1,000 eggs. Lu Zhu explained casually. This is actually considered few. The first and second floors contain relatively common rare beast eggs, with evolution paths that are either scarce or completely discontinued. She was already heading toward the stairs as she spoke. The real treasures start from the 3rd floor. Those all have the potential to evolve to legendary level. Before leaving, Su Yao casually glanced at the beast egg nearest to him. Beast name: Azure Rain Cloud Tiger. Attributes: beast type, water type. Level: 1st tier, 1st stage. Species rank: rare. Skill: Rain Veil. Evolution progress: 10. He had heard of this beast in his past memories. It once sold for 4.5 million at an auction. That price had been an unreachable dream for him. But now, with precious beast eggs right before his eyes, he felt no interest. Looks like I've really gotten spoiled, he muttered to himself, reluctantly tearing his gaze away and following Lu Zhu upward. At the corridor before the 2nd floor, Lu Zhu paused to remind him. Young master, with your current soul strength, you can only contract rare-level beasts at most. The 3rd floor contains rare-level beasts gathered from all over the world. Take your time choosing. I'll wait for you below. Wait, what's on the upper floors? Su Yao asked. The 4th and 5th floors hold legendary beasts. Only the Hall Master can unlock that light barrier. Lu Zhu pointed toward the end of the spiral staircase, where a water-like screen shimmered gently. What about the 6th floor? That's beyond my knowledge. Lu Zhu shook her head. No one can enter except the Hall Master. They say, what's there is beyond legendary. Beyond legendary? Su Yao's heart skipped a beat. That was a realm humans could barely touch. He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Young master, Lu Zhu shall take her leave. With a respectful farewell, she departed quietly. Watching Lu Zhu leave, Su Yao immediately called out to the system in his mind. System, can you see what's on the upper floors? Can only scan up to the 4th floor. Cost: 10,000 reward points. Highway robbery. That expensive? Su Yao frowned. The light barrier protection is extremely strong, and the distance is considerable. The system can currently only scan up to the 4th floor. Proceed with scan. Forget it. I'm here to choose a beast. Business first. He decisively refused. The 3rd floor was much more spacious than the previous 2, with fewer than 30 beast eggs in total stark contrast in quantity. Su Yao crouched down to examine one. Beast name, Holy Light Knight. Attributes, Light type. Level, First tier, First stage. Species rank, Rare. Skill, Light Sword Slash. Evolution progress, 10. This is like my angel, also one of the Sacred Radiance Church's hereditary beasts. Their strength should be similar. Su Yao evaluated privately. Already owning an angel, he naturally felt less attracted to this egg, and it wasn't part of his cultivation plan either. If I contract another one, they'll probably take me for a holy son of the Sacred Radiance Church. He shook his head self-mockingly, his resolve strengthening as he continued searching for his next target. At this rate, Su Yao was practically becoming the Sacred Radiance Church's holy son. The rainbow cloudwing butterfly, the dark gold explosive bear, the heavenly azure moon tiger. Su Yao walked past one spirit beast after another, each one as formidable as his own angel, all possessing multiple evolutionary paths. However, what he truly sought was a control type, companion capable of freezing the entire battlefield in life or death moments. Though these spirit beasts before him were impressive, they all lacked that essential sense of dominance. A few like the rainbow cloudwing butterfly barely met his requirements, but still fell just short. Su Yao sighed inwardly, preparing to settle for second best and try his luck on the next floor. On the next floor, beneath the shimmering light barrier, a massive egg radiating ice blue cold light stood out prominently. Spirit beast name, frost-coiled twin-headed Jiao. Attributes, ice type, beast type. Level, first tier, first stage. Species grade, rare. Skill, cold light flash. Evolution progress, 10. Information flooded his mind. The frost-coiled twin-headed Jiao, hailed as the closest existence to true dragons, possessed extremely pure ice attributes. Su Yao recalled that troublesome ice jade frost spider from the trial tower. Compared to this creature, that spider's ice-type talent was hardly worth mentioning. Unfortunately, this species naturally favored direct combat. Whether it could be trained into a control type through later development remained an unknown. Let me take a look first. If nothing else works out, I'll choose you, Su Yao murmured softly, peering through the eggshell as if he could see the twin-headed Jiao's coiled, writhing form within, cold energy seeping through his fingertips. He shifted his gaze toward the final two spirit beast eggs at the deepest part of the display platform. The next second, his pupils dilated in shock, joy nearly overflowing from his face. Green bamboo, go receive your punishment in the hall later. Shui Lingnai's soul consciousness suddenly transmitted from outside the tower. Green bamboo knew she had spoken too much and accepted without complaint. Yes, my lord. What do you think? How will he choose? The spirit beasts personally selected and brought back from afar by my lord. Surely the young master has his own considerations. Green bamboo responded respectfully as always. Inside the tower, Su Yao solemnly lifted the two spirit beast eggs radiating completely different energies. The ice blue eggshell flickered with a faint glow, while the other pulsed with gentle ripples like soft piano music. Spirit beast name, Medusa the Enchantress. Attributes, psychic type, beast type. Level, first tier, first stage. Species grade, rare. Skill, petrifying charm eyes. Evolution progress, 10. Spirit beast name, Zither Maiden. Attributes, sound type, psychic type. Level, first tier, first stage. Species grade, rare. Skill, soul-stirring melody. Evolution progress, 0. Both sets of information perfectly matched all his criteria. Medusa the Enchantress, rarer than glory-grade spirit beasts on the Kamal continent. Her legendary petrifying enchanted eyes specialized in control. The Zither Maiden, though information about her was scarce, she could simultaneously master both sound and psychic dual systems. Her strength certainly no less formidable. Choice paralysis struck again. The frost-coiled, twin-headed Jiao he had been fixated on moments before was now cast aside. Su Yao knew that even hesitating for a single second would be a great disrespect to these two ladies before him. Which one should he choose? The Gorgon Medusa possesses not only formidable control abilities, but also impressive combat prowess. On the light screen, the system first displayed her detailed specifications. 1. Control. Her serpentine hair can instantly petrify targets with wide range and long duration. 2. Attack. Combines both toxic and magical damage, maintaining high output across various environments including water, sand, and jungle terrain. 3. Potential. Can evolve up to mysterious grade at maximum. After finishing Medusa's profile, Su Yao shifted his attention to the second option. Since he knew little about the Yaoqin maiden, he instinctively asked the system, "Can you give me some advice?" The light screen immediately turned to the next page. Yaoqin maiden. 1. Control. Sound-based domain that can disrupt enemies' mental state. 2. Attack. Each string wave carries psychic damage, with sound waves becoming harder to defend against over distance. 3. Potential. Can evolve up to divine grade at maximum. The moment this information appeared, the pale golden beast egg of the Yaoqin maiden trembled faintly on its stand. Su Yao already had his answer. He reached out to steady the egg in his hands, glanced once more at the bronze gate leading to the fourth floor, then turned and headed downstairs. Outside the tower, evening light poured down as Lu Zhu, who had been waiting for some time, stood by the stone steps. When Su Yao appeared, she immediately noticed the beast egg in the young man's right hand. Sister Lu Zhu, I've made my choice. Su Yao raised his hand to show her. Lu Zhu sighed softly, no longer bothering with whether to be called sister or aunt, and carefully examined the complex, unfamiliar patterns on the egg. I didn't expect you to choose her. What's wrong? Is there something problematic about this beast? Su Yao raised an eyebrow. It's not exactly a problem. Lu Zhu shook her head, her tone serious. This egg was brought back by Master Xingyue from a magical beast secret realm. We've searched through all our records, but found no corresponding beast species, essentially a completely new breed. A new species. Su Yao repeated softly. Exactly. No one knows how to raise her, or what she'll evolve into. I thought you'd play it safer and choose the Gorgon Medusa. At these words, Su Yao's eyes flashed with understanding. So that was the unknown held the greatest value, at least for now. Only he possessed this knowledge. Lu Zhu collected her thoughts and bowed with clasped hands. Master is waiting for you in the front hall. Don't keep her waiting. I still have matters to attend to. Please forgive me, young master. All right, I'll go find my teacher right away. Su Yao responded and quickly left the tower plaza. The front hall was brightly lit, with Shui Lingnai already seated and waiting quietly. As soon as Su Yao entered, she looked up. Have you chosen? Yes. Su Yao presented the beast egg with both hands. Shui Lingnai extended her finger, and the egg floated up, suspended at her fingertip and rotating half a circle as a faint glow made her features appear even more coldly beautiful. After a brief examination, she returned the egg to Su Yao. You chose her, do you understand the consequences? I do, Sister Lu Zhu already explained. Su Yao answered straightforwardly. A flash of displeasure crossed Shui Lingnai's eyes. Lu Zhu had spoken before she even had a chance. It seemed the punishment wasn't severe enough. Meanwhile, in the bone-chilling cold spring behind the mountain, Lu Zhu suddenly sneezed. She rubbed her nose, thinking, strange, I've been fine through so many punishments before, but now I'm catching cold? Have I been slacking in my cultivation lately? Shui Lingnai's expression remained calm, but in her mind, she had punished Lu Zhu countless times over. Teacher. Seeing her distracted, Su Yao gently reminded her. Oh, it's nothing. Shui Lingnai refocused. Since you understand the situation, you must realize this path has no precedent. You'll have to figure everything out on your own. Don't worry. Teacher, I'll definitely raise her well. Su Yao's tone was resolute. Confidence is good. Shui Lingnai changed the subject. I called you here for another matter. You know about the National Youth Elite Competition? As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Su Yao's changing expressions. I have some understanding. Su Yao was naturally familiar with this competition. It was one of the few beast tamer tournaments that Shangyang City actually broadcast, and all participants were junior beast tamers under 25 years old. Every October, when the National Youth Elite Championship was held, his sister would always drag him to sit in front of the screen, cheering for those spirited young competitors. By tradition, Tianshu Academy would send a team mainly composed of second-year students to compete each year, and this year Shui Lingnai had already signed him up. It's just a competition, don't be nervous. Shui Lingnai said casually, her tone light and dismissive, as if it weren't a nationally watched tournament. Hearing this, Su Yao merely raised an eyebrow. He was used to this teacher by now. Even if she suddenly told him to challenge the academy dean, he'd probably have to grit his teeth and accept it. Shui Lingnai flipped through some documents casually and continued her briefing. Quite a few freshmen have also signed up, but very few will actually make it to the main tournament. I only have one small requirement for you: just make it to the top 4. Teacher, do you hear what you're saying? With so many beast tamers under 25 across the entire country, you just casually mentioned top 4? Su Yao finally couldn't help but speak up. Although he was confident in his abilities, his opponents wouldn't just be peers his age, but also top talents from prestigious academies. Wasn't this goal a bit outrageous? Got a problem with that? Shui Lingnai looked up, her flat tone instantly chilling the air. No problem. It's just, might it be too much of a stretch? Su Yao immediately shook his head. Don't worry, I won't set goals you can't achieve. She closed the file, her tone confident. Most participants are junior beast tamers, and their beasts generally don't exceed rare grade. With your strength, you're already first rate. Su Yao took a deep breath and could only accept this trust. He suddenly remembered something. Teacher, where will I stay? School starts soon, so you'll return to the academy dormitory. Lu Zhu will accompany you and take care of your daily needs. Shui Lingnai arranged everything decisively. That doesn't seem quite appropriate, does it? Su Yao instinctively resisted. I'm not asking for your opinion. Her tone shifted. You know perfectly well who you've offended, don't you? I can't watch over you constantly, so I can only have Lu Zhu protect you. Also, she paused. Old Hong's disciple also needs to come to Tianshu Academy for advanced studies, but she doesn't have anywhere to stay temporarily. He asked me to help arrange something. Since you're acquainted with his disciple, she'll stay at your place. Bring her along when you leave the secret realm. Old Hong. Su Yao was stunned, a name flashing through his mind. Han Yueli. Wait, teacher, this really won't work. Han Yueli and I have only met a few times. How can we live together? He protested vigorously, his heart nearly jumping out of his chest. One surprise after another. I haven't even started practicing heart cultivation techniques yet. What are you thinking? With Lu Zhu there, what else could you possibly do? Shui Lingnai gave him no way out, waving her hand to directly escort him out of the Star Moon Divine Hall. Walking down the mountain path, the evening breeze rustled through the pine branches as Su Yao looked dejected. Taking things from his master indeed came with a price. At that moment, atop the Star Moon Divine Hall's tower, Shui Lingnai gazed through the window at his departing figure and murmured to herself, that girl Han Yueli and Su Yao really are quite a match. At the secret realm's exit, the teleportation array flickered with soft light. Han Yueli had been waiting with her luggage and immediately waved when she saw the familiar figure. Hey, Su Yao. Long time no see. I originally wanted to go in and visit you, but my teacher said Huiwen Mountain was off limits. Su Yao hurried forward, but before speaking, he confirmed. Did your teacher tell you anything? Tell me what? Han Yueli blinked her big eyes with an innocent expression. Su Yao sighed inwardly. Girl, you really are carefree. I heard you're coming to study at the academy. Su Yao chose a more tactful way to phrase it, deliberately lowering his voice. That's right, my master agreed to let me study at the academy for a while, and said I could stay in your dormitory. Han Yueli carried her luggage and looked up with an innocent smile. I'm really sorry to trouble you. No trouble at all. No trouble at all. Su Yao instantly changed from what he originally planned to say as polite pleasantries. Seeing her shy expression, his tone softened considerably. Come on, let's go back to the dorm first. You haven't toured the academy before, right? Take these few days to familiarize yourself with the environment. As he spoke, he took Han Yueli's large suitcase with one hand and picked up her backpack with the other, and the two walked out of the secret realm side by side. Divider, is this your dormitory? It's even bigger than I imagined. Han Yueli stood in the center of the living room, looking around. Is it okay if you stay downstairs? Su Yao pointed toward the bedroom below the spiral staircase. Either is fine. She pushed open the door, dragged her suitcase inside, and locked it behind her. Fortunately, she hadn't forgotten this bit of caution. Su Yao looked at the tightly closed door and suddenly felt the helpless sensation of having an extra burden around. He collapsed onto the sofa and pulled out his terminal to check the message from his teacher. The screen clearly displayed the words National Youth Elite Competition. The National Youth Elite Competition consists of two parts, preliminaries and the main tournament. 1. Preliminaries are held in virtual realms. Due to the large number of participants, only those who accumulate 30 wins qualify for advancement. Anyone who accumulates 10 losses is directly eliminated. 2. Officials select 10,000 contestants for the main tournament based on winning streaks, win rates, and time per match from all participants. 3. The main tournament is held offline, with the venue changing each year and announced only after the preliminaries end. 4. The preliminaries run from early September to late October, spanning nearly 2 months. TSK, what a hassle. Can't they just let me quietly build up my strength? Su Yao smiled bitterly. Although the competition rewards were generous, it was mainly aimed at intermediate and beginner beast tamers, and he didn't want to waste too much energy on it. After briefly outlining his action plan for the next phase, he returned to his bedroom and locked the door. Contract begins. Having experienced contracting with Photon Orb Angel before, the process wasn't entirely unfamiliar. But Angel had evolved to rare grade later, while this Yaoqin maiden before him was naturally rare. As soon as the contract formation lit up, the surging soul fluctuations nearly scattered Su Yao's consciousness. The soul contract collapsed several times, but fortunately he managed to stabilize it, forcibly mending each crack that appeared with his soul power. After several setbacks, the contract's glow finally stabilized. Beast name Yaoqin Maiden. Attribute sound mental. Level 1st tier, 1st stage. Species grade rare. Skill soul song. Evolution progress 0. The Yaoqin Maiden is born with powerful soul force, excels at controlling sound-based attacks with additional mental damage, and can potentially reach divine realm in the future. Next evolution stage glazed goddess glory grade. Evolution materials glory grade advancement stone 1. Glory grade spirit item void sound divine bamboo 1. Glory grade spirit item azure heart 1. Plus 5 or 6 auxiliary materials of the same grade. Glancing at the long list of materials, Su Yao felt his scalp tingle and quickly closed the interface. Contract complete. The maiden's form solidified and she landed silently, wearing a form-fitting pale green dress that flowed down her body, with jade ornaments at her waist swaying gently with each step. She wore a string of emerald green beads around her wrist, and matching jade earrings glimmered softly at her earlobes. Her every gesture exuded gentleness. At this moment, she looked like a young lady from an ancient noble household, elegant without being ostentatious, wealthy without being extravagant. She always held an ancient, simple green guqin in her arms, which served as her weapon. To further enhance this guqin maiden, Su Yao spent a whopping 50,000 reward points in one go, pushing her evolution rate up to 50%. Her overall strength consequently soared to Tier 3, Stage 9. With this level advancement, she mastered 5 brand new musical techniques at once. 1. Soul Lullaby, a slow, peaceful melody that quickly lulls enemies into deep sleep, completely stripping them of their ability to resist. 2. Sound Strike. Musical notes transform into visible blades, delivering rapid, concentrated attacks on enemies for a short duration. 3. Soul Destroyer. A sinister melody that only the performer and target can hear, directly assaulting the enemy's soul and causing irreversible mental damage. 4. Requiem. A gentle, healing melody that soothes spiritual wounds while boosting allies' skill damage coefficients, weakening enemy output, and providing binding effects. 5. 7. Kill Chain Sound. Murderous intent manifests physically, capable of tearing through defenses in a single strike and inflicting terrifying dual physical and mental damage. Faced with this skill set that combined both crowd control and devastating attacks, Su Yao felt thoroughly satisfied this was exactly the kind of versatile beast companion he needed right now. As her power surged, the Guqin Maiden's appearance rapidly evolved from that of a 5 or 6-year-old child to a 12 or 13-year-old girl. Her figure had grown considerably more slender, yet she still clutched that long chain that seemed completely disproportionate to her height. Who would have imagined that such an adorable girl could possess such terrifying destructive power? Even more remarkable was that each of her techniques had area effect capabilities, with control remaining her primary focus. I'll call you Qin, shall I? Su Yao gave her a name. The Guqin Maiden smiled with satisfaction, clearly pleased with the name, Qin. Yet like a well-behaved child, she remained somewhat reserved, wanting to get closer, but not daring to be too forward. Checking his storage ring, Su Yao immediately frowned. There wasn't a single mental or sound-type material inside. Fortunately, he had plenty of academy credits at his disposal, which would come in handy now. He stored Qin in his beast companion space, and seeing that Han Yueli still hadn't emerged from her room when he went downstairs, he decided not to disturb her and headed alone to the academy's southern district. With the school term approaching, the campus was much livelier than usual. As Su Yao consulted the exchange list, he grew increasingly frustrated. While the academy didn't lack sound and mental type materials, the spiritual creatures that were actually useful cost far more than expected. Such spiritual creatures were almost exclusively high-tier items. Low-tier ones simply weren't available for purchase. Even if he gritted his teeth and made the exchange, it would be difficult to immediately boost Qin's combat effectiveness. After weighing his options, he selected only a few of the most basic materials before returning to his dormitory to officially launch his personal maiden cultivation project. According to Academy materials and spiritual creatures were primarily used to enhance Beast Companion's basic attributes and skill intensity. Only specific spiritual creatures combined with precise materials could enable the learning of new skills. Each skill had a fixed formula behind it. Xue Lingnai had mentioned that future courses would gradually teach this content. However, high-tier skill formulas were typically known only to a select few. When Su Yao had inquired with the system, the only response he received was insufficient permissions, neither denying nor confirming anything. As night was falling, Su Yao pushed open his dormitory door to find several bright red flowers lying quietly on the coffee table in the living room, while Han Yueli sat on the sofa, peacefully contemplating the flowers. Oh no! Su Yao's heart skipped a beat. This flower was none other than the tranquil heart blossom that Shinju had planted. Recalling his last close call when he nearly got caught red-handed by Shinju, Su Yao's heart skipped a beat. If that hot-tempered beast tamer found out that Han Yueli had picked the flower and put it in her own vase, heaven knows she might just blow the roof off. You didn't pick this flower from the backyard, did you? He asked dryly, his throat tightening. Yes, I did. Han Yueli nodded matter-of-factly, gently placing the entire tranquil heart blossom into a glass vase filled with clear water. The tranquil heart blossom is a rare spiritual plant. Though it's not quite a spiritual treasure, it greatly helps beast tamers with meditation. My master told me it's an aquatic plant that can't be planted directly in soil. It looks lush and thriving now, but this is actually its final glory. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the water's surface, her tone tinged with regret. Su Yao rubbed his temples, weighed his options for half a second, then sighed. Fine, just keep it in your bedroom and don't let Shinju see it. After giving his instructions, he glanced at the sky. I need to go to the Beast Tamer Guild. Make yourself something to eat tonight. With that, he returned to his room to change out of his casual clothes, threw on a dark coat, and hurriedly left the courtyard. Arriving at the Beast Tamer Guild Hall, Su Yao submitted his application form for the Junior Beast Tamer badge. Unlike the Apprentice badge, the Junior badge had much stricter requirements. 1. Must be able to stably summon 3 tamed beasts, proving adequate soul strength. 2. Must pass a standardized examination to receive the badge. Those preparing for the Junior Beast Tamer examination, follow me. called out a staff member. He led the group through a corridor into a spacious, well-lit examination room. Su Yao surveyed his surroundings. About 20 people had come to take the test, with very few his age. Most were approaching 30. Raising and maintaining 3 tamed beasts was not something everyone could afford. Some passed in 1 or 2 attempts, while others might remain at the apprentice level their entire lives. This was perfectly normal. The door opened again as 5 or 6 examiners in Beast Tamer Guild uniforms entered, with 2 young men at the front particularly eye-catching. Though barely 25, both wore silver badges, the symbol of intermediate beast tamers. The surrounding candidates whispered in amazement at their youth, but Su Yao wasn't surprised. He had even encountered younger intermediate beast tamers. The lean young man spoke first, introducing himself. I am Gu Cheng, an executive of the Tianhai City Beast Tamer Guild. The other followed suit. He Jinyuan. Gu Cheng surveyed the candidates and said, shortly, you will be transported to a specialized examination realm. The first person to complete the examination will receive a spiritual treasure subsidized by the guild. With that, he produced a brilliant realm heart, channeling spiritual energy through his palm as a blue and white portal opened in the air. Form a line and enter the realm. Gu Cheng gestured to the side. Everyone stepped through the light portal one by one. As the light faded, Su Yao found himself standing on a vast, desolate plain. Hot, dry winds swept yellow sand past his ears as he raised his hand to summon his golden-patterned ancient Qin. The examination rules were simple. Subdue or kill any magical beasts encountered, regardless of their level. Within moments, over a dozen gray-blue figures emerged from the dust-wind plain wolves. Su Yao had fought these magical beasts before in Red Cloud Canyon, but this pack was far inferior in both numbers and individual strength compared to those he had faced previously. Qin, Sonic Strike, Su Yao commanded. Qin held her ancient Guqin horizontally in her embrace as it floated in midair. Her hands glided across the strings, weaving a melody of exquisite beauty. The dancing notes crystallized into countless gleaming blades of slaughter, their cold light flickering as they swarmed densely around the windplain wolves. The pack howled, lunged, and writhed, yet remained trapped within this prison of sonic blades. The melody grew increasingly urgent, her fingertips dancing like torrential rain striking the strings as the music reached its crescendo. In the next breath, the killing blades converged with thunderous force, piercing precisely through each wolf's skull. Within mere seconds, the entire pack collapsed in unison, utterly lifeless. Inside the room, how many of this batch do you think will pass the assessment? In the monitoring room, Gu Cheng watched the last student enter the secret realm and casually asked He Jinyuan beside him. Same as always, isn't it? Less than 30% pass rate. He Jinyuan's expression remained calm, his gaze fixed on the screens. There's an interesting fellow this time. Gu Cheng toyed with the tablet in his hands, his tone carrying a hint of intrigue. Who? This one. Gu Cheng handed over the tablet. This is, He Jinyuan glanced at the interface. You weren't here recently, but he's already become famous in Tianhai City. As a freshman, he cleared the 3rd floor of Tianshu Academy's trial tower. Oh, He Jinyuan raised an eyebrow. How quickly do you think he'll pass the test? Hard to say. Around 3 minutes perhaps. Gu Cheng pondered briefly. After all, the Junior Beast Tamer assessment isn't as difficult as the trial tower's 1st floor. I'd guess, before he could finish, He Jinyuan looked down to see 4 large characters appear on Su Yao's interface. Assessment passed. How long was that? 1 minute. Gu Cheng caught sight of Su Yao emerging from the secret realm's exit and couldn't help muttering to himself. Total time, 48 seconds. He Jinyuan returned the tablet to Gu Cheng and quickly strode towards Su Yao. Su Yao stood calmly in place. Su Yao, congratulations on passing the Junior Beast Tamer assessment. He Jinyuan presented a silver-white badge. The badge is bound to your personal information. If lost, please report to the Beast Tamer Guild for replacement as soon as possible. Thank you, seniors. Su Yao accepted the badge and solemnly pinned it to his chest. According to tradition, passing candidates may claim 1 junior-grade spiritual item free of charge. What type would you prefer? Gu Cheng asked. The Beast Tamer Guild's generous distribution of junior spiritual items appeared free, but served a long-term strategy, winning over independent beast tamers while creating a sense of obligation among newcomers. With abundant stocks of junior items, recruiting talents like Su Yao was worth any cost. Sound type or psychic type? Su Yao answered without hesitation. He desperately needed these 2 types and understood the guild's calculations, though he didn't mind. Both psychic and sound types are rare. I didn't expect you'd cultivate such beasts. Found it. Gu Cheng retrieved a slender spiritual plant from his spatial ring, its leaves thin as blade edges, resembling a miniature green sword. Sword Sound Grass. He solemnly handed it to Su Yao. The junior spiritual item, Sword Sound Grass, allows sound-type beast attacks to condense sword intent. He Jinyuan added. Of course, a single stalk might not suffice. Combined with other materials, Qin's attacks could undergo a new transformation. Thank you. Su Yao stored the spiritual item, bid farewell to the two intermediate beast tamers, and returned to the academy with his badge and rewards. It had been afternoon when he left, but now night had fallen. The assessment itself hadn't taken much time, most was spent waiting. Big brother, don't stop me. Inside the main tent of the Tiger Roar hunting group, Lu Dideo shoved aside the folding chair in front of her, glaring at the group leader Rin Xian with a face dark as iron. Third sister, you need to calm down. Don't you understand the situation we're in right now? Rin Xian raised his hand to his forehead, looking with a headache at Lu Dideo, who had already been consumed by rage. Big brother, that guy has such high potential. How am I supposed to get my revenge if I wait 3 to 5 years? At the mention of Su Yao from the Heavenly Scripture Academy assessment, Lu Dideo felt a chill in her heart. That young man's current strength was insignificant, but once he grew up, not only would revenge become impossible, they might even end up being hunted by him instead. I understand all your concerns, but charging into Heavenly Scripture Academy like this is suicide. Rin Xian's voice grew stern. Then what do you suggest, big brother? Lu Dideo gripped her long blade, her knuckles turning white from the force. The National Youth Elite Competition is about to begin, isn't it? Rin Xian suddenly changed the subject. Big brother, what's worth paying attention to in some competition for youngsters? I'm talking about serious business here. She frowned. Third sister, don't be hasty. Rin Xian softened his tone, patting the table to match her mood. Heavenly Scripture Academy has always selected top students from each grade to compete in the elite competition. Setting aside the preliminaries, the main competition is held offline. You mean, ambush him on the way? Lu Dideo swung her blade in a beheading motion. Foolish. Rin Xian snorted coldly. Attack on the road? Do you think the instructors at Heavenly Scripture Academy are just sitting around doing nothing? Let them fight desperately on the arena first. Deaths and injuries in competitions are common occurrences. We'll send our people to participate, as long as they encounter Su Yao in the arena. Heh, he let out a cold laugh. I understand now, big brother. But with so many people, how can we ensure we draw him as an opponent? Lu Dideo voiced her biggest doubt. Leave that to me. I will definitely give Second Tiger the justice he deserves. Rin Xian raised his hand to touch the empty ring on his right hand, his eyes cold and sinister. Meanwhile, in the dormitory area of Heavenly Scripture Academy, Su Yao pushed open his dorm room door and was about to drop the backpack from his shoulder when he saw two figures sitting on the sofa. Su Yao, you're back? Han Yueli heard the sound and turned to give him a gentle smile. What are you doing here? Su Yao nodded, but his gaze fell on Shun Zhu sitting beside her. Can I come? Someone stole my flower, so I should at least come take a look, right? Shun Zhu lifted her chin slightly, her tone half serious, half playful. About that. Remembering his instructor's orders to take good care of Han Yueli, Su Yao could only grit his teeth and back down. Han Yueli didn't mean it. How much did the flower cost? I'll compensate you. Sister Han is teaching me how to care for the tranquil heart flower buds. I should be thanking her. Why would I want compensation? Shin Zhu asked with a straight face. The two girls were chatting enthusiastically, making Su Yao suddenly feel like an outsider. Sister Han, why don't you move in with me instead? Su Yao is a guy, so it's too inconvenient for you two to live together. Shin Zhu made plans for Han Yueli while criticizing her instructor's bizarre arrangement. He's decent looking, I'll give him that, but rules are rules. Su Yao was secretly delighted. Living alone would be perfect, saving him from being cautious every day. If Han Yueli agreed herself, that would be ideal. Absolutely not. Before Han Yueli could respond, a sharp voice came from the main door behind Su Yao. Sorry, young master. I saw the door was unlocked, so I came in. Lu Zhu stood at the doorway with her head bowed, hands pressed against her sides, so cautious that even her breathing was barely audible. She waited quietly for Su Yao's permission, her toes never crossing the threshold. Sister Lu Zhu is here too. Go pick a room and settle in. Su Yao rubbed his temples and stepped aside helplessly to make way. Hadn't even gotten Shin Zhu settled, and now there was another one. The house was suddenly way too lively. Who are you? What gives you the right to meddle in other people's business? Shin Zhu had always been straightforward, and with her identity as the governor's daughter, she puffed out her chest and lifted her chin, her presence immediately dominating the room. Don't be like that, Shin Zhu. Han Yueli quickly pulled her back. As someone who had frequented the Kongzhu secret realm for years, Han Yueli knew better than anyone what Lu Zhu represented. Forget about you. Even if my father Shin Wanshan came in person, if she didn't want to show face, she still wouldn't. My master's orders are absolute. Since the teacher has arranged it, I'll stay here. Han Yueli gave Shin Zhu an apologetic look, her tone gentle but brooking no argument. If they bully you, just come find me. I'm staying right next door. Shin Zhu dropped this line, glanced at the darkening sky outside the window, and turned to leave. After all, it was getting late and she needed to rest. Don't worry, no one will bully me. Han Yueli saw Shin Zhu to the door before returning. In the living room, only Lu Zhu remained standing ramrod straight. Sister Lu Zhu, why don't you come in? Su Yao raised an eyebrow. Young master, please just call me Lu Zhu. Without your command, I dare not overstep my bounds. Lu Zhu bowed slightly, her voice extremely soft. Come on, my teacher isn't here, she won't know. Su Yao knew what she was worried about, and waved his hand half-jokingly. Master is everywhere. Only then did Lu Zhu step into the house, her movements still restrained. That's terrifying. When I go to the bathroom, surely the old lady isn't there too? Su Yao laughed, trying to lighten the mood. What do you think? A cold female voice suddenly thundered through the room. Master. Lu Zhu immediately dropped to one knee. Teacher, it was just a joke, didn't mind it. Su Yao shrugged, looking completely unfazed. Humph. Shui Lingnai's figure didn't materialize, but her voice was crystal clear. The first preliminary round is on the same day as the school opening. Be prepared. If your win rate is less than 100%, just wait and see. After dropping this icy warning, her presence vanished abruptly, and the room returned to deathly silence. Sister Lu Zhu, go arrange your room. I need to go upstairs and train. Su Yao waved toward the stairs, looking deflated. 100% win rate. Everyone makes mistakes. If he had an off day and lost a match, that would be big trouble. Back in his room, he looked at the less than 20,000 reward points on his panel, his heart bleeding. Sigh. Money flows like water. System, why aren't you issuing any tasks? I'm almost broke. Task issuance is related to host behavior. There are currently no available tasks. The mechanical prompt was emotionless. Asking is pointless. Su Yao closed the panel, calculating in his mind. Currently, the only way to improve his strength was through soul techniques. He had a basic weapon control blazing sunbow card, but lacked matching soul techniques. Every time he shot an arrow, it drained all his soul power. Once school started, he'd definitely go to the library to pick an archery soul technique. The first day of school arrived quickly. At the crack of dawn, Han Yueli dragged the still sleepy Su Yao out of bed and handed him breakfast that Lu Zhu had prepared early. After eating, the two walked side by side into the classroom of Imperial Academy Class 1. The class assignment results showed they had both been placed in Class 1. Class 1 of the Imperial Academy had the fewest students, only about 50 people, while other classes fluctuated around 100, but it had access to the Academy's top-tier resources. The moment he stepped into the classroom, Su Yao scanned the room and indeed spotted quite a few familiar faces. When Su Yao and Han Yueli stepped into the classroom together, the previously noisy chatter seemed to be muted instantly. Nearly 100 freshmen looked up in unison, their gazes almost all falling on the unfamiliar girl behind Su Yao. Her beauty rivaled that of Murong Qian, the Academy's acknowledged campus belle, and more importantly, she appeared to have a close relationship with Su Yao, the top freshman. Su Yao, someone whispered in surprise. Han Yueli was clearly not adept at handling such scrutinizing attention. Unlike the relaxed atmosphere in Shenyang City last time, now all eyes were focused on her. It's fine, the classmates are just being friendly, Su Yao whispered reassuringly, leading her around several rows of desks to choose empty seats in the back. Li Peng and Wang Yahan happened to be sitting in front of them. As soon as they sat down, Li Peng and Wang Yahan turned around almost simultaneously. So that's why you've been missing for days. You've been getting cozy with your new girlfriend. Li Peng grinned mischievously. Cut it out. We're not in that kind of relationship. Su Yao waved his hands helplessly. I get it. I get it. Li Peng gave him an ambiguous and meaningful look. Enough, Li Peng. Su Yao isn't that type of person. Wang Yahan helped smooth things over. Su Yao took the opportunity to look around, but didn't see Li Xian or Situyu. Where are Li Xian and Situyu? Since you haven't been here these past few days, they both went to the War Academy, Wang Yahan replied. Su Yao raised his eyebrows slightly. It made sense for Situyu to go to the War Academy, since he primarily fought with that blade. But why had Li Xian returned to the War Academy too? I heard Li Xian had a huge fight with his family over this. Wang Yahan lowered her voice and briefly explained. He wanted to follow Senior Murong's path, but the Li family is a renowned beast warrior family. They disagreed and directly sent him to the War Academy's dean. That's pretty rough for him. Su Yao silently lit a metaphorical candle for his friend. Speaking of you, Li Peng changed the subject. I heard you became a professor's disciple. Should we start sucking up to you now? Every professor at Tianshu Academy was a top-tier powerhouse. Su Yao's leap from a commoner beast tamer to professor's disciple left his classmates feeling somewhat mixed, though they understood it was backed by his strength and talent. Let's not talk about my teacher, she might be watching from somewhere. Su Yao laughed and quickly changed the topic. Have you signed up for the National Youth Elite Competition? I did. I promised my family I'd definitely make it to the top 64. Li Peng raised his fist. Yeah, basically everyone in the top 100 from the freshman assessment signed up, except for a few who haven't reached the beginner beast tamer threshold, Wang Yahan added. Li Peng reminded them. The first preliminary round starts tonight. We'll need to grab spots at the virtual training hall later. Can't we use the virtual entrances in our dorms? Su Yao asked. No, the preliminaries have designated venues. Our academies is at the training hall, Li Peng explained clearly. Wang Yahan's gaze had been fixed on Han Yueli the whole time, and she finally couldn't help but speak up. By the way, Su Yao, who exactly is this beautiful lady? Could you introduce us? Ice King's disciple, Han Yueli, Su Yao said seriously. My master asked me to look after her at the academy. What? The Ice King's apprentice. Their voices suddenly rose, drawing everyone's attention in the classroom back to Han Yueli once again. Which Ice King are you talking about? Li Peng scratched his head, looking completely confused. Idiot, which one do you think? Wang Yahan rolled her eyes. There's only one Ice King in Tianshu Academy. No, in the entire Great Zhou dynasty. While the crowd was still discussing, a tall figure appeared at the classroom doorway. Everyone froze for a moment, then turned their curious gazes towards Su Yao. Why is everyone staring at me? Su Yao shrugged. Murong Qian stepped gracefully into the room and walked straight to an empty seat in the back row. Her gaze swept between Su Yao and Han Yueli beside him, her lips twitching slightly before she casually looked away and quietly took her seat. After the bell rang, the door to the platform was pushed open, and a middle-aged man walked in with light, energetic steps. Haha, excellent. Young people are so full of vitality. He cheerfully surveyed the entire class. I'm your homeroom teacher and beast evolution instructor Jiang Jiqing. He patted the podium, his voice booming. This semester, the curriculum will focus mainly on theory. You might ask, what's the point of studying theory in college? Can it improve combat effectiveness? Jiang Jiqing grew more excited as he spoke, suddenly activating the holographic device. In the blink of an eye, the classroom transformed into a damp swamp, where a four-armed beast with a fierce, grotesque face roared menacingly, as if it might break through the screen. A timid girl in the front row cried out in alarm, soul formation runes already condensing in her palm. Don't be afraid, it's just an illusion. Jiang Jiqing walked through the beast from behind, gesturing for everyone to stay calm. Four-armed green-faced demon. A bespectacled male student pushed up his glasses and was the first to call out its name. Very good. Jiang Jiqing pressed further. But what type is it? What's its racial classification? What are its growth directions? The classroom fell into brief silence. No one could answer. Remember, only by understanding your opponent can you defeat them. Today's first lesson is about this creature. With a flash of light, everyone was back in the classroom. Each desk now had a tablet on it. Open your tablets and turn to the demon-type directory. For the entire class period that followed, Jiang Jiqing guided the freshmen through a comprehensive review of the four-armed green-faced demon's background, classification, race, future evolution paths, and weaknesses. The students gradually realized that beast tamers needed not only combat skills, but also vast knowledge. Finally, Jiang Jiqing concluded, the most effective strategy against the four-armed green-faced demon is to destroy its eyes first. All right, that's the end of today's class. His expression brightened. Many of you have signed up for the National Youth Elite Competition, haven't you? That's right. The students responded in unison. Excellent. The elite competition is held once a year, open to junior beast tamers under 25 years old. It's a rare opportunity, so show them what you're made of. At this point, he reminded them. Hurry to the virtual realm training hall to secure your spots. You're not the only ones competing in this tournament. He packed up his teaching materials and strode out. Come on, Su Yao, let's go grab some spots. Li Peng took the lead and sprinted out at full speed. Su Yao walked leisurely into the virtual realm training hall. Han Yueli wasn't participating in this competition and had returned to her dormitory to rest after saying goodbye to him at the classroom door. The training hall was bustling with noise when suddenly shouts came from the distance. Li Peng and Li Xian were jumping and waving at him. You're way too slow, Li Peng complained. I rushed over right after class to reserve a machine for you. This machine was different from all the virtual realm entrances Su Yao had seen before. Shaped like a human hibernation pod, it was one of the hall's highest configured virtual realm chambers. While the virtual realm wouldn't cause real physical harm, the experience of death could still impact one's mental state, and these hibernation pods were high-end equipment designed to minimize such negative effects. This was Su Yao's first time seeing such a device. He reached out to gently touch the metal shell, feeling the cold sensation spread through his fingertips. Su Yao, I knew you'd show up. Li Xian leaned close to his ear, his tone full of provocation. You'd better not run into me in there, or I'll show you how much stronger I've gotten lately. Oh, I'm actually looking forward to it, Su Yao replied calmly. Su Yao, I'm looking forward to battling you. Situ Yu held his long blade, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Sure, but I hope we meet in the main tournament, Su Yao nodded with a smile. That's true, just don't get eliminated in the preliminaries. Li Xian threw out these words before diving into his virtual realm chamber first. The others also exchanged well wishes and successively laid down in their pods. After lying down, Su Yao inserted his Junior Beast Master badge into the slot beside him. Confirming identity information. Junior Beastmaster, Su Yao. Information simulation complete. Welcome to the National Youth Elite Competition preliminaries. The cold electronic voice then announced the rules. First, achieving 30 victories qualifies you for the main tournament, while 10 defeats results in elimination. Either party surrendering or losing the ability to resist counts as defeat, and only one beast may be used per match. Second, each match has a 10-minute time limit. Overtime results in a draw, and 3 accumulated draws count as 1 victory. Su Yao read carefully and began his final preparations. Thinking of the task his teacher had set for him, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. At 18 years old, he was already bearing pressure that didn't belong to someone his age. With over 300,000 registered participants, the preliminary progress was slow. While waiting, he nearly fell asleep. Honestly, the environment inside the virtual realm chamber was quite comfortable. Contestant Su Yao, please prepare. We are matching you with an opponent. Match successful. Loading map. His vision gradually dimmed. Not being his first time entering the virtual realm, Su Yao quickly adapted. A beam of light soon appeared ahead, and following it, he stepped forward into a massive room. Standing across from him was a bearded man. The moment he laid eyes on Su Yao, the man burst into laughter, his eyebrows arching high. I never expected heaven to favor me so much, sending me such a wonderful gift in the first match. Kid, remember this, I am the one giving you your first defeat. Without another word, his hands formed seals rapidly, spiritual energy spreading beneath his feet as a chessboard-like soul formation instantly blazed to life. How? A bone-chilling wolf's cry suddenly shook the walls, and the air immediately filled with the metallic scent of blood. From the center of the soul formation stepped a massive wolf covered in pitch-black fur, its snow-white claws digging viciously into the ground. Its dark coat gleamed with an eerie cold blue light under the illumination, the entire beast radiating a sinister and mysterious aura. Blackfang Wolf, elite grade beast. Su Yao recognized it at a glance, judging from its aura that it was around 4th tier, 3rd stage. The National Youth Elite competition truly had no weaklings. As the thought crossed his mind, Su Yao raised his hand and called out in a deep voice. Wang, dark wind swirled as gray-white spiritual light condensed into a towering skeletal figure, also elite grade, yet more imposing than the Blackfang Wolf. Blackfang Wolf, fangs, the bearded man shouted. The wolf's fangs instantly grew over 10 centimeters longer, gleaming with sharp, cold light. With just a few bounds, it reached Wang, its bloody maw lunging straight for the skeleton's skull. Su Yao's gaze remained calm. If this were the Wang of before, he might have worried, but though Wang still bore old wounds, its strength was now completely different. Haha kid, you're still too young. Go back and practice more. The man saw his Blackfang Wolf nearly reaching its target and burst into wild laughter, but just as the words left his mouth, something unexpected happened. Bang! The room's floor suddenly cracked open, and two blackened, rotting arms burst forth, gripping the Blackfang Wolf's hind legs tightly. Sizzle! Fresh blood bubbled as if corroded by some sinister force, and the Blackfang Wolf came to an abrupt halt, letting out a piercing wail. A woo! What? The man's expression changed drastically, his previous confidence shattered by this sudden, undead binding. The Blackfang Wolf's movement was forcibly slowed, and excruciating pain penetrated to its very bones, making its limbs tremble. The restraint quickly dissipated, but the Blackfang Wolf's movements were far from what they had been. Damn it, Bloodhunt Claw, he roared again. The Blackfang Wolf raised its front paw and slashed horizontally through the air rip. Surging blood energy condensed in midair into a blood-red giant claw the size of a rooftop, tearing through the air currents as it thundered toward Wang. Wang's form was heavy, with nowhere to dodge. But a bone sword suddenly plummeted from above, its cold light piercing straight through the center of the blood claw. Boom! The blood claw shattered into a crimson mist in midair. In the moment the Blackfang Wolf was stunned, clang, clang, clang. 13 pristine, bone-chilling white swords instantly formed a circle, trapping it firmly in the center. It tried to charge and bite frantically, but each attempt was repelled by the sword edges, blood splattering on the ground, and quickly corroded by the undead aura into black holes. Wang, finish it. Crack. Wang let out a hoarse roar, and the 13 bone swords closed in from all directions, piercing into the Blackfang Wolf's body simultaneously. Bright red blood trickled down the sword blades, pooling into dark crimson on the ground. The Blackfang Wolf struggled only a few times before its life force was completely extinguished. This bone sword formation, refined under Shui Lingnai's guidance, had abandoned the pursuit of sheer numbers in favor of condensing pure undead attributes. Combined with Su Yao's relentless cultivation using undead-type materials, hundreds of bone swords had been condensed into these 13. They were harder and sharper than before, and their pervasive undead aura would make anyone wounded by the bone swords suffer unbearable agony. Looking at his Blackfang Wolf lying dead and covered in wounds, the man's face was filled with terror. He knew all too well that the Blackfang Wolf's combat prowess was nearly unmatched among creatures of the same tier, yet this skeletal undead creature before him looked far too weak to overpower his contracted beast. But somehow, in just 2 brief exchanges, his wolf had been forcibly enslaved and instantly destroyed in an explosion. How is this possible? How can your beast be so powerful? He remained trapped in shock, his mind replaying the moment when his Blackfang Wolf was seized and torn apart. Years of combat experience told him there was only one way out: bypass that undead beast and strike down its master directly. He flexed his arms as soul power surged through him, preparing for a desperate final assault. Oh, still not giving up. Su Yao observed every movement clearly, a smile playing at his lips as soul power gathered at his fingertips. Damn it, taste my wind speed palm. The man suddenly launched his attack, his figure skimming low across the ground as he circled around the undead creature and charged straight at Su Yao. Wind elements swirled violently in his palm, his seemingly chaotic footwork actually stepping on weak points in the air currents, forcibly boosting his speed. The moment he closed in, a tremendous gust of air exploded from his palm. Su Yao stood perfectly still, as if he hadn't even considered dodging. A flash of triumph crossed the man's eyes. Students are students after all, no matter how strong their beasts. The beast master himself is nothing special. Consider this your first lesson from a veteran. The howling palm wind created a massive vortex, sealing off all of Su Yao's escape routes. Just as the wind speed palm was about to connect, Su Yao raised his right hand, and a blood-red giant blade materialized from thin air, striking first despite moving second, slashing toward his attacker. Palm met blade with a thunderous explosion, the terrifying shockwave instantly shredding the edges of both men's clothing. With a slight mental command from Su Yao, the bloodthirsty giant blade blazed with crimson light, shattering through the man's soul-powered handguard and continuing its arc toward his forehead. A perfect grade soul technique? How is that possible? Which academy are you from? The tremendous force transmitted through his palm filled the man with dread. He hastily withdrew his power and desperately retreated, but he was still a step too slow. The bloodthirsty blade followed like a shadow, tearing through his wind speed palm and striking at his upper body. In the next second, he was sent flying by the giant blade, his body dissolving into blood mist while still airborne. The scattered blood fog swirled back, flowing entirely into Su Yao's body, instantly replenishing his battle fatigue and soul power consumption. Su Yao watched the fragments of flesh drifting through the air and smiled faintly. Was nothing like those students who had never faced life and death. Congratulations to contestant Su Yao for winning the first preliminary match. Please keep up the excellent work. As the system announcement ended, he exited the virtual realm and pushed open the pod door. In the nearby training hall, hundreds of virtual realm pods operated silently, other contestants still locked in their respective battles, the entire hall wrapped in quiet. In a certain city, at the Beastmaster Guild's virtual realm facility, the man suddenly sat up from his virtual pod, his hand gripping his badge with bulging veins as he angrily turned and left the chamber. Hey, you're out too? How did it go? His companion raised an eyebrow. I lost, he answered through gritted teeth, his face filled with frustration. How is that possible? With your skills, that shouldn't have happened. The National Youth Elite Tournament matches competitors from weakest to strongest based on previous year's performances, so logically your opponent should have been some student who hasn't even graduated yet. The man's companion frowned and muttered under his breath, knew the man's true skill level well. Not the absolute best, but certainly not someone who would lose right off the bat. A student. The man wiped the cold sweat beading on his forehead, his voice low and heavy. And a very strong student at that. Both his beast mastery and soul techniques were superior to mine. I lost fair and square. The image of that soul technique, perfected to an impeccable level, flashed through his mind like a blade pressed against his throat, making his hair stand on end. If it had been a real life-or-death battle, he might already be lying on the ground. So are we still going for that massage tonight? His companion asked naively. Like hell we are. The man snapped and strode away from the virtual reality training hall with quick, determined steps, as if he'd been set on fire. He dove straight into a nearby training room, slamming the door shut behind him. His companion stood there stunned, taking a long moment to come to his senses. Was this still the same person he knew? Thinking about the increasingly terrifying freshman, the companion felt uneasy. Thank goodness he'd only faced a weakling in the first round. But he didn't dare underestimate anyone. He pulled out his communicator to cancel his evening KTV celebration reservation and rushed toward another empty training room. No way. I need extra practice too. For Su Yao, defeating that man was merely a casual interlude. His real goal was 30 consecutive victories. Time passed slowly, and the virtual reality pods in the training hall opened one by one. Some emerged shouting in victory, others walked out with heads hung low in silence, and still others showed no expression at all, their joy or sorrow unreadable. PSSSH, with the soft hiss of pressure release, a pod door opened. Morong Qian nimbly flipped out of the chamber and immediately spotted Su Yao waiting nearby. Did you win? Su Yao approached her. Of course. Morong Qian brushed the dust off her shoulders. You came out even earlier than Maluk's, like you've improved again. In her eyes, with Su Yao's abilities, an easy victory in the first match was only natural. I just came out a few minutes ago. My opponent was probably too weak. Su Yao's tone was as casual as discussing the weather. Morong Qian stared at him for 2 seconds before suppressing the urge to punch him. Don't you know? The preliminaries are completely unfriendly to newcomers. Most of our first few opponents are veterans who barely missed making it to the main tournament last year. She recalled her own match. Her opponent's fire-type beast had launched fierce attacks, and if her contracted spirit hadn't happened to counter it perfectly, the outcome would have been uncertain. Really? I didn't notice. Su Yao shrugged. Murong Qian's mouth twitched as she once again experienced what it meant to suffer internal emotional damage. She suddenly remembered something else. What about that new girl who was clinging to you all day today? Oh, Han Yueli. She's my friend. It's her first time at school, and my master asked me to look after her. Su Yao explained matter-of-factly. But she's not a freshman this year. How can she attend our classes directly? Murong Qian had searched through all the admission lists, but couldn't find any information about that girl. She's the Ice King's disciple. She got in through connections. Su Yao said this with some pride. I see. I thought. Murong Qian stopped mid-sentence and suddenly smiled. Never mind. I'm going back to rest. See you tomorrow. She turned and walked away, her retreating figure light, yet carrying some indecipherable emotion. Su Yao watched her go, thinking to himself that this woman's moods were truly unpredictable. His gaze then fell on several people still lying quietly in their virtual reality. Pachi wondered if their matches were going smoothly. Soon, Li Peng and the others emerged from the virtual reality chambers. The transparent doors slid open, and several figures stumbled onto the metal floor, their faces either pale or grim. Only Li Xian and Situ Yu remained relatively composed. Su Yao stood at the exit, immediately recognizing their condition. With a single glance they had lost their first battle. While death, in the virtual realm, left no physical wounds, the crushing pressure from deep within their souls wasn't something everyone could shrug off easily. Damn it! How could he ambush me with soul techniques? Li Peng complained the moment he landed, waving his fists in frustration. That guy's beast mastery was terrible, but he had his soul techniques down to perfection. I barely lasted any time before getting wiped out. That's because you're weak. If you're weak, practice more, Li Xian said dismissively, though the thin layer of sweat on his forehead and his slightly furrowed brow revealed that his own victory hadn't come easily. Li Peng nodded glumly and offered his summary. I used to focus only on my beast's raw power and neglected soul techniques. Today was a real wake-up call. Same mistake here, Wang Yahan added with a bitter smile. No one at home ever told me soul techniques could turn the tables so dramatically in real combat. Once my opponent's beast tied up mine, I couldn't even fight back. Soul techniques are indeed important, Su Yao said after listening carefully. But remember, only choose techniques that suit you and can maximize your beast's potential. Don't blindly chase after quantity. Li Xian smugly shook his head nearby. Su Yao's right. You beast masters should focus on properly training your beasts. Just you wait. Li Peng glared at him, provoked by the taunt. After graduation, I'll show you what a real beating looks like. Worried they'd exhaust themselves further with arguing, Su Yao quickly mediated. Losing today means winning tomorrow. The preliminaries are long, and this was just the first match. Get some rest early, we still have classes tomorrow. Where's Murong? I haven't seen her. Don't tell me she lost too. Li Xian asked casually. She won and went back to rest ages ago, Su Yao said, pointing toward the empty virtual chamber. Huh, looks like we're the only unlucky ones today, Li Peng sighed, exchanging glances with Wang Yahan. Tomorrow we'll definitely win it back. The group grabbed a quick bite in the cafeteria before hurrying back to their dormitory. The night breeze carried a slight chill, and as they reached the entrance, they spotted Shinju and Han Yueli standing side by side, speaking in low voices. Under the dim hallway lights, the dejection in Shinju's eyes was unmistakable. Su Yao, you're back? How did it go? First battle defeat, Shinju asked with a cheerful grin when she saw Su Yao returning, completely shifting from the melancholy mood she'd shown while talking with Han Yueli. Where did you get the idea that I lost? I was the first one to win, okay? The opponent was so weak, I didn't even use 30% of my strength. Su Yao raised his hand with a tone full of arrogance and excitement. If you won, you won. Why show off? I'm leaving first, see you tomorrow. Shinju rolled her eyes at Su Yao irritably, casually waved at Han Yueli, pushed open the door, and returned to her own dormitory. What's wrong with her? Did she eat gunpowder? Su Yao looked at Shinju's departing figure, frowning as he muttered. Not really. She lost her match and was unhappy, so she came to vent to me. Han Yueli smiled softly, seeming long accustomed to their interactions. Oh, it's not like I wanted to say it. She was the one who insisted on asking. Su Yao shrugged with an innocent expression. It's all her fault. Has nothing to do with me. All right, stop talking. Han Yueli stepped aside. Come in first. After speaking, she lifted her foot to chase after Shinju toward her dormitory. Su Yao watched the two girls' backs and sighed. Ah, women's hearts. Just as he turned around, Lu Zhu, whose footsteps were silent as air, suddenly appeared. She stood quietly in the corridor shadows and bowed respectfully. Young master. Sister Lu Zhu, can you make some sound when you walk? Su Yao was startled and patted his chest. I almost thought there was a ghost. The water has been prepared, you may bathe now. Lu Zhu's gaze was calm, her tone respectful. I can handle these things myself from now on. Don't trouble yourself anymore. Su Yao waved his hand, but couldn't change Lu Zhu's attitude. Young master, the master ordered me to take good care of you. When mentioning Shui Lingnai, deep reverence appeared in Lu Zhu's eyes. Su Yao understood that in Lu Zhu's eyes, he was merely the teacher's disciple. If not for Shui Lingnai's words, the talented Radiant Moon envoy Lu Zhu would have no need to be so submissive to him. Since that was the case, he didn't want to pretend not to notice, and could only silently remember in his heart to be more considerate of this woman's hardships. Sister Lu Zhu, don't you need to cultivate? Su Yao asked casually. Once you reach my level of strength, you'll understand that ordinary cultivation is no longer very useful. To advance further requires not only effort, but more importantly, talent and spiritual objects. Lu Zhu answered truthfully. Then, are you an advanced beast master? Su Yao blinked. I apologize, young master. The master has ordered that we are not allowed to discuss our own strength. Lu Zhu maintained her usual composure. Seeing this, Su Yao already had a rough idea. 9 times out of 10, Lu Zhu was indeed an advanced beast master. Thinking that such a powerful person was constantly attending to him, he felt both flattered and somewhat uneasy. Also, stop calling me young master all the time. Just call me Su Yao. Su Yao said sincerely. In terms of age, you're older than me, and in terms of strength, you're also a senior. Calling me that all the time makes me uncomfortable. Besides, if people at the academy hear it, they'll think I'm some spoiled rich kid, which ruins my image. Lu Zhu pondered for a moment and finally nodded. Very well, young master. She agreed verbally, but her form of address remained unchanged. Su Yao shook his head helplessly. Sigh, I'll go bathe and rest then. He stepped upstairs and pushed open the bathroom door. The moment the bathroom door closed, in the empty corridor, Lu Zhu's expression relaxed for a moment. The next second, her eyes flickered slightly as Shui Lingnai's calm soul consciousness voice reached her ears. Lu Zhu, what do you think of my disciple? The master's disciple is naturally excellent. She instinctively flattered. Tell the truth. Lu Zhu pondered and still spoke honestly. The young master has sincere character, acts low-key, and restrains his brilliance appropriately. However, he's not ruthless enough in his actions, which might be a weakness for a beast master. Good. This is also what I'm worried about. The outside world isn't as peaceful as the academy. Shui Lingnai's voice carried a hint of concern. I need to leave for a while. His safety will temporarily depend on you. Yes, master, rest assured, I will definitely take good care of the young master. Early the next morning, Su Yao arrived at the classroom bright and early. Morning light streamed through the windows onto the neatly arranged desks, but it failed to bring any vitality to the room. The students' faces were clouded with gloom. Yesterday's welcome tournament had ended in crushing defeat for most freshmen, and the oppressive atmosphere seemed ready to suffocate the entire space. You know what? A male student slammed his desk, his voice filled with indignation. The guy I faced yesterday was just a beginner beast tamer with mediocre skills, but he had a whole bag of dirty tricks. One moment of carelessness, and I lost. That's nothing. Someone nearby immediately chimed in. Those guys have no sportsmanship at all. After winning, they still had to rub it in our faces. Absolutely shameless. From the back rows, someone shouted angrily, sportsmanship? Who cares about sportsmanship? Everyone who steps into the arena wants to win. He slapped his forehead. I was unlucky yesterday. I faced a female beast tamer who started undressing before the match even began, then suddenly ambushed me when she was halfway done. If you're going to strip, at least finish the job. Complaints erupted one after another, turning the classroom into chaos. For the first time, the freshmen truly experienced the brutality of the National Youth Elite Competition. To win, opponents would use any means necessary, which was far from the fair competition they had imagined. Just then, Jiang Jiqing pushed open the door. Seeing the dejected atmosphere filling the room, he could probably guess what had happened. What's wrong? You all look like wilted eggplants hit by frost. Where did yesterday's passion go? His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to instantly quiet the classroom. The students looked at each other, no one speaking up. For these top talents from Xinhai province, yesterday's failures had struck like a heavy hammer, crushing their pride completely. Finally, the student who had answered questions in Jiang Jiqing's class yesterday stood up. Su Yao recognized him. Tong Xingwen, ranked 33rd overall in the freshman assessment. Teacher, you don't know those people yesterday were so shameless. They'd do anything to win. Tong Xingwen's voice was full of resentment. Yesterday, his seemingly ordinary opponent had directly ambushed him with a disposable attack artifact, leaving him severely injured before he could even summon his beast. Not only did his opponent not spare him, but they also publicly mocked him, repeatedly trampling on his dignitia. Humiliation he couldn't swallow. With Tong Xingwen breaking the ice, everyone seemed to find an outlet, taking turns sharing their painful experiences. Jiang Jiqing watched the noisy classroom and rubbed his forehead helplessly. Ahem, have you said enough? He cleared his throat, his voice not loud, but carrying natural authority. The discussion stopped abruptly, all eyes focusing on the podium. Each of you has your own reasons, but if you're not competing to win, then what are you competing for? For love? Jiang Jiqing's tone was calm, yet carried an edge. He had only taught this group of students for one day, but he needed them to understand. Being a beast tamer wasn't child's play. His gaze swept across the entire class. You say you were ambushed by a disposable soul technique? Didn't you have any vigilance at all? In the real wilderness, magical beasts are only more cunning and ruthless than humans. Then he pointed at the male student who had been distracted by the female beast tamer's undressing. And you, on the battlefield, regardless of gender, everyone is an enemy. Whatever methods your opponent uses is none of your concern. Remember, beast tamers who enter the battlefield have no right to be distracted by anything. You are a beast tamer, and you cannot let anything affect your judgment. In my opinion, losing is actually a good thing for you because it shows you what real combat is like. Enemies won't just wait around to be defeated. You should learn more from this match instead of complaining about how you were treated. Everyone fell silent after hearing Jiang Jiqing's words. There was no denying he was right. Although these students were geniuses at Tianshu Academy, they were still too inexperienced. Think it over carefully. Now let's begin today's lesson. Jiang Jiqing ignored everyone's reactions and started his class. Throughout the lesson, no one showed any more negative emotions. Instead, everyone was filled with fighting spirit. It seemed they had taken Jiang Jiqing's words to heart. These students had grown up under the protection of their families and parents, never experiencing true life or death crises, so naturally they lacked experience. Their growth required more tempering. Days passed one by one. Ever since that day when Jiang Jiqing enlightened them, everyone's win rate improved dramatically. When facing enemies, they would immediately launch soul techniques followed by beast harvesting, giving everyone full confidence in passing the preliminaries. Congratulations to contestant Su Yao for winning. Current record, 21 wins, 0 losses. One step closer to 30 consecutive victories. Su Yao breathed a long sigh of relief, looking at his preliminary record. The opponents he'd faced these past few days were completely incomparable to those at the beginning of the preliminaries. The opponents from earlier days had fourth-tier beasts everywhere, and Su Yao had nearly lost several matches. If not for his soul techniques reaching perfect mastery and providing assistance, he might have been in real danger. Fortunately, the results were good, and he had passed each match without major incident. The battle intensity had greatly decreased these past few days. With opponents of varying strength levels, the stronger ones had fourth or third-tier beasts, while the weaker ones barely reached third tier. After more than 20 days of competition, about 80 of participants had been completely eliminated. Only about a dozen students remained from his class, though they were all on the edge of danger and could be eliminated with one careless mistake. Worth mentioning was that Qin's strength had also improved through these days of battle, successfully breaking through the fourth-tier barrier. Unfortunately, Wang's strength had yet to advance. Su Yao left the virtual training hall and strolled through the campus, arriving at the library in the Eastern District. His goal this time was to exchange for an archery soul technique, as his other techniques could barely cope with the continuing matches. At the library, after explaining his purpose, the librarian led him to the fourth floor, where all the intermediate soul techniques were stored. Finding the archery section, he discovered that even a powerful institution like Tianshu Academy had very few intermediate archery soul techniques, in its collection only 3 bookshelves with a few thousand volumes. Pitifully few compared to the adjacent sections for blade techniques, sword techniques, and other common weapon soul techniques. Did he really need to choose archery? Su Yao began to doubt himself. The higher the level of archery, the lower its ceiling became. Compared to sword and blade techniques, it might not be the better choice. However, Su Yao needed something for the current stage. He randomly pulled a soul technique from the shelf. Flying feather arrow. This technique could condense feather arrows using soul power, with speed so fast that enemies couldn't avoid them, pursuing ultimate velocity. It didn't match well with his blazing sun bow. Then Su Yao noticed the adjacent shelf labeled Enhancement Soul Techniques, which caught his attention. Perhaps he didn't need to strengthen his own abilities. Su Yao searched through the Enhancement Soul Techniques and found one suitable for himself. No. Suitable for Yin. Blazing Sun. The Enhanced Radiant Sun Soul Technique can be cast on tame beasts to strengthen their light and fire damage, or used against enemies to inflict blinding and burning effects. It can also enhance the damage dealt by spirit weapons. For Su Yao, this soul technique was more practical than almost any offensive skill. It could boost his contracted beast's explosive power while making his spirit weapon strikes more ferocious. The price: 500 credits. On the surface, he put on a casual, that's not expensive demeanor, but his fingertips still unconsciously rubbed against the desk. Basic soul techniques typically cost only 200 to 500 credits, while intermediate ones range from 500 to 2,000 credits. He had only accumulated 4,000 credits from 2 academy assessments, and this purchase would take away nearly half of it. Wouldn't feel the pinch? After confirming the purchase, he immediately sought out the librarian, spent 10 minutes copying the entire Radiant Sun text into a thin booklet, then rushed back to his dormitory. As soon as the door closed, his consciousness dove directly into the system space. System automatic update completed. The previously silent light screen suddenly brightened, clearly having completed its upgrade while he was away. System, what did you update this time? Suyao immediately inquired. Host has advanced to Junior Beast Tamer, now unlocking all intermediate material exchange privileges, available for direct purchase in the shop. Recycling function activated, all spirit weapons, spiritual items, and spiritual materials can be recycled, with reward points calculated based on quality. Now that's useful. Suyao nodded silently. In the past, when he obtained unusable materials, he had to make special trips to the Beast Tamer Guild to exchange them for money. Now he could recycle them directly with one click, saving time and effort while earning reward points. Since intermediate materials are now available, doesn't that mean I can buy evolution materials for Wang? His eyes flashed with delight. Wang's soul injuries still hadn't fully healed, and his current 13,450 reward points were far from sufficient, forcing him to postpone the evolution plan. Thinking of this, anxiety stirred in his heart. He always earned less than he spent. Mission trigger probability increased by 10. Wait, missions have trigger probabilities? Suyao was startled. This feature is newly added in this update. Host's current mission trigger rate is 30. So I only have a 30 chance of receiving missions when encountering danger, challenges, or opportunities? Suyao murmured. No wonder missions were so rare before it was only 20. After clarifying everything, he spread out the freshly copied Radiant Sun manual. Learn. Does the host wish to learn the intermediate soul technique Radiant Sun? Yes. Learning successful, Radiant Sun, LV1. Open attribute panel. Constitution, 2.5. Soul strength, 14.6. Soul power, 1460-1460. Race, human. Level, Junior Beast Tamer. Basic soul techniques. Bloodthirsty Blade, LV9. Fire Meteor, LV9. Wind Walk, LV9. Intermediate soul techniques. Radiant Sun, LV1. Reward points, 13450. The numbers were laid out clearly. Ever since regularly drinking the Dream 13 tea brewed by Shui Lingnai at Radiant Moon Mountain, his basic soul techniques had long reached maximum level. However, when he tried to open the upgrade interface for Radiant Sun, he discovered the reward points needed to upgrade an intermediate soul technique by one level were exactly the same as those required for basic soul techniques, which greatly puzzled Suyao. Both intermediate and advanced soul techniques fall within the normal range of human soul abilities, so they require the same amount of reward points. Suyao stared at the system panel, contemplating for a moment before deciding not to immediately spend his reward points on soul technique upgrades. With the unpredictable nature of task triggers, an emergency mission could pop up at any second, so it was safer to save these points for now. He opened his palm, revealing the basic constitution crystal he had been setting aside, lying quietly in his hand. The light wasn't particularly dramatic, but it flowed through his meridians like warm water, seeping into his limbs and bones. Within just a few seconds, he could clearly sense his muscles becoming more powerful in their expansion and contraction. His steps noticeably lighter, both his speed and strength had genuinely improved. The test panel updated simultaneously. Suyao's constitution now read 3.5, roughly 3 times that of an average adult. Just as he exited the system interface, his phone rang abruptly. The name on the screen read, Suyin. Hello. Suyao answered the call. You jerk. What have you been up to lately? You haven't replied to a single message. His sister's voice came through, complaining without any courtesy. It had been over a month since the siblings last contacted each other. You're not a little kid anymore. Do I need to check on you every day? Learn some independence, will you? Suyao lectured casually. Humph. Suyin expressed her displeasure with a cold snort. Stop acting like a child. Suyao's tone grew stern. His sister was great in every way except for her immature personality, which wouldn't serve her well as a future beast tamer. He quickly changed the subject. How have you been lately? Are you adjusting well to the new school? Brother, you have no idea, this place is absolutely inhuman. Suyin immediately broke down. Morning self-study at 6 a.m., classes until 9 p.m., and the entire day is spent learning beast taming theory. I'm practically withering away. Suyao knew her well. After a few pleasantries, she showed her true colors and began ranting frantically about school life. All right, just study hard, he interrupted. I didn't say much when you weren't studying properly at your old school, but in 2 years you'll have to take the cultural exams and undergo soul strength testing. If you want to become a beast tamer, passing the cultural courses is the bare minimum. If your grades are too poor, you won't even qualify for the test. Back when he took the cultural exams, his scores ranked in the upper tier at number 1 high school, which earned him the testing opportunity. I know. Thank goodness Xiaoyu is here with me, or I really couldn't handle it, Suyin sighed. You don't know how bad the regional discrimination is among the students here. Are you being bullied? Su Yao's voice tightened. No, with Xiaoyu around, who would dare bully me? She pouted. I just hate those family heirs. This school was a private elite academy specifically chosen by Wang Shoren. The students were all wealthy or noble, basically descendants of high-level beast tamers from Tian High, naturally exclusionary toward out-of-town students. Su Yin's frustration was understandable. Well, thanks Xiao Yu for me for taking care of you. You should find time to thank her in person. By the way, brother, what have you been so busy with lately? Not answering calls or replying to messages. Busy with a competition, the National Youth Elite Tournament. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Yao wisely held his phone away from his ear. Sure enough, Su Yin's excited screaming came through the speaker. What? Bro, you secretly entered the competition. On the other end of the phone, Su Yin's exclamation nearly maxed out the volume. Su Yao held his forehead with one hand and asked helplessly, what do you mean secretly? I registered fair and square. Does that mean I can see you on TV? His sister's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Only the main tournament gets broadcast. I'm still in the preliminaries. Hearing the words, main tournament, Su Yao's thoughts drifted back to the past. Back then, he and Su Yin would squeeze together on their old sofa, watching beast taming competitions on TV, with the National Youth Elite Championship being their most anticipated show. As a child, he would beat his chest and swear that someday he would stand on that stage and make everyone in the great show remember his name. That bold declaration might have seemed like naive fantasy to the adults, but now he finally had a real chance to make it happen. I believe in my brother. You'll definitely stand on the national stage and show your talent. Su Yin gave her support without hesitation. That night felt exceptionally long for both siblings. It wasn't until the moon hung high that Su Yao reluctantly ended the call. Only his sister's presence made him feel like he wasn't just drifting aimlessly in this unfamiliar world. Early the next morning, Lu Zhu had already set hot breakfast on the table. Su Yao finished it in a few bites, grabbed his backpack, and headed straight to the classroom. Today was Spirit Creature Appreciation class. Substitute teacher Wen Hongba stood at the front of the classroom, his hair gray and white, his voice low and slow enough to put half the class to sleep. In the back rows, students were discussing the spots for the National Youth Elite Championship instead. In today's technologically advanced world, a terminal the size of a wristwatch could search all known spirit creatures, making this course seem dispensable to most people. Su Yao didn't see it that way. Terminals could provide answers, but knowledge had to be digested by oneself. He took notes page by page, while Murong Qian beside him also paid close attention. Almost everyone else was dozing off. Wen Hongba slowly walked over to Li Peng, who sat in front of Su Yao. The hypnotic lecture had already lulled Li Peng into dreamland. Smack! A thick paper textbook hit Li Peng on the back of his head. Unlike other teachers who all used tablets, Wen Hongba insisted on using paper books, one of the reasons students nicknamed him Old Stubborn. Who? Who hit me? Li Peng jumped up, covering the back of his head, his anger flaring, but immediately realized he might have just made the most regrettable decision of his life. Li Peng, Wen Hongba's hoarse voice spoke calmly. What is that spirit creature on the blackboard? I. Li Peng stammered, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Student Su Yao, you answer. Su Yao stood up, his gaze falling on the blue and white plant in the projection, his voice clear and strong. White dew blue moon grass, a water tribute spirit creature that grows in shaded mountain ranges. It's an intermediate level spirit creature with significant growth benefits for ice and water type tamed beasts. Besides its use as a spirit creature, it can also be used medicinally to refine codeine pills. Wen Hongba nodded and placed his textbook on the podium. Very good, basically correct. Wen Hongba looked at Su Yao with satisfaction, nodded approvingly, then raised his hand to gesture for him to take a seat. Li Peng remained standing alone in his spot, and upon seeing this, quickly cast an apologetic glance. Wen Hongba sighed and waved his hand dismissively. You sit down too. In his view, he couldn't force others to be interested in spiritual creatures if they weren't. The classroom remained noisy, with students whispering to each other, paying no attention to the lesson. As the bell signaling the end of class approached, Wen Hongba cleared his throat and called out names again. Su Yao, Murong Qian. He rattled off 5 or 6 names in one breath. After the competition ends, meet me at Spirit Medicine Mountain in the South District. I have something to discuss with you. Yes. Su Yao responded, then glanced at Murong Qian. She shook her head slightly, clearly just as puzzled about the reason. The preliminary rounds were scheduled from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., with matches every 20 minutes in completely random order. Su Yao drew the very last slot, 5 p.m. Though he didn't understand what Wen Hongba wanted to discuss, he refocused his attention on the upcoming competition. As soon as Wen Hongba left, Li Peng leaned over and said, Su Yao, you guys are in trouble. Who knows how that old man is going to torment you? We should have skipped this half-semester theoretical training and gone straight to field missions instead. If the terminal ever fails, you won't even recognize magical beasts. Wouldn't that be a death sentence? Su Yao countered. But Li Peng wasn't listening at all. His only passion was the direct confrontation between tame beasts and magical creatures, feeling like his youth was being wasted on boring theoretical classes. The afternoon competition went much more smoothly than expected. Logically, by the later stages of the preliminaries, opponents should have comparable strength and records, but Su Yao's opponent seemed nothing like someone with 20 consecutive wins. Did my luck suddenly improve? He muttered to himself as he walked out of the virtual training facility. Looking up, he was surprised to see Murongqian. Wasn't your match around 2 p.m.? Why didn't you go back to rest? Too much trouble, Murongqian shrugged. Since we need to go to Spirit Medicine Mountain anyway, might as well go together. The two walked through the central district and entered the southern district's secret realm, traveling in silence. Only when they reached the foot of Spirit Medicine Mountain did Su Yao finally speak up. What do you think Teacher Wen wants with us? Not sure. Murongqian shook her head. But since he's both a soul pharmacist and an interpreter, it's probably related to one of those two professions. I understand soul pharmacist, but what kind of profession is an interpreter? Murongqian's gaze swept across the mountain forest. Magical beasts' secret realms come from different worlds and different time spaces. Each realm contains various treasures buried by history. Beast-taming artifacts, spiritual objects, and soul techniques are all possibilities. Their brilliance has been concealed, collectively called dust-sealed objects. Su Yao thought of the item he had obtained from Lu Hong, suddenly understanding. An interpreter's job is to strip away the accumulated sediment from dust-sealed objects, making them shine again. Murongqian continued explaining. However, this profession carries extremely high risks. Some people, fearing treasures might fall into others' hands, set traps within the dust-sealed objects. Others contain inherent deadly mechanisms. Su Yao nodded with partial understanding, finally grasping what an interpreter's work entailed. Looking at the towering Spirit Medicine Mountain that pierced the clouds within the secret realm, Su Yao's mouth twitched. Another mountain to climb. How annoying. Unlike Radiant Moon Mountain, which belonged solely to Shui Lingnai in solitude, Spirit Medicine Mountain was a shared asset of Heavenly Tome Academy. All soul pharmacists and soul herb cultivators could operate here, making it one of the most frequented destinations for upperclassmen when they were desperate for credits. This place was universally acknowledged as the safest way to earn credits, but also the most exhausting. Spirit Medicine Mountain was divided into 3 levels from bottom to top. 1. The mountain base was the territory of junior soul pharmacists, responsible for the Academy's daily spiritual medicine needs. 2. The halfway point belonged to intermediate soul pharmacists. 3. Only the peak was the domain of advanced soul pharmacists. Murongqian took the lead up the stone steps, leaving Su Yao no choice but to follow. Along the way, they constantly brushed past upperclassmen hurrying up and down the mountain. After about half an hour, they reached the summit and, following the coordinates given by Wen Hongba, found an extremely secluded wooden cabin. Several people had already gathered outside, precisely the students who were most attentive in Wen Hongba's classes and had been called upon. The cabin door creaked open, and an upperclassman in academy uniform poked his head out. The teacher is currently refining medicine. Please wait a moment, and feel free to look around nearby. After everyone dispersed, they were quickly stunned by the herb garden behind the cabin. Congealed fat grass as white as mutton jade, dark night cloud orchids emanating ethereal light. Any single plant could sell for millions or even tens of millions of great Zhou coins on the market, yet here they simply swayed quietly. Most of the spiritual herbs Su Yao had seen in class, though there were quite a few he couldn't even name, but anything cultivated in Wen Hongba's herb garden was certainly of considerable value. Do you think Teacher Wen wants to take on disciples? After touring the herb garden, Su Yao returned to the front of the cabin and asked Murongqian in a low voice. You guessed right. An aged but vigorous voice accompanied the sound of the door opening as Wen Hongba emerged from the wooden cabin. The others immediately gathered around. I invited you here today to see if you have talent and can become true soul pharmacists. Wen Hongba surveyed everyone present. The male student standing next to Su Yaoling Zixin couldn't help but ask, why us? Taking disciples depends on fate. You were the most dedicated in class, so you have this opportunity. But the qualification isn't up to you, nor is it up to me. Wen Hongba retrieved a fist-sized crystal from his spatial ring. This is a soul crystal. Channel your soul power into it, and it will display your compatibility. Only with a value greater than 10 can you step through the gates of soul pharmacy. He gestured for Lung Zixin to step forward. Lung Zixin grasped the crystal and channeled his soul power into it. The crystal flashed with an eerie green light, and the number 11 appeared in the light screen. Oh, not bad. Wen Hongba nodded. Do you wish to become my disciple and a soul pharmacist? This disciple is willing. Lung Zixin blurted out almost without hesitation. Why don't you give it a try? Except for Su Yao and Murongqian, everyone immediately crowded forward, eagerly reaching out to grasp the soul crystal and test their compatibility. Among the 5 classmates, only Lung Zixin, who went first, reached the passing threshold. The crystal emitted a gentle green glow, with the reading steadily hitting the standard mark. Aren't you going to try? Murongqian asked, turning her head toward him. You go first. Su Yao shrugged, showing little interest in becoming a soul pharmacist. As long as he had sufficient privileges and reward points, he could still exchange for legendary grade pills. Whether he possessed that certificate made no difference to him. Murongqian nodded and pressed her palm against the crystal. The moment her soul power flowed in, A brilliant pillar of light exploded outward like a miniature sun, forcing everyone to instinctively squint. Unlike Lung Jixin's green light, this time it was an eerie, bewitching purple. Before the crystal could display any numerical reading, a sharp crack echoed through the air as a fissure spread wildly from the base, and in the blink of an eye, the entire crystal shattered into glittering fragments. Teacher Wen, Murong Qian stood frozen, cupping the shards in her hands. This thing looked expensive, and having to pay for it would be quite troublesome. Purple? When Hongbao's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Purple signified ultimate talent, something that appeared once in a century. After snapping back to his senses, he immediately pulled another brand new soul crystal from his spatial ring and handed it over, clearly wanting to verify the result again. The second crystal, the third, up to the sixth, every result was identical. Purple light flashed brilliantly, and the crystal shattered. The entire testing area's floor was now covered with crystal debris. Once in a century. Once in a century. When Hongbao seemed to have lost his soul, muttering while picking up the fragments. Teacher? With so many crystals broken, I can't afford to pay for them. Morong Qian said, half joking, half serious. What? No need, no need. Student Morong, would you be interested in becoming a soul pharmacist? Wen Hongbao's voice trembled with excitement, his hands shaking uncontrollably. For someone with such talent, not to pursue the path of a soul pharmacist would be against the natural order. He was even considering personally visiting the Morong family to petition if she refused, since that old master still owed him a favor anyway. Yes. Morong Qian's answer was straightforward. Hearing the affirmative response, when Hongbao's smile stretched almost to his ears, excellent. Purple represents that your soul pharmacist talent has reached near its limit. We haven't seen such a prodigy in nearly a century. Teacher, is it really that extraordinary? Su Yao couldn't help but interject. Morong Qian was actually this powerful? Absolutely. But with my level of expertise, I'm afraid I'm hardly qualified to be her mentor. When Hongbao spoke sincerely, if you're willing, I can contact my teacher right now. She would definitely take you as her disciple. How does that sound? Morong Qian didn't immediately agree, instead turning to look at Su Yao. Su Yao's heart skipped a beat. Why is she looking at me? I'm not the one becoming an apprentice. Yet she spoke calmly. Teacher, this crystal is broken, and there's still one person who hasn't been tested. Clearly, she wanted to wait for Su Yao's results before making her decision. When Hongbao paused, then smiled wryly as he pulled out another soul crystal. Just how many of these consumables did he have stockpiled? He had also heard various rumors about Su Yao. Perhaps this student was equally extraordinary. Come on, student Su Yao, give it a try. Su Yao took the crystal, thinking to himself, did you buy these crystals wholesale or something? Are they really that miraculous? Without further comment, he gripped it with his 5 fingers and let his soul power flow. A flash of brilliant light passed, and once again, when Hongbao's jaw dropped. Watching Wen Hongbao's expression, Su Yao thought to himself, indeed, even without the system, I'm still a genius wherever I go. A slight smile played at the corners of his mouth, confidence written all over his face. But suddenly, when Hongbao spoke in a grave tone, how is this possible? I've been a soul pharmacist for so many years and tested countless people's aptitudes. I've never encountered anyone like you. Your situation is even rarer than Murong Qian's. The surrounding students gasped. Everyone knew that Murong Qian was already considered a hidden-level genius. If Su Yao was even rarer than her, this would be the highest praise possible. No wonder when Hongbao's expression looked even stranger than before. Teacher, Su Yao raised his chin eagerly. Just tell me straight, how is my talent? You have absolutely no talent. When Hongbao's words sent everyone's emotions plummeting from the clouds to the depths. They had originally thought they were witnessing the birth of a soul pharmacist prodigy, but instead, a waste had emerged. While everyone was still stunned, when Hongbao continued explaining, no matter how poor someone's talent is, the soul crystal test always shows at least 1 or 2 points. This is the first time I've ever seen a crystal show absolutely no reaction. Teacher, could it be that the crystal has been sitting too long and isn't working properly? Su Yao's voice was as quiet as a mosquito. Lung Jixin, you try. Lung Jixin stepped forward and pressed his palm against the soul crystal. The number shot up to 11. All of you test again. The other students came forward one by one, and their results were identical to the first time. Only Su Yao's turn remained completely motionless. Su Yao felt anger burning inside him. He truly hadn't set his sights on becoming a soul pharmacist, but with the test results right before his eyes, he had to accept reality. In the classroom, everyone's gaze toward him had completely changed. The top freshman and beast tamer genius actually had 0 talent in soul pharmacy? This was like God opening a door for you while welding the windows shut. Lung Jixin looked at Su Yao with a bland expression. Student Su Yao, don't be discouraged. Since the path of soul pharmacy is blocked for you, becoming a top-tier beast tamer is inevitable. When I become a grandmaster in the future, I'll give you a 5% discount on all your spiritual medicines. The words sounded caring on the surface, but the tone was full of mockery. Even when Hongbao frowned slightly, was his new disciple being too arrogant? He won't need you. I'll cover all his spiritual medicines from now on. Morong Qian suddenly interjected. Her attitude surprised Su Yao. Then she turned to Wen Hongba with a serious expression. I would like to become your disciple and learn soul pharmacy. Good, good, good. Wen Hongba excitedly rubbed his hands together, seeming even more excited than when taking on a disciple. I'll report this to my master immediately. Leave me your contact information, and I'll notify you as soon as there's news. I'm certain my teacher would never refuse the emergence of a top-tier soul pharmacist talent. Someone took the opportunity to voice the same doubt as Su Yao. Teacher, what exactly does this compatibility represent? How can you determine whether someone is suitable to become a soul pharmacist based solely on compatibility? The key to becoming a soul pharmacist lies in the compatibility between soul power and spiritual materials. Only soul power that can harmonize with spiritual materials can be used to refine spiritual pills and medicines. Otherwise, not only will you fail to extract and refine the effective components from the materials, but you'll actually cause them to dissipate, turning perfectly good spiritual medicines into waste or even poison. Wen Hongba stood before the stone platform, emphasizing this point once again with a resounding tone while raising his hand to point at the soul crystals before everyone. These contain the most basic compatibility devices. Once you inject your soul power, as long as it resonates with the spiritual materials, the crystals will burst forth with different colored lights. The purer the color, the more completely your soul power has merged with the spiritual materials. As soon as he finished speaking, he announced the results. All right, Lung Jixin, starting today you'll stay and learn the knowledge of soul pharmacists from me. Student Morong, go back and wait for my teacher's response. I believe it won't be long before my teacher comes to find you personally. As for the rest of you, you may leave now. Upon hearing these words, though unwilling, everyone could only watch as the triumphant Lung Jixin followed Wen Hongba into the side hall. They had no choice but to successively exit the mountaintop stone platform and disperse down the mountain along the stone steps. Su Yao and Murong Qian fell to the back of the group. Hey, you're not discouraged, are you? Murong Qian looked at the silent figure ahead and finally couldn't help but ask. She never would have expected that Su Yao had absolutely no talent for becoming a soul pharmacist. Of course not. Su Yao didn't turn back, but his tone showed no dejection whatsoever. He truly didn't care whether he could refine pills or not. What he cared about was just one thing. Some people's behavior after gaining power was truly ugly. Thinking back to when he had taken first place, he had never mocked anyone. I keep my word. Murong Qian suddenly dropped this statement. What did you say? Su Yao was stunned for a moment, not understanding. But the girl had already taken long strides, heading straight down the mountain. Su Yao's heart skipped a beat. Wait, could she be referring to providing all my future spiritual medicines? Could it be that she really toured him? As soon as the thought emerged, he vigorously shook his head, casting aside all these unrealistic imaginings. They hadn't known each other for very long in total, and every time they met, he either made her angry or annoyed her. With this thought, he quickened his pace back to the dormitory. The most important thing right now was to perform well in the preliminary matches. The goal his teacher had set for him made his scalp tingle. As the competition progressed, the overall strength of participants soared, and he vaguely sensed trouble ahead. In the next match, he would very likely encounter even stronger opponents. Maintaining a perfect record wouldn't be so easy. Sure enough, his bad premonition came true the next day. On the preliminary match arena, a tall and slender youth approached from the opposite side. He appeared to be about the same age as Su Yao, with sharp, piercing features at first glance. Are you also a freshman this year? The youth sized up Su Yao with a clear, bright voice. Also, so you're a freshman too? Su Yao raised an eyebrow slightly. That's right. The youth nodded slightly. It seems you also have 22 consecutive wins. Otherwise you wouldn't have been matched with me. I'm Bu Junjie, the top freshman from Shenfang Academy. Shenfang Academy, one of the 20 top academies in the Great Zhou, ranked even above Tianshu Academy. Su Yao felt a chill in his heart. He hadn't expected to encounter the freshman champion from Shenfang Academy in just the preliminary rounds. Seeing that Su Yao wasn't making a move, Bu Junjie simply chatted casually, naturally preventing the timer from starting. Which academy are you from? Tianshu Academy, Su Yao. Su Yao straightened his spine and introduced himself. Even if this was just a preliminary match, he absolutely couldn't bring shame to his academy. Interesting, very interesting. I know you, the top freshman from Tianshu Academy. Bu Junjie's eyes flashed with excitement. It looks like this battle will be quite entertaining. Clearly, he had learned about Su Yao beforehand. To be precise, he had investigated all the freshman powerhouses from the top academies. These people weren't just his current opponents, they would be his competitors for the next 4 years. Watching the expression on Bu Junjie's face, Su Yao was equally excited about the upcoming duel. In that case, I'll give it my all to show respect for both you and Tianshu Academy. Bu Junjie raised his hand, his tone solemn. Same here. Su Yao nodded in response. Both formed hand seals almost simultaneously, and transparent, intricate soul arrays spread beneath their feet. In the blazing white light, Su Yao's beast companion angel, Yin, slowly materialized. She floated in midair, her 6 wings slightly spread, silver armor gleaming, holy sword hanging before her. Cold gaze locked onto her opponent. A flash of surprise crossed Bu Junjia's eyes. Oh? Truly worthy of being Tianshu Academy's top student, to actually contract an angel from the Holy Radiance Church's lineage. Could he really be connected to that 1,000-year-old Holy Radiance Church? At this thought, his fighting spirit instantly ignited. Come forth, my beast companion. A deafening roar accompanied his shout, startling Su Yao, who was focused on the battle. This seemingly composed young man also had his dramatic side. From the soul array, a massive beast stepped forward. With each footfall, the arena trembled. Its upper body resembled a golden ape, thick muscles wrapped in dark brown fur woven like armor, with 2 curved horns like those of a bighorn sheep sprouting from its forehead. Below the waist, rock-textured skin formed a stark contrast with the fur above. Rock ape beast. Su Yao felt puzzled. The appearance was similar, yet this creature was taller and more agile than the rock ape beast in his memory. Moreover, rock ape beasts were merely elite grade, while this massive beast could be judged as rare grade just from its aura alone. Bu Junjia explained loudly. Correct, my beast companion is a rare grade berserker rock ape, evolved from a rock ape beast. Su Yao frowned inwardly. Indeed rare grade. This was troublesome. In previous matches, even when facing 5th-tier opponents, most were only elite or common grade, and Yan's rare bloodline could still achieve easy victory. But now, both being 4th tier, the Berserker Rock Ape was rock attributed and had a slight advantage over angels. This duel would likely be his most difficult battle since becoming a beast tamer. On one side was the 4th tier 5th stage Angel Yan, on the other the 4th tier 8th stage Berserker Rock Ape, with both attributes and combat power suppressing Su Yao. Roar! The Berserker Rock Ape charged forward with a bellow. With each step, earth and rubble surged beneath its feet, and in moments the arena surface was covered with rock formations, transforming the originally flat ground into a rugged rocky playground. Rock marsh terrain. Su Yao recognized this as an intermediate soul technique performed jointly by Bu Junjia and his beast companion. Within this rock marsh, the Berserker Rock Ape's strength, defense, and agility would all be greatly enhanced. Bu Junjia was clearly serious from the start. Su Yao knew a direct confrontation would be hopeless, so he immediately used Wind Walk to leap onto the highest rock pillar in the field, then commanded Yin to soar into the air, dodging the Berserker Rock Ape's charge. Su Yao looked at the arena that had become a rocky terrain on one side, knowing he had already lost the initiative. The frenzied Rock Ape's first attack was designed to sever the connection between Su Yao and Yin, scatter their formation, and force them into individual combat. In a split second, Su Yao raised his right palm as soul light exploded from his palm, forming a blinding orb of light. With a gentle push, the orb floated into the air. Oh no, close your eyes! Bu Junjia cried out, immediately shutting his own eyes. But before his voice had even faded, the orb exploded at the ceiling. The blazing sun became like a second sun, instantly illuminating the entire arena. Except for Su Yao and Yin, all creatures were forced to shut their eyes by the searing white light. Even with his eyes closed, Bu Junjia could still feel the scorching heat from above. The frenzied rock ape suffered the worst. Staring directly at the blazing sun, it was instantly blinded. Fear and pain made the already violent creature even more enraged as its massive arms flailed wildly, determined to destroy everything around it. Su Yao's lips curved slightly upward. His goal was achieved, but this was far from over. As the blazing sun continued to heat up, the air seemed kneaded by flames, and even the ground began to soften. The hair and clothing on Bu Junjia and the frenzied rock ape were instantly burned away by the scorching light, their skin crackling. Su Yao silently lamented his insufficient soul power. If his level were higher, this strike would be enough to severely wound or even vaporize his enemies, along with the rocky marsh beneath their feet. Under the radiance of the blazing sun, Yan's aura surged to the 4th tier, 7th stage, her combat power rivaling that of the frenzied rock ape. She raised her holy sword high, its blade gleaming with golden light like daylight. Holy sword judgment. The sword light condensed into a golden dragon that descended from above, thunderously engulfing the frenzied rock ape as explosive energy shattered the surrounding rock walls. Did we succeed? Su Yao stared at the giant ape's silhouette in the smoke and dust, his heart hanging by a thread. He knew this move had once left even the regenerating ice jade frost spider unable to escape unscathed. Watch out, be careful. Before the dust had settled, Su Yao suddenly sensed movement. 3 rock spears broke through the mist, aimed directly at Yin in midair. Yin dodged the first 2, but the third pierced through her abdominal armor, blood spattering. She fell from the air as Su Yao activated Wind Walk, swiftly catching her and placing her on the ground. Yin gritted her teeth and stood up, grasping the rock spear with her right hand and yanking it out forcefully. The pain contorted her features. This was the first time Su Yao had seen such an expression on her face. As the dust settled, the arena was left in ruins. The frenzied rock ape's form finally became visible. It had regained its sight, but lost an arm. When the Holy Sword Judgment had struck earlier, it had urgently deployed frenzied rock defense, but its solid shield had still underestimated the sword light's power, paying the price of a severed limb. Bu Junjie looked at the wounded Yin and smiled confidently. It seems the outcome is decided. Indeed, while losing an arm had weakened the frenzied rock ape's combat power, it hadn't affected its mobility. Everyone knew that rock-type spirit beasts were incredibly durable. Su Yao, your beast is already severely injured. There's no point in continuing this fight, is there? Bu Junjie said indifferently. Aren't you in the same situation? Su Yao replied coldly. He was surprised by his opponent's Taito still be able to counterattack in such a desperate situation. The top freshman of Shunfang Academy truly lived up to his reputation. Even though injuries in the virtual realm won't leave real damage, there's no need for you to personally experience the pain of death, right? Bu Junjie persuaded. Are you running out of steam? Su Yao stared at his opponent intently. This remark first stunned Bu Junjie. Then his expression tightened, clearly having his thoughts exposed. He was indeed struggling at this moment. His raging rock ape was badly injured, while Yao Yang was still standing. If they continued fighting, his chances of victory weren't stable. Winning with minimal cost was perfectly reasonable. Moreover, Su Yao's beast appeared to be more severely wounded. Not all elemental types were as insensitive to pain as rock types. Su Yao, even if you lose this match, your strength is enough to make it to the main tournament. Why push yourself to this extent? Bu Junjie glanced at the timer. Only 3 minutes left. He didn't want to end in a draw either. Are you so sure you've got me beat? What? Before Bu Junjie could finish speaking, he saw Su Yao walk back to the center of the field, with Angel Yin floating beside him, clutching her abdomen. Su Yao's decision was crystal clear. Regardless of you being from Shinfang Academy, if I surrender now, how can I maintain my standing at Tianshu Academy? Besides, my master has a fiery temper. If I really return defeated, I won't have a good explanation either. Su Yao silently apologized to Shui Lingnai in his heart, but his gaze never left Bu Junjie and that raging rock ape. Your angel can barely stay airborne. What are you going to fight with? Bu Junjie mocked. Is that so? Su Yao smiled. Holy light healing. Golden light suddenly blazed from the angel's holy sword, and a gentle, yet brilliant beam of light completely enveloped Yin. Under the holy light, the gaping wound on her abdomen healed at a visible rate, and her pained expression clearly eased. Oh no! Raging rock ape, stop her! Don't let her recover! Bu Junjie panicked. He should have realized earlier, as the sovereign of light-type beasts, an angel couldn't possibly lack healing abilities. He had been careless. The raging rock ape responded immediately, using its remaining right hand to form a basketball-sized rock sphere. The surface was covered with spikes, resembling a meteor hammer, which it hurled with tremendous force. Midair, the stone spikes expanded dramatically, countless sharp cones shooting towards Su Yao and Yin's brawling rock-piercing strike. As the stone rain approached, Su Yao could only rely on his wind step technique to dodge and weave through the remaining rock formations. Meanwhile, Yin extended her pristine white right hand, conjuring a sacred light barrier to block the stone spikes, buying herself time to heal. Ignore the angel. Target Su Yao. Seeing his offensive blocked, Bu Junjie immediately adjusted his strategy. The only option was to eliminate Su Yao himself as quickly as possible. He took a deep breath and pressed both hands to the ground. Earth-splitting wave. The ground before Bu Junjie appeared to be torn apart, with cracks steadily advancing towards Su Yao's direction. In the cramped room, Su Yao relied on his soul skill Wind Walk to dart between artificial stone slabs and walls, yet the spreading cracks still forced him step by step into a corner. Earth-splitting wave was an intermediate soul skill with wide range and terrifying damage. If he kept dodging, he would only end up buried alive. A sharp gleam flashed in Su Yao's eyes as he decided to fight with his back against the wall. Blood energy surged as he condensed a crimson giant blade in his palm. Using Wind Walk to charge forward, he kicked off the wall and launched himself upward, briefly suspended in midair as he swung his blade down to meet the incoming brown energy beam. In the next instant, earth and stone erupted violently, like a miniature volcano exploding beneath his feet. The blood blade clashed fiercely with the earth-splitting wave, and the explosive energy wave sent Su Yao tumbling backward, his entire body hurled through the air. His clothes were torn, but he wasn't seriously injured. After 2 midair flips, he landed steadily. Before he could catch his breath, stone spears controlled by the raging rock ape shot through the air like a pack of serpents, one after another blocking his escape routes. Su Yao was forced to dodge again, the stone spears seeming to have eyes as they pursued him relentlessly. In that split second, his peripheral vision caught the rapidly diminishing energy of the rock sphere in the air. A sign that scattered rock heaven Pierce was about to end. The moment for counterattack had arrived. Sacred Sword Judgment. The angel flame in midair struck first. Using her wings and agile form, she dove down, her sacred sword carrying blazing holy flames as it cut through the raging rock ape's rocky armor and struck heavily into its flesh and blood upper body. The flames spread instantly, and the ape's agonized roars echoed in Bujunji's ears. The situation reversed in an instant. One moment, he and his beast had Su Yao firmly suppressed. The next, Angel Flame's deadly strike was aimed at the raging rock ape. Bujunji never expected that Angel Flame could complete her self-healing in such a short time and make such a precise judgment, ignoring her master's safety to directly target the ape's head. Previously, both he and the stone ape had focused all their attention on Su Yao, temporarily overlooking Angel Flame, and this was all part of Su Yao's calculation. When faced with desperate circumstances, his first command wasn't sacred light for self-protection, but to have flame attack the raging rock ape. Under the scorching sacred flames, the raging rock ape's upper body quickly turned black and cracked, its screams fading to hoarse gasps. Only the lower rocky body remained standing, but lifeless. After eliminating the target, Angel Flame immediately returned to Su Yao's side, casting sacred healing as gentle holy light that smoothed away all his wounds. Bujunji clenched his fist, then released it, shaking his head with a bitter smile. A miscalculation. I was indeed careless, never imagining you could track the timing of scattered rock heaven pierces end under such danger, trading injury for victory. He looked up solemnly and said, "See you in the main tournament." "See you in the main tournament." Su Yao responded. Bujunji exited the virtual realm, and the match time froze at 1 minute and 32 seconds. Seeing the victory notification appear, Su Yao also left immediately. Inside the virtual battle room at Shenfeng Academy, Bujunji sat up from the pod, rubbing his temples and muttering to himself, "What a troublesome opponent. What's wrong? Did you lose?" A girl with an elegant figure walked over to Bujunji's side. "That's right. I lost," Bujunji admitted frankly, though he was clearly troubled by this very matter. The girl across from him was none other than his fiancée, Yin Xinhua. The Yin and Bu families had been close for generations, and the two had been childhood sweethearts with their engagement arranged since they were young. Yin Xinhua's abilities were no less impressive. She could easily rank in the top 5 among the new students at Shenfeng Academy. She knew Bujunji's capabilities well. Given the virtual realm's matching system and his own strength, it should have been nearly impossible for him to be paired against a junior beast tamer stronger than himself, yet he had somehow lost. "Oh, you actually lost." Yin Xinhua raised an eyebrow, her tone carrying a hint of surprise. But on second thought, she should be happy about this. They had made a bet on who would lose first, and now that Bujunji had fallen, she had won. "Since you lost, don't forget about those 10 water element junior spirit materials," she reminded him casually. "Hey Xinhua, you're my fiancé. After all, can't you comfort me a little?" The moment the bet was mentioned, Bujunji deflated instantly. It wasn't that he couldn't afford 10 junior spirit materials. The prestigious Bu family could easily provide 10,000, let alone 10. The real issue was losing face. If he couldn't maintain his authority as the future husband, wouldn't Yin Xinhua have the upper hand after marriage? "Don't talk nonsense. If he always considered you just a friend. I don't acknowledge the arrangements made by the older generation." Yin Xinhua's face flushed slightly, and without pursuing the bet further, she turned and left the virtual realm battle room. Bujunji stared longingly at her retreating figure, silently vowing to himself, "Xinhua, I will definitely win you over." Meanwhile, Su Yao dragged his exhausted body back to the dormitory. The virtual realm's mental drain had left him completely listless. "What's wrong, young master?" Lu Zhu poked her head out from the kitchen, wearing an apron, as she saw him collapse directly onto the living room sofa. Su Yao had long given up correcting the young master address and asked casually, "Sister Lu Zhu, is dinner ready?" "It's ready. I'll bring it out now. Go call Han Yueli for dinner," Lu Zhu replied, heading back into the kitchen. "Yueli, dinner's ready." "Coming." Han Yueli opened her door and shuffled to the dining table in her pajamas and slippers. As soon as the dishes were set, Su Yao began devouring the food like a hurricane. "Young master, eat slower." Lu Zhu frowned as she watched Su Yao had never eaten like this before. What was wrong with him today? "Su Yao, you didn't lose your match, did you?" Han Yueli ventured timidly. "No," Su Yao denied. "Could it be that some girl dumped you? Was it that Morong Qian?" Lu Zhu pondered thoughtfully, blaming herself for not taking better care of him. "No way, I'm going to find Morong Qian right now." She started to get up. "Don't make wild guesses. Morong Qian and I are completely innocent, friends at most. I'm just really hungry today because the virtual realm is so draining." Su Yao quickly stopped her. "Wait, Sister Lu Zhu, where are you going?" Nowhere. There's still fish soup simmering in the kitchen. I'll go get it." Lu Zhu hastily made an excuse to cover her impulsive moment. Han Yueli propped her chin on her hands, looking at the empty plates on the table, and muttered, "Is the virtual realm really that terrifying?" Han Yueli asked, grateful that she hadn't signed up. Otherwise, she would have ended up looking just like Su Yao. Su Yao leaned against the wall in the training hall corridor, gently flexing his wrist, his tone calm. "I don't know. The virtual realm affects everyone differently. Whether it's injury or death, it always leaves some traces on the body. Today's duel was quite challenging. Perhaps its effect on me is that I've completely lost my appetite. Han Yueli's gaze seemed somewhat confused as she nodded with half understanding. Over the following days, Su Yao's opponents in the virtual realm were mostly just average-level junior beast tamers, with no one as troublesome as Bujunjia. Though his victories were consistent, they still required his full effort, leaving him unable to let his guard down for even a moment. On the 30th day, the virtual training hall was more crowded than usual, with students from all grades packing the entire spectator area. On the big screen, the list of the first batch to advance from the preliminaries to the main competition was gradually updating. Behind the top 30 names, the consecutive win numbers, 29 wins, 0 losses, were uniformly displayed, and Su Yao's name was prominently among them. The students were beside themselves with excitement, and even the usually composed teachers were craning their necks to look. After all, these students represented their respective academies, and their performance was the academy's reputation. The top powerhouses of the second year are truly exceptional. Someone in the crowd pointed at the screen and shouted, "Songbai achieved 30 consecutive wins so easily." Another student chimed in, "Yes, I heard that with Songbai's strength, he might very well compete with masters from other academies for the championship." The discussions naturally overlooked all junior beast tamers except those from the top 20 prestigious schools in their eyes. Only students from elite academies were worthy opponents, and the National Youth Elite Competition was at most just a small-scale prestigious school tournament. Instructor Wei Hongyan adjusted his glasses, his gaze falling on Songbai on the screen, commenting indifferently, "Making it to the top 16 shouldn't be a problem. Whether he can go further depends on luck." Several teachers nearby nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in surprise again. "Wait, is that Su Yao? Isn't he that freshman? He also achieved 30 consecutive wins. How is that possible? Could it be that his opponents were too weak, letting him get lucky?" "Get lucky? Why don't you try getting lucky yourself?" The discussions rose and fell in waves. As the person in question, Su Yao remained composed. In fact, the final match hadn't been easy. His opponent had actually summoned a 5th-tier, 6th-stage elite-level beast. In the virtual realm, he had racked his brains, using the terrain to maneuver around the beast, finally seizing a weakness to kill the beast tamer himself, securing victory within the 10-minute limit. Had he been even a few seconds later, the match would have ended in a draw, a result he absolutely couldn't accept. The bustling crowd and flashing screens gave Su Yao a headache. He quietly walked out of the training hall, wanting only to keep a low profile and return to his dormitory to continue improving himself and his beast's abilities. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the event. National Youth Elite Competition Preliminaries, 30 consecutive wins. Event reward claimed. Reward successfully obtained. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 reward points, 1 basic constitution crystal, 5 basic soul crystals, and 1 intermediate soul crystal. Not bad at all. Su Yao looked at the system's rewards this time, feeling that it was quite comprehensive. He first stored away the constitution crystal and the 5 basic soul crystals, then sat cross-legged and directly absorbed the intermediate soul crystal. He had long surpassed the stage of using basic soul crystals, while the system's buyback price was merely 100 reward points. They could sell for over 50,000 Dezhou coins at auction, making them precious lifesavers for beast tamers with average talent at the apprentice and basic levels. With this in mind, he immediately decided never to sell these soul crystals back to the system at such low prices. Keeping them would maximize his profits. Spiritual energy flowed into his consciousness. After completing the absorption, he pressed the basic constitution crystal against his palm. Within moments, a faint golden glow appeared on his skin, and his constitution value on the attribute panel steadily settled at 4.5. His strength, speed, and endurance were all enhanced. With his current physical condition, he could defeat ordinary first-tier magical beasts within 3 moves. Combined with soul techniques, he could handle even elite second-tier magical beasts with ease. Even so, he remained clear that the true core of combat power lay in beast taming. The last person who tried to fight magical beasts with bare hands was Wei Changkong, who was still lying in the intensive care unit of Shenyang City. His miserable condition constantly reminded Su Yao never to follow in his footsteps. Therefore, in the following days, he invested all his reward points and academy credits into cultivating his tamed beasts. Over 10 days passed, with spiritual materials and creatures continuously being delivered to the breeding room. Angel Flame's realm climbed all the way to the 4th tier, 9th stage. If he encountered Bujunjia's raging rock ape again, he certainly wouldn't be in such a sorry state as before. As for sound and mental system resources being scarce, he spent almost all his remaining reward points on Qin's advancement, successfully pushing Qin to the 4th tier, 3rd stage. Though slightly lower in rank, Qin's sonic control abilities had greatly improved. Even when facing 5th-tier magical beasts, they would find it difficult to easily break free from her restraints. During training, the preliminary rounds also intensified. Those who broke through were mainly students from the 20 top academies and major factions, with students from other universities in the minority, and those without backing or affiliation being as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Songbai, the acknowledged ace of Tianshu Academy, possessed 3 fifth-tier tamed beasts and was stealing all the spotlight. Many wondered why junior and senior students were absent. In fact, top academies stipulated that students must reach intermediate beast tamer level by their junior year, while this tournament's rules limited participation to under 25 years old, basic beast tamer level only, naturally excluding junior students from competition. The National Youth Elite Competition is an annual event that produces countless talented contestants every year. Although this was a competition for novice beast tamers, many participants possessed skills and beasts that rivaled those of intermediate beast tamers, differing only in their slightly weaker soul strength. As the preliminary rounds progressed day by day, all contestants desperately worked to improve their abilities, viewing this tournament as the perfect stage to establish their reputations. Among the freshmen, several besides Su Yao had advanced to the main competition. A few dark horses, who had performed mediocrely during freshman evaluations, suddenly emerged as formidable contenders, charging ahead all the way. Among Su Yao's acquaintances, only Wang Yahan unfortunately failed to qualify, while everyone else made it through. Wang Yahan's beasts were all support-oriented. While the gap between support and attack types wasn't obvious in the early stages, this difference became magnified exponentially as levels increased. During pre-class study time, she forced a smile and told everyone, "I'll be there cheering you on." Though her words sounded cheerful, her eyes couldn't hide her disappointment. "If not this year, there's always next year." Li Peng consoled her, then joked, "When you think about it, aside from Su Yao, which of us dares claim we're not just going through the motions?" Li Xian chimed in, steering the conversation toward the competition venue. "I heard the main tournament was drawn for the Western Rock Desert Province. That place has sandstorms year-round and harsh conditions, definitely not a comfortable destination. This year's tournament would be held at the Central Stadium in Panyan City, Rock Desert Province, the largest dueling arena in the region, which had hosted multiple international competitions. With home field advantage firmly in the hands of Shunfang Academy from Rock Desert Province, Wang Yahan acted like a team manager, sharing the intelligence she'd gathered. Shunfang Academy is located right in Panyan City, so they'll be competing on their home turf." The mention of Shunfang Academy reminded Su Yao of Bu Junjia, whom he'd encountered in the wilderness not long ago, his strongest opponent to date. Now heading to their opponent's home ground, he felt both anticipation and wariness. "When do we leave?" Su Yao asked. "The school will assign teachers to escort us, we just need to follow along. Other academies handle their own arrangements." Wang Yahan consulted her notes. "We depart in 3 days, traveling by feathered azure bird. The journey takes 5 days. The feathered azure bird was a flying-type beast that Tianshu Academy had specially cultivated, capable of incredible speeds covering 5,000 kilometers in a single day of flight. Even so, traveling from eastern Xinhai Province to Rock Desert Province would still require a full 5 days. Having only a vague concept of other provinces before, these numbers gave Su Yao a visceral sense of just how vast the world truly was. 5 days? That's actually pretty fast," Li Xian shrugged. "The skies are full of flying magical beasts. Going by land or water routes, you might not arrive safely even after 15 days. Plus, if something happens along the way." Ba ba ba. Before he could finish, Wang Yahan covered his mouth. "Keep your jinxing to yourself." Li Xian could only scratch his head, discovering this superstitious side of her. As the bell rang, Jiang Jiqing entered and stepped onto the platform, clapping his hands to get everyone's attention. "Students, all preliminary results are now final. 12 from our class have advanced to the main tournament. I am very satisfied with this outcome for freshmen." His gaze swept over each of the 12 qualified students. "The National Youth Elite Competition is a stage to showcase yourselves. Regardless of your final ranking, give it everything you've got. I'll be watching your progress throughout." After this brief encouragement, he began the day's lesson, and the classroom once again filled with the rustling sounds of turning pages and pens scratching across paper. Soon enough, Su Yao and his classmates welcomed their departure day. Su Yao arrived at the South District accompanied by Han Yueli. The crisp, early winter wind swept across the stone pathways, and from a distance, he could see Wei Hongyan and several instructors standing beside the training platform designated for the flying feather blue birds, clearly having waited for quite some time. "Teacher Wei." Su Yao quickened his pace to greet them. "Excellent, excellent." Wei Hongyan smiled as he looked Su Yao up and down. "I always believed you could make it to the main competition, but I never expected you to achieve a perfect record in the preliminaries. This result has truly amazed all of us old timers." "All of you?" Su Yao raised an eyebrow. "Of course." Wei Hongyan lowered his voice with a hint of emotion. "The news of you becoming that distinguished person's disciple has spread throughout the entire Tianshu Academy, even among the professors, so naturally everyone is paying special attention to you. The main competition is no time to hold back, go as far as you possibly can." He paused, his expression growing serious. The rule against killing on the arena is merely a surface regulation. Battles between beast tamers can never truly be gentle. For the sake of Tianshu Academy, and for yourself, remember to stay completely alert. Thinking of that distinguished person's thunderous methods, Wei Hongyan couldn't help but worry for Su Yao. If anything happened to the disciple, that person might truly dare to overturn the entire Tianshu Academy, and could even throw the entire Great Zhou dynasty into chaos. I understand. Su Yao nodded solemnly. Just as he finished speaking, a young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes approached with light steps, first bowing to Wei Hongyan. Teacher Wei, are you leading the team again this time? Indeed, whenever there's work like this at the academy, doesn't it always fall to me? Wei Hongyan smiled as he returned the greeting, then brought the two together. Let me introduce you both. This is this year's new student, Su Yao. And this is the second-year top student, Song Bai. Hello. I've long admired your reputation, Junior Su Yao. Song Bai extended his right hand, his voice warm yet crisp. Not at all. Senior's fame is what truly thunders in everyone's ears. Su Yao clasped his hand in return, feeling the warmth and strength in the other's palm. During the brief handshake, he observed Song Bai carefully. No jealousy, no arrogance, and not a trace of contempt like a serious and reliable older brother. Su Yao felt slightly surprised whether it was Li Peng from the Li family whom he had fought earlier, or this second-year top student before him. Despite their formidable strength, neither showed any signs of arrogance. Seeming to notice Su Yao's confusion, Song Bai smiled slightly. What? Different from what you expected? Wei Hongyan added from the side. Song Bai, like you, comes from humble origins. His current reputation was earned step by step through his own abilities. Su Yao understood. Song Bai saw his former self in him, and that shared experience made this top student particularly approachable. All right, it's about time. Wei Hongyan glanced at the sky and adjusted his sleeves. I'll go check the head count and arrange for the flying feather bluebirds to take off, so we don't delay the journey. With that, he hurried away toward the queuing students and the circling flying feather bluebirds nearby. Around the bustling training platform, the bluebirds flapped their wings, stirring up dust, their tail feathers gleaming with soft blue light in the sunlight. Afterward, Su Yao saw Han Yueli off and began chatting casually with Song Bai about academies beyond Tianshu Academy. This wasn't Song Bai's first time participating in the National Youth Elite Competition. When he competed last year, he lacked his current strength and could barely claim a place among his peers. However, in the second semester, he emerged like an unsheathed blade cutting through the sky. Not only did he consecutively defeat the top 10 contestants of that time, but he also claimed first place in the comprehensive final assessment, becoming what everyone called a comeback legend. At dawn, the grand doors of the Beast Hall slowly opened, and a flock of feathered azure birds was led out in single file by beast trainers. These spirit beasts measured 10 meters in length, with dual wind and flight attributes flowing through their blue-green feathers. When their wings beat, they carried gentle breezes and the scent of fresh grass. Compared to the bizarre creatures elsewhere in the academy, the feathered azure birds were undoubtedly the beauty queens. Under the systematic training of Tianshu Academy, most feathered azure birds maintain stable 5th-tier elite level, each capable of easily carrying 20 to 30 passengers. The students advancing to the main competition were divided into second-year and first-year groups. Over 700 second-year students secured spots in the main competition, accounting for nearly 70% of their grade. Meanwhile, only about 50 freshmen qualified, making both academies showing rather dismal. Just as everyone crowded around selecting their feathered azure birds, an exclamation cut through the crowd. Look, that's a sword-feathered azure mystic bird. A larger, more imposing spirit beast with deeper-colored plumage emerged from the side hall. Though also covered in azure feathers, its wing tips were outlined with sharp silver lines, resembling countless sword blades. The sword-feathered azure mystic bird wasn't an evolved form of the feathered azure bird, but an extremely rare variant. Legend had it that not even one might emerge from 10,000 feathered azure birds. Standing in the center now, its terrifying 7th-tier pressure washed over everyone, its narrow eyes radiating killing intent, appearing completely different from the docile feathered azure birds. Screech! The sword-feathered azure mystic bird released a piercing cry, instantly silencing the previously chattering feathered azure birds. They crouched uniformly with wings spread flat on the ground, as if accepting inspection from their superior. Wei Hongyan surveyed the 800-plus students, his voice clear. Choose your mounts freely. Every 10 feathered azure birds form one team, with one teacher leading. Depart immediately when full. Those whose names I call, remain behind. Song Bai, Lu Yutao, Su Yao. As names were called out one by one, about 20 people remained in place. Except for Su Yao, all were second-year elites and recognized hot candidates guaranteed to advance to this tournament's top 128. 3 groups of students had already departed on their feathered azure birds, leaving the area much quieter with only these 20-plus individuals remaining. Under everyone's gaze, Wei Hongyan beckoned to them. You'll ride the sword-feathered azure mystic bird with the professor and me." With that, he and a silver-haired, crane-robed elderly man first climbed onto the sword-feathered azure mystic bird's broad back. Everyone stepped on the soft yet resilient feathers and sat cross-legged in formation. The next instant, fierce winds rose, massive wings beat the air, and layers of air currents pushed through the clouds. The sword-feathered azure mystic bird carried the final team of elites straight into the heavens. In Tianhai City, within an old gray-roofed building, hundreds of black-robed figures gathered in the dim hall, whispering among themselves. Through broken window frames, they watched the sword-feathered azure mystic bird break through the clouds. "This operation is personally commanded by Lord Blood Demon. Do not delay the mission," the lead black-robed figure spoke hoarsely. "We obey." Hundreds of black-clad figures dropped to their knees, their gazes turning toward a blood-red figure by the window. That person wore a crimson robe and a scarlet mask, their gender indiscernible, with only a pungent bloody scent permeating the surroundings. "This was the Blood Demon," the black-robed figure spoke of. Blood Demon merely nodded slightly, the gaze behind the blood-colored mask ice cold. He exchanged a glance with his deputy, who turned and barked, "Move out." Before the words finished echoing, the black-clad figures dispersed like a tide, vanishing from the room in moments. Blood Demon stood by the window, gazing into the distant sky. The heavens over Xinhai would ultimately be blood-red. Blood Demon looked toward the Tianshu Academy group that had already disappeared on the horizon, his gaze revealing infinite killing intent. High above, the bitter wind howled, whipping at everyone's robes. Wei Hongyan sat cross-legged beside Su Yao, eyes closed in deep meditation. Beneath their feet, the sword-feathered azure mystic bird's wings cut through the air like blades, piercing through cloud layers and catching up to the contestants who had departed earlier within mere breaths. The massive bird twisted and weaved through the sky with rock-steady stability, leaving its passengers feeling no turbulence whatsoever. "What's wrong? Are you afraid of heights?" Songbai stepped over to Su Yao's side, noticing his trembling hands gripping the feather saddle, his tone teasing. The howling wind felt like ice needles against their faces, yet Songbai seemed to relish it. "Of course not. I'm just a bit dizzy." Su Yao forced himself to reply. The sword-feathered azure mystic bird's incredible speed made his stomach churn constantly, while the others remained perfectly composed, as if they were sitting by a peaceful lakeside. "Well, you'd better be careful not to vomit on little Azure," spoke the elderly woman controlling the giant bird, her voice hoarse yet clear. "She has quite the temper, far less gentle than you. I remember a student from years past who got thrown right off her back." "You can't be serious, senior." Su Yao instinctively gripped the bird's crystalline feathers tighter and looked down to see mountains as tiny as ants bellow at this height. Even an intermediate beast tamer would face certain death if they fell. "Don't doubt this old woman's words. I know little Azure's temperament better than anyone." The elderly woman stroked the bird's neck, her fingertips tracing the silver patterns on the azure mystic feathers. The sword-feathered azure mystic bird let out a clear, resonant cry, as if responding to her words. "May I ask for your honored name, senior?" Su Yao asked, fighting back his churning stomach. "Names are just labels. After living for hundreds of years, they've lost all meaning." The old woman waved dismissively, her cloudy yet profound eyes as calm as a waveless deep sea. With wrinkles carved deep across her face and a slightly hunched back, she was clearly over 500 years old. Beast contracts allowed tamers to share lifespans with their contracted beasts. Advanced beast tamers typically lived around 200 years, and only those who reached glory rank could undergo soul transformation to live another century or two. 500 years. That meant she was practically halfway to the grave, Su Yao thought to himself, though he dared not show it. "Then how should we address you?" he pressed. "Just call me what others do. People used to call me Master Yuan. Now most call me Professor Yuan." The old woman replied indifferently. "You're Yuan Gupping? Professor Yuan. But weren't you already?" Songbai's eyes widened. There were only a handful of professors at Heavenly Tome Academy. How could he mistake her identity? "Already dead." Yuan Gupping gave a self-mocking laugh. "What's the difference between being unable to step into the mysterious realm and being dead?" This junior spoke out of turn. Songbai quickly clasped his fists in apology. "The world believes I died in battle against the Black Godless cult over a century ago, but they don't know I've been clinging to life all this time." At the mention of the Black Godless cult, Yuan Gupping's gaze suddenly sharpened, her killing intent so tangible it enveloped the deck, making everyone's hearts race as they fell silent. After a moment, she let out a long sigh, reining in her aura as the cold dissipated. "Ah, truly getting old, one stray thought, and I'm lost in memories. Professor Yuan, is this sword-feathered azure mystic bird your contracted beast?" Su Yao seized the opportunity to ask. "No." Then she. "You're wondering why she obeys my commands so readily? It's actually quite simple. As long as you treat it with genuine care, it will help you without hesitation." Yuan Gupping stroked the smooth feathers of the sword-feathered azure mystic bird, her tone filled with certainty. Some magical beasts have such pure hearts, even without a soul contract. Once they form a true bond with humans, they'll obey commands as naturally as one's own limbs. Emotions may seem complex, but they're also the most direct. Treat it well, and it will repay you with even greater kindness. Of course, this trust can only be built through long-term, stable companionship. Yuan Gupping raised her hand to signal everyone to mind the wind currents beneath their feet, adding that cultivating such bonds works best when starting from the beast's infancy. This sword-feathered azure mystic bird was her masterpiece, raised from a chick to its current state. Su Yao watched the harmonious silhouette of the human-bird pair, as if witnessing an entirely new approach to beast taming. However, he understood this method wasn't feasible for everyone. While magical beasts understand loyalty, most still harbor natural hostility toward humans, especially the more violent-tempered ones. Gentle species like the sword-feathered azure mystic bird and flying-feathered azure bird were rare exceptions among the rare. A leopard cannot change its spots, remained an eternal truth. Alright, get some rest. Even with the sword-feathered azure mystic bird's speed, it'll take several days of flight to reach Panyan City in Yinma province. With those words, Professor Yuan walked to the bird's head, speaking softly to communicate with it and soothe its emotions before the long journey ahead. On the other side of the deck, Su Yao approached Song Bai and whispered. When the black godless cult was mentioned earlier, Professor Yuan's reaction was clearly off. What is that? Some kind of evil cult? Su Yao wasn't unfamiliar with cults. In his original world, they were mostly loosely organized small groups. But in this world, cults consisted of anti-human, antisocial beast tamers who were complete lunatics, far more dangerous than magical beasts themselves. According to the Great Zhou legal code, cults were enemies of all humanity to be eliminated on sight without punishment, and rewards were given instead. In recent years, the Great Zhou government's purging operations had become increasingly frequent, showing no mercy toward such threats. Songbai shrugged. I only started school a year before you. How would I know about some black godless cult? From the name alone, it's probably some evil organization. True, Professor Yuan said that was over 100 years ago. Su Yao nodded. At this moment, the previously silent Wei Hongyan looked up. You want to know? Teacher Wei, you're familiar with it? Songbai pressed. Wei Hongyan's gaze turned forward, and only after receiving a slight nod of approval from Yuan Gupping did he speak. Regarding the black godless cult, the Great Zhou only allows a very few people access to historical records. First, to heal the wounds left by that religious catastrophe. Second, to prevent anyone from using the cult's name to cause trouble. This evil cult committed every atrocity imaginable, worshipping the so-called Black Godless One, supposedly a deity from another realm, treating its doctrines as their code of conduct. What bullshit deity? Nothing but a rat that crawled over from another realm, yet it dared to bring chaos to our Great Zhou. Yuan Gupping snorted coldly, her voice cutting through the air like a sharp blade. Everyone was intimidated by her imposing presence. Even Wei Hongyan fell silent temporarily. Continue your discussion. I'm going to check on the others in the back. Before her words had fully faded, Yuan Gupping touched down with her toes and left the sword-feathered azure mystic bird, flying toward the flock of flying feathered azure birds behind them. Everyone watched Yuan Gupping's figure rapidly disappearing behind them and let out a collective sigh of relief. The oppressive atmosphere that had weighed on their chests like muffled thunder only began to dissipate as that slender yet blade-like silhouette grew more distant. Even Wei Hongyan, a senior beast tamer of the renowned, mountain-shaking level, hadn't dared raise his voice in Yuan Gupping's presence. He quietly rubbed his slightly aching shoulders, gestured for everyone to gather in a circle, then spoke to bring their attention back to the matter that concerned them most: the Black Godless Cult. The earliest records of the Black Godless Cult date back over 400 years, Wei Hongyan said, his gaze sweeping over the group and taking in their expressions of wariness and curiosity. His tone was steady and low. Back then, humanity's greatest enemies were the beast lairs scattered across the mountains and the demon beast secret realms that could appear at any moment. No one imagined that traitors would emerge from within humanity itself, not only abandoning their dignity as human beings, but bringing catastrophic disaster upon their own kind. He paused here, then added the various rumors that had circulated at the time. Some say a person encountered the so-called Black God in a demon beast secret realm and was immediately bewitched, willingly falling into corruption. Others claim the Black God actively descended and chose a spokesperson in this world, intending to use humanity's own hands to conquer the entire continent. Regardless of which version is true, the result was the same: the Black God's agent plunged the Great Zhou into endless darkness. Wei Hongyan gave everyone a moment to absorb this information. The campfire crackled, and a female student raised her hand to voice the question on everyone's mind. Who was this person? Why was he so easily bewitched by the Black God? His name was Liao Huahao. Wei Hongyan spoke the name like dropping a dull blade. No one knew where he came from or his true identity. All anyone knew was that once he appeared, The Great Zhou was swept by bloodshed and chaos. At this point, he provided the historical context. Back then, the Great Zhou was still the Great Zhou dynasty. The Southwest King had raised a rebellion in the south, and beast tides were erupting everywhere due to beast lair uprisings. The imperial court was forced to deploy large numbers of beast tamers from the rear to the front lines, leaving the interior completely vulnerable. Liao Huahao seized this opportunity, secretly colluding with corrupt officials of the Great Zhou and those who harbored resentment against the dynasty to establish the Black Godless cult. They broke open prisons across the land, released hardened criminals, and joined forces with demon beasts and thugs to simultaneously ignite raging warfare throughout Great Zhou territory. At its peak, the Black Godless cult even marched on the imperial capital. Historical records call those 10 years the most turbulent dark decade in Great Zhou history. Wherever the Black Godless cult went, they left no living thing behind. Wei Hongyan's voice was somber, as if opening an ancient book of blood. They claimed to be purifying the land, clearing obstacles for the Black God's descent. Those people had completely become the Black God's anti-human puppets. Someone in the group spoke up again. In the end, who was it that suppressed the Black Godless cult? Wei Hongyan nodded and explained. Although the Southwest King had rebelled at the time, he never allied himself with the demon beasts. The Southwest King understood clearly that if the Black Godless cult grew too powerful, not only would the Great Zhou fall, but he himself would have nowhere to survive. So he led his army thousands of miles north to join forces with the Great Zhou's remaining troops, combining their beast tamers to fight against the Black Godless cult. From the Great Zhou's perspective, he was a rebel. From humanity's perspective, he was a hero. The Allied forces fought bitterly all the way to the imperial capital. The Southwest King ultimately died in battle, but successfully stemmed the Black Godless cult's tide of national destruction. Subsequently, reinforcements from various major powers arrived one after another, taking advantage of the momentum to annihilate most of the Black Godless cult's effective forces and severely wound their leader, Liao Huahao. Liao Huahao silently fled into the shadows and remained hidden for over 200 years, but the nightmare he had left for the Great Zhou was far from over. From then on, the Great Zhou's peace lasted only 200 years. Wei Hongyan's voice scraped like iron against stone. Until over a century ago, when the Black Godless cult rose from the ashes and launched their second conspiracy against the Great Zhou. At that time, Professor Yuan Guping was the main force against the Black Godless cult in Xinhai province, and her husband and children had all died at the hands of one of the cult's bishops. Only at this moment did everyone truly understand why Yuan Guping flew into a rage and lost emotional control the instant she heard Black Godless cult. Over a century of grief from losing her child wrapped around her heart like iron chains, and she had long regarded the Black Godless cult as the source of her blood feud. Wei Hongyan briefly provided background information. Behind many evil cults today, there were otherworldly demonic beasts manipulating them, with the Black Godless cult being merely the most notorious branch. When encountering cult members kill without mercy, he practically growled those final 4 words, his eyes rolling with murderous intent. Over the past years, the disasters caused by evil cults were no less severe than any beast tide. They were like bone-deep malignant tumors, impossible to guard against completely, and only blood could counter blood to create deterrence. From this, everyone understood. The Black Godless cult was a human weapon cultivated by otherworldly beings. The strongest fortresses were often breached from within, and driving the same species to slaughter each other showed that those otherworldly existences were no less cunning than humans. Then how do we identify cult members? Someone raised the crucial question. Wei Hongyan answered decisively. They must worship their own deities and have exclusive totems. Even if they deliberately conceal them, there are always traces. The most direct method curse their god to their faces. His tone carried a smile but concealed a cold edge. In the hearts of cult members, those otherworldly beings are more sacred than parents or children. If you dare blaspheme, 9 times out of 10 they'll turn hostile on the spot. Everyone repeatedly memorized this, as it might save their lives at any moment. The sword-feathered azure bird flapped its wings and soared high, but suddenly its speed noticeably slowed. Ahead, the sky was being swallowed by pitch darkness, and that black shadow was rapidly approaching, creating such oppressive pressure that everyone felt tightness in their chests. Yuan Guping flashed back to the azure bird's spine, followed quickly by a flock of flying feathered azure birds that rapidly regrouped. Her expression was grave as she signaled all supervising teachers to gather on the main bird's back, collectively gazing at that cloud-like shadow. "What is that?" Students shouted to each other through the wind. Yuan Guping narrowed her eyes and uttered 4 words. "Ghost shadow bloodwolf bats." "What? They're all demonic beasts." Breathing suddenly tightened. With a scale that could block half the sky, how many must there be? No wonder Professor Yuan and the teachers were all so tense. The students were all on high alert, not daring to slack off in the slightest, ready to summon their beast companions at any moment. Damn it! I don't have any flying beasts, so I can't fight at all. One student clenched his fists, filled with self-reproach. I should have contracted a flying-type beast earlier. Then I wouldn't be in this predicament. Even if you had flying beasts, so what? Another voice trembled as he stared at the dark cloud-like swarm of magical beasts in the distance. Even if they're all first-tier beasts, with those numbers, how long could we possibly hold out? The atmosphere of panic spread, and some students simply hung their heads, seemingly giving up all resistance. Not far away, a dense forest with lush foliage swayed in the fierce wind. Professor Yuan Gupping's eyes blazed with determination as she suddenly commanded, "All teachers, take the students into the forest for cover." Her voice cut through the howling wind, reaching everyone's ears clearly. The teachers immediately understood, controlling their feathered azure birds to descend, directing the massive flock to dive toward the dense forest, using the canopy to shield them from that sky-blocking shadow. Wei Hongyan, these students are in your hands. Before Professor Yuan finished speaking, she had already stepped onto the head of an azure bird, turning toward the rolling black tide and charging forward alone. Everyone hold tight. Wei Hongyan temporarily took control of the sword-feathered azure mystic bird and dove sharply. Strong winds roared as Su Yao struggled to get closer, shouting loudly, "Teacher, what exactly are ghost shadow bloodwolf bats?" His voice was nearly torn apart by the airflow, but Wei Hongyan still managed to hear him and explained grimly, "Ghost shadow bloodwolf bats are bloodthirsty and cruel, feeding on the fresh blood of humans and magical beasts, active only at night. Individual strength is about third tier, but they always move in groups. The smallest pack has tens of thousands. This black tide know what least 100,000. What? 100,000 third-tier magical beasts." The faces of everyone on the sword-feathered azure mystic bird's back instantly turned pale. Never mind 100,000, even 1,000 ordinary third-tier beasts would be enough to overwhelm them. Then what is Professor Yuan going to do? Even as a glory-level beast master, she can't possibly stop a magical beast swarm of this scale, can she? Songbai cried out. Wei Hongyan took a deep breath and reminded them, "Don't forget where we just passed through." Everyone recalled they had just crossed the western border of Xinhai province, entered Lihua province, and were flying over Duping City. Duping City? Songbai's eyes suddenly showed understanding. "Teacher, are you saying Professor Yuan is risking her life to prevent the ghost shadow bloodwolf bats from entering Duping City?" As his words fell, everyone fell silent. No one had expected that she would choose to face the enemy alone just to protect that third-tier city. Wei Hongyan added in a low voice, "You don't know how terrifying ghost shadow bloodwolf bats can be. In the last beast tide, over 300,000 of them attacked a third-tier city at night, draining every living thing in the entire city, leaving behind only dried corpses." This bloody history gradually transformed everyone's fear into resolve. Su Yao and Songbai exchanged glances, gripping the reins tightly. "Teacher, I can't run away." Songbai was the first to speak, his tone firm. "We need to help Professor Yuanwei, can't let her fight alone." "Exactly," Su Yao nodded emphatically. "We are also citizens of the Great Zhou, not cowards who fear death." Both male and female students echoed these sentiments. They had now cast aside all thoughts of life and death, not just for his own reputation, but for the millions of Great Zhou citizens living in Duping City. "Nonsense. Who do you think you are? Forget about you. Even if I charged in myself, how many ghost shadow bloodwolf bats could I possibly kill?" Wei Hongyan scolded while commanding his sword feather azure mystic bird to dive. The massive blue wings stirred up fierce winds as several teachers and hundreds of flying feather azure birds followed closely behind, all plunging into the dense forest sea below. Bird wings swept over treetops with rustling sounds, and the ground trembled slightly as they landed, everyone quickly melting into the shadows. Before entering the dense woods, they all turned back in unison. The sky-blotting ghost shadow bloodwolf bats rolled like a black tide, and in the cold wind, Yuan Gupping's gaunt figure still stood alone in place. "Teacher Wei." Su Yao caught up to Wei Hongyan, lowering his voice. "Aren't ghost shadow bloodwolf bats nocturnal creatures? Why are they appearing in daylight? Ahead is open plains with no caves for shelter or cover. If such a massive beast horde had been there all along, someone would have definitely discovered it." Su Yao's words made Wei Hongyan frown in contemplation. He had naturally thought of this point too, but now was clearly not the time for deep discussion. "I understand you suspect someone is manipulating them from behind," he replied in a low voice. "Any force capable of releasing 100,000 magical beasts at once is certainly no ordinary power. I've already sent urgent messages to Tianshu Academy, the Great Zhou Beast Management Bureau, and other major forces. They must have received the news by now." He looked up at the sky-covering black shroud, his tone steady yet urgent. "As long as Professor Yuan can hold out for a quarter hour, reinforcements from Lihua province will surely arrive. Against a magical beast tide of this scale, any beast master below glory rank would be drained to a husk within 3 minutes." At this point, Wei Hongyan understood in his heart. There was definitely a conspiracy behind this. though it remained unclear whether it targeted Tianshu Academy, the various forces of Xinhai, or the entire Great Zhou. Su Yao also understood that with his own strength, he couldn't intervene at all. Even Wei Hongyan wasn't qualified to truly participate in that level of confrontation. So what do we do now? Someone in the group spoke up. The ghost shadow bloodwolf bats occupy the airspace, so we can't fly directly. Below is nothing but open flatland. Wei Hongyan spread out a map, his fingertips sliding rapidly across the paper. Tianshu Academy's reply: everyone detour through chaotic Stone Canyon, avoid duping plains, head south to Wuhan Province, then transfer to Yinma Province. Destination, Panyan City. There's only one mission: arrive alive. The students showed varied expressions. Some felt relieved at escaping danger. Others looked unwilling at the word retreat, never imagining they would one day become deserters. More and more flying feather azure birds landed in the forest, branches and leaves swaying like ocean waves. Wei Hongyan and several teachers counted heads, and after confirming all hundreds of students were accounted for, immediately led the group weaving through the woods toward chaotic Stone Canyon at full speed. The crisp sounds of broken dead branches being kicked and the rustling of weeds brushing against sleeves now sounded like death knells. No one dared to stop. The black cloud behind them pressed lower and lower, nearly suffocating. Suddenly thunder roared across the sky as an enormous green palm print tore through the air, forcibly ripping open the bat swarm. Masses of ghost shadow bloodwolf bats shrieked as they plummeted like black rain toward the earth. But for a magical beast tied numbering 100,000, such casualties were merely a drop in the ocean, the breach instantly filled by new bat shadows. Watching the commotion in the sky above, everyone understood that Professor Yuan had already engaged in battle with the ghost shadow bloodwolf bat swarm. Among the swarm of ghost shadow bloodwolf bats, Yuan Gupping no longer hunched over. She seemed like a completely different person, her aura erupting like a volcano, blazing and overwhelming. As she stood tall with her head held high, a massive serpent with 4 wings and an emerald green body coiled through the air. Its hundreds of meters of armored scales formed a protective barrier around both its master and itself. This was her primary companion, the 4-winged wind spiral python. This beast had reached the 8th tier, 8th stage. Though still classified as a rare species, its incredible mastery over wind elements made its combat power far exceed others of the same rank. The 4-winged wind spiral python opened its massive maw and unleashed blade-like wind slashes. Each wind blade that swept through the bat swarm instantly claimed the lives of hundreds of ghost shadow bloodwolf bats, filling the air with blood mist and severed wings. On the python's back, a female elf closed her eyes and chanted incantations. 6 tornadoes rose from around her, their diameters rapidly expanding as they swept countless ghost shadow bloodwolf bats into the wind columns, their agonized screams echoing as they were torn apart. Only then did Wei Hongyan realize he had underestimated the enemy. The sky was thick with no fewer than 500,000 ghost shadow bloodwolf bats, many of which had completed their evolution and surged to 6th tier strength. Even with Yuan Gupping's formidable power, escaping unscathed from such numbers would be nearly impossible. All she could do was slow the beast tide and wait for reinforcements. Wind Fury Forbidden Domain. Wind patterns blazed across the 4-winged wind spiral python's surface as it expanded its domain with itself at the center, instantly trapping over 90% of the magical beasts in raging hurricanes. With Yuan Gupping's soul power, she could normally maintain this forbidden domain for extended periods. However, the endless collisions dramatically accelerated her consumption, and the domain's edges visibly trembled as she struggled to hold on. After several breaths, light broke through the sky once more, leaving only scattered survivors circling overhead, waiting for their chance to dive. Everyone in the dense forest understood. This was merely a brief respite. Yuan Gupping was ultimately aging, her stamina and soul power rapidly depleting. Sure enough, the remaining ghost shadow bloodwolf bats detected movement on the ground and dove down with piercing shrieks. Thousands of fierce beasts charging straight toward the teachers and students of Tianshu Academy. Everyone be careful. Wei Hongyan was the first to notice, shouting warnings alongside the other teachers. Students summoned their respective beast companions to face the enemy, instantly finding themselves surrounded by the bat swarm. Watch your positions and look after your classmates. Fight while retreating. Head for Boulder Canyon. Wei Hongyan used his soul power to deliver precise instructions to everyone's ears. Besides Su Yao, his beast companion, Qin, materialized. Against the dense beast tide, Qin's control abilities proved more targeted. Just then, a ghost shadow bloodwolf bat lunged toward him, and Su Yao finally saw its true form. A 2-meter body covered in dark red fur, bat-like wings spread wide, but with the skull of a fierce wolf, and 2 3-meter tails trailing behind, creating whooshing sounds as they whipped through the air. As the ghost shadow bloodwolf bat charged directly at him, Su Yao struck with a bloodthirst blade, severing the creature's wolf head in one clean blow. Soon, other ghost shadow bloodwolf bats spotted Su Yao's figure. Qin, standing behind him, raised her hand and pressed it against the strings. A soul-destroying melody rolled forth. The sound waves acted like invisible blades, causing the attacking ghost shadow blood wolf bats to freeze midair in unison, their pupils vacant as they plummeted heavily to the ground, dead upon impact. Deep within the dense forest, the slaughter continued with piercing screams and flashing multicolored soul techniques rising and falling. Only to be swallowed by darkness in an instant. The forest was like a giant beast, forcibly devouring the countless wails of the ghost shadow blood wolf bats. Meanwhile, the beast taming bureau in Ning'an City, the capital of Lihua province, was brightly lit. Director Lai Wenhua had summoned all the top forces within the province to the war room and got straight to the point. You've all received the distress call from Tianshu Academy, haven't you? Director Lai, rest assured. Our Tongfrost Society's elders have already rushed to the front lines, declared Rong Hongxiu, president of the Tongfrost Society, his voice crisp and decisive. Representatives from other forces quickly echoed their agreement. Among Lihua province's 10 glory-level beast tamers, they had decided to deploy 5, at once exactly half of the province's total combat strength. Among the 24 provinces of the Great Zhou dynasty, few forces could match Tianshu Academy. Even if all the factions in Lihua province united, they would struggle against this single academy. Should they anger the academy, just 1 or 2 professors would be enough to level their strongholds. Therefore, upon receiving the academy's distress signal, all parties chose immediate action both to protect the students and for their own survival. They understood all too well the terror of the ghost shadow blood wolf bats. If not quickly contained, this calamity would spread from Duping City throughout all of Lihua province. When that happened, forget about their sects, even Lai Wenhua himself wouldn't escape death. The 1st Battalion of Guardian Forces has assembled and is advancing toward Duping Plains, expected to arrive in 2 hours. A general raised his hand in salute, his voice resolute. According to the Beast Taming Bureau's authority, deploying military forces required approval from headquarters, but this authorization had been expedited. Lai Wenhua stared intently at the tactical sand table. We must minimize the disaster's scope. According to intelligence, most Tianshu Academy students are gathered in the eastern forest of Duping Plains. Immediately dispatch a unit to provide support. He swept his gaze across the room. Everyone understands Tianshu Academy's importance. The forces within Duping City must also cooperate fully. Though his words sounded like a discussion, they carried the unmistakable tone of an order. That area belongs to the Flying Serpent Sect's territory, doesn't it? A white-robed elder turned toward a man whose presence radiated an icy coldness. The cold man nodded. I've already sent branch disciples there, but I can't guarantee how many we can rescue. He suddenly sneered. However, your fiery cloud pavilion contributes neither people nor resources. Perhaps you have other plans. The elder slammed the table and rose. My fiery cloud pavilion is located in the northern province. How can we provide immediate rescue from such a distance? Besides, Duping City is your Flying Serpent Sect's territory. Such a massive incident occurred, yet you played deaf and dumb first, and now you want us to clean up your mess. The atmosphere in the hall immediately grew tense. The cold man was left speechless in this incident. The Flying Serpent Sect was indeed at fault. The cold man was rendered speechless by the elder's rebuke. This incident was indeed the Flying Serpent Sect's negligence. Watching the old man's smug expression, the cold-faced man's features turned frosty with rage. The tension in the hall instantly thickened. This old bastard wants to pin everything on the Flying Serpent Sect now? The cold man cursed silently. Since the founding of both the Flying Serpent Sect and the Firecloud Studio, the 2 factions had been locked in constant conflict, engaging in countless open and covert battles over the centuries. Their bitter rivalry had only slightly eased in recent years under the mediation of the Beast Taming Bureau, yet disputes continued to emerge endlessly. So many demonic beasts appearing in Flying Serpent Sect territory, and you claim to know nothing? I bet this is all part of your conspiracy. The elder sneered mockingly. Su Kun, what the hell did you just say? The cold man roared, his hand already gripping the other's collar. The 2 men glared at each other, their fury ready to explode. Just as they were about to come to blows, Lai Wenhua at the head of the table slammed his palm down, his authority on full display. Su Siyuan, Miaoren, what do you think you're doing? Do you have any respect for me as director? Stop this immediately. Both men froze, reluctantly releasing their grips. Lai Wenhua's gaze swept across the room, his expression dark. This is the Beast Taming Bureau, representing the Great Zhou government, not your personal playground. If these 2 actually fought in his bureau, Lai Wenhua would probably have to pack his bags on the spot. With this thought, his tone grew even colder. I didn't call you here to show off. Su Siyuan and Miao Run exchanged one final glare before falling silent. Lai Wenhua turned to fix his stare on Miao Run, his tone slightly softer but brooking no argument. Miao Ren, regarding the Duping City incident, your Flying Serpent Sect bears undeniable responsibility. Su Siyuan's words aren't without merit. Director Lai, Miao Ren began to protest. Spare me the empty words. If you want to prove your innocence, handle this matter properly. Lai Wenhua suddenly shifted direction. Elder Guan Yuan is still alive, isn't he? The words struck Miao Run like a thunderbolt. Guan Yuan was the Flying Serpent sect's former sect master, officially declared dead alongside a great enemy, but actually serving as the sect's supreme elder, their only other glory-ranked beast tamer. This secret was known only to the sect's upper echelons, yet the Beast Taming Bureau clearly knew everything. Lai Wenhua's eyes were sharp, obviously possessing solid evidence. Miao Ren's expression shifted before he finally nodded. The surrounding faction representatives exchanged glances, all shocked by the Flying Serpent sect's hidden depths. Without Lai Wenhua's revelation today, they would still be in the dark. That's right, the elder is still handling some internal affairs within the sect. Miao Ren answered word by word. Then have Elder Guan Yuan accompany your sect master to Duping City. Lai Wenhua's tone was calm, but left no room for negotiation. So what if he's a glory rank beast tamer? I need to consult with the sect master. I'm not asking for your opinion. Lai Wenhua's voice suddenly rose. If Guan Yuan doesn't show up in Duping City, your Flying Serpent sect has no reason to exist. The room fell into deathly silence. Representatives from various factions wore different expressions, some sympathetic, others enjoying the spectacle. But in Great Zhou, no matter how powerful you were, the Great Zhou government was supreme, and the Beast Taming Bureau was the government's representative. Miao Ren felt unwilling but had no choice but to obey orders. If this matter were thoroughly investigated, the Flying Snake sect couldn't escape charges of poor governance, and when the Beast Management Bureau settled accounts later, it would be disastrous. He immediately sent a message to the sect master at the fastest speed, detailing the frontline situation. Upon learning of this, the Flying Snake sect master flew into a rage, but facing the Beast Management Bureau, he could only suppress his fury and immediately issued an order. Request the Grand Elder to personally oversee the frontline. With both the sect master and Grand Elder heading to battle, this meant the Flying Snake sect's only two remaining glory-level beast tamers were all committed to the battlefield. The more Miao Ren thought about it, the more alarmed he became. Swarms of ghost shadow blood wolf bats were approaching, and even glory-level beast tamers couldn't guarantee a safe retreat. If something truly happened to these two high-ranking members, the sect's long-standing enemies who had been watching like hawks would surely take advantage of the situation. But if they didn't go, it would be insubordination, a dead end. Excellent. Lai Wenhua from the Beast Management Bureau smiled lightly. Xinhai Province had few sects, so the Bureau maintained strict control. Lihua Province had numerous sects, so the Bureau adopted a lenient policy of, as long as you don't start wars, develop as you please. Over more than a decade, the sects had forgotten what it felt like to be intimidated by the Beast Management Bureau, and tax revenue had dropped from 10 years ago to less than 2/3. Since taking office 3 years ago, Lai Wenhua had been wanting to reverse this situation but lacked an excuse. Now with the Flying Snake sect's responsibility laid bare before him, it was perfect timing to deal with this troublemaker first, then gradually handle the others. He raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. There's another matter for bringing you all here. This beast tide came under suspicious circumstances. Duping City is surrounded entirely by open plains, so where exactly did such a large number of ghost shadow blood wolf bats emerge from? Director Lai speaks truly. Su Siyuan immediately chimed in, his prepared words flowing out. The plains offer a clear view with nowhere for magical beasts to hide. I suspect someone used special methods to release this group of magical beasts. After speaking, he didn't forget to cast a provocative glance at the worried-looking Miao Ren. We're being wronged. The Flying Snake sect would never do something so self-destructive to humanity. Miao Ren was nearly driven to tears. Besides, with so many magical beasts, even if the Flying Snake sect had incredible abilities, we couldn't possibly breed them. Others began discussing among themselves after hearing this. Lai Wenhua knew the Flying Snake sect had neither the courage nor the capability to do such a thing. But someone must be scheming behind the scenes. Was it targeting Lihua Province? Or targeting the Flying Snake sect? Or did they have other purposes? He suddenly thought of something and fixed his gaze on Miao Ren. Those students from Heavenly Scripture Academy. Which direction are they planning to go? They don't plan to retreat. They're preparing to pass through Rocky Canyon and take a detour to Yinma Province for the competition. Miao Ren answered truthfully, sighing inwardly. Worthy of top academy students, still determined to attend the competition despite the raging beast tide. Rocky Canyon. Lai Wenhua repeated the place name in a low voice. Lihua Province already lacked resources, and the Flying Snake sect was just a small sect. If someone were deliberately targeting them, it wouldn't make much sense. Unless the target wasn't in Lihua Province at all. But if not Lihua Province, then who could it be? He mentally rehearsed the entire situation repeatedly, ultimately reaching only one conclusion. There was only one answer. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.